Chapter 1. The Blockade. 60 years have passed since the outbreak of a devastating plague, leading to cataclysmic changes on Earth. Life has evolved, and humanity has fallen from its once dominant position. Countless evolved creatures now possess terrifying destructive capabilities, hulking bloodthirsty mammoths and frost-breathing ice wolves. Faced with such apex predators of evolution, even humanity's greatest weapon, nuclear arms, prove utterly impotent. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity was compelled to forsake vast swathes of territory, erecting towering walls for protection against the outside world. Thanks to the assistance of the primordial stone, humans can absorb the primordial energy drifting through the cosmos, giving rise to a unique group known as the Awakened. These individuals have harnessed extraordinary abilities, allowing powerful awakened beings to stand toe-to-toe with legendary evolved creatures, thus preserving the last flickers of humanity's flame within the walled enclaves where they continue to thrive. 60 years into the Age of Ruins. The teacher was fervently recounting history during class. The students diligently took notes, daydreaming about the day they too would become awakened. In this era, to be awakened is to be part of the most exceptional lineage. Even the most novice awakened are bestowed with the honorable title of guardians of humanity. For the students in the classroom, achieving awakening represents a chance for greatness, a pathway to fame and fortune. In just a month, the day of awakening would arrive, when the government would call upon all children around the age of 18 for awakening tests. Those fortunate enough would awaken their latent potential and join the ranks of the awakened. But Gu Chen, who sat lost in thought, did not ponder such lofty ideals. He merely wished for himself and his sister to escape the violence and crime-ridden slums and live a better life. The class seemed interminably long. The homeroom teacher continued to expound from the podium. If our class produces even 2 awakened, I would wake from my dreams laughing. But don't lose heart, as this path is not as beautiful as you imagine. Beyond battling the beasts of the wild, you also must guard against becoming infected. Who can explain what an infected is? A hand shot up in the classroom. After the plague, those who survived were infected by a mutated virus. Once they become awakened, if they grow too eager for power and lose themselves, the virus can take control of their minds, turning them into monsters that feed on human flesh and blood. If they manage to scratch or bite you, even if you don't die, you'll soon transform into a zombie-like creature. Old song. The teacher nodded approvingly, while Gu Chen turned his gaze out the window. Becoming an awakened seemed a distant dream. This cultural academy was merely a shadow of the universities of the past. He could never afford tuition for college. Moreover, the school would never allow him to bring his sister into the dormitory. As the sun set, its fading light cast long shadows across the dog-eared textbooks, and few students remained in the classroom. Gu Chen packed his bag quietly and made his way to the restroom. In the trash bin lay some shattered white stones. He carefully picked out these small pieces, wrapping them gently in a scrap of paper to keep them safe. These stones were what the teacher had referred to as primordial stones, items that assist the body in swiftly absorbing primordial energy. Those with a higher energy level have a better chance of reaching the breakthrough threshold and becoming awakened. Students from well-to-do families often carried them to absorb their energies. Once they had absorbed what they needed, they casually discarded what was left behind. Gu Chen, however, could not afford such luxury. Thus, every day after school, he would sift through and reclaim the discarded primordial stones from his classmates, scraping together the meager remnants of energy they contained. Once he was finished, Gu Chen left the school and walked towards the outskirts of the city. Although there were awakened among humanity, their collective power paled in comparison to the monstrous creatures lurking in the wild. Consequently, the major cities had constructed towering walls to protect themselves from these mutated beasts. However, within the walls, space was at a premium, and housing was unaffordable for most. Through a dark little door beside the wall, Gu Chen stepped outside. Beyond lay the wilds. But as many who could not afford housing within the walls began to gather outside, a plethora of slums began to take shape not far from the walls. While unprotected, at least these shelters offered some respite from the elements. Standing by the wall, Gu Chen looked towards an empty little courtyard not far off. Once upon a time, this was his home. 3 years ago, his father, an awakened, mysteriously vanished, and all his team members died under strange circumstances. With no leads in the investigation, his father was branded a traitor, and the deaths of his comrades were laid at his feet. As a result, Gu Chen and his sister were expelled, their assets confiscated. That year, he was 15, and his sister Mu Xiaowan was only 10. As he walked down the familiar path, Gu Chen suddenly noticed a dense crowd gathering outside the slum. Pushing his way to the front, he discovered several armored inspectors wielding riot shields, relentlessly forcing the residents of Sector C back inside. Security zone? Gu Chen's attention was drawn to a sign planted nearby. 2 infected individuals have entered the area. Until they are captured, no one is allowed to leave. Infected? Gu Chen's pupils contracted in alarm as he squeezed through the crowd, moving towards the front. Whispers fluttered among the onlookers outside, while those trapped within the security zone pressed against the wire gate in desperation. "Let us out. There are infected here, but we aren't. I don't want to be eaten. Please, I can stay, just let my child out." Sector C housed a few thousand people, all desperately clinging to the iron gate, their cries echoing with hopelessness. Everyone understood the gravity of infected beings in other slums where infections had appeared. Hundreds of civilians had been devoured mercilessly. As Gu Chen scanned the crowd, his eyes fell upon a frail little girl in a thin linen garment, her long braids swaying as she grasped the iron gate, gazing out blankly. The moment he caught sight of her, Gu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 2. Understanding. As Lu Zhenhai from the Law Enforcement Bureau gazed at the frantic crowd pushing their way out, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. The sheer number of people was staggering. If there were indeed infected individuals among them, and someone were to suddenly succumb to the illness, how many lives could be lost? The prospect was unfathomable. "Everyone, please return home. We will lift the quarantine once we identify the infected," he shouted, his voice resonating powerfully even without a megaphone. However, the panicked crowd paid him no heed. "Stop lying. In District F next door, there were infected individuals last time, and hundreds died. You just don't care about our lives." To his surprise, his shout only served to incite further outrage among the masses, and he could see the barbed wire beginning to bend under the pressure. At that moment, a figure darted past him. "Hey, young man, I told you to keep your distance. Be careful not to get infected." Gu Chen looked at the middle-aged man blocking his path and helplessly gestured forward. "I understand, but I need to get home." "Get home? What home was there to return to?" Lu Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback, only to witness Gu Chen bypass him, taking a running leap and grasping the barbed wire, vaulting directly into the chaos. "What? This?" Not only Lu Zhenhai, but even those struggling to escape were momentarily stunned to see someone entering the quarantine zone. Had this person lost his mind? "Brother," did a frail figure squeeze beside Gu Chen, timidly tugging at his clothing. Though somewhat taken aback, Lu Zhenhai seized the opportunity of the crowd's sudden silence and exclaimed, "Look, even the child ain't afraid. Why are you all so terrified? If the situation were truly that dire, would I allow him to enter? Everyone, the sun is setting. Please return home as soon as possible." After a brief moment of quiet, the crowd finally noticed the sun dipping low in the sky, revealing expressions of fear as they began to disperse. Gu Chen assessed his sister, Mu Xiaowan, their eyes meeting briefly, that he gently spoke. "Is it you?" Mu Xiaowan shook her head that I came from outside. Gu Chen felt a sense of relief. The two exchanged no further words, yet understood each other's thoughts. Just as they were about to leave, a heavy voice resonated from behind. "Young man, if you go in, I won't be able to let you out again. Do you truly think this is a joke?" The speaker was Lu Zhenhai. That he did not appear as optimistic as he had moments earlier. "That I understand," Gu Chen replied, stroking Mu Xiaowan's hair, noting her still wearing the homey floral apron. "But I must return home." Seeing Gu Chen's gesture and glancing at the frail girl beside him, Lu Zhenhai hesitated before speaking softly. "Once night falls, stay indoors and do not venture outside. Understand? The infected only come out at night to hunt." Upon hearing the word hunt, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and nodded. Those who had not yet left began to inch closer, eager to hear what Lu Zhenhai had to say to Gu Chen. At that moment, a massive black steel wall reappeared outside the barbed wire, effectively trapping everyone in that dark and foul-smelling slum. "Please remain calm. The Law Enforcement Bureau will enter District C. Once the infected are neutralized, you will be granted your freedom." Until then, please do not leave your homes, especially at night. Remember, the announcement echoed through the loudspeakers, yet despair was etched on the faces of the majority. In District F next door, a similar situation had unfolded, where hundreds had been devoured overnight, transforming the area into a living hell. Now that the exits were sealed, escape was no longer an option. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Gu Chen felt no warmth. He was acutely aware that in just over an hour, darkness would descend. They needed to hurry home. "Brother, I'm hungry," Mu Xiaoan murmured, leaning against Gu Chen, her sun-kissed hair cascading over her shoulders. She appeared so frail that one couldn't help but think she was malnourished. The surrounding panic seemed to have no effect on her. "Just hold on. We'll get home soon." Many others began to disperse as well. The infected feared the sunlight, but night was their hunting ground. Before long, the street lay deserted. People began boarding up their doors and windows with wooden planks and metal sheets. The laughter and playfulness of children long since vanished. After traversing 2 blocks, Gu Chen and Mu Xiaoan finally spotted a low wooden house, the very dwelling they had toiled for over 2 years to purchase. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected sight. Several burly men stood inside, smoking. Upon seeing Gu Chen return, they were momentarily taken aback before relief washed over their faces. Turns out there are 2 little kids living here. Gu Chen's pupils constricted as he noticed their hands in their pockets, adopting a defensive stance as if ready to draw weapons. Had they returned to find 2 adults, would they have resorted to violence? "Have you made a mistake? This is my home," Gu Chen said, positioning Mu Xiaoan behind him as he calmly addressed the scar-faced leader. The men exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, the scar-faced man sneering. "Your home? Does it have your name on it? I say this is my place. Do you have a problem with that?" His companions chuckled, their gazes drifting towards Mu Xiaoan. Although she was merely 13 and clad in tattered linen, her innocent beauty was enchanting, akin to a delicate fairy. They were thugs who had been roaming the nearby slums for years, occupying a space in District C due to their lack of housing. Discovering that the owners were merely children saved them a lot of trouble. Gu Chen's breath hitched, a chill creeping into his gaze as he lowered his head, striving to conceal his expression. The primal energy he possessed could enhance certain physical attributes, but it was insufficient against these unknown ruffians from the slums that moment. As he held his sister's hand, he sensed a surge of power and turned to glance at her. Her innocent eyes had taken on a hint of fierce crimson, and a faint blackish-purple aura surrounded her. Those eyes, seemingly stained with blood, fixed on Gu Chen, awaiting his command. Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He instinctively shielded his sister's figure and whispered, "Leave it to me." The icy demeanor and crimson hue gradually faded, and Mu Xiaoan returned to her previous innocent and harmless self, standing behind Gu Chen. "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question." The scar-faced man's voice broke through again, and the men regarded Gu Chen as if he were a mere plaything. Gu Chen turned once more, his expression shifting to one of feigned fear. "I have no objections. But can I grab something to eat from the kitchen? I'll be quick." Seeing Gu Chen's panic-stricken demeanor, the men exchanged triumphant glances and chuckled. "You have 1 minute. Hurry up and scram." Gu Chen nodded in compliance, casting one last glance at Mu Xiaoan before heading toward the kitchen. Inside the cramped kitchen, 2 plates of food lay untouched, spicy and sour shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, presumably prepared by Mu Xiaoan, who had waited for her brother to return. The dishes had already cooled, as he surveyed the darkened kitchen. He spotted a switch and narrowed his eyes. Stealthily, he turned the black switch to its maximum setting. "Boss, are we just letting them go? That little girl is quite a looker." The brothers Haven tea had a taste in a while. The scar-faced man's companion, a blonde-haired thug, voiced his reluctance. "The house is right here. Where could they run off to? We'll deal with them after the law enforcement bureau takes care of the infected. For now, let us keep it down. Otherwise, we'll all be dead." As the scar-faced man mentioned the infected, fear gripped the faces of the others. Gu Chen held Mu Xiaoan's hand and closed the door behind them. "Where shall we go?" Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. The last sliver of sunlight had vanished below the horizon. Under normal circumstances, smoke would be rising from chimneys in the slums, accompanied by the sounds of laughter and chatter from various households. However, now it was eerily silent, as if everyone had hidden away. "We're not going anywhere," Gu Chen replied, glancing at the tightly shut door. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him in the oppressive silence. The two siblings sat closely together on the steps of their home, seeking comfort in one another. Inside, the burly men sat quietly, no one daring to speak loudly. After a long while, the blonde thug broke the silence, looking unwell. "Boss, don't you think something feels off? I'm feeling a bit nauseous." The scar-faced man frowned and snapped, "Tough it out. It's probably just the tension." Tension can indeed provoke nausea, and under ordinary circumstances, the scar-faced man might have sent a subordinate to get some fresh air. However, given the current situation, it was best to remain still, enduring the queasiness. It wasn't too long before the blonde thug succumbed to sleep, collapsing to the side. Over an hour later, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Mu Xiaowan beside him, Gu Chen gently supported her, leaning against the wall as he stood up and retrieved a dagger from his boot. He turned and opened the door. That moment, his expression had turned icy. For years, he and Mu Xiaowan had relied on one another in the slums, enduring hardships and suffering. They had faced bullying in their youth, but today was undeniably different. Infected individuals lurked outside, and he had to ensure his sister was safe within their home. As Gu Chen stepped through the doorway, he found the men sprawled haphazardly across the room, two of them already frothing at the mouth. The scar-faced man, roused from his stupor, struggled to open his eyes, only to see the once panicked boy, now standing before him with a cold gaze that eye in his hand. He held a dagger. The scar-faced man attempted to scream or move, but a splitting headache prevented him. Glancing beside him, he saw his companions had already lost consciousness, frothing at the mouth. Recalling the previous complaints of nausea and the fact that Gu Chen had made a trip to the kitchen. Carbon monoxide poisoning. In an instant, he realized the truth. Under normal circumstances, he might have overlooked it and gone outside for a breath of fresh air, but today was different. This boy had been plotting against them from the moment he stepped inside. The scar-faced man's mind raced as he recalled Gu Chen's earlier frightened expression, unable to reconcile it with the icy demeanor he faced now. "Little brother, let us talk this over." Swish, blood splattered across the man's face, his expression one of disbelief as his pupils rapidly lost focus that a dagger had been plunged into his chest. Chapter 3. The Infected Thud. Gu Chen's heart pounded powerfully, and in the split second his hand struck down. The primal energy within him was summoned to its utmost limit, as if every cell in his body ignited in that fleeting moment. The rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, and the blood splattered upon his face still bore a lingering warmth. His hand trembled violently. This was Gu Chen's first act of murder. As he dispatched the scarred man, he thought he heard a faint sound, a crack. It felt as if something within him had shattered. There was no time to savor this subtle anomaly. Gu Chen hurried to the kitchen, turned off the gas, then, holding his breath, opened the window and stepped to the door, gasping for air. Upon seeing the blood on his hands, he fell into a profound silence that he had taken a life. Although he had fought with thugs in the slums alongside Mu Xiaowan, this was truly his first experience with killing. Xiaowan, just as Gu Chen was about to rouse Mu Xiaowan, he realized she was already awake, her large, watery eyes fixated intently upon him. More precisely, they were fixated on the blood staining his hands. She swallowed hard. "Brother, I'm really hungry that if you take any longer, I might go berserk." Gazing into his sister's eyes, which were increasingly tinted with a vivid crimson, Gu Chen discreetly wiped the blood away and entered the room. Inside, the bodies of 4 men lay sprawled across the floor, and Gu Chen could distinctly hear Mu Xiaowan's breathing becoming slightly erratic. "Hold on, just wait a moment." Gu Chen retrieved a large cloth and covered the 4 bodies, which seemed to ease Mu Xiaowan's distress somewhat. Returning to the kitchen, he took out a syringe and inserted it into the vein of his already bruised arm, allowing his blood to flow into a bowl before him. Watching his sister gulp down the blood from the small bowl, Gu Chen fell into contemplation. Indeed, Mu Xiaowan was also infected, yet he was unsure why she had been afflicted. To be precise, ever since their father had led a team out of the city 3 years ago, she had exhibited abnormal behavior, unable to consume ordinary food and developing an insatiable thirst for blood. However, she was unlike other infected individuals. She harbored no fear of sunlight and had not lost her sanity, transforming into a mindless monster. Xiao Chen understood that within the city, the official stance towards the infected was one of immediate execution upon discovery, leaving no opportunity for explanation for him and his sister. Thus, this was a secret that belonged solely to them. After consuming a little less than half the bowl, Mu Xiaowan's stomach still growled hungrily, and she looked at Xiao Chun with a slight flush on her cheeks. Xiao Chun fell silent, that he could not afford to bleed anymore. Having skipped dinner and exerted considerable energy in the recent struggle, he was beginning to feel faint. He had once attempted to procure livestock blood at the market, but after merely a sip, Mu Xiaowan had turned crimson and exhibited the same loss of control as other infected. Only his blood could keep her stable. Consequently, over the past 3 years, Xiao Chun had frequently drawn his own blood. It was precisely this reason that had hindered his once promising aptitude, rendering his primal energy far from the threshold of awakening. Observing his sister's pitiful expression, Xiao Chun rose that I'll go fetch some more. Over the past 3 years, Mu Xiaowan's strength had grown. Although he was uncertain how she compared to true awakened beings, she had just easily dispatched those thugs. Had it not been for the fear of attracting the law enforcement bureau or other infected individuals, Xiao Chun would have allowed her to act earlier. However, her appetite had also increased correspondingly. Xiao Chun casually scooped a few bites of food, drank a large gulp of water, and prepared to return to the kitchen to draw more blood. Don't. Your complexion looks terrible. Eat something first. Her icy little hand grasped Xiao Chun's arm, her eyes brimming with determination. That I'm fine. That I'm in good health. Just as Xiao Chun attempted to reassure Mu Xiaowan, his gaze fell upon the white cloth on the ground, and his pupils constricted slightly. What is this there upon the white cloth? Floated 4 faint green orbs, resembling willow, the wisps hovering in the AI. Mu Xiaowan turned to look as well, but her expression was one of confusion. In her eyes, the white cloth remained simply that, nothing peculiar. What are you looking at, strange? This was Xiao Chun's first encounter with such a phenomenon. As he approached, roughly half a meter from the glowing orbs, they seemed to organize themselves, swiftly attaching to Xiao Chen's hand. A gentle, cool sensation enveloped him as the green orbs gradually vanished, revealing 4 shallow green crystals, each the size of a fingernail, resting in his palm. What are these? Before Xiao Chun could process the situation, he suddenly heard Mu Xiaowan's breathing grow heavy beside him, her gaze fixated intently on the 4 crystals. Do you want to eat them? Xiao Chun asked, somewhat astonished. Mu Xiaowan nodded vigorously, yet she restrained the urge to reach out, biting her lip as she looked at her brother. For 3 years, Xiao Chun had sought various alternatives to blood, but none had succeeded. This was the first time Mu Xiaowan had shown interest in something other than blood. Let us give it a try. Hey, don't eat them all at once. Under Xiao Chun's guidance, Mu Xiaowan sampled 2 of the crystals, then let out a satisfied burp. What? Xiao Chun's expression was one of shock. Could these 2 fingernail-sized objects truly satiate her hunger? Brother, where did you acquire such treasures? How have you hidden them for so long? Mu Xiaowan's excitement was palpable. She had not experienced the sensation of being full in ages. Xiao Chun scrutinized the remaining 2 green crystals, lost in thought. These had been extracted from the corpses, yet evidently, Mu Xiaowan had not perceived the previous green orbs. Perhaps this was his awakening ability? Every awakened individual possessed a unique skill, yet he was still far from becoming one to suddenly. Xiao Chun recalled the burning sensation within him during the act of murder, as well as the sound of something shattering in his dantian. Perhaps the transformation had begun at that moment. Despite his curiosity, Xiao Chun decided not to dwell on its origins. The pressing concern was how to utilize this newfound substance, that if I can extract these crystals from the corpses, perhaps I won't need to bleed myself anymore. He picked up one of the green crystals, focusing his mind as he examined it closely. That I wonder if I can use it instinctively. Xiao Chen activated his primal energy, attempting to absorb it as if it were a raw stone, and an extraordinary scene unfolded in the next moment. The green crystal gradually vaporized, merging with his skin and flowing into his body. A warm current surged through Xiao Chun, a sensation he was intimately familiar with. This was the manifestation of his primal energy being enhanced. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt a surge of exhilaration that he could not afford to buy raw stones. For 3 years, he had relied on scavenging discarded fragments to improve his abilities, with negligible results. Thus, he had nearly abandoned the hope of becoming awakened, merely wishing to find a job, support Mu Xiaowan, and continue the search for their missing father. Now, it seemed a new path lay before him. Chapter 4 Speculations on Awakening Abilities, the ability to extract the essence of life from corpses. The powers of awakeners are remarkably diverse, with combat-oriented abilities naturally being the most sought after. However, aside from these, there exist many awakeners with practical skills. For instance, some individuals, upon awakening, can catalyze the growth of plants that in an era where arable land is scarce. Such an ability is indeed invaluable. With only one crystal left, Gu Chen contemplated for a moment before opting to absorb it. Although retaining it could provide sustenance for Mu Xiaowan, their current situation in the quarantine zone, with 2 infected individuals lurking nearby, rendered the enhancement of his combat capability far more critical. The final crystal was slightly larger than the others, and Gu Chen recalled that it had been extracted from the scarred-faced man. Gu Chen distinctly sensed that this crystal imparted a significantly greater amount of primal energy compared to the previous one. It seems that the strength of the deceased correlates with the potency of the extracted crystal. The stronger the individual, the more powerful the energy provided by the crystal upon their demise. The remaining question was whether this extraction ability was effective only on those whom one had personally slain or if it could apply to any corpse. However, there was no immediate opportunity to verify this. Just as Gu Chen was lost in thought, a chilling sound of breath suddenly pierced the air from outside. The noise resembled that of a decaying bellows, and simultaneously, a pungent stench of blood wafted in through the window, saturating the small room. Both Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan sprang to their feet. An infected individual. Gu Chen gestured for Mu Xiaowan to be silent. Although his primal energy had been partially augmented, he still felt inadequately prepared to confront the awakened beings that had transformed into infected creatures. Despite their efforts to remain quiet, the sounds grew increasingly closer, the breathing more labored. The scent of blood, a terrifying voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of its chest, echoed as Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan turned their gazes toward the door. The infected had arrived at their doorstep. Knock, knock. It sounded as though someone was gently tapping on the small wooden door. In that moment, both of their hearts raced. And as they gazed at Mu Xiaowan's increasingly crimson eyes, Gu Chen drew the dagger strapped to his boot. Seconds felt like centuries as the heavy footsteps suddenly quickened. Retreating away from their door as the sounds faded, they simultaneously regained their breath. Before Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan could relax, a man's voice echoed from outside. It has been here, but we don't know where it has escaped to now. Gu Chen recognized the voice. It belonged to the individual who had warned him earlier that day not to venture out at night. A member of the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Bureau. In contemporary society, beyond the police force, major cities had their own personnel to handle incidents involving infected beings and mutated creatures, most of whom were awakened individuals serving in the Enforcement Bureau. It has sustained fatal injuries and should not have escaped far. Let's search the vicinity. A woman's voice chimed in. All right, I will first check to see if this family is unharmed. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he glanced at the white cloth beside him. Though he was acting in self-defense, taking a life was no trivial matter, and the presence of blood-stained syringes and bowls in the room could not bear exposure. Almost instantaneously, he dashed to the door, flinging it open and stepping outside first. Has the infected creature left? Upon seeing the frightened boy before him, the 2 individuals at the door paused momentarily. It's you. Lu Zhenhai recognized the boy and peered inside, noticing a frail little girl trembling in the doorway, her gaze vacant. The room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any other figures. Ah, you must be terrified. Fear not. With us here, you will be safe. Lu Zhenhai smiled warmly and reached out to pat Mu Xiaowan's head, but she recoiled as if frightened, shutting the door and leaving only a narrow gap to observe the 2 at the entrance. Lu Zhenhai and his companion, Chu Hongxiu, exchanged amused glances at her reaction. Xiaowan, do not be afraid. These 2 are important figures from the Law Enforcement Bureau. They will protect us. Lu Zhenhai's reassurance seemed to resonate well, and upon confirming their safety, he nodded. You've done well, young man. Even in fear, it's crucial to remain silent. It's just the 2 of you in here. Where are your guardians? Gu Chen's gaze flickered with a hint of melancholy as he observed the expressions of both Mu Xiaowan and the boy. Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. Orphans were not uncommon in slums. Although the slum was adjacent to the city wall, it directly bordered the wilderness, and instances of individuals venturing into the wild for work only to be slain by mutated beasts were all too frequent. Lu Zhenhai placed a comforting hand on Gu Chen's shoulder when suddenly, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Captain, I've searched the area and found no trace of the second infected. It seems to have fled far away." Both Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu furrowed their brows. The infected they had just encountered was merely a low-level awakened individual, and it was relatively weak. Given that they had severely injured it, it should not have escaped FAR.AT that moment. Gu Chen lifted his head and gazed into the distance. From the sound of the footsteps, he had a rough idea of the direction in which the infected had fled, and he made a startling discovery. A few hundred meters away, within the ruins of a dilapidated church that once stood in the slum, a brilliant green light flared forth. This hue was strikingly similar to the luminous orb that had appeared upon the death of the scarred-faced man. Such a conspicuous light, yet Lu Zhenhai and the others, much like Mu Xiaowan before, seemed utterly oblivious to it. Where could it be? Lu Zhenhai mused, furrowing his brow. With two infected creatures present, if they could eliminate one, they would no longer need to split up, making matters considerably easier. Would they truly allow it to escape? Gu Chen's gaze was drawn to the green orb, his heart stirring with ambition. The scarred-faced man was not an awakener. He was merely a slightly stronger brute capable of wielding primal energy, and the crystal he provided was sufficient for Gu Chen's enhancement. If the life crystal generated from the demise of an infected creature, setting aside the implications, if Gu Chen could become an awakener, he would possess the means to relocate himself and Mu Xiaowan to a safer city to live. "Sir, I know where it has gone." Gu Chen's voice caught Lu Zhenhai by surprise. "You saw it?" "Yes. I was quite frightened earlier, so when it fled, I peered out the window. I can lead you there." Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu exchanged astonished glances that it was quite remarkable. Under such circumstances, most ordinary individuals would struggle to suppress their screams and maintain composure. Yet this boy had dared to observe the creature's movements, showcasing a level of bravery that transcended mere audacity. However, dealing with the severely injured infected remained the top priority. "All right, lead the way, but do not stray more than 3 meters from me, that if we find nothing, I will escort you back." Chu Hongxiu frowned slightly. "Lu, is it not too dangerous to bring a child along?" Lu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. The other infected has yet to be located, and the danger from this one remains manageable. Let us proceed." Chu Hongxiu nodded in agreement. "By the way, I am Lu Zhenhai, the captain of the Jiangxing Law Enforcement Bureau's subteam, and this is Deputy Chu Hongxiu." Lu Zhenhai flashed a hearty smile, patting Gu Chen's shoulder. "I am Gu Chen." Gu Chen replied, his gaze drifting far away, fixated intently on the shimmering orb visible several hundred meters away. Chapter 5. Exposure. Before Gu Chen departed, he glanced back, momentarily locking eyes with Mu Xiaowan. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, Mu Xiaowan offered him a slight nod before retreating into her room. Just moments ago, their hearts had raced in terror, not only due to the infected but also concerning Lu Zhenhai and his companion. Though the scar-faced men had trespassed into their abode, forcing them into a corner, their actions had been a reluctant necessity. However, should their actions come to light, the frightened young man standing before them, who had silently dispatched for robust men, along with Mu Xiaowan, would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Even if the matter did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Bureau, the subsequent investigations by the police would be exhaustive. Gu Chen had always adhered to the principle of discretion, leading a cautious life alongside Mu Xiaowan. Once they became a focal point of scrutiny, Mu Xiaowan's identity would be difficult to conceal for long. After watching Gu Chen and the others depart, Mu Xiaowan returned to her room, binding the 4 corpses together with a length of rope, subsequently wrapping them in coarse cloth. As she hefted the bundle, a flicker of astonishment crossed her dark, expressive eyes. Initially, she had merely intended to test her strength, not genuinely planning to remove 4 bodies at once. Yet, she now realized that her strength seemed to have increased, albeit slightly, to in the depths of night. A petite figure bore a weight several times her own size, akin to a nimble cat, silently vanishing into the alleyway's end. "Should be around here," Xiao Chun directed the two, leading them generally in that direction. To bring them directly to the bodies would be excessively precise. Naturally, Lu Zhenhai and his companion did not rely solely on Xiao Chen's guidance, proceeding with caution, pausing intermittently. "Wait a moment," Chu Hongxiu said, her nostrils flaring as she peered toward the dilapidated church at the corner. Xiao Chen's gaze had already been fixed there, waiting for their realization that a body towering over 3 meters lay sprawled before them, causing Xiao Chen's pupils to constrict in trepidation. He could not quite ascertain what manner of creature it was. Its form resembled that of a human, yet its head was grotesquely oversized, the bloodied maw filled with sharp teeth occupying half its face. Its limbs bore white barbs, smeared with flesh and blood. Lu Zhenhai furrowed his brow, instinctively stepping in front of Xiao Chun to shield the boy from the gruesome sight. Yet he noticed that Xiao Chen's complexion was merely pale, devoid of any signs of nausea. "You possess remarkable composure, young man," he remarked, patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder, to which Xiao Chen managed a strained smile. "Is this how all the infected appear?" he inquired, discreetly advancing a few steps, prompting Chu Hongxiu to whisper, "Be careful. It's fine. They are all dead. So what is there to fear?" Lu Zhenhai chuckled heartily, seemingly pleased with Xiao Chen's curiosity. "Look at this young man, unafraid in the presence of the infected, while during our visit to the War Academy, some students turned pale at the sight of a corpse. How will they ever fight like this?" Xiao Chen's mind stirred. The War Academy was a place he aspired to enter. Achieving a power level of 100 was not only the minimum requirement for awakening, but also the threshold for applying to the War Academy. The War Academy could be likened to a specialized university, its influence far surpassing that of conventional institutions. The mentors at various war academies were all awakened beings, and the students from the top academies could assume roles in the military defense of smaller towns. Of course, combat was merely one of the most popular disciplines within the War Academy. It also encompassed research projects, primarily targeting mutated beasts and infected individuals. Xiao Chen's desire to join the War Academy stemmed from a simple motive: guaranteed placement and excellent benefits. Lost in thought, he overheard Chu Hongxiu and Lu Zhenhai engaged in casual conversation. "That's because you're witnessing first-year students. After their initiation, they will be different," Lu Zhenhai shrugged, pulling out a cigarette and taking a couple of leisurely puffs. Having already dealt with the first infected, his task had become considerably lighter. Xiao Chen noted that the two were entirely oblivious to him, maintaining a facade of curiosity while gently probing the green luminescent orb. "Hey, be careful!" Chu Hongxiu's urgent exclamation sent a bead of sweat down Xiao Chen's forehead, fearing they had detected something amiss. Fortunately, Chu Hongxiu merely furrowed her brows slightly. Being overly bold is not wise. Staying so close could lead to an injury from the infected, and you certainly wouldn't want to become infected yourself. With that, she pulled Xiao Chen closer, and he felt his tension ease somewhat, glancing at her with newfound understanding. He had initially thought that the Enforcement Bureau personnel were all shadowy figures clad in black trench coats, but this woman exuded a warmth reminiscent of a caring older sister. Concealing the green crystal, Xiao Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. Lu Zhenhai extinguished his cigarette with a chuckle. "What is there to fear? It's not that easy to become infected. Allow me to enlighten you. Only awakened individuals can turn into infected. What form they take is unpredictable, yet most appear rather grotesque. They still retain their intelligence, but their instinct to kill overrides all else. Ordinary people who become infected resemble zombies." Once Lu Zhenhai concluded his explanation, the two began to collect samples of the infected's bodily tissues for DNA analysis, subsequently applying a reagent to the corpse. Before long, the body disintegrated into a pool of pus. Lu Zhenhai's demeanor shifted from casual to somber, a hint of sadness clouding his features. "While we are tasked with hunting the infected, each one of them may have once been an awakened protector of humanity. May they find peace on their journey." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, when suddenly the walkie-talkie clipped to Lu Zhenhai's waist crackled to life. "Hello, what is up? Boss, we are at the northern side of Zone C, near a garbage mound, and we've discovered for corpses." "Was it the work of the second infected?" "No, it appears the cause of death was poisoning." "Poisoning? Leave it to the police. Never mind, I'll come over and take a look." Though their voices were not loud, Xiao Chun possessing heightened powers, absorbed the essence of their conversation. Upon hearing this, a chill crept through his limbs. Without a doubt, he understood that these 4 corpses were the ones Mu Xiaowan had discarded at the garbage mound. The northern garbage mound was a dumping ground for several nearby slums, situated outside the walls, and thus beyond government jurisdiction, remaining uncleaned for ages. Over time, it had transformed into a sprawling heap of refuse spanning hundreds of meters. Many children from the slums had stumbled upon dismembered corpses while playing, making it evident that the area bore witness to the violence of criminals from the impoverished neighborhoods. Here, the police hardly intervened in the lives of those living in the sewers. Yet, by a stroke of misfortune, the Enforcement Bureau had taken notice. The only silver lining was that Gu Chen discerned they had not discovered Mu Xiaowan. Nevertheless, the Enforcement Bureau's directives would prompt the police to conduct a thorough investigation, and the cause of death from gas poisoning could not be concealed. That in due time, they could ascertain the perpetrator by examining gas meter consumption records. Should the police relay their findings to Lu Jinhai, Gu Chen understood that he and his sister's earlier deceptions would become the prime focus of suspicion. The more he contemplated, the colder he felt. Chapter 6, Scene 2. Beside a mountain of refuse piled high, with various household waste and construction materials, 2 men clad in law enforcement uniforms fanned the air with a touch of disdain. Such matters should be left to the police. Why is Captain Liu so invested? You clearly do not know Captain Liu. He is the quintessential busybody, always eager to meddle whenever a case presents itself. After all, he was a detective in his past life. Their tones were casual, revealing an amicable rapport with Lu Jinhai. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak so freely about their superior. 4 lifeless bodies lay scattered at the foot of the refuse mountain, while within an inconspicuous pit atop the mound, a frail little girl lay motionless. Mu Xiaowan gazed patiently at the 2 men not far away, feeling a pang of guilt. If only she had acted a bit more swiftly. Moments ago, she had just untied the burlap and ropes binding several individuals when she heard their distant voices, compelling her to conceal herself. Nevertheless, she had overheard their conversation, and if Captain Liu were to arrive, her hiding place would inevitably be discovered. After all, Lu Jinhai was a bona fide awakened one at that moment. However, a sudden rustling sound emanated from several dozen meters away. Mu Xiaowan cautiously peeked out, her dark pupils constricting in alarm that a creature, resembling a lizard and measuring over 2 meters in length, was stealthily advancing towards the 2 conversing enforcers, its purplish-red tongue flicking out as it moved on all 4s. Its head was unmistakably human, yet its mouth gaped wide, nearly reaching its ears, with pale yellow pupils glimmering ominously. Yet the 2 men remained utterly oblivious. The Mu Xiaowan's body stiffened, an intense sense of danger igniting a faint purple hue in her eyes. Should she warn them? If she did, her presence would surely be revealed. That if she remained silent, however, these 2 would soon become corpses. The enforcers continued their idle chatter, while the lizard-like creature, blending seamlessly with the refuse, was closing the distance to a mere 20 meters. Just then, a clattering sound interrupted the tension. An old, battered radio tumbled down from the refuse mountain. The 2 enforcers turned their gazes toward the noise, and in that instant, the creature paused, for the sound was not of its making. The infected being and the 2 enforcers exchanged glances for the briefest moment before it lunged forward with explosive force, its limbs propelling it like a cannonball. Captain Liu, the second specimen, has emerged. Coordinates, the refuse mountain, one of the enforcers nearly shouted, and as soon as he spoke, the infected creature's barbed arms struck him, a meter-long appendage cleaving through the AI in an instant. Both enforcers were gravely injured, their blood staining the ground. Hidden amongst the refuse, Mu Xiaowan observed this harrowing detail, her heart racing. She had initially intended to warn them, thinking it might spare their lives, but the creature's strength far exceeded her expectations. Not only were they in peril, but her own position had also been compromised in the attempt to relay a warning. She too had to escape. Like a nimble cat, Mu Xiaowan descended quietly down the refuse mountain, while below, the battle had already concluded. The 2 enforcers had fired but a single shot before collapsing in a pool of their own blood. Strangely, the creature did not immediately consume them. This is bad. In District C, a slum housing merely over 10,000 souls, the refuse mountain was not far from a dilapidated church. Even without a radio, in the stillness of the night, Lu Zhenhai could certainly hear his subordinates' desperate cries that at this moment. A flicker of regret crossed his mind. He had previously led teams to hunt infected beings, and such high-grade specimens typically fled from them. Thus, he had felt secure bringing Chu Hongxiu along to investigate the first specimen's remains. Little did he anticipate that another would proactively strike in District Sita with swift strides. The duo soon arrived at the refuse mountain, the crimson stains on the ground starkly indicating the recent conflict. Yet both the infected creature and the two team members had vanished. Captain! Captain! Other team members converged from all directions. They numbered 8 in total, and aside from the 2 recently attacked, the rest were now assembled. Search everywhere quickly. If we delay, those 2 will be devoured. But do not spread out too much. Keep your weapons ready. Lu Zhenhai's demeanor had shifted from that of a benevolent elder to one bearing a hint of menace. Each team member drew their firearms, cautiously advancing towards the perimeter of the refuse mountain. Although the enforcement team was a notch above the regular police, not all were awakened. Besides Lu Zhenhai and his deputy, Chu Hongxiu, the others were merely enhanced individuals with a power level exceeding 150. They had narrowly missed awakening, but were still significantly stronger than ordinary humans. For them, firearms remained their most effective weapon, capable of inflicting harm upon lower-tier infected beings. Behind Lu Zhenhai and his team, atop the roof of a nearby house, Xiao Chun lay in silence, seemingly merging with the night. He too had heard the distressing cry, and as Lu Zhenhai's group accelerated, he found himself unable to keep pace, trailing behind, and arriving only after some time. The speed of awakened beings is truly remarkable, Xiao Chun mused, but soon he noticed Lu Zhenhai's crew searching for something, and a sense of unease gripped him. Could the so-called second specimen truly be Mu Xiaowan? This was his greatest fear, that moment. His gaze swept over the refuse mountain, scanning for any inconspicuous corners that he and Mu Xiaowan often scavenged through this refuse for discarded treasures. Not only the slum residents, but occasionally the city sanitation workers would dump urban refuse here, sparing themselves the trek to the wilderness disposal site. Thus, Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaowan sometimes ventured here, hoping to stumble upon usable items, such as the aging yet functional television they currently owned. At that moment, as if sensing his gaze, a small head emerged from a refuse pit, and both of them exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the second specimen was not Mu Xiaowan. However, a new concern arose. Her location would inevitably be discovered by Lu Zhenhai and his team. Captain, we found them. A sudden exclamation drew both Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaowan's attention to the source of the sound. Lu Zhenhai's team had located the 2 wounded members, barely clinging to life. Blood covered their bodies, and their arms bore gaping wounds from barbed strikes, yet their chests still rose and fell with faint breaths. The group gathered around, while Xiao Chun, perched atop the distant rooftop, squinted his eyes. Was it not said that the infected possessed only the instincts of slaughter and consumption? Why had that creature not devoured them? Chapter 7. Flames erupting from the muzzle. The thought lingered in Lu Zhenhai's mind for but a fleeting moment before he recognized the disquieting reality. The squad had always regarded the infected as uncontrollable monsters, fully aware that these beings possessed intelligence. However, past captures had been so remarkably smooth that they had overlooked this crucial element of intellect. Yet this particular infected individual exuded an aura of the uncanny from the moment of its appearance to its swift disappearance. Just as the warning signs began to surface in his mind, Lu Zhenhai suddenly felt an unusual movement beneath his feet. He glanced down, only to hear a hissing sound as a yellow toxic mist enveloped all the team members around him. This is an awakening ability. Hold your breath. Lu Zhenhai reacted with remarkable speed, leaping from his position in a flurry of motion, but his comrades were far less fortunate. The yellow mist spread with astonishing rapidity, almost instantaneously infiltrating the mouths and noses of the team members. Even Chu Hongxiu, a genuine awakener, could only stagger down the garbage hill before collapsing onto the ground. The others fared no better, each one collapsing like drunken fools, sprawled on the ground. Lu Zhenhai's face twitched as he observed the dispersing fog. Where 2 injured team members had stood, the refuse shifted, and a grotesque humanoid creature, adorned with spiked armor and a mouth that split to its ears, clawed its way out from the debris. Its deep yellow eyes, devoid of emotion, locked onto Lu Jinhai with a mocking glint, starkly contrasting with the bloodthirsty gaze of other infected beings. That moment, on the rooftop, Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaowan, who were hiding atop the distant garbage mound, felt a tingling sensation in their bodies. In the past, infected individuals had also emerged from the slums, yet it was said that the Enforcement Bureau had always triumphed upon arrival. What manner of existence was this that could incapacitate most enforcers with a mere glance? Lu Jinhai shook his head, attempting to dispel the nausea and dizziness that assailed him. With his other hand, he drew his firearm and began to fire relentlessly. He swore he had never encountered such an astute infected being. Though all infected were transformed from awakeners, he had never seen one capable of unleashing awakening abilities post-infection. Indeed, he had never laid eyes upon an infected with such extraordinary intelligence. It seems today may be my end. According to the records, the second infected was of mid-tier level 1, and as a high-tier level 1 awakener himself, Lu Jinhai should have felt confident in a one-on-one confrontation. However, having been ambushed and now succumbing to the effects of the toxic mist, his head felt heavy and clouded. As Lu Jinhai fired while evading the creature's vicious attacks, Xiao Chun remained motionless atop the rooftop. In such a battle, a single blow could spell death for him. Even the most ordinary life-affiliated awakeners possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of regular humans, let alone the formidable opponents currently engaged in combat. The infected being, with its spiked arms, swung with casual ferocity, shattering a nearby brick wall. Xiao Chun had no doubt that should such a strike land upon him, it would be the end. The gunfire erupted with furious flames, creating sprays of vivid crimson against the infected's form, yet failing to inflict penetrating wounds, as if striking against soft clay. Lu Jinhai bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to focus, discarding his pistol, and unsheathing a pitch-black dagger from his waist, initiating a desperate melee with the infected. Xiao Chun discerned that Lu Jinhai too had succumbed to the poison, his speed diminishing. Thus, he fought with reckless abandon, trading wounds in a desperate attempt to land a few strikes upon the infected. Blood gushed forth, painting Lu Jinhai's vision in shades of red. Though he might have escaped at that moment, he knew his comrades would not survive. That a frenzied thought took root in his mind, and soon his steps grew increasingly unsteady, as though he were on the brink of collapse. The infected seized upon this opportunity. Its razor-sharp claws pierced through his side with deadly precision. This sight caused Xiao Chen's pupils to constrict atop the rooftop, yet in the next instant, Lu Jinhai's bloodied lips curled into a faint smile. With his left hand, he grasped the infected, while his right hand drove the dagger into it with fervor. The creature, realizing this was a desperate struggle for survival, attempted to withdraw its hand, hoping Lu Jinhai would bleed to death. However, it discovered that its hand was trapped. From Lu Jinhai's punctured side, a faint white glow emerged, solidifying the creature's hand as if it were encased in granite. Awakening ability, body hardening. Thud, thud, thud. The infected's other hand hammered relentlessly against Lu Jinhai, who seemed to disregard his own defenses, single-mindedly stabbing at the creature, leaving a trail of bloody wounds in his wake. Roar! The infected let out a feral scream, and Xiao Chun, along with Mu Xiaowan, watched in horror as the two bloodied figures engaged in a brutal struggle, reminiscent of beasts tearing at one another. In that moment, they realized that the prior use of gas to kill paled in comparison to this carnage. Xiao Chun could hardly comprehend that the Lu Jinhai who had previously appeared as a laid-back neighbor, smoking and joking, could unleash such ferocity when fighting for his life. Bang! Lu Jinhai was clearly succumbing to the poison, his movements gradually slowing. The dagger in his hand was swatted away by a claw, along with his fallen gun, which careened towards a nearby building. Thud! The bloodied gun struck the wall, rebounding like a boneless fish against a nearby manhole cover, tumbling awkwardly before coming to a halt. As his vision dimmed, the hardening effect on Lu Jinhai's body began to fade. In the face of impending death, fear occupied only a small fraction of his mind, that he recalled how he had assured the fleeing residents during the evacuation, urging them to return to the slum. Reflecting on the trust they had placed in him, Lu Jinhai felt a pang of remorse. He was on the verge of closing his eyes when, contrary to his expectations, the fatal blow never came. Was it possible that this infected being, with its high intelligence, wished to savor the expression on his face? Straining to lift his blood-soaked head, Lu Zhenhai noticed that the similarly wounded infected had shifted its gaze away from him, focusing instead on the direction of the street and the nearby houses. Following its line of sight, Lu Zhenhai's lips moved in silent disbelief that in the night, a slender youth stood with a gun in hand, aimed squarely at the infected's head. Lu Zhenhai recognized that face. He had seen it for the third time that day, that he had no idea how the boy had followed him here, but he yearned to summon his final breath to utter one word: run. Bang, bang, bang. Almost in synchrony with his command, the gun's muzzle belched forth a series of furious flames, drowning out all other sounds in Lu Zhenhai's ears. In his fading memory, he beheld the boy's gaze, tense yet unwavering, alongside the silhouette of the infected creature lunging toward him. Chapter 8. Shadows of the night, the crimson blossoms of blood erupted upon the body of the infected. Gu Chen, aiming for the head, found himself ill-equipped, having never handled a firearm before. In his haste, he managed to fire a few shots, and hitting the target at all was a stroke of fortune. To Gu Chen, the infected loomed almost as a phantom, and in its state of severe injury and furious rage, the second infected could be dispatched with a single blow to its skull. However, as if he had calculated the timing perfectly, after firing 5 rounds, Gu Chen took a step back. This seemingly inconspicuous movement caused the infected to lose sight of him entirely. The weapon that had previously been in his grasp clattered onto a rusted manhole cover, which had mysteriously vanished. The massive form of the infected surged past the spot where Gu Chen had stood, crashing violently into a nearby house, leaving it in disarray. It must be said that Lu Zhenhai's earlier efforts bore fruit. The victory of the second infected was indeed a Pyrrhic one, with blood gushing from its wounds as though it were inconsequential. After shaking its head, it struggled to rise once more, intent on devouring Gu Chen alive. Peering into the manhole, it was met with a sight of sewage and foul odors, yet there was no trace of Gu Chen. It scrutinized the narrow opening and ultimately extended its elongated neck into the abyss. Bang! The flash of gunfire erupted again. Beneath the constricted manhole, a network of waterways lay entwined, the instant of his descent. Gu Chen had braced himself with his feet and then slipped into the nearest drainage pipe, lying in wait for the beast. This was not a testament to Gu Chen's quick reflexes. Rather, the moment the weapon had fallen before him, he had already begun to strategize his next move. After sustaining further injuries, the target had become significantly smaller. The bullet struck its front teeth, tearing apart half of its jaw in a gruesome display. Blood and flesh were a chaotic mess, and in the depths of his mind, Gu Chen cursed the creature for its abnormal resilience. He had anticipated that these 3 shots would be sufficient to deliver a fatal blow, yet the creature's defenses exceeded his expectations. Roar! Having been relentlessly attacked by a mere teenager, the rage of the second infected obliterated its last vestiges of reason. Its colossal form wedged itself into the manhole, but its size proved to be a hindrance, getting stuck in the narrow passage. Nevertheless, even in this compromised position, its sudden lunge managed to graze Gu Chen, forcing him to use his weapon as a shield, which shattered into fragments with a cacophony. Crack, crack. As Gu Chen observed the widening fissure of the manhole, his pallor intensified. The distance between him and the second infected dwindled to less than half a meter. He could even smell its rancid breath. Just then, the infected emitted a piercing wail. It struggled for a moment, desperately pressing its hands against the walls of the manhole in an attempt to extricate itself. Fortunately, its earlier frantic effort to kill Gu Chen had caused it to become ensnared. Otherwise, it might have easily broken free. However, even if trapped, escape was merely a matter of time. But Gu Chen acted in an utterly irrational move. As the second infected writhed in its desperate struggle, he seized its arm with both hands, gripping it as if it were a vice, anchoring all his weight upon its barbed limb. The second infected was taken aback, unprepared for such audacity from the man before it. Yet, this moment of delay was crucial, that it was bewildered by the turn of events, as blood cascaded like a waterfall from the crevice of the manhole, staining Gu Chen's visage. The infected's other hand clawed at the wall, striving for freedom, while Gu Chen engaged in a tug-of-war, feeling the knife slice into flesh in the background. Bang! Bang! Gu Chen was violently slammed against the wall of the manhole, his throat flooded with a metallic taste, and his insides felt as though they had been rearranged. Yet, he remained immovable, like a rock amidst a tempest. 1 hour prior, he had taken a life for the first time, believing it to be the most reckless act of his existence. Little did he know that record would soon be shattered. Moments later, even the massive form of the infected appeared to have drained of its vitality, its arm gradually losing strength, and its wails grew faint. Outside the manhole, a girl with flowing purple hair and crimson eyes lowered her blade, gazing intently at the infected, now riddled with wounds. That as the frenzy subsided, the knife clattered to the ground, producing a delicate chime, and her eyes regained their clarity. Brother, brother. Uncertain if she had arrived in time, all traces of her earlier ferocity and coldness vanished, leaving behind a helpless childlike demeanor as she leaned over the manhole, whispering softly. Silence hung in the air like an ominous portent. Cough, cough, I'm fine, just give me a moment. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Xiaowan lifted her head, her eyes now rimmed with red. As Xiao Chun discreetly retrieved the fallen gun and gestured towards the knife in the corner, she understood his intent. Their unspoken bond had reached a level where words were entirely unnecessary. Thus, she sprang into action, albeit hesitating for a moment, gripped by fear that her momentary cowardice might yield dire consequences. Xiao Chun utilized the fallen arm to swing back towards the wall's drainage channel, fatigue and pain enveloping him as if he were about to fracture. Yet, the outcome was fortuitous. Amidst the stench of the sewer, the blood-soaked youth suddenly laughed unabashedly, as if liberated from all burdens. Chapter 9. Aftermath. 5 minutes later, Xiao Chun emerged from a manhole cover located 100 meters away from the scene. Despite being enveloped in a foul stench, Mu Xiaowan rushed to embrace him immediately. Feeling her trembling form, a manifestation of her fear, Xiao Chun returned to the site, his gaze narrowing as he beheld the grotesque, hive-like structure of infectee number 2. It is said that infectees are brutal and terrifying. Yet as the sister of an infectee, Mu Xiaowan was the gentlest and kindest child he had ever encountered. Witnessing her expression, on the verge of tears, it was hard to fathom how she had acted so decisively moments ago. Brother, are we going to be exposed? Mu Xiaowan bit her lip. For a long time, they had been striving to conceal their identities while struggling to survive. They were willing to endure hardships, but now it seemed that even the simplest of lives had become a luxury. 2 children, capable of eliminating an infectee. If they weren't sliced apart, they would surely be taken by the police and enforcement agencies for interrogation. The city's stance on preventing infections had always been unyielding, with frequent checks even when nothing seemed amiss. They resided in a slum, a chaotic mix of people, which ironically made it easier to evade detection. Yet, should they be investigated, their true identities would be laid bare. Don't worry, you head home first. I'll handle the rest, Xiao Chun reassured Mu Xiaowan, his demeanor surprisingly calm. The most challenging aspect of his plan had been to eliminate infectee number 2, which had been a gamble. However, having won that gamble, the remainder of the task appeared considerably simpler. Once Mu Xiaowan departed, Xiao Chun approached Lu Jinhai, whose once stalwart figure now appeared pallid and frail, yet he was evidently still alive. The vitality of awakeners is indeed formidable. Had Xiao Chun not fired his weapon at that critical moment, Lu Jinhai would surely have met a grim fate from the final blow. Even now, his ribs were penetrated, and his body bore countless wounds. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. Recalling his memory, Xiao Chun rummaged through Lu Jinhai's clothing until he unearthed a yellow vial, the very substance that had vaporized infectee number 1. This should suffice, he mused as he approached the manhole. The massive form of infectee number 2 was lodged there, and a volleyball-sized orb of green light hovered nearby, which Xiao Chun promptly collected, transforming it into a green crystal. By eliminating number 2, the fatal blow had been dealt by Mu Xiaowan. If the body remained, it would be an insurmountable challenge to explain. However, if the body vaporized, the narrative would be entirely at Xiao Chun's discretion. After excising a small piece of muscle tissue from number 2, Xiao Chun applied the liquid according to Lu Jinhai's method, that a pungent odor permeated the air as the corporeal form of number 2 began to visibly vaporize. Once most of it had dissipated, the body shrank and plummeted into the manhole, and Xiao Chun did not attempt to retrieve it. The traces of damage inflicted by Mu Xiaowan had been entirely eradicated, which was sufficient. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Chun moved to the heap of refuse. Gazing at the four corpses sprawled there, before pouring the liquid over them, that in no time, they too began to vaporize. Although this act seemed somewhat contrived, should these four bodies be sent for forensic examination, it would be all too easy to trace back to him. 2 minutes later, Gu Chen revived Lu Zhenhai with the medication he had pilfered from him. The man coughed up a few bloody sputums. His first words directed at Gu Chen were, "You little rascal, you're still alive?" He recalled the last thing he saw before losing consciousness. The youth before him wielding his gun and unleashing a barrage of shots. Although his intentions were noble, to Lu Zhenhai, Gu Chen appeared doomed. What on earth happened? He surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of infectee number 2, while Gu Chen had already moved on to awaken the others. 5 minutes later, everyone gradually regained consciousness, except for Lu Zhenhai, who was too gravely injured to stand and leaned against the wall. The others exchanged bewildered glances. "Captain, you're magnificent. Lu bro, you're incredible. Taking on the boss single-handedly, you'll have plenty of tales to tell when we return." The team members were well aware of Lu Zhenhai's capabilities, especially his awakening ability that enhanced his physical prowess. Thus, despite his horrific injuries, as long as his life was not in jeopardy, he would eventually recover. Lu Zhenhai glared at his grinning subordinates, cursing, "I'm in this state and you lot are still laughing? Forget about your bonuses this month. And by the way, I didn't kill number 2. What?" The others were momentarily taken aback, only to shrug it off nonchalantly. Everyone except Lu Zhenhai had been unconscious. If he hadn't dealt the fatal blow, they surely would not have seen another sunrise. However, as Lu Zhenhai's gaze turned quizzical and landed on Gu Chen, his jovial subordinates began to realize that perhaps the captain was not jesting after all. "Your name is Gu Chen, correct? You should recount the events that transpired next, starting from the beginning. How did you end up in this place?" Gu Chen took a deep breath. The moment of truth had finally arrived, yet fortunately, he was well prepared. "I heard noises here, and thought you would surely be able to handle the other infectee. I didn't want to miss such a spectacle, so I lay on the rooftop over there. Not wanting to miss the action?" Lu Zhenhai felt a twinge of discomfort. "Is your courage always this boundless? Haven't you seen others who didn't dare to show their heads?" "Well, when it comes to courage, I do possess quite a bit," Gu Chen responded with an air of confidence. Lu Zhenhai recalled that Gu Chen had previously led them to confront infectee number 1. This young man's audacity was indeed beyond the ordinary. "Proceed." Gu Chen began his narration. "I originally thought simply watching from there would suffice, but to my surprise, you all went down in an instant." The team, initially engrossed, suddenly lowered their heads in embarrassment at this point. Lu Zhenhai waved his hand, shooting Gu Chen a glare. "Get to the point." This young man had saved their entire team, a debt of gratitude beyond measure. Yet Lu Zhenhai found it imperative to grasp the details. "Then I saw you fighting it, and the gun flew over. I could tell you were not its match, and I was frightened, so I stealthily picked up the gun." These were details unknown to the other team members, yet they aligned with Lu Zhenhai's understanding. The vice captain, Chu Hongxiu, who had already felt immense gratitude towards Gu Chen for saving her, now felt her heart racing as she listened. Consequently, her gaze toward Gu Chen grew increasingly favorable. "And then you fell. I thought to myself, if I didn't shoot, I would be done for, and I regretted following along to join the fray." Gu Chen's expression mirrored that of someone still shaken, his face pale as he admired his own acting skills. "However, the gun was of no use, was it?" a team member inquired, puzzled. Chapter 10 Is this what 18-year-olds do? Lu Zhenhai remained silent, gazing intently into Gu Chen's eyes, lost in his thoughts that an awakened one. He understood the terrifying nature of subject too far better than the other team members, having battled it fiercely. "It was indeed futile, which is why I had already mapped out an escape route," Gu Chen explained, gesturing towards the distance where an open well stood. The ground around it was cracked like a spider's web, as if it had suffered a violent impact, but he then recounted the events that followed, omitting any mention of Mu Shaowan. He merely stated that after firing his weapon, he jumped into the well. Once subject 2 leaned in, he fired several shots to provoke it, driving it into a frenzy and causing it to become lodged in the well's opening, allowing him the opportunity to deliver a fatal shot. Though Gu Chen spoke with apparent ease, his words sent chills down the spines of those present. And what became of Subject Two's body? Lu Zhenhai queried, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. I feared it might not be dead, and recalling how you dissolved the infected, I followed your example and began to dissolve it as well. However, halfway through, the remaining parts fell down the well. By the way, there are 4 corpses on Garbage Mountain, and I was concerned they might be infected, so I dissolved them too. Xiao Chen's account was succinct, focusing on the critical details, yet he had not anticipated the profound shock his words would evoke among the listeners. So, you had already planned your next moves while collecting firearms, Chu Hongxiu murmured to herself. Collecting firearms, moving the well cover, firing, jumping into the well, lying in wait. Even the most seasoned enforcers present could hardly guarantee they could execute such a plan as flawlessly as Xiao Chen had. Moreover, after all that, he remained calm enough to dissolve the corpses. Such actions were hardly characteristic of an 18-year-old. They resembled those of a cold-blooded criminal. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the numerous team members, regardless of the outcome, it was ultimately Xiao Chen who had saved their lives. At this moment, their gazes towards him were filled with deep gratitude. Incredible, Lu. We should really invite this young brother to join our team. Perhaps we could grant him an honorary position. The group, having escaped death, was in high spirits. However, Chu Hongxiu felt a twinge of sympathy. Having met Xiao Chen's sister, she understood their close bond. Such a reaction and psychological resilience were likely forged in the struggles of a slum upbringing. To bear the weight of survival at such a young age was indeed a heavy burden. Her innate sensitivity and kindness began to surface. We must reflect on this. Had it not been for him, our entire team would be wiped out. Furthermore, I propose we apply to commend Xiao Chen for his bravery. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wishing to decline. Maintaining a low profile was his foremost principle. However, his attention remained fixated on Lu Zhenhai. This man appeared to share in the joviality of the others, saying little. Yet beneath that casual demeanor, his gaze remained serious. Xiao Chen understood that, despite his flawless explanations, the contradictions inherent in his identity and actions were too stark to overlook. To kill the infected and dissolve corpses with such composure, one must possess a ruthless heart, regardless of intelligence. Lu Zhenhai discerned that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he seemed. Fortunately, he had not engaged in any wrongdoing throughout the ordeal. Xiao Chen, I have a question. After you eliminated that infected, why didn't you wake us up first before dissolving it? And you didn't forget to dissolve the 4 corpses either. Lu Zhenhai remarked with a friendly smile, his tone reminiscent of a neighborly chat, devoid of aggression. Chu Hongxiu froze upon hearing this. As Lu Zhenhai's longtime partner, she was well aware of the implications hidden within his light-hearted tone. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Lu, why question him about that? How young is he, and what he accomplished is already remarkable. Besides, with your burly physique, a delay in saving you wouldn't have mattered. Are you reluctant to give him the reward for bravery? I'll personally fund it if necessary. Lu Zhenhai felt overwhelmed by Chu Hongxiu's indignation. As the only 2 awakened ones in the team, he typically held considerable authority as captain, yet when she was riled up, he found himself at a loss. Of course not. Where did you get that idea? I merely noticed how much everyone respects Xiao Chen, so I was just asking. Observing the amusement in Lu Zhenhai's eyes, Xiao Chen realized that this law enforcement chief was a rough exterior concealing a keen intellect. If he were to slip up, Lu Zhenhai's curiosity would only intensify. Therefore, feigning innocence would not be a prudent strategy. I was primarily concerned it hadn't perished. From what I saw during your engagement, it had an extraordinary resilience. I reasoned that even if I delayed in saving others, I needed to ensure my own survival first. Xiao Chen spoke without a hint of remorse, prompting Lu Zhenhai to nod approvingly. There's one more thing. Xiao Chen turned to Chu Hongxiu. Sister Chu, could I forego the monetary reward and instead receive some raw stones? Raw stones? Everyone present was taken aback. What do you need those for? Xiao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Actually, I'm a senior student at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Who knows, if you give me a few raw stones, I might awaken. His statement elicited laughter from those nearby. Awakening was hardly a straightforward endeavor that a power level exceeding 100 allowed for applications to military academies, Yet even among fourth-year graduates, many remained unawakened at in Jiangcheng, with its close to 1 million residents. Only Lu Jinhai and Chu Hongxiu had awakened among such a vast law enforcement team. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's revelation of his background, Lu Jinhai's expression visibly softened. A graduate, a slum survivor, an orphan, hardened by life among criminals, calculating and decisive, yet not feigning innocence. When these elements coalesced, they began to make sense. After all, in this era, many would go to extreme lengths to become awakened. With this realization, Lu Jinhai's furrowed brow relaxed, his doubts dissipating. Xiao Zhang, don't you have some raw stones on you? Stop playing coy. I saw you had them when you left. Hand them over, and I'll make sure to replenish your supply later. Lu Jinhai handed Xiao Chen 10 good-quality raw stones, which would typically cost around 20,000 yuan. A student from a relatively well-off family might only afford 2 or 3 in a month. Consider this a welcome gift. There will be a more formal commendation for bravery later. The team members continued to express their gratitude to Xiao Chen, and Chu Hongxiu even offered him a pill. It was only then that he learned it was a medication from deep space pharmaceuticals, highly valuable, capable of preventing infection in ordinary people if taken after a confrontation with an infected. While Lu Jinhai and the others prepared to continue recovering the submerged bodies of the infected, Xiao Chen also contributed his share of the severed parts, and no one further inquired about the 4 deceased. Nobody knew that, in truth, this was the part that made Xiao Chen the most anxious. Clenching the 2 life crystals in his pocket, Xiao Chen exhaled deeply and left without looking back. Chapter 11. Doubt. Observing his fellow team members diligently retrieving corpses, Lu Jinhai paused for a moment before forcing himself to stand. No more sitting around. You're quite injured, Chu Hongxiu remarked with concern in her eyes. The law enforcement agency undertakes perilous missions, and Lu Jinhai, being their strongest member, has always been at the forefront. Yet it was the first time he had sustained injuries of this magnitude. You underestimate me. This minor injury is nothing. Lu Jinhai puffed out his chest, but the movement strained the horrific wound on his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Chu Hongxiu shot him a disapproving glance. He had always relished the role of a hero. However, today, had it not been for Lu Jinhai, they would surely have perished. Once Lu Jinhai had gathered the evidence, he approached the refuse mound and examined the signs of dissolution, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. What are your thoughts on this child? Chu Hongxiu inquired, recalling the quiet and delicate Xiao Chen who had crossed their path. He has a promising talent. Had his family been more affluent, he could have laid a solid foundation to become an awakener with limitless potential ahead. Is that all? What more should there be? In response to Chu Hongxiu's puzzled expression, Lu Jinhai shook his head, withholding his thoughts. Xiao Chen's previous words were impeccably crafted, leaving little room for doubt. Yet therein lay the issue. His responses were excessively calculated and unnaturally articulate. Regardless of the child's thorough planning or the trials he had faced, his composure was disconcerting. His answers seemed premeditated, effectively closing off any inquiry. While this might appear innocuous, for Lu Jinhai, who had spent years in law enforcement unraveling significant cases, it was the very essence of suspicion. Nevertheless, he chose silence, for regardless of what Xiao Chen concealed, he had become a savior to their entire squad. To press for clarity could very well dishearten the vice captain and the other team members. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Lu Jinhai shrugged. At that moment, team members had just retrieved the remains of subject number 2, whose posterior had largely disintegrated, leaving only the upper half intact. Caked in mud, it appeared even more grotesque. This guy nearly did me in, several team members muttered in frustration, stabbing it with their knives, though they barely penetrated its tough exterior. This fellow is incredibly resilient. I can't wait until I become an awakener myself. A seemingly innocuous remark from a team member caused Lu Jinhai to narrow his eyes, but he pushed past them to scrutinize the face of the infected. Indeed, it was riddled with bullet wounds, the jaw and mouth pulverized. However, its skull remained remarkably resilient, bearing 2 bullet holes, with the bullets lodged in the bone, unable to penetrate further. Lu Jinhai recalled Xiao Chen's words, letting his cigarette but fall to the ground. Such injuries could not have been fatal to subject number 2, but despite the damage to the mouth and jaw, its brain remained intact. No one understood the horror of subject number 2 better than Lu Zhenhai, and he could not fathom why he suddenly felt so grave. Calling over Chu Hongxiu, he whispered a few words in her ear. Upon hearing him, she displayed considerable disdain, glaring at Lu Zhenhai for an extended moment, arguing her point vehemently. However, under Lu Zhenhai's unwavering gaze, she reluctantly let out a huff and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Zhenhai squinted, and he was genuinely eager to uncover what Xiao Chen was concealing. "I'm back." Before Xiao Chen could complete his sentence, he felt a frail, delicate body tightly embrace him. Mu Xiaowan had changed out of her bloodstained clothes and donned a patched linen dress, her face still glistening with tears. "Brother, did I kill someone?" She trembled, her soft, white hands clinging helplessly to Xiao Chen's waist. Her body shook slightly, clearly frightened. Xiao Chen's expression softened as he noticed several dishes on the table, leftovers from earlier, which Mu Xiaowan had reheated, still emitting a faint aroma. That he remained silent, gently stroking his sister's silky hair until she gradually calmed down. "What were you thinking?" "That was an infected one," Xiao Chen began, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. His sister viewed the infected as human because she herself was one. "If you hadn't acted, it would have been me who died. Do you wish for your brother to perish?" As expected, upon hearing this, Mu Xiaowan shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the very thought. No, if brother dies, I. She seemed to genuinely envision a life without Xiao Chen, her eyes reddening. "Exactly. You did wonderfully." Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. Although his sister was precocious and understood his every arrangement, she was still just 13 years old. "Come, let us eat. I am starving." Xiao Chen picked up the remote control and turned on the old, faded appliance, fiddling for a while until static transformed into an animated show. The siblings settled on the couch, plates in hand, engrossed in the program. This television was a frugal find from an electronic waste factory in the city. Yet, it had become one of the few sources of joy for the siblings. Being young has its advantages. After Xiao Chen's comfort, Mu Xiaowan obediently sat on the sofa, eating while watching the cartoon. Before long, the humorous scenes elicited laughter from her. "Brother, the rockets are so foolish. They can never catch Pikachu. Indeed, 2 adults can't measure up to little Juan." The siblings continued to eat and watch, occasionally bursting into laughter, unaware of the shadow that had quietly settled at the window, observing the scene within. As the 2 siblings shared the scant morsels of pork belly, their innocent laughter filled the air, and soon they appeared to tire, leaning against each other on the worn-out sofa, drifting into sleep. With sister nestled against brother and brother embracing sister, the animated show occasionally flickered with static that cramped 30-square-meter abode. 2 lonely souls supported and warmed one another. Outside, a pair of eyes glimmered red for reasons unknown, silently turning off the recording device and departing discreetly. In a fit of anger, she sprinted down the street, and when Lu Zhenhai caught sight of her, he was taken aback. She had left in good spirits. How had she returned like this? "I truly have no idea how your mind operates. You see for yourself." The person in question was Chu Hongxiu. By the time she arrived, the siblings had already begun their meal. Lu Zhenhai connected to the screen, watching the siblings savor their meager food while laughing at decades-old cartoons, eventually falling asleep on that humble sofa. For a moment, he fell silent. Chapter 12. The interview expert confronted by Chu Hongxiu's gaze, which resembled that of a killer. Lu Zhenhai managed a wry smile that he had sent her to follow Xiao Chen for observation, a task she had approached with great reluctance. However, she ultimately complied. The results of her observations turned out to be somewhat divergent from his expectations. That it appeared they were akin to a pair of orphan siblings, seeking warmth in each other's company. Indeed, orphans. He had just accessed Xiao Chen's profile through the enforcer system. The records revealed that both Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan were orphans. Although their files had only been entered into the resident system 3 years prior, this was not unusual. In the slums, how many souls went unrecorded? He surmised that Xiao Chen, having entered high school 3 years ago, had only then acquired a formal file. "Someone saved your life, yet you remain so suspicious," Chu Hongxiu remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhai raised his hands in surrender and discreetly pulled her aside, slipping her a bank card. "All my salary from last month is in here, around 70 to 80,000. Please help that child," Lu Zhenhai confessed, a tinge of guilt evident in his tone. Chu Hongxiu was taken aback. Although Lu Zhenhai held the highest position and received an awakener stipend, the expenses incurred by an awakener were significantly greater than those of an ordinary person. Merely the cost of supplements and raw stones amounted to a substantial figure. Moreover, injuries necessitated medical treatment, which could escalate into astronomical costs. While she chided Lu Zhenhai, she understood that a considerable portion of his earnings each month went to support his impoverished relatives back home. Why take on such a burden? I could rally the team to contribute, she suggested. Don't. Lu Zhenhai quickly interjected, observing the busy team members around him. He could not resist lighting a cigarette. My brothers endure the same hardships. They earn but a pittance. They have families and responsibilities. Unlike me, that if you wish, you may contribute a little for those two children. After speaking, Lu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively and returned to work alongside his team. Chu Hongxiu watched his slightly limping figure, a result of his injuries, and tightened her grip on the bank card. The news of all infected individuals in Zone C perishing spread swiftly within days. However, it took 10 days to lift the lockdown for thorough investigations. Fortunately, Xiao Chun possessed a life crystal, which, after testing, Mu Xiaoan could consume in multiple doses. Otherwise, 10 days would have sufficed to drain him of his vitality. Aside from the life crystal from subject number 2, all other crystals, including those from subject number 1, had been fully consumed by the two of them. Xiao Chen was eager to participate in the testing to ascertain his current power level, as he felt significantly stronger in strength, speed, and mental state compared to before. Statistical data indicated that a total of 12 ordinary residents had been devoured, while 6 had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. Such infected individuals required incineration, and Xiao Chen headed to the site, not out of curiosity, but to collect life crystals. To his astonishment, among the 6 charred remains, only one robust man yielded a crystal the size of a fingernail, while the other 5 produced nothing. Perhaps this correlates with my increase in power, he pondered. The stronger his own abilities became, the more challenging it was for ordinary corpses to generate crystals. That IT was akin to a video game. As one's character level increased, defeating lower-level enemies yielded no experience points. Upon returning home, Xiao Chun received a call from his homeroom teacher, Old Song. Xiao Chun, are you all right? Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. You had me worried sick. In a couple of days, we'll be conducting tests. You must return. Even if you can't awaken, a higher power level will aid you in securing employment post-graduation. Old Song was a man of incessant chatter, yet he had always treated Xiao Chen kindly. At the beginning of his studies, when Xiao Chen lacked funds, it was Old Song who covertly lent him money without ever mentioning it. Xiao Chen later learned of this kindness through others, but Old Song never acknowledged it. Testing is approaching, Xiao Chen said, glancing at Mu Xiaoan, who was diligently tidying up. A frown creased his brow. In recent days, not only had his own abilities surged, but Mu Xiaoan's strength and speed had also seen remarkable improvement. Reflecting on her progress, Xiao Chen was convinced that his power level had undergone a significant transformation as well. Yet, therein lay the problem. During his last assessment, his power level had barely exceeded 70 points, that if it were to suddenly soar this time, would it not raise suspicions? Xiao Chen could not help but be wary. With an infected sister at home and the authorities' ruthless stance towards infected individuals, he had long since become accustomed to anticipating potential crises. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Xiao Chun, are you home? It's Chu Hongxiu. She was not alone. Accompanying her was a woman dressed in professional attire. She appeared to be in her 30s, and upon seeing Xiao Chun, her eyes lit up. Who is this? This is journalist Zhao from the Jiangxing Times. She wishes to interview you after hearing of your involvement in this operation for a special report. Would that be acceptable? Chu Hongxiu had her own motives. For impoverished families like Xiao Chen's, money was one aspect, but opportunities were equally vital. Even if he did not awaken, having a record of valor would stand out on his resume when seeking employment. Xiao Chen contemplated declining, as it contradicted his principle of maintaining a low profile. However, a thought struck him. This might serve as an opportunity to explain his sudden increase in power. After mentally formulating a suitable response, he readily acquiesced. After capturing a photograph of Xiao Chun and Chu Hongxiu holding a banner proclaiming heroic acts, Chu Hongxiu left behind a card and a small pouch of raw stones before departing. The remainder of the time was devoted to Xiao Chun, and journalist Xiao A.S. Xiao surveyed Xiao Chen's modest abode. With its worn furniture and decor, her eyes sparkled with excitement. An orphan, a student, a resident of the slums, and a savior of the enforcement team. These elements combined were sufficient to craft an eye-catching news article. During the ensuing interview, Zhao was particularly impressed by Xiao Chen's composure. He refrained from discussing the dire conditions of the slums or the government's indifference, offering no complaints. Instead, he lavished praise on the swift actions taken by the authorities and the accountability of the enforcement team. Without needing prompting or direction from Xiao Chen adeptly sidestepped any potentially detrimental topics. Was there a more fitting interviewee than this? The article would require no revisions. Lastly, may I share a few heartfelt words about the enforcement team? Typically, Zhao might have let him speak without recording, but Xiao Chen's prior remarks had already exceeded her expectations. I am immensely grateful for the enforcement team's rapid response in eradicating the threat. I also thank them for the raw stones they provided me. During the 10 days of lockdown, I made good use of them for my training. Previously, I truly could not afford to purchase such items. This period has been incredibly fruitful for me. I even have a feeling that I might awaken during the graduation test. Xiao Chen appeared invigorated, akin to a spirited youth filled with zeal. Chapter 12. The interviewing virtuoso confronted by the piercing gaze of Chu Hongxiu, akin to that of a killer. Lu Jinhai managed a bitter smile. He had instructed her to trail Xiao Chun for observation, and though she had been most reluctant, she complied. However, the outcomes of her observations diverged from his expectations. That it seemed as though they were nothing more than two orphan siblings seeking warmth in one another. Indeed, orphans. He had just accessed Xiao Chen's profile through the enforcer system, which revealed that both he and Mu Xiaoan were orphans. Although their records had only been entered into the residence system 3 years prior, this was quite typical that in the slums. How many individuals remained unregistered? He surmised that Xiao Chen likely acquired his formal documentation upon entering high school 3 years ago. After all, he saved your life. Why harbor such suspicion? Chu Hongxiu remarked that in response. Lu Jinhai raised his hands in surrender, discreetly pulling her aside to hand her a bank card. My salary from last month is all in here, about 70 or 80,000. Please help that child, Lu Jinhai admitted, a hint of guilt in his tone. Chu Hongxiu paused in surprise. Despite Lu Jinhai holding the highest position and receiving an awakener's allowance, as an awakened individual, his expenditures far exceeded those of the average person. Merely on supplements and raw materials, the costs were substantial. Not to mention, injuries necessitated medical treatment, which could escalate to astronomical figures. She scolded Lu Jinhai verbally, yet she was well aware that a significant portion of his monthly earnings went to support the impoverished villagers back home. Why take on such a burden? I could rally the team to contribute, she suggested. Don't. Lu Jinhai quickly interjected, glancing at the busy team members, unable to resist lighting another cigarette. These brothers risk their lives, and they earn so little. Most of them have families to support. Unlike me, that if you're willing, perhaps you could contribute a little more for those 2 children. Without waiting for Chu Hongxiu's response, he waved her off and returned to work alongside the team. Chu Hongxiu observed his slightly limping figure, a result of his injuries, and tightened her grip on the bank card. The news of all the infected individuals in Zone C perishing spread like wildfire within 2 days. However, it took 10 days to lift the lockdown for thorough investigations. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed a life crystal, which had been tested to allow Mu Xiaoan to consume it multiple times. Otherwise, 10 days would have sufficed to drain him of his vitality entirely. Aside from the life crystal from the second infected individual, all others, including that from the first infected, had been fully consumed by the 2. Xiao Chun was eager to participate in the testing to ascertain his current power level. During these 10 days, he felt that his strength, speed, and mental acuity had significantly improved. Statistical data revealed that a total of 12 ordinary residents had been devoured, with another 6 succumbing to infection and transforming into zombies. Such infected individuals also required incineration, and Xiao Chen headed to the scene, not out of morbid curiosity, but to collect life crystals. To his astonishment, among the 6 corpses being burned, only 1 robust man had yielded a crystal the size of a fingernail. The other 5 bore none. Perhaps this correlates with my power growth, he mused. The stronger his own powers became, the more challenging it was for ordinary corpses to generate crystals that it was akin to a video game. Once a character reached a higher level, defeating lower-tier monsters yielded no experience. Upon returning home, Gu Chen received a call from his homeroom teacher, Old Song. "Gu Chen, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. You had me worried sick. In a couple of days, testing will commence and you must return. Even if you can't awaken, having a higher power level at graduation will aid in job hunting." Old Song continued, a chatterbox yet kind-hearted towards Gu Chen. When he first enrolled, lacking funds for living expenses, it was Old Song who discreetly lent him money without ever mentioning it. Gu Chen only learned of this from others later, and Old Song flatly denied it. "The testing is approaching," he pondered, glancing at Mu Xiaowan, who was diligently tidying up the house. A frown creased his brow in recent days. Not only had he improved, but Mu Xiaowan's strength and speed had also surged dramatically in light of Mu Xiaowan's progress. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel that his own power level had undergone a transformation. Yet therein lay a dilemma. The last time he was tested, his power level barely exceeded 70 points. If it suddenly skyrocketed this time, would it not raise suspicions? Given that he had an infected sister at home and the authorities' ruthless stance towards infected individuals, he had grown accustomed to preemptively considering potential crises. At that moment, a knock echoed through the house. "Gu Chen, are you home?" "It's Chu Hongxiu." Chu Hongxiu was not alone. She had brought along a woman dressed in professional attire. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her makeup formal. Upon seeing Gu Chen, her eyes brightened. "And who might this be?" "This is reporter Zhao from the Jiangxing Times. Upon hearing of your involvement in this operation, she wishes to interview you for a feature article. Would that be acceptable?" Chu Hongxiu had her own agenda. For impoverished households like Gu Chen's, financial aid was one aspect, but opportunities held equal value. Even if he did not awaken, having such a commendable history would serve as a significant highlight during corporate recruitment. Initially, Gu Chen intended to decline, as it contradicted his preference for discretion. However, he suddenly realized that this could present an opportunity to explain his power surge. After contemplating his response, he readily agreed. After taking a photo with Gu Chen and Chu Hongxiu holding a heroic deeds banner, Chu Hongxiu left behind a bank card and a small pouch of raw materials before departing. The remainder of the time was devoted to Gu Chen and reporter Zhao. Surveying Gu Chen's home, with its worn furniture and decor, Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. An orphan, a student, a resident of the slums, a savior of the enforcement team. These elements combined would provide ample material for a captivating news story. During the ensuing interview, Zhao Meng was particularly astonished by Gu Chen's composure that he refrained from discussing the dire conditions of the slums or the authorities' neglect, offering not a single complaint. Instead, he lavished praise on the swift actions of the authorities and the diligent work of the enforcement team. Without needing Zhao Meng's prompting or guidance, Gu Chen deftly sidestepped any potentially incriminating topics. Was there a more perfect interviewee than this? The article would require no edits. Lastly, may I express some heartfelt sentiments towards the enforcement team? Zhao Meng considered allowing him to speak, though she typically would not record such remarks. However, Gu Chen's prior statements had already exceeded her expectations. "I am immensely grateful for the enforcement team's rapid eradication efforts, and I appreciate the raw materials they provided. Though the lockdown lasted 10 days, I utilized that time for training, as previously I could not afford to purchase such materials. The benefits have been tremendous. I even have a sense that I might awaken during the graduation test." Gu Chen appeared invigorated, exuding the spirit of a passionate young man filled with determination. Chapter 13. A flicker of flame regarding such remarks. Zhao Meng naturally held a skeptical attitude as a reporter for the Jiangxing Times. She was acutely aware that each year, only a scant few hundred individuals could gain admission to the prestigious military academy. Yet among this select group, the number of those who could awaken was less than 1/10. Nevertheless, she deemed it unnecessary to dismiss this kind of positive energy reporting. After all, it was precisely the kind of content her superiors preferred to see. "Well, today's interview was exceptionally pleasant. This is the government's reward for you, 5,000 yuan. Zhao Meng handed over a card, prompting Gu Chen to display a radiant smile, one that embodied sunshine and happiness. Holding the bank card and a ceremonial banner, she quickly snapped a photo before hastily departing. Encountering an interviewee like Xiao Chun was the highlight of her day. She was spared the burden of listening to the laments of slum dwellers. The issues were addressed, and the responses were all delightful, truly perfect. Of course, despite the enjoyable nature of the interview, she had no desire to engage in further conversation with Xiao Chun. The inhabitants of the slums were destined to belong to a world entirely different from that of her urban life. After Zhao Ming left, Xiao Chun held the card, his brow furrowing slightly that hadn't Chu Hongxiu already given this reward previously. According to Zhao Ming, this 5,000 came from the government. So what, then, was the purpose of the money Chu Hongxiu had placed on the table? Xiao Chun approached the package, unwrapping it to find a new card, complete with a balance and password. In addition, there was a heavy little bag, and upon opening it, he found 20 exquisite raw stones displayed within, each appearing as fresh as if newly unearthed. This alone was worth at least 40,000. Adding the 50,000 already in the bank card, the gifts from Chu Hongxiu and her law enforcement team had already exceeded a staggering 100,000 in value. As he rifled through the contents, he finally came across a small note inscribed in elegant handwriting. The captain feared you would refuse, hence he did not inform you. This is rightfully yours, so please do not decline. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. This was the most profound kindness he had received from a stranger since his father mysteriously vanished 3 years prior, leading to their home being confiscated and him and his sister left to wander the streets. Although Lu Zhenhai appeared boisterous and amiable, Xiao Chun sensed that he had not genuinely believed in him that day. To his astonishment, instead of facing an investigation afterward, he was instead gifted such a substantial sum of money. I truly apologize. Despite uttering these words, he feared that this secret would remain eternally buried. One should not flaunt their wealth. Xiao Chun was well aware of this truth. However, having received a significant sum today, while buying a home in the city remained a distant dream, he still decided to indulge in a luxurious meal with Mu Xiaowan at an upscale restaurant in the city. After the meal, Mu Xiaowan donned a glowing rabbit-shaped headlamp gifted by the restaurant, her face beaming with sweetness. While a hot pot dinner might merely be a commonplace affair for city dwellers, for her and Xiao Chun, it was a rare and delightful treat. As Xiao Chun fiddled with his phone, he noticed numerous mentions of himself in the class group chat. Wow, our classmate Xiao Chun has reported. He took down an infected one? This can't be true, can it? Messages flooded in, and the students, still in the throes of their studies, expressed their astonishment freely. Xiao Chun happened to see the link as well, and he couldn't help but admire Zhao Ming's swiftness. She had uploaded the report mere hours after their morning interview. Given Xiao Chun's cooperation, most of the statements were used verbatim. Feeling confident about awakening? That seems a bit exaggerated. Perhaps Xiao Chun has never used raw stones before, but optimism is commendable. While many classmates were amazed, they also noted Xiao Chun's final remarks, which seemed to suggest an air of naivety. Regardless, the fact that a student from their institution had assisted the law enforcement team in defeating an infected, particularly a high-level one, was indeed worthy of campus-wide commendation. Thus, Xiao Chun's name briefly ignited a spark of fame within Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Although admissions to the military academy were based on academic performance rather than quotas, competition was inevitable wherever people gathered. Many sought to uncover the true identity of Xiao Chun, wondering if he was perhaps a hidden prodigy. Yet upon investigation, they relaxed their inquiries. Xiao Chun's last test had revealed a power level of 72 that not only was he far from awakening, but he also fell significantly short of the threshold for applying to the military academy. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's positioning became clear. He was merely a fortunate individual chosen to bolster public morale and serve as a model citizen, rather than any genuine talent. That as for the notion that obtaining a few exquisite raw stones might lead to a breakthrough, such comments could only originate from those lacking raw stones and insight. Xiao Chun was not surprised. He had already achieved his objective that in the days that followed, he would have ample reason for his power increase during the next test. With District C now unsealed, and less than 20 days remaining until the awakening ceremony, Xiao Chun finally returned to campus. Compared to a mere 10 days ago, he appeared considerably more handsome and revitalized. This transformation was due, in part, to his continuous use of life crystals which had enhanced his power, and in part, to the significant improvement in his overall health, having shed the exhaustion and malnutrition that had plagued him after bleeding out. On the morning of his return, he was intercepted at the school gate. Xiao Chen, come here for a moment. Young Master Liang wants to see you. The speaker was a girl of above-average looks, with long black hair and subtle makeup, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Xiao Chen recognized her as Ren Jialing from the adjacent class, known as the social butterfly of their school. Adept at befriending promising students. 3 years ago, when Xiao Chen entered the school with a power level of 42, he had been quite remarkable among his peers, and at that time, Ren Jialing had been quite friendly towards him. However, as subsequent tests revealed his declining rank, her demeanor had noticeably cooled, and she had distanced herself from him. Is there something you need? Ren Jialing smiled slightly and replied softly, for you it's quite a fortunate matter. She scrutinized Xiao Chen and noted the change in his demeanor, but it did not concern her overly. Over the past 3 years, she had mentally cataloged the potential of each student as if they were entries in a spreadsheet, and Xiao Chen had long since fallen to the lower tiers of her list. Of course, she had no intention of antagonizing Xiao Chen. She simply deemed it unnecessary to invest time in rekindling a friendship that as she led him aside, Ren Jialing continued. I heard you've received quite a few exquisite raw stones from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Congratulations are in order. But engaging with the infected, that's quite the feat. I wouldn't dare to do so. Her words dripped with praise, her tone light and cheerful. Were it any other student, faced with such a charming girl showering them with compliments, they would likely have launched into a lively conversation. Yet, Xiao Chen remained composed, responding casually. However, Xiao Chen, it seems your test results still leave you a bit short of the military academy standards that I know you are not exactly flush with cash, and coincidentally, young Master Liang has a purchasing interest. Ren Jialing led him to a nearby location, where a pale-faced young man clad in a light-colored leather jacket sat, playing a mobile game, seemingly disinterested. A few others lingered nearby, engaged in idle chatter. What took you so long? Is this the Xiao Chen? Name your price. Young Master Liang wants to buy your raw stones. The pale-faced youth remained engrossed in his game, not even sparing Xiao Chen a glance, as one of his lackeys spoke impatiently, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Chapter 13. A flicker of flame in response to such remarks. Zhao Ming naturally felt disinclined to agree as a journalist for the Jiangxing Times. She was well aware that each year, perhaps only around 100 individuals gain admission to the prestigious War Academy. Yet, among this select few, those who can awaken as awakeners are fewer than 1 in 10. Nevertheless, she deemed it unnecessary to dismiss such positive energy reports. After all, her superiors had a penchant for them. Well, today's interview was quite delightful. Here is a reward from the government for you. 5,000 yuan. Zhao Ming slipped a card into Xiao Chen's hands, prompting him to break into a smile that radiated warmth and joy. Holding the bank card in a ceremonial banner, he took a quick photograph before she hurried off. Encountering an interviewee like Xiao Chen brought her immense satisfaction, as it spared her from listening to the grievances of those in the slums, allowing her to report on favorable outcomes instead. A truly perfect scenario. Of course, despite the pleasantness of the interview, she had no desire to engage in further conversation with Xiao Chen. Those residing in the slums were destined to inhabit a world entirely separate from her own. After Zhao Ming departed, Xiao Chen held the card, his brows furrowing slightly. Hadn't Chu Hongxiu already bestowed a reward previously? According to Zhao Ming, this 5,000 was from the government. What then was the sum that Chu Hongxiu had placed on the table? Xiao Chen approached the package and opened it. Inside lay a new card, marked with a balance and password. Additionally, there was a weighty small pouch. Upon opening it, he counted 20 exquisite raw stones, each glimmering as if fresh. This was worth at least 40,000. Adding the 50,000 already in the bank card, the gifts from the enforcement team, led by Chu Hongxiu, had exceeded a staggering 100,000. As he rummaged through the contents, he finally stumbled upon a small note, inscribed with elegant handwriting. The captain feared you might refuse, hence no prior notice was given. This is your rightful reward. Please do not decline. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was the most profound act of kindness he had received from a stranger since his father's mysterious disappearance 3 years ago, followed by their eviction from their home, leaving him and his sister homeless. Although Lu Zhenhai appeared boisterous and amiable, Xiao Chen could sense that, contrary to his demeanor, Lu had not fully believed in him that day, and he had not anticipated that, instead of facing an investigation, he would be gifted such a significant sum. I am truly sorry, he murmured, realizing that this secret would likely remain buried forever. Wealth should remain discreet, a principle Gu Chen understood well. Yet, having received a substantial sum today, he decided to indulge in a lavish meal at a city restaurant with Mu Xiaowan. After their meal, she donned a glowing rabbit headlamp gifted by the establishment, her face beaming with delight. While such a hot pot feast might be commonplace for city dwellers, for Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan, it was a rare treat. As Gu Chen fiddled with his phone, he noticed a flurry of mentions in the class group chat. Wow, our classmate Gu Chen is making headlines. He took down an infected? Is this a joke? Messages flooded in, as his classmates, still in their academic pursuits, expressed their astonishment. Gu Chen coincidentally spotted the link to the article, and he couldn't help but admire Zhao Meng's swift reporting. Just hours after their interview, the article was already online, and due to Gu Chen's contributions, most of the content was used verbatim. Confident in awakening, that seems a bit exaggerated. Perhaps Gu Chen has never used raw stones before. However, optimism is commendable. Amidst their shock, many classmates noted Gu Chen's concluding remarks, which, while not challenged outright, hinted at an impression of naivety. Nevertheless, regardless of the opinions expressed, the fact that a student from Class 1 had cooperated with the enforcement team to eliminate an infected of significant rank was certainly commendable news worthy of campus promotion. Thus, Gu Chen's name gained a modest degree of fame at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Although admission to the War Academy was based on merit rather than quotas, competition was inevitable wherever people congregated. Many began to privately investigate Gu Chen, wondering if he was a hidden prodigy. However, upon delving deeper, they soon relaxed their inquiries. Gu Chen's last test had revealed a power index of 72. Not only was awakening beyond his reach, but he also fell far short of the entrance criteria for the War Academy. Consequently, Gu Chen's status was firmly established. He was merely a fortunate individual selected to serve as a model for community morale, aimed at restoring public confidence, rather than a true contender. As for any notions that possessing high-quality raw stones might facilitate a breakthrough, such claims were only made by those lacking both raw stones and insight. Gu Chen was not surprised by this. His objectives had been met. The subsequent tests would provide ample justification for his power enhancement. With the lifting of restrictions in District C, there remained less than 20 days until the awakening ceremony, and Gu Chen was finally able to return to campus. Compared to just over a week ago, he appeared even more striking and invigorated. On one hand, this was due to his continuous use of life crystals and the resultant enhancement of his power. On the other, the pallor and malnutrition he had suffered from bloodletting had vastly improved. On the morning of his return, as he approached the school gates, he was intercepted by a young woman. Gu Chen, could you come here for a moment? Young Master Liang wishes to speak with you. The speaker was a girl of above-average looks, with long black hair and subtle makeup, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Gu Chen recognized her as Ren Jialing, a social butterfly from the adjacent class, known for befriending students with potential. 3 years prior, when Gu Chen's power index was 42, quite impressive among his peers, Ren Jialing had been quite friendly with him. However, as his test scores declined over time, her demeanor had noticeably cooled, distancing herself from him. Is there something you need? Gu Chen inquired. Ren Jialing smiled faintly and replied, For you, this is a splendid opportunity. She scrutinized Gu Chen and noticed the change in his aura, but did not dwell on it. Over the past 3 years, she had meticulously cataloged who possessed potential within the school, and Gu Chen had long since fallen to the lower echelons of her mental list. Naturally, she had no intention of antagonizing him. There was simply no need to invest time in rekindling old friendships. Leading Gu Chen aside, Ren Jialing continued, I've heard that you've come into possession of quite a few high-quality raw stones from the Enforcement Bureau. Congratulations, but facing off against an infected is quite the feat. You are remarkably bold. I certainly wouldn't dare. She spoke with a charming smile, her words laced with flattery. Had it been another student receiving such attention from an attractive girl, they might have readily engaged in a lively conversation. Yet, Gu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, responding casually. However, it appears your test results still leave something to be desired in terms of qualifying for the War Academy, that I also know that your finances might be tight, and coincidentally, young Master Liang has a purchasing interest. Ren Jialing guided him to a nearby location, where a pale-faced young man clad in a light-colored leather jacket was absorbed in a mobile game, surrounded by a few others engaged in idle chatter. What took you so long? So, this is the Gu Chen everyone is talking about. Name your price. Young Master Liang wants to buy your raw stones. The young man remained focused on his game, not even glancing up at Gu Chen, while one of his lackeys exhaled a cloud of smoke, his impatience evident. Chapter 13. A flicker of flame regarding such remarks. Zhao Ming naturally held a dismissive attitude as a journalist for the Jiangxing Times. She was acutely aware that each year, only about 100 individuals could gain admission to the War Academy. Yet among this select group, fewer than 1 in 10 could awaken their potential. Nevertheless, there was no need for her to delete this positive energy report. It was precisely the sort of content that her superiors preferred. All right, today's interview was quite pleasant. This is a reward from the government. 5,000 yuan. Zhao Ming handed over a card, prompting Gu Chen to display a smile that radiated sunshine and happiness. Holding the bank card in a banner, she snapped a photo before hastily departing. Encountering an interviewee like Gu Chen was the highlight of her day, as it spared her from listening to the grievances of slum residents, reflecting issues, and instead yielded answers that were both enjoyable and uplifting, truly perfect. Of course, while the interview was enjoyable, she had no desire to engage in further conversation with Gu Chen. The inhabitants of the slums were destined to inhabit a world entirely distinct from hers in the city. After Zhao Ming's departure, Gu Chen held the card, his brow slightly furrowed that hadn't Chu Hongxiu already provided a reward previously. According to Zhao Ming, this 5,000 was from the official sources. So what exactly was the sum that Chu Hongxiu had placed on the table? Gu Chen approached the package and opened it, revealing a new card marked with a balance and password. Additionally, there was a weighty little pouch, which he opened to find 20 exquisite raw stones, each appearing pristine. This alone was worth at least 40,000. When combined with the 50,000 already in his bank account, the gifts from Chu Hongxiu and her enforcement team had exceeded 100,000 in value. After flipping through the contents, he finally noticed a small note adorned with delicate handwriting. The captain feared you might decline, so he didn't give you a heads up. This is rightfully yours, so please don't refuse. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was the greatest act of kindness he had received from a stranger since his father's mysterious disappearance 3 years prior, followed by their home being confiscated, leaving him and his sister to wander the streets. Although Lu Jinhai appeared boisterous and amiable, Gu Chen sensed that he and T truly believed in him that day. To his surprise, rather than facing an investigation afterward, he had been gifted such a substantial sum. I am truly sorry. Though he uttered these words, it was likely that this secret would remain forever buried. Wealth should not be flaunted, and Gu Chen was well aware of this principle. However, having received such a significant sum today, despite the fact that purchasing a home in the city remained a distant dream, he decided to indulge in a luxurious meal at a restaurant in the city with Mu Xiaowan. After their meal, Mu Xiaowan donned a rabbit-shaped headlamp gifted by the restaurant, her face aglow with delight. While for the city's residents, a hot pot dinner might be merely routine fare, for her and Gu Chen, it was a rare treat. As Gu Chen fiddled with his phone, he noticed numerous mentions directed at him in the class group. Impressive. Our classmate Gu Chen has made the news. He took down an infector? Is this a joke? Messages flashed by, and the still graduating students in his class expressed their astonishment. Gu Chen also happened to see the link and had to admit that Zhao Ming's speed was remarkable. Having just completed the interview in the morning, the report was already uploaded by evening. Thanks to Gu Chen's contributions, most of the statements remained intact. Do you have confidence in awakening? This seems a bit exaggerated. Perhaps Gu Chen has never used raw stones before, but optimism is a good thing. While many classmates were taken aback, they also noted Gu Chen's final assertion. Although outwardly they did not dispute it, several of them hinted at his naivety. Nonetheless, regardless, the fact that a student from Class 1 had collaborated with the enforcement team to eliminate an infector, especially one of a higher tier, was indeed worthy of campus publicity. Thus, Gu Chen's name garnered a modest amount of attention at Jiangxing First High School. Although admission to the War Academy was based on merit rather than quotas, competition was inevitable wherever there were people. Many began to privately inquire about Gu Chen's background, wondering if he was perhaps a hidden prodigy. However, upon investigation, they all relaxed. Xiao Chen's previous test yielded a power score of 72. Not only was he far from awakening, but he also fell short of the threshold required to apply for the War Academy. In an instant, Xiao Chen's standing became clear that he was merely a fortunate candidate chosen to align with the official narrative, to establish a grassroots role model and bolster public confidence. As for the notion that obtaining some exquisite raw stones could lead to a breakthrough, such sentiments were typically expressed by those lacking raw stones and insight. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this. His objective had already been achieved. The subsequent tests would provide him with a valid reason for any enhancement in his power. After the unsealing of District C, with less than 20 days until the awakening ceremony, Xiao Chen finally returned to campus. Compared to just over 10 days ago, he appeared more dashing and spirited. This transformation was due not only to the continuous use of life crystals that enhanced his power, but also to the fact that he no longer bore the pallor and malnutrition resulting from bloodletting. On the morning of his arrival at the school gate, he was intercepted by someone. "Xiao Chen, come here for a moment. Young Master Liang is looking for you." The speaker was a girl of above-average appearance, with long black hair and light makeup, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Xiao Chen recognized her as Run Jialing from the adjacent class, known for her social prowess and forging connections with promising students. 3 years ago, when Xiao Chen entered school with a power score of 42, he was considered quite impressive among his peers, and Ren Jialing had been quite friendly with him. However, as his rankings declined with each subsequent test, her demeanor had grown noticeably distant. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Chen inquired. Ren Jialing smiled slightly, her voice gentle. "For you, this is excellent news." She assessed Xiao Chen, noticing the difference in his demeanor, but did not give it much thought. Over the past 3 years, she had mentally cataloged the potential of every student in the school, and Xiao Chen had long since fallen to a lower tier on that list. Of course, she had no intention of antagonizing Xiao Chen. She simply saw no need to invest time in rekindling their friendship. As she guided Xiao Chen to the side, she continued, "I heard that you received quite a number of premium raw stones from the Enforcement Bureau. Congratulations are in order. However, engaging with an infector is also what you deserve. Your bravery is commendable." "I certainly wouldn't dare." Her words were laced with praise, and had any other student been on the receiving end of such flattery from an attractive girl, they would likely have engaged in a lively conversation. Yet Xiao Chen remained composed, responding casually. "However, Xiao Chen, it seems your test results still place you a bit far from the War Academy. I also know you are not exactly flush with cash, and coincidentally, young Master Liang has a purchasing need." Ren Jialing led him to a location where a pale-faced young man in a light-colored leather jacket was focused on his mobile game, surrounded by a few others engaged in idle chatter. "Why the delay? Is this the Xiao Chen? Name your price. Young Master Liang wishes to buy your raw stones." The pale young man, engrossed in his game, did not even glance up at Xiao Chen, his subordinate speaking impatiently, smoke curling from his lips. Chapter 14. The Breath of Danger. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as if Ren Jialing had anticipated this very scenario, smiling brightly as she positioned herself between the two. "Young Master Liang, money is no object. Your collaboration would be mutually beneficial. He may be somewhat taciturn, but rest assured, he will not shortchange you." His silence was a facade. The deliberate disregard was far more pronounced. Xiao Chen was aware of Liang Hongtao, the privileged second-generation heir from Jiangqing No. 1 High School, whose father was an awakened one and owned a boxing gym in the city. Having an awakened father in this era was significantly more advantageous than merely being a wealthy heir. Furthermore, he was also a well-known dealer on campus, frequently trading in items related to cultivating original energy, selling them to other affluent peers, and earning a handsome profit. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of selling that. On one hand, he did not require the items for himself, and on the other, it was a gesture from Lu Jinhai and the others. "I'm not selling," he stated flatly, turning to leave. Xiao Chen's demeanor left both Run Jialing and Liang Hongtao taken aback, particularly Liang Hongtao, who immediately put down his phone and donned a smile. "Xiao Chen, don't rush off. My younger brother was inconsiderate. Let me apologize on his behalf." As expected, Liang Hongtao's earlier bravado was merely a pretense. As a second-generation awakened one and a dealer, his previous behavior was merely to let his younger brother make a fuss. If he could intimidate Xiao Chen, the price would be more negotiable. The younger brother, somewhat disgruntled, retreated to the back. The price is negotiable, that if you're in need of original stones, I can offer a trade at a ratio of 1 to 3. You re-aware of my reputation. The amount he could trade was of little concern to Gu Chen. After all, besides original stones, he also had life crystals for cultivation, which were far more efficient than the stones. Seeing Gu Chen remain silent, Ren Jialing quickly approached and whispered, Gu Chen, befriending young Master Liang could be a rare opportunity for you. You must not let this chance slip away. Her eagerness suggested she was genuinely considering Gu Chen's interests. Sorry, but I plan to use this for myself. I really want to sell. Gu Chen reiterated unwavering, causing both Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao to frown. Previously, Liang Hongtao had thought Gu Chen's departure was merely a display of attitude, a tactic to negotiate a higher price. However, seeing his demeanor now, it appeared he truly had no intention of selling. Are you really not considering it? This item holds little value for you, does it? If my younger brother's attitude was inappropriate, I apologize on his behalf. Liang Hongtao felt a headache coming on. If the other party was merely haggling, he had plenty of ways to continue the conversation that he wasn't afraid of losing. Jiangqing No. 1 High School was the best in the city, and there was a steady stream of second-generation heirs like him. He could easily turn a profit. However, he was perplexed as to why Gu Chen would want to keep such an item. Could it be that he genuinely believed he could awaken with it? No reconsideration, Gu Chen replied, unwilling to engage further with them. Although he was quite poor, he had never contemplated groveling before Liang Hongtao and his ilk, even though many others did just that. Gu Chen, Ren Jialing's face reflected her frustration. She had previously assured Liang Hongtao of a successful transaction, and she believed it should have been easily accomplished. What do you intend to do with this? Do you really believe that on the day of awakening, a stroke of good fortune will grant you awakening? Previously, Ren Jialing had thought Gu Chen, despite lacking potential, was not an arrogant individual. Now, she suddenly realized that he was a bit too naive. Are you finished? No need for further discussion, Gu Chen insisted, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Their attitudes were not overtly hostile, but the uncontainable sense of superiority and mockery in their gazes was unmistakable. Are you truly unwilling to show your brother some courtesy? Liang Hongtao's expression darkened. Frankly, he had not anticipated that conducting business with a student from the slums would be so challenging. However, many desired this batch of premium original stones. Contemplating this, his expression shifted between gloom and brightness. A few of his younger brothers, sensing Liang Hongtao's mood, closed in around Gu Chen. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Were they planning to resort to force now that the deal had fallen through? Although he lacked a background, this was a school, and there were rules. Did they really have the audacity to act this way? The few surrounding Gu Chen unleashed their original energy, their presence turning volatile. Liang Hongtao remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. However, faced with such a scenario, Gu Chen found himself smiling, a thrill coursing through him. He had long sought an opportunity to gauge his own original energy level, and judging by the weak displays from these sycophants, he instinctively sensed their inferiority. Liang Hongtao's silence was merely intended to exert pressure on Gu Chen. Gu Chen's earlier thoughts had been correct. Even with a background and a father who was an awakened one, there was no reason to arbitrarily seize another student's resources. Even in this era, rules and laws still existed. If Gu Chen were to yield, he could certainly avoid conflict. Yet at that moment, Liang Hongtao noticed the glint in Gu Chen's eyes and felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Gu Chen appeared utterly relaxed, yet his body had adopted a subtly aggressive posture, his gaze sharp as a knife, resembling a beast poised to rend its prey, fixated on those encircling him. Even though this stance was not directed at Liang Hongtao himself, the latter, whose original energy had surpassed 90, was inexplicably seized by a profound sense of danger. Is this kid truly only testing at 70+ in original energy? Liang Hongtao pondered, filled with uncertainty. What's this? Picking on someone weaker? At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from beside him, revealing a girl with short hair, striking features, and a tall stature, sauntering into the fray. Yao Na? Liang Hongtao was caught off guard. Liang Hongtao, you've grown bold. You dare to touch my people. The girl named Yao Na, accompanied by a bespectacled, average-looking boy, positioned themselves beside Xiao Chun. Just joking. It's merely business. Since Xiao Chun is unwilling, I want to impose further. I'll take my leave now. Liang Hongtao instantly donned a smile. Yao Na, like him, ranked among the top 10 in original energy in their grade, and her last test had even surpassed his. Even if she could not awaken on the day of reckoning, her awakening upon entering the War Academy was virtually a foregone conclusion. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chun would have ties to her. This deal seemed destined to fall through. Though reluctant, Liang Hongtao accepted the situation with composure, gazing at Xiao Chun with a faint smile. Since classmate Xiao Chen insists on keeping it for himself, I shall await the outcome. What he meant was, he would be waiting for the day of awakening to see Xiao Chen's so-called awakening. In Liang Hongtao's view, there was no need for Xiao Chun to be so obstinate. Once he failed to awaken and this batch of premium original stones was left unsold, he would find it difficult to secure buyers at that point. Xiao Chun would undoubtedly regret his decision. Oh, Xiao Chun, I truly don't know how to advise you. You've let this opportunity slip through your fingers. Run Jialing expressed her disappointment with an exasperated sigh before following Liang Hongtao away. Chapter 15. A harmonious class community, once everyone had departed. Xiao Chun felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Yao Na. Thank you. Before Yao Na could respond, a bespectacled man beside them interjected with discontent. Oh, so you thank her, but neglect to thank me? Prioritizing beauty over friendship, are we? Upon finishing his remark, he received a swift punch from Yao Na. Wu Chao, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll make it so you can't even care for yourself. My relationship with Xiao Chun is one of pure revolutionary friendship. Wu Chao clutched his shoulder, his face turning pale. And what use are you anyway? Do you think I don't know about your paltry 82 points of power? The moment a few lackeys get involved, you'd be the first to be knocked down. Observing the playful banter between the two, a warmth spread across Xiao Chen's face. Yao Na, his deskmate, was in quite a different circumstance. She was exceptionally gifted, frequently ranking among the top 10 in school. Not only that, but her family was also affluent, never lacking in resources to this day. No one had managed to uncover her background, which was why Liang Hongtao held her in such high regard. As for Wu Chao, who sat behind him, he was the class's go-to for gossip and information that in truth. These two were the only genuine friends he could count on. Friendship, you say? Do you think I didn't notice the large package of items you slipped to Xiao Chun? Wu Chao quipped as he hid behind Xiao Chun. A large package. Yao Na seemed utterly unconcerned by Wu Chao's words, waving her hand dismissively. Just some fragments of raw stones. Xiao Chun understood. He had previously been relying on discarded scraps from others, which were barely sufficient, with most of them coming from Yao Na. Is that what you call scraps? You've barely used half of it. Those fragments are sizable. Why not give them to me? I can make good use of them. Wu Chao appeared quite envious of Xiao Chen's fortune. Enough with the chatter. Let us move quickly, that we have tests to prepare for today. Yao Na had indeed saved quite a few fragments of raw stones for Xiao Chun, but she seemed reluctant to dwell on the subject, and the group hastened towards their classroom. Liang Xiao, the fault lies with my inadequate investigation. Not far away, Ren Jialing spoke with a hint of remorse, yet her brow furrowed with dissatisfaction. She had not anticipated that a boy from the slums would be so formidable. Could it be that he truly lacked for money? Not a problem, Liang Hongtao replied, chewing gum, his demeanor far from despondent. He is merely a misguided child who fails to recognize his own limitations. Once he realizes that no amount of effort will awaken his potential, he will come to understand. When that time comes, he will find himself at our mercy should he wish to sell. Ren Jialing nodded in agreement with Liang Hongtao's assessment. He was indeed blind to his own abilities. Over 3 years, most individuals experienced a power increase of around 50 points, with only the geniuses achieving 70 or 80, crossing the minimum threshold for awakening. It wasn't merely a matter of resources. Talent and effort were equally crucial. Xiao Chun likely belonged to that category of individuals who mistakenly believed they were capable, attributing their low power levels to insufficient raw stones. She had encountered many like him. Noticing that Liang Hongtao bore no resentment, her mood lightened considerably, and she swiftly cast aside her earlier discomfort from interacting with Gu Chen to to her. He was merely an overly self-assured individual from a humble background, destined to inhabit a different social stratum than hers. Gu Chen and his companions soon arrived at the classroom. Throughout the journey, Wu Chao's mouth was like a machine gun, incessantly probing Gu Chen for details about his encounter with the infected creature. It was nothing special, just a stroke of luck. The monster was already gravely injured when I fired a few rounds. It was purely coincidental. This statement held about 80% truth, with the remaining 20% being less verifiable. Upon hearing this, Wu Chao burst into applause. "See, I told you so." Yao Na rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging with him. Evidently, Wu Chao had shared his speculation with the class soon after the news broke, predicting that Gu Chen must have delivered the finishing blow, and now his guess was confirmed. "However, you truly have guts. If it were me, I would have definitely hidden at home. Of course, your luck is remarkable too. Those premium raw stones are worth quite a sum." By this point, the group had returned to the classroom. After 3 years, few were particularly familiar with Gu Chen. Most gazes directed his way were tinged with envy. Indeed, after reading the report, their first concern was Gu Chen receiving the raw stones bestowed by the Law Enforcement Bureau. As for vanquishing the infected creature, most speculations aligned with Wu Chao's that in this era, hope was the most precious commodity, especially in impoverished areas plagued by frequent infections. Although these individuals faced dire circumstances, their numbers were significant, primarily engaging in crop cultivation and basic labor services within the city. Hence, the authorities could not afford to abandon them. Establishing a role model, they showcased that even those from the slums could cooperate with law enforcement to eradicate the infected, emphasizing that the infected were not overly fearsome. There was no need for alarm. This reality was clear to the students that a few acquaintances approached Gu Chen for small talk, but soon the bell rang, and a plump middle-aged man entered the room. "Ahem, what time is it? And you're still chattering away, showing no sense of urgency." The man, scruffy and unkempt, admonished them, though his eyes revealed little genuine reproach. With less than 20 days until the awakening ceremony, his time with these students was drawing to a close. First and foremost, let us welcome Gu Chen back. As you all know, Gu Chen cooperated with the enforcement team to eliminate a genuine infected creature, bringing glory to our class. The homeroom teacher, Lao Song, beamed with pride. This was indeed true, though the honor was more for show than anything substantial. Unlike having a true awakener emerge from the class, yet it still bolstered his reputation within the school. All right, shortly, the school will conduct the final power assessment before awakening. I have 2 announcements to share. First, any student achieving a power level exceeding 90 will gain entry into the special training class for a duration of 10 days. This information was already known to the students, essentially gathering the most outstanding individuals for an intensive training session. The instructors for this special class were also awakeners. This opportunity was highly coveted, yet the criteria were stringent. As for our class, the only ones who previously exceeded 90 were Ouyang Han and Yao Na. "Is there anyone else who might surprise me this year?" Lao Song jested. The class turned their gazes towards a slender young man with bangs obscuring his eyes, his pale complexion contrasting sharply with his demeanor. It was Ouyang Han, the top power holder in the class. Once Lao Song concluded, many in the class wore expressions tinged with embarrassment. Over 3 years, they had come to understand Lao Song's temperament. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, he had offered considerable assistance to many. Unlike other homeroom teachers who focused solely on a select few, he had ensured that every student received attention. Unfortunately, despite their gratitude, they were unlikely to change their performance significantly. Now, for another significant piece of news. Lao Song's expression turned serious. Chapter 16. The past of Old Song. Old Song's demeanor was not as relaxed as usual. This year, the second high school is showing remarkable momentum. It is rumored that someone has awakened early. Someone has awakened. The moment this news broke, the students erupted into a flurry of astonishment. Most would opt to awaken on the designated awakening day, when official equipment would assist them. However, those few who could awaken on their own were undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary talent. Jiangqing No. 1 High School prided itself on being the foremost institution in the city. Yet thus far, No students from this cohort had become awakened. Of course, some might fail to awaken on the designated day, but with the gradual accumulation of their primordial energy over time, they could still achieve awakening, albeit at an age that was considered past the prime, with limited potential. This was a pattern observed over many years. However, the number of individuals capable of awakening independently before the designated day was exceedingly rare throughout the storied history of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The pressure from the school is immense, hence the substantial rewards this time. Anyone who becomes awakened on the designated day will receive a cash prize of 1 million. 1 million! Many students were once again thrown into a state of agitation. Most of their parents belonged to the working class, with monthly incomes typically around 6 or 7,000 yuan. For them, 1 million was indeed a staggering sum. With such funds, whether one wished to relocate to a safer city or procure cultivation resources, the possibilities would become vastly more accessible. In an instant, many felt a mix of envy and anxiety. I suppose this opportunity has nothing to do with me. Ouyang Han, Yao Na, you two should do your best. Whoever succeeds, please treat the entire class to a meal, Wu Chao lamented. His words echoed the sentiments of his classmates. Yao Na, appearing rather indifferent, twirled a pen as if unfazed. Meanwhile, Ouyang Han remained seated upright, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. However, from the rising and falling of his chest, it was evident that the lad was breathing more rapidly than usual. 1 million, Gu Chen mused, feeling a twinge of envy, though he did not dwell on it for long. His last test had yielded a score just above 70 in primordial energy. Awakening was far from his thoughts. He was merely hoping to improve his score in this round and eventually gain admission to a respectable institution. All right, the news has arrived. It is our class's turn to test. The corridor was bustling, as the impending graduation had rendered everyone somewhat restless. Outside, classes were gathering on the playground for the primordial energy tests. At this moment, a large crowd had assembled, with each class accompanied by a testing instructor. Old Song led his students to their designated area, essentially a makeshift formation on the large field. Congratulations, Teacher Yuan. Your class has 3 promising candidates. A hearty laugh erupted from a middle-aged man with an overly polished appearance, who was standing at the testing point for Class 3, Grade 3. Opposite him stood the dark-skinned head of the academic department. Not at all, just a minor achievement, that it's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Director, the middle-aged man responded, though an unmistakable pride was etched upon his face. With 12 classes in total, the average number of students achieving a score above 90 in primordial energy was 2 per class. So far, only 2 classes had exceeded 3, and he was one of the fortunate homeroom teachers. For sycophant, Old Song muttered to himself as he walked past with his students. It seemed that Teacher Yuan had caught his words, as he turned to glance at Old Song, his smile fading into a subtle expression of disdain. He offered no greeting, instead choosing to engage in idle chatter with other homeroom teachers nearby. Old Song and Yuan Jie still aren't on good terms. Gu Chen stood amidst his classmates, remaining silent while absorbing their gossip. This barrier cannot be crossed. Years ago, Old Song was set to be honored as a city-level advanced teacher. Based on qualifications and past achievements, he was undoubtedly the frontrunner. But you all know how Old Song is. Too aloof. Though it should have been his, most would have to offer gifts to the leadership. He, however, refused to do so. He believed it was rightfully his, and offering gifts would seem beneath him. Well, he didn't offer gifts, but someone else did. Yuan Jie sent a rather generous offering, and as a result, Old Song missed out on the honor. Wu Chao spoke animatedly, known for his propensity to share various rumors within the class. After missing out, others learned their lesson, but Old Song was furious and escalated the matter to the city authorities, embarrassing the leadership. This was unfortunate. Subsequently, he was hardly considered for any accolades. Wu Chao's tone held a measure of resignation. Many who had been unaware of the situation felt a surge of indignation upon hearing it. Old Song, with thinning hair and dressed in a somewhat outdated shirt, stood at the forefront, wind causing him to squint. That on the opposite side, Yuan Jie animatedly conversed with several other teachers. This scene tugged at the hearts of the students, evoking a sense of sympathy that as if sensing the murmurs directed at him. Old Song turned and reprimanded. Enough with the idle chatter. Line up properly and prepare for testing. Wu Chao. Keep talking, and I'll assign you an essay to copy. Mind you, you haven't graduated yet. Teacher, it wasn't me speaking, it was Zhang Wei. Wu Chao feigned innocence, drawing scornful glances from those nearby. Xiao Chen silently observed Old Song. He had not heard of such matters before, and he felt a twinge of regret for Old Song, who was a good man. He had secretly covered his school fees in the past. Moreover, he was aware that Old Song was not living in affluence. Class 3, Grade 2, quiet down and prepare for your tests. There were 12 classes in the third year, each comprising 50 to 60 students, and at this moment, around 600 to 700 individuals congregated on the playground. From nearby classes, occasional gasps of surprise erupted, clearly indicating that some students had exceeded expectations. The testing apparatus was quite simple, a square box into which one would extend their arm, yielding results after a brief period of detection. Many classes were testing simultaneously, and whenever a score above 90 in primordial energy was recorded, the student would be called aside for registration. Wow, look at that crowd, Wu Chao remarked, nodding toward a group of students standing a short distance away. Their demeanor was markedly different from that of the other students. Each exuded confidence and an air of spirited ambition. Those are the promising candidates from the special training class. Surely, our classmates Yao Na and Ouyang Han can secure a spot as well. The chance to be taught directly by awakened individuals is a coveted opportunity. Wu Chao sighed, rambling on, while Yao Na shot him an exasperated glance. What is so impressive about the special training class? Isn't it true that most cannot awaken? Keep your spirits up. Who knows, you might excel after graduation. There are plenty of examples to prove that. Yao Na attempted to encourage Wu Chao, but he remained despondent. While there had been instances of late awakenings due to insufficient primordial energy during the ritual, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. AI Xiao, previous score 69, current score 72. Next. The students wore solemn expressions as their class began its official testing. Chapter 17. Am I mistaken? One by one, the students took turns commencing their tests. In truth, only a month had elapsed since the last assessment, so the improvement was not expected to be substantial. Yet, most individuals bore expressions brimming with anticipation. Wu Chao, last time 73, this time 75. Ouyang lost minute 3, After the tester concluded, he lifted his gaze and briefly surveyed the room. Ouyang Han maintained an impassive demeanor, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Following the announcement of his score, someone quickly beckoned him. Ouyang Han, please proceed over there for registration. Several students from different classes cast envious glances at him. 97, just a step away from the awakening threshold. Even without awakening, with such a level of vitality, he would undoubtedly be accepted by many prestigious academies within the walls. Ouyang Han seemed already accustomed to such attention. He nodded at Old Song and walked in the direction indicated. Once his back was turned to the crowd, a hint of an unguarded smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy must be feeling over the moon, pretending to be so composed, Yin Na remarked, slightly pouting. Unlike others, she remained entirely unperturbed, extending her hand and awaiting her result. Yin Na, last time 95, this time 101. The tester exclaimed in astonishment, and upon hearing his voice, the surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. This score undoubtedly positioned her among the top 3 in the grade. Achieving over 100 before the awakening ceremony greatly enhanced her chances of success. Teacher, I've made it. Yin Na also greeted Old Song. Although she remained a nominal member of this class, her future days would primarily be spent in specialized training. Old Song nodded in satisfaction. Ouyang Han and Yin Na were his most outstanding disciples. Even when considering the entire grade, they were among the elite. After a brief wait, finally, Xiao Chun heard his name. His heart raced. Despite having received the original stones and cash from the enforcement team, it was far from sufficient to escape the slums with his sister. Even if he could not become an awakener, he at least needed to qualify for a military academy, and a vitality value below 80 would render that nearly impossible. Xiao Chun, last time 73 this time. In truth, there weren't many observers for a student like Xiao Chun, whose vitality was merely above average. Most were merely passing by. However, the tester's pause left many puzzled. Wait, please retest. The tester, glancing at the numbers visible only to himself, began to doubt his own sight. Who could possibly improve so dramatically in just a month? Though Xiao Chun was also bewildered, he complied. What's going on? Old Song, noticing the change, approached with hands behind his back and patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder, that he held a fondness for this student. Diligent, ambitious, and exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Aware of Xiao Chun's challenging circumstances, he had always tried to assist him whenever possible. The values are accurate. After repeated confirmations, the tester gazed at Xiao Chun with an odd expression. At that moment, many students and teachers nearby were drawn to the unfolding situation. Xiao Chun, previous test 73, current test vitality value 90. 90. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. While this figure was not exceptionally high, the stark contrast between his previous and current scores was striking. A leap from 73 to 90 in a single month. A difference of 17 points. Even prodigies like Ouyang Han and Yin Na had only increased by 6 points in the same time frame. After a brief hush, the first to break the silence were his classmates, with Wu Chao vigorously patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Wow, incredible! Man, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. Wu Chao was nearly at a loss for words. Yin Na, who had just stepped away, turned back, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. No one understood better than she what such significant progress in a month implied. Teacher Song, congratulations. Your class boasts 3 students above 90. The potential this year is immense. The tester smiled, only to find Old Song wearing a look of utter bewilderment, visibly flustered. By this time, everyone had a rough idea of how many promising students were in each class. Point 2 indicated a solid level, while 3 meant exceptional talent. Though only 1 additional student had surpassed, this was akin to a benchmark for gauging a homeroom teacher's effectiveness, much like securing a place at Tsinghua or Peking University. Suddenly, many surrounding teachers flocked over, offering their congratulations to Old Song. Is this really 90? Old Song's round face beamed with delight. Your class is 3 as well. Splendid. Teacher Song, you've truly surprised me. Not only the teachers, but the dark-skinned head of the grade also approached to extend his congratulations. Though Xiao Chun was merely a 90-point student on the brink of entering the specialized training class, by this stage, everyone had a decent idea of who would be admitted. Every additional student was a delightful surprise. Old Song scratched his head, grinning broadly, and glanced at Yuan Jie in the distance, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. The sounds of congratulations resounded, yet the most astonished of all, Xiao Chun, stood dazed. Life crystal, this powerful? Xiao Chun was aware he had made significant strides, but he had initially thought that breaking 80 would be a cause for celebration. After all, even the likes of Ouyang Han had only increased by 6 points in a month. It seemed that the life crystal was indeed far superior to the original stones. If he were to utilize the second-grade infectant, would he be able to break through once more? In that moment, Xiao Chun realized that he had previously underestimated the importance of the life crystal. The explosive news spread rapidly. Before long, the word of Xiao Chun's remarkable 17-point leap in vitality and his admission to the specialized training class had circulated widely. The assembly point for the specialized training class. Over 20 individuals had already gathered. They were all prodigies, yet their astonishment was no less than that of others. Given such an astonishing rate of improvement, they could not fathom achieving similar results. Run Jialing and Liang Hongtao stood among them, both possessing commendable talent and narrowly qualifying for the specialized training class. Upon hearing the news, their previously casual expressions stiffened. Xiao Chun, 90 points. Run Jialing's face betrayed her discomfort. She had always been confident in her judgment, never wasting time on those without potential, yet she felt she had missed an opportunity to connect with someone promising. Liang Hongtao, on the other hand, remained stunned for a considerable time before cursing under his breath. I underestimated it. I didn't expect the premium original stones to be this potent. Had I known, I would have gone all out to buy those premium original stones from him today. Initially believing Xiao Chun would approach him for a business deal, Liang Hongtao now realized he had miscalculated entirely. Liang, what is the matter? Did you know him before? Someone nearby inquired with curiosity. Chapter 18. What a pity. You don't recognize him. That is Xiao Chun, a well-known figure in our school, Liang Hongtao jested, prompting expressions of realization from the others present. After all, the news of Xiao Chun assisting the enforcement team in eliminating the infected had circulated widely. Didn't he expect this kid to be genuinely impressive? Didn't they say his testing level was just average? Although the attendees were taken aback, they maintained a semblance of composure. After all, a power value of 90 was considered the lowest tier in the training class. Moreover, with the awakening day so imminent, the likelihood of awakening was akin to climbing a mountain. Indeed, that's why I lament the situation, Liang Hongtao remarked, sharing with the group his earlier intention to negotiate a deal with Xiao Chun regarding some quality raw stones. Among the 20 or so individuals present, most were affluent scions, well provided for when it came to raw materials, many of whom were his clients. Upon hearing Liang Hongtao's account, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The premium raw stones offered by the enforcement team were even more formidable than they had anticipated. Regret washed over some of them. Had Liang Hongtao successfully secured those premium raw stones, given Xiao Chun's current pace of advancement, they would undoubtedly be inclined to repurchase at a high price. Congratulations, Xiao Chun. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Yao Na let out a dismissive snort before striding over to Xiao Chun. Upon hearing this address, a smirk tugged at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth, for Yao Na had always regarded herself as the big sister. Looking around, he noticed that the others had suddenly quieted, their gazes fixated upon him, making it clear that they had likely been discussing him moments ago. Most of the crowd had gathered around Liang Hongtao, a well-liked merchant, showing no inclination to approach him. Xiao Chun, however, was unfazed. He had never been one to seek the company of others. At that moment, he spotted Ouyang Han approaching as well, his face an impassive mask revealing no emotion. Congratulations, he stated flatly before returning to his previous position with an air of aloofness. Such a tsundere, Yao Na quipped, and Xiao Chun distinctly noticed Ouyang Han pause for a moment. Most individuals present were familiar with one another, engaging in pleasantries, while Rin Jialing took the opportunity to introduce those who were unacquainted, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Xiao Chun, Yao Na, and a few others stood apart, appearing somewhat solitary amidst the crowd. In the distance, Principal Li Jianye of Jiangqing No. 1 High School stood alongside a robust man bearing a scar, surveying the group of students. Sudong, how does this batch of students measure up? Although cultural subjects were also assessed, the true yardstick of achievement lay in the number of awakened individuals and high-power users. A hint of concern shadowed Li Jianye's plump visage. There are 26 students with power values exceeding 90, similar to last year. The scarred man, Lin Sudong, replied, crossing his arms without a hint of deference to the principal standing beside him. 26 is respectable by past standards, but given this year's competition, I fear I shall face criticism, Li Jianye lamented with a wry smile. The second school is making quite the charge. I've heard they have 19 individuals surpassing 90, plus one who has awakened early. Our status as Jiangqing's top high school may soon be in jeopardy. Lin Sudong nodded slightly, acknowledging, an early awakening is indeed impressive. As a genuine awakener himself, he understood that those capable of awakening independently before the official ceremony were invariably prodigies. Do you see anyone in this batch with potential for awakening? Li Jianye inquired with hopeful anticipation. Lin Sudong redirected his gaze toward the group, observing Run Jialing and Liang Hongtao's adept social maneuvering, and shook his head with mild discontent. These individuals are far too insular, believing that simply standing out in Jiangqing No. 1 High School makes them exceptional. They are not even awakened yet, preoccupied with networking and making friends, which is a sheer waste of time. However, a few do stand out. For instance, Lu Zhan, the top scorer in multiple assessments at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, currently boasting a power value of 109, he was the most likely candidate for success on the upcoming Awakening Day. I've heard there's an unexpected delight today. Lin Sudong confirmed with a nod. Song Wenlong's class has a student named Xiao Chun, with a power value of 90. Xiao Chun? Li Jianye was certainly familiar with that name, but upon hearing it now, he displayed a moment of surprise, followed by a complex expression. Are you saying that after utilizing raw stones, he has managed to achieve this level in a short span? Lin Sudong nodded. Li Jianye fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. What a pity, such a pity. Lin Sudong understood the source of his lament. The school had been actively promoting Gu Chen's name, primarily for the sake of reputation, having also investigated his background, which revealed his power level to be quite mediocre. Yet now, his advancement indicated tremendous potential. Previously, his lack of resources had hindered his training due to poverty. It is indeed regrettable. He is already 18 years old, starting too late. Even with adequate resources, his progress will be slower than others. Awakening, if it happens, will be a long time coming, Lin Sudong stated, sharing his assessment. Cases like Gu Chen's, where rapid improvement followed a period of suppressed potential, were significant. Rapid growth now did not guarantee sustained speed. It merely compensated for past deficits. This is an area where the school has fallen short. I must reflect on this, Li Jianya sighed again. Lin Sudong remained silent, as he was merely a temporary hire brought in to mentor promising students, not a permanent faculty member, and thus refrained from commenting further. Li Jianya, however, cast a contemplative glance toward the old song in the distance that he had previously suggested increasing the subsidies for impoverished students. But after Song Wenlong had clashed with certain leaders in the Education Bureau, Li Jianya had chosen to overlook it. Nevertheless, he knew that this contentious teacher had privately sponsored numerous students. After this batch of graduates departs, I shall advocate for teacher Song's commendation once more. The vigorous advancement of the second school had instilled a sense of urgency in Li Jianya. At such a juncture, neglecting talent for the sake of networking would be the greatest loss. Very well, I shall leave these students in your capable hands. As the testing concluded, the school day came to an end, and as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Xiao Chun felt an inexplicable sense of joy. For awakeners, the school offered a reward of 1 million, and he was merely 10 power values away from the threshold. He felt compelled to share this delightful news with Mu Xiaowan without delay. Countless times, the siblings had paused outside their dilapidated ancestral home while traversing the city, gazing longingly at its crumbling walls. That long-neglected, peeling structure held all their cherished childhood memories, and they had never considered the possibility of reclaiming it. Yet now, a glimmer of hope seemed to emerge at that moment. In the slums, two individuals clad in dark gray police uniforms, their heavy-soled boots leaving clear imprints in the muddy ground, approached. The inhabitants of the slums instinctively recoiled in fear upon seeing these enforcers, many unwilling to meet their gaze. However, the two seemed wholly unconcerned with the reactions around them, striding purposefully toward the entrance of a low, dilapidated dwelling. We've arrived. This is the boys' home. They pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 19. Identity is not simple. Xiao Chen purchased half a pot of liquor and a pound of pork, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, it was only then that he noticed the peculiar gazes of his neighbors directed at him. Could it be that they are aware of my force test? Xiao Chen chuckled to himself. Upon pushing open the door, he found two unfamiliar individuals occupying the familiar spot on the sofa. They were clad in police uniforms, and beside them sat Mu Xiaowan, who appeared restless and silent, her head bowed. On the table, 2 cups of steaming tea were placed. You must be Xiao Chun. We've been waiting for your return, one of them said with a smile, a Mediterranean man in his 40s with a slightly portly build, as he approached and lightly patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder, his other hand effortlessly closing the door behind him. The room darkened as a result. My name is Ma Xianghua, the deputy director of the police station in Luofeng district, Jiangcheng. No need to be anxious. We are here merely to ask you a few simple questions. A police station? Xiao Chen nodded, taking a seat beside Mu Xiaowan. The siblings exchanged glances, and Xiao Chen felt somewhat reassured. His sister did not appear overly anxious, which suggested that everything was likely fine. This must be your sister. She's quite adorable, though she seems rather reticent that we're here to gather some information. Recently, it seems you displayed great bravery and even incinerated a few corpses during the incident. Did I ask that correct? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. What one fears often comes to pass. He had initially thought that the matter had been resolved with the enforcement team and that no further inquiries would be made, but it seemed he was mistaken. However, it was understandable. The enforcement team had been in a life-or-death situation and had just escaped, so it was reasonable for them to overlook him, especially since he had been their savior. Yet, that although the police's visit was logical, Xiao Chen sensed something peculiar in their gazes, They did not seem to be here merely to inquire. Fortunately, Gu Chen had mentally rehearsed this scene beforehand, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Indeed, that was the case. Is there a problem?" Ma Xianghua maintained his smiling demeanor, casually remarking, "I find it quite curious. Ordinarily, after battling an infected individual, one would be terrified, so why did you think to incinerate the bodies?" Gu Chen noticed that while Ma Xianghua questioned him, the other man, who appeared to be his subordinate, kept darting his gaze between Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan. Though he remained silent, the man with the prominent hooked nose exuded a sense of intimidation that far surpassed that of the deputy director. Because the school educated us that ordinary people can turn into zombies if bitten or scratched by the infected, I feared they might also undergo a transformation. This was the same reasoning he had provided to Lu Jinhai. Gu Chen understood that although the enforcement team and the police were two distinct entities, information concerning four lives would certainly be shared. Thus, there was no need for him to fabricate a lie. Quite prudent. Shout out a commendable quality, suggesting our educational institutions are becoming increasingly practical. Ma Xianghua remarked, reaching for a cup of tea, only to furrow his brow slightly upon noticing the chipped, worn cup. He instead tapped his fingers on the table. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resembled a heartbeat. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, with Ma Xianghua remaining quiet, and the man with the hooked nose also refraining from speaking. Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan maintained their composure, the atmosphere growing tense that Ma Xianghua was somewhat taken aback. Not by Gu Chen's words, as he had heard similar accounts relayed from the enforcement team, who had raised no concerns. What truly surprised him was Gu Chen's demeanor. For a high school student, his composure was rather unnerving, that in situations where individuals perished in slums without anyone reporting it, he had intended to categorize the incident as an attack by the infected. Yet today, someone had come seeking answers, and the stakes were considerably high. Ma Xianghua found himself at an impasse when the man with the hooked nose squinted and interjected, logically speaking, having just eliminated an infected individual. If you were frightened, should you not have first sought to alert the enforcement team? With them present, even if there was a transformation, you wouldn't need to intervene. Moreover, Lu Jinhai was severely injured at that time. Your priority should have been to assist him rather than incinerate the corpses. Young man, I advise you to be forthcoming and share what you know. The man's cold, penetrating gaze bore down on Gu Chen like that of a venomous serpent. In that moment, Gu Chen's brow twitched involuntarily, and his heart raced. This man was probing him on the very question he found most difficult to answer. Lu Jinhai and the others had been elated to have escaped death, losing themselves in their joy without considering the implications. Yet from an outsider's perspective, Gu Chen's explanation bore flaws. Fortunately, Gu Chen was prepared. He furrowed his brow and replied, "Officer, I would appreciate it if you could adjust your tone to I am merely cooperating with your investigation, not confessing to a crime. Besides, you mentioned that this is a matter of logic. Logically speaking, as a high school student, I should not be required to confront the infected that in such circumstances. My primary instinct would be self-preservation. Is there anything wrong with that?" As Gu Chen stood his ground, the man with the hooked nose narrowed his eyes, a palpable wave of murderous intent rising. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Gu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. What a dangerous individual. In truth, the moment he entered, Gu Chen had realized that while Ma Xianghua appeared to be in charge, the true authority in the room resided with the other man. Was this imposing presence indicative of an awakened individual? A sense of unease washed over Gu Chen as he pondered the identity of the person he had dispatched, that if they were merely four thugs from the slums, it would not warrant such scrutiny, would it? "Zhang Xian, kindly compose yourself." Ma Xianghua coughed, prompting Zhang Xian to retreat, the oppressive aura around him dissipating. "Xiao, you may not be aware, but we are, in fact, here to protect you. Your bravery is commendable, but among those four individuals, one possesses a noteworthy background. Are you familiar with Zheng Tianhao?" Noticing the bewilderment in Gu Chen's eyes, Ma Xianghua shook his head and continued cryptically. Zheng Tianhao is a prominent businessman in Jiangcheng, overseeing numerous martial arts schools and entertainment venues. One of the deceased was his cousin. That day, he had sent his cousin to collect debts, only to be met with tragic news. Zheng is rather straightforward in his dealings and may not be as accommodating as we are. Therefore, if you possess any information, I urge you to disclose it, lest I fear Zheng will come looking for you personally. Xiao Chen immediately found the situation somewhat absurd. Martial arts schools and entertainment venues were those enterprises typically run by ordinary individuals. Such establishments undoubtedly required a hand in both legal and illicit dealings, and no wonder a deputy director had come to interrogate him. The scar-faced man was indeed a thug, and for him to be entangled in such affairs was truly unfortunate for Xiao Chen. As he met Ma Xiangguo's concerned gaze, Xiao Chen inwardly cursed. Truly, there wasn't a single decent soul among them. Businessmen and entertainment venues, debt collection could only imply violent coercion. If he were to divulge the truth, it would spell his doom. Chapter 19. Identity is complicated. Xiao Chen purchased half a jug of liquor and a pound of pork, feeling quite content. However, it was at this moment that he noticed the peculiar gazes of his neighbors directed towards him. Could it be that these individuals are aware of my ability test? Xiao Chen dismissed the thought as mere self-entertainment. Upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback to find two unfamiliar figures seated in the familiar spot on his sofa. Clad in police uniforms, they flanked the visibly uneasy Mu Xiaowan, who sat with her head bowed in silence, while 2 cups of steaming tea were placed on the table. "You must be Xiao Chen. We've been waiting for your return," one of them said, a man in his 40s with a slightly portly Mediterranean build, who approached with a smile, patting Xiao Chen's shoulder while effortlessly closing the door with his other hand. The room darkened as the light diminished. "My name is Ma Xiangguo, the deputy chief of the Luofeng District Police Station in Jiangcheng. No need to be anxious. We're here to ask you a few simple questions." "The police station?" Xiao Chen nodded and took a seat beside Mu Xiaowan, exchanging a reassuring glance with his sister, which eased his heart somewhat. Her eyes betrayed no hint of urgency, indicating that all was well. "This must be your sister. She is quite adorable, albeit a bit reticent, that we are here merely to gather some information regarding an incident a few days ago when you exhibited bravery and, it seems, inadvertently incinerated several corpses. Is that correct?" A stir of alarm coursed through Xiao Chen. What he feared had come to pass. He had initially believed that after the law enforcement team had dealt with the matter, no one would pursue it further. Yet here they were. However, given the life and death situation the law enforcement team had faced, coupled with his role as their savior, it was reasonable for them to overlook the details. Still, though while it was logical for the police to follow up, Xiao Chen sensed something unusual in the gazes of these 2 individuals. Their intent seemed far from mere inquiry. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had mentally rehearsed this scenario beforehand and paused briefly before responding. "Yes, that indeed happened. Is there a problem?" Ma Xiangguo maintained his smile, casually remarking, "I find it quite intriguing. Ordinarily, after battling an infected individual, one would be terrified. So why did you think to incinerate the bodies?" Xiao Chen noticed that while Ma Xiangguo spoke, the other man, who appeared to be his subordinate, kept darting his gaze back and forth between Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan. Though he remained silent, the hawkish man exuded a pressure that far surpassed that of the deputy chief. "Because the school has informed us that ordinary people who are bitten or scratched by the infected may turn into zombies. I feared they might undergo a transformation." This was the very reasoning he had provided to Lu Jinhai before. Xiao Chen understood that while the law enforcement team and the police operated as separate entities, information regarding lost lives would certainly be shared. Thus, he felt no need to fabricate a story. Quite prudent. Xiao.it is commendable, indicating that our educational system is becoming increasingly practical. Ma Xiangguo reached for a cup of tea, but, upon noticing the chipped and worn vessel, discreetly frowned and instead tapped his fingers against the table. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed like a heartbeat. He fell silent, as did the hawkish man, while Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan remained composed, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Mei Xiangguo was somewhat taken aback, not by Xiao Chen's words, which he had already encountered through the law enforcement team's briefing, but rather by the calm demeanor of a high school student, which struck him as excessively composed. Under normal circumstances, in a slum where a death occurred without any report to authorities, he would have attributed the incident solely to the infected attack. However, today, someone had come seeking answers, and the individual was not insignificant. He was compelled to tread lightly, knowing that Xiao Chen had recently been portrayed as a paragon of virtue in the media, thus limiting the tactics he could employ at that moment. The hawkish man narrowed his eyes and said, "Logically speaking, After you just dispatched an infected individual, if fear were to grip you, wouldn't your first instinct be to alert the law enforcement team? With them present, even if a transformation were to occur, your intervention would be unnecessary. Moreover, Lu Zhenhai was gravely injured. Instead of prioritizing his rescue, you chose to incinerate the bodies. Young man, I advise you to be forthright. Disclose what you know. The cold, serpent-like glint in the hawkish man's eyes fixed upon Gu Chen, making his brow twitch involuntarily and his heart race slightly. This man had struck upon the very question that posed the greatest challenge for Gu Chen to answer. The initial elation of Lu Zhenhai and the others upon awakening from their near-death experience had clouded their judgment, leaving them oblivious to many details. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, Gu Chen's reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies. Fortunately, he was prepared. Furrowing his brow, he stated, "Officer, I would appreciate it if you could adjust your tone. I am merely cooperating with your investigation, not confessing to a crime. Furthermore, as you mentioned, this is all based on logic. Logically speaking, as a high school student, I should have no obligation to confront the infected that I am in that perilous situation. My priority was to ensure my own survival. Is there anything wrong with that?" Seeing Gu Chen remain steadfast, the hawkish man narrowed his gaze, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes, Gu Chen felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. What a dangerous individual. Indeed, the moment he entered, Gu Chen had sensed that while Ma Xiangguo appeared to be in charge, it was the man seated there who truly held the reins. This imposing presence, was he an awakened one? A wave of unease washed over Gu Chen as he pondered the identity of the individual he had just vanquished. That if they were merely 4 thugs from the slums, it seemed unlikely they would send someone of such caliber to question him. "Zhang Xian, rein it in." Ma Xiangguo coughed, prompting Zhang Xian to retreat to his seat, the oppressive aura dissipating. "Xiao, you may not be aware, but we are, in fact, here to protect you. Your act of bravery is certainly commendable. However, among those 4 individuals, one held a significant identity. Are you familiar with Zheng Tianhao?" Upon seeing the bewilderment in Gu Chen's eyes, Ma Xiangguo shook his head and continued mysteriously. Zheng Tianhao is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangcheng, managing numerous martial arts schools and entertainment businesses. One of the deceased was his cousin. That day, he had sent his cousin to collect a debt, only to receive the devastating news shortly thereafter. Zheng's dealings tend to be rather straightforward. He is not as accommodating as we are. Therefore, if you possess any knowledge, I urge you to share it with us. Otherwise, I fear Zheng may seek you out personally. Gu Chen felt an immediate sense of absurdity. Martial arts schools and entertainment venues. Were these pursuits typical for an ordinary person? They undoubtedly belonged to a realm where one operated in both legal and illicit domains, wielding considerable influence. No wonder a deputy chief had come to interrogate him. The scar-faced man was a quintessential thug. To be entangled in such affairs was indeed a stroke of misfortune. As he met Ma Xiangguo's concerned gaze, Gu Chen inwardly cursed. Truly, there were no good intentions here. An entrepreneur in entertainment venues, collecting debts. Surely this implied violent extortion. If he were to divulge the truth, it would spell doom for him. Chapter 20. An overwhelming presence. He's of no use to me. I truly know nothing, Gu Chen said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the man seated beside Ma Xiangguo's eyes flickered with a glint of ferocity. Ma Xiangguo furrowed his brow, retracting his earlier smile, and leisurely glanced at the table as he spoke. Have you truly thought this through? You refuse to cooperate. You are a recent graduate of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, are you not? Do you believe that with a mere phone call, I could render your graduation impossible? This was an unabashed threat. Had this been the Gu Chen of previous days, he might have been intimidated. However, after today's test, the circumstances were markedly different. I do not believe you. Seeing Gu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Ma Xiangguo found it somewhat amusing. Did this impoverished youth genuinely think he lacked significance? There are around 600 students in the graduating class, yet only about 20 in the special training class, of which I am one. The mention of the special training class momentarily stunned Ma Xiangguo. Jiangcheng was not large, with a population of merely over 1 million, and he was well aware of the situation at No. 1 High School. Particularly, he was acutely aware of the special training class Gu Chen mentioned. Many awakened individuals who emerged from Jiangchen had undergone training in that very class, that if Xiao Chun had indeed been selected, then Ma Xingguo's influence might not suffice. I was merely joking earlier, ha. How could I possibly do such a thing? Ma Xingguo adeptly navigated the conversation without a trace of embarrassment. In that case, I shall take my leave. I won't impose any further. He waved to Zhang Xian, who rose silently. Just as Xiao Chun thought they were departing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhang Xian's icy gaze met Xiao Chen's, and in that instant, Xiao Chun felt as if the world was spinning around him. His entire body seemed to be paralyzed, losing all semblance of control. From an outsider's perspective, Xiao Chen's pupils had become vacant and devoid of life, resembling a mere shell of a human. What did you take from those four individuals? Zhang Xian's voice was flat, yet it bore an uncanny allure that compelled Xiao Chen's heart to scream for the truth to be revealed. An awakened one. This hawk-nosed man was indeed an awakened individual. Moreover, he was a rare psychic-type awakened one, that their casual demeanor had lulled Xiao Chun into a false sense of security. And without hesitation, Zhang Xian unleashed his awakening technique. I took nothing, Xiao Chun mechanically uttered. Ma Xingguo exhaled in relief, while Zhang Xian seemed to relax slightly before posing his second question. How did they die? Stop! Before Zhang Xian could finish, Mu Xiaoan lunged at him as if possessed, her speed so swift that even Ma Xingguo was unable to intervene in time. What more must you do to gain our trust? Is this how the police conduct investigations? Xiao Chun looked at Mu Xiaoan, who had embraced him with hostility directed at the two men, and he finally regained his composure, but he issued a stern reprimand. Zhang Xian, feeling unsatisfied by the interruption, nonetheless felt reassured, having obtained the answer to his first question. Completely disregarding the cold glares from Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaoan, Zhang Xian pushed the door open and departed. Ma Xingguo cursed inwardly. These individuals were truly reckless in their methods that if a scandal were to erupt today, he would find himself in a precarious position. Xiao, thank you for your cooperation. I was merely conducting a routine investigation. I hope for your understanding, haha. He had little choice but to chuckle awkwardly before following Zhang Xian out. Xiaoan, I'm fine, Xiao Chun said, ruffling his sister's hair, though he himself was drenched in cold sweat. Had Mu Xiaoan not intervened in time, he might have lost control and revealed the truth. The tactics of awakened individuals were indeed formidable. Brother, are we safe now? Seeing the worry in Mu Xiaoan's eyes, Xiao Chun smiled and gently patted her adorable little head. Everything is fine. Yet, things were anything but fine. Xiao Chun realized he had grossly underestimated the so-called Zhengta To investigate a matter. He could dispatch an awakened individual as a subordinate, and not just any awakened one, but a rare psychic type. Such individuals were inherently suspicious. Moreover, Xiao Chun had distinctly observed the indifference and murderous intent in Zhang Xian's eyes as he departed. Had he merely been an ordinary student from the slums, he would have likely faced dire consequences today. It was fortunate that he had mentioned his affiliation with the special training class, which had instilled a degree of caution in the two men. If awakening could be achieved on the day of awakening, would there be such desperation? However, this was not something to be rushed. Once Xiao Chun regained his composure, he recalled the question Zhang Xian had posed. The first query was not about whether he had committed murder, but rather what he had taken. This indicated that certain items possessed by these individuals were deemed more critical than their very lives. What exactly is Zheng Tianhao's background? After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chun dialed Wu Chao's number. This fellow was not only the gossip king of the campus, but also well-versed in societal matters. Hello? Xiao Chun, oh no, Brother Chen, you have to look out for me from now on. I have a big brother from the special training class. Enough with the nonsense. I need to inquire about someone that you know Zheng Tianhao. Wu Chao was momentarily taken aback. Why are you asking about him? It's best not to pry into matters of society. Have you offended him? You should flee while you can. Do you genuinely wish to be beaten? Hearing Xiao Chen's unfriendly tone, Wu Chao hastily straightened his posture. No, I only know rumors. This person is one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in the city. His company manages the city's sanitation. Besides that, he also operates nightclubs, casinos, and underground fighting rings. Seeing him speak so authoritatively, Xiao Chen frowned. How do you know all this? Wu Chao seemed offended by the skepticism, feeling his reputation as the gossip king was at stake. This is hardly a secret. Zheng Boss himself doesn't bother to conceal it. His underground fighting arena attracts big shots from neighboring cities, generating tax revenue in the billions for Jiangqing each year. Who would dare to pursue him? This was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, I have heard a certain secret, Wu Chao said mysteriously. Rumor has it he possesses a water dungeon specifically for imprisoning debtors. Those who enter have a fate worse than death, with screams and cries often echoing from within. Thus, no one dares to owe him money. Estimating that it sounded too outrageous, Wu Chao added, "This is merely something I picked up from a private interest forum online. Take it as a story. What's wrong? Are you planning to seek employment with Zheng Boss after graduation?" That was the only possibility Wu Chao could conceive. After hanging up, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Fortunately, he had uttered the first truthful statement, alleviating Zhang Xian's suspicions. Unfortunately, this fellow had an overwhelming presence. What exactly were they searching for? Xiao Chun began to scour his home, leaving no stone unturned from the floor to the crevices of the sofa. Chapter 21 list. Hello, boss. I've finished questioning, but that student is oblivious to the situation. Yes, employed memory interrogation. All right, understood. Outside the slums, Zhang Xian and Ma Xiangwa stood by the roadside, relaying the situation to Zheng Tianhao on the other end of the phone. Ma Xiangwa let out a sigh of relief, chuckling. In that case, this student will no longer be of concern to us, right? Zhang Xian's countenance remained impassive as he squinted towards the dimly lit slums, contemplating for a long moment before stating, "Is it challenging to make this individual disappear?" Ma Xiangwa's smile froze on his face, gazing at Zhang Xian with a hint of confusion. "Haven't we already confirmed he didn't take anything?" Zhang Xian showed no intention of elaborating, merely responding calmly, "Ensure absolute certainty." Ma Xiangwa's expression shifted through shades of pale and flushed. Although he had accepted Zheng Tianhao's money to carry out the task, the casual mention of murder in his presence was disconcerting. However, it cannot be done now. He has just made the news and been selected for a special training class. It is too sensitive. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, recalling that he had instructed his subordinates to investigate Xiao Chen's background. The special training class was indeed authentic, yet with a power level of only 90 points, it merely met the threshold for participation. Awakening on the day of the event was virtually impossible, without becoming an awakened one. Once he graduated, Jiangqing No. 1 High School would hardly pay him any heed, but he nodded, accepting this proposal. Once the task is accomplished, Before Ma Xiangwa could finish, Zhang Xian interjected softly, "Boss Zheng will discuss it with you." Ma Xiangwa nodded with satisfaction, smiling, but then seemed to recall something suddenly, murmuring, "What exactly is Boss Zheng looking for?" It wouldn't he have fallen into the hands of the enforcement team? Would it? Ma Xiangwa was quite familiar with Zheng Tianhao, a true big shot with a plethora of industries straddling both legal and illicit realms. His connections were impeccable. Thus, despite the myriad rumors circulating about this figure, he merely chuckled dismissively. The item he was so fervently seeking must be of considerable significance. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you," Zhang Xian replied, his expression unwavering. After confirming Xiao Chen's residential address, once more with a glance towards the slums, he turned to leave. Truly arrogant, Ma Xiangwa muttered under his breath. Xiao Chen searched tirelessly, yet found nothing. In truth, had the item been at home, given Mu Xiaoan's fastidious nature, it would have been uncovered long ago through her daily cleaning. This won't do. Although Zhang Xian and Ma Xiangwa appeared to have finished their inquiries and departed, the introduction by Wu Chao, coupled with Zhang Xian's demeanor, left Xiao Chen unable to find peace of mind. "Xiaoan, gather our belongings. We must leave for a while." Though moving out might seem like an admission of guilt, the slums were perilous, where one could easily meet an untimely end. Living within the city, surrounded by cameras, even sleeping in a bridge underpass would be safer than here. "Brother, are we in danger?" Mu Xiaoan, still clad in the new dress he had bought for her, appeared particularly adorable, though her small face bore an expression of innocent concern. Xiao Chen's heart softened, and he forced a smile. "It's just more convenient to go to school. Once this period passes, everything will be fine once I enroll in the War Academy." Indeed, the War Academy. If he could gain admission to one of the four prestigious institutions, such an identity would serve as a protective talisman. Mu Xiaowan nodded gently, beginning to pack her belongings, while Xiao Chen resolved to search once more. The body had already disintegrated. If the item wasn't on him, it must have been along the route where Mu Xiaowan had taken it to the garbage mountain. Under the cover of night, Xiao Chen ventured out again, but regrettably, he found nothing. Upon returning home, he discovered Mu Xiaowan had packed 2 suitcases and several smaller bags. She struggled with the heavy suitcase, her belongings slung over her shoulder, resembling a forlorn child on the brink of homelessness. "Brother, I'm ready," Mu Xiaowan beamed, her small, cool hand grasping his. Observing her appearance filled Xiao Chen with a sense of melancholy. Over the years, his sister had scarcely known a day of comfort, yet she had never complained or cried. That in this moment, she was the one soothing her own emotions. Just as they were about to leave the house, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon a corner of the sofa, where a pile of burlap sheets lay. Those sheets had been used to wrap the body. Unable to bear discarding them, he had planned to wash and reuse them, leaving them there in neglect. Xiao Chen halted, unfolding and shaking them out. Thud! A black card fell to the floor. The siblings stared at the text on Xiao Chen's phone screen, lost in contemplation. Inside the card was a small memory card, which typical phones could not read. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's antiquated phone was able to access it. The memory card contained only a single table, listing names and brief descriptions. Tao Jiyu, 69 years old, male, early stage level 1 awakened. Right leg severely fractured. Current residence: Jianyuan District, Building 3, Unit 205, Jiadong Garden. Du Qishan, 72 years old, male. The table enumerated a dozen or so names, all of whom shared the commonality of being elderly awakened individuals, either disabled or gravely ill. Additionally, a note accompanied each name, stating either refused or accepted. What does this mean? Xiao Chen swiftly copied the table onto his phone for backup, then fell into deep thought. Elderly, disabled, or ill, awakened individuals. While the information was indeed peculiar, Xiao Chen could not decipher its significance. These 2 names seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Chen's gaze landed on 2 of the names, Lu Yubing and Kuang Yunfeng. He felt a vague recollection of having seen these names before, though they had slipped from his memory. What should I do with this? Xiao Chen promptly dismissed the idea of delivering the information to the police station. Even someone like Ma Xianghua had shown up. Bringing it there might be akin to walking into a den of wolves. Then, who else could he trust? As Xiao Chen hesitated, his phone rang suddenly, the soft ringtone sounding jarring in the stillness of the night. "Hello, is this Xiao Chen? I am Lu Zhenhai. Did someone named Zheng Tianhao send someone to find you today?" Lu Zhenhai, the head of the enforcement team, elicited mixed feelings within Xiao Chen. On one hand, he had witnessed Lu's fearless battles against the infected, memories vivid, and Lu had also provided him with a considerable amount of money and resources. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was aware that this man was not as boisterous as he appeared. He was, in fact, quite meticulous. Given Mu Xiaowan's unique circumstances, Xiao Chen was reluctant to engage with him. However, it seemed he had no choice now. Chapter 22. Crucial evidence at this moment. Xiao Chen recounted the events of the day to Lu Zhenhai in succinct terms that a low curse emanated from the other end of the line. "Damn it, I knew it. This fellow is no good." He actually resorted to awakening techniques against the child. After venting his frustration, Lu Zhenhai continued, "Xiao Chen, do not be afraid. I will arrange for someone to protect you." Xiao Chen hesitated, uncertain whether he should divulge the whole truth to Lu Zhenhai. If Lu Zhenhai were also affiliated with Zheng Tianhao, he would find himself in a precarious situation. That it was not mere paranoia. After years of navigating the treacherous alleys of the slums, if he lacked such vigilance, he would have long perished at the hands of unscrupulous individuals. What exactly are they searching for? Xiao Chen ultimately decided to withhold his thoughts. "Since you are involved, let me clarify. I, too, am unaware of what they seek. However, should you discover or hear of anyone around you who has found something suspicious, please inform your uncle. I suspect that Zheng Tianhao is connected to the 2 infected individuals from that day." Infected individuals? Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. He had surmised that the list might document those in debt, potentially implicating Zheng Tianhao in violent collection practices to but infected individuals. If that were true, Zheng Tianhao was playing a perilous game. This was an absolute taboo sanctioned by the authorities. Anyone who dared to tread there would meet a grim fate. Indeed, we have been investigating the origins of those two infected individuals and have pinpointed a suspect. Zheng Tianhao operates an underground casino. On that day, witnesses reported seeing two crazed individuals burst out of his establishment, injuring several bystanders. Crazed individuals? The infected are those awakened individuals who, in their reckless pursuit of power, undergo a mutation. Before they fully transform, they exhibit erratic behavior. The two crazed individuals vanished without a trace, their identities now in question. Otherwise, by cross-referencing their names with the two infected, we could have implicated Zheng Tianhao. In that instant, a cacophony of thoughts surged in Xiao Chen's mind, as numerous clues suddenly interconnected. He finally comprehended why the names he had encountered earlier seemed familiar. Lu Yubing and Quang Yunfeng. These were indeed the names of the two infected individuals. Following genetic identification, the authorities had disseminated this information, but Xiao Chen had merely glanced at it, leaving no lasting impression. The names of these two infected individuals appeared on the memory card of Zheng Tianhao's cousin, with annotations indicating they had accepted something. Accepted what? Infection. A chill ran down Xiao Chen's spine that if that were the case, Zheng Tianhao was playing a dangerous game. The information contained within that memory card transcended mere economic implications. It was evidence that could cost him his life. Previously, Xiao Chen had harbored some semblance of hope, thinking that Zheng Tianhao might not remember him as an inconsequential figure. However, upon learning this information, all such thoughts dissipated. "Hello, Xiao Chen. Why the silence? Have I frightened you?" After Lu Zhenhai's inquiry, Xiao Chen pondered briefly before feigning nonchalance. This is too frightening. If it is true, why has he not been apprehended yet? Lu Zhenhai sighed, aware of Xiao Chen's intellect and bravery, yet recognizing that his youth rendered him vulnerable to the complexities of the situation. "Young man, investigations require evidence. I cannot simply interrogate a prominent entrepreneur in Jiangcheng without substantial cause." Lu Zhenhai's tone was laden with exasperation. "All right, since you claim to have seen nothing, this matter does not concern you. Consider what I said as nothing more than idle chatter. Focus on your upcoming examination." Lu Zhenhai's words were conveyed with warmth, yet Xiao Chen was deep in contemplation that he knew Lu Zhenhai's suspicions were correct. The information he possessed could very well serve as pivotal evidence. Even if he chose not to disclose it, Zheng Tianhao's associates would likely pursue every infinitesimal possibility. Holding his phone, Xiao Chen scanned the names on the list until he suddenly came across an address. Zhang Ningen, 72 years old, residence. Wall outside slum, District C, Block 2, Building 37. Refused. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. This location was alarmingly close to him. The two individuals who had chosen accepted had transformed into infected beings. What of those who chose refused? Were they alive or dead? If they were alive, could they unravel the mystery behind what refusal entailed? Xiao Chen understood that the individuals on this list represented the key to the breakthrough, that if he could decipher their circumstances, he could anonymously disseminate the information online, rendering Lu Zhenhai unnecessary. Zheng Tianhao would inevitably face his downfall. However, one pressing concern plagued him. All these individuals were awakened beings. Although the youngest among them was over 50, Xiao Chen still felt the weight of risk. After much deliberation, Lu Zhenhai's voice broke through his thoughts. "Nothing urgent. I must hang up now, but don't overthink it. Your primary focus should be the awakening examination." "Wait. Actually, the items they seek are in my possession." On the other end of the line, Lu Zhenhai's jovial demeanor abruptly ceased. "You should come to collect them yourself." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Chen ended the call. Beside him, Mu Xiaowan gazed at Xiao Chen with concern, sensing his brother's unease. Throughout the past few years, such a countenance typically surfaced only in times of significant peril. "Xiaowan, I have a task for you," Xiao Chen whispered into her ear. After hearing his plan, though her expression betrayed reluctance, she ultimately accepted her brother's instructions with a worried countenance. Within the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Zhenhai convened several key subordinates within 10 minutes. "Lu Go, what time is it? We're still holding a meeting? My brothers, I am quite engrossed." Initially, The team members appeared relaxed and casual, but upon witnessing Lu Jinhai's serious demeanor, they straightened their posture. Lu Jinhai surveyed the room, his gaze sharp. In the past 6 months, Jiangqing has experienced 6 incidents involving infected individuals attacking others, a frequency that far exceeds that of a city with 1 million residents. We have been investigating this for quite some time, yet curiously, these infected individuals seem to have undergone sudden mutations. As you all know, it is typically the younger awakened individuals, eager for success, or those at a bottleneck in their awakening process who fall prey to infection. This group is documented in our files and regularly monitored, yet they have not caused any disturbances. However, in Jiangqing's recent cases, all involved elderly novice awakened individuals, leading me to suspect foul play. The team members exchanged glances, bewildered. Infection was, apart from the threat posed by wild beasts, humanity's greatest adversary. Who would dare meddle in such matters? I have a suspect in mind, the prominent figure of Jiangqing Zheng Tianhao. Now, I want you 6 to pair up and monitor Zheng Tianhao's casino, illegal fighting arenas, and entertainment venues. Report any developments to me immediately. Lu Jinhai's gaze swept across the team, that he had not summoned the entire unit, understanding that the more people who knew, the greater the risk of exposure if Zheng Tianhao was indeed the culprit. Hong Xiao, I have matters to attend to. You will be in charge of coordination. Chapter 23. Temptation. Lu Jinhai swiftly arrived at the impoverished Area C on the outskirts of the city. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The narrow, dimly lit alleys were nearly deserted, that in such a locale. As night deepens, various criminals often lurk about, and ordinary folks typically extinguish their lights early. Not far away, a young man dressed in a black top was already leaning there, awaiting his arrival. "Where's the item?" Lu Jinhai inquired, evidently anxious. Gu Chen retrieved a small memory card from his pocket and handed it over, then discreetly took a step back. This inconspicuous detail, naturally, went unnoticed by Lu Jinhai. After receiving the memory card, he engaged in no conversation with Gu Chen. Instead, he scrutinized it before directly inserting it into an electronic device with an LCD screen. Seeing that Lu Jinhai showed no inclination to acknowledge him, Gu Chen exhaled softly in relief. At that moment, Lu Jinhai was indeed preoccupied with his own intentions, eager to discover what was contained within the card. However, upon insertion, he found the device's screen utterly blank. Actually, that's not the right card. This is mine, Gu Chen stated unfazed as he reached out to retrieve the memory card. The situation had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario he had envisioned. Lu Jinhai was not one of Zheng Tianhao's men, or else he might have already resorted to violence against him. To safeguard against such an eventuality, Gu Chen had made a secondary contingency plan. "What are you playing at?" Lu Jinhai queried, stroking his rough stubble, gazing at Gu Chen in confusion. Gu Chen offered no explanation, instead whistling. The sound echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Half a minute later, a timid little girl clad in coarse linen emerged from the alley around the corner, presenting a black memory card to Gu Chen. "Here, this is the one." Upon seeing the card Gu Chen handed back, Lu Jinhai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head in disbelief. "What sort of games are you playing here?" He halted mid-sentence, realizing Gu Chen's intent. This young man, despite his youth, was evidently very wary. It dawned on Lu Jinhai that Gu Chen had already sensed Zheng Tianhao's threat prior to their call. If Lu were also one of Zheng Tianhao's associates, seizing the item would undoubtedly result in a deadly silence. Thus, Gu Chen's secondary preparation involved having Mu Xiaoan take the memory card away beforehand. Should Lu Jinhai turn hostile, Gu Chen would have this as leverage to secure a slim chance for survival. Lu Jinhai regarded the silent pair before him, and any prior discomfort from suspicion dissipated immediately. It became clear that Gu Chen had mentally prepared himself for a desperate struggle before their meeting. Observing the sweet, silent girl hiding behind Gu Chen, Lu Jinhai's heart softened. He had looked into Gu Chen and Mu Xiaoan's backgrounds. They were orphans, relying solely on one another, with their records registered just 3 years prior. Prior to that, they had received no official aid whatsoever. Even the modest dwelling in the slums had only been purchased 2 years earlier. While their peers thrived under the care of their parents, these two had endured untold hardships to survive. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you, Lu Zhenhai said, revealing a warm smile, his teeth stained yellow from smoke. He then inserted the memory card into the device, and a table materialized before him that a mere glance caused Lu Zhenhai to narrow his eyes, his demeanor becoming serious that he was responsible for investigating this case, and remembered the names of the two infected individuals distinctly, recognizing them immediately. These two identified as accepted are the previous infected from Area C, correct? Lu Zhenhai noted, somewhat surprised that Xiao Chen had also detected this, to which he nodded in affirmation. Is this sufficient for a conviction? Lu Zhenhai pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The evidence chain must be complete. With this alone, we can establish a connection between his subordinates and these two infected individuals, but securing a conviction would be unlikely. Lu Zhenhai reflected a moment longer before adding, however, fear not. The Great Xia's stance towards the infected is exceedingly severe. This information is sufficient for me to apprehend him for questioning. There are ample methods to extract a confession from him. It was not a matter of torturous coercion. In the era of awakeners, eliciting the truth from someone, particularly from a non-awakener like Zheng Tianhao, was not insurmountable. Yet, Lu Zhenhai did not wish to convey such ease. He merely sought to reassure Xiao Chen and his sister. This piece of evidence clearly indicated a connection between Zheng Tianhao and the infected, but it could only be regarded as indirect. Moreover, the intermediary was deceased. Acting rashly would only alarm the enemy. Lu Zhenhai's priority was to investigate the situations of the other individuals on the list, that as long as there were still living persons among them, the true implications of accepted and refused could be unraveled. Of course, the worst-case scenario would be if all individuals on the list had vanished. In fact, after viewing the list, Lu Zhenhai's assessment of Zheng Tianhao's threat level escalated once more. The entire list comprised awakeners. Though they were all the most rudimentary elderly awakeners, and most had disabilities, the potential for mass casualties would indeed be a heinous crime. Yet if Zheng Tianhao was truly the instigator behind the emergence of the infected, he would undoubtedly eliminate this group without mercy. Hong Xiu, I will send you a list. Immediately take a team to locate these individuals and ensure their protection. Then inform the other colleagues to investigate the particulars of those on this list and their connections to Zheng Tianhao. Lu Zhenhai extracted his phone to make arrangements, already aware that he would undoubtedly be slower than Zheng Tianhao. One of them is nearby. At that moment, he noticed an individual on the list whose address was notably recorded in the impoverished Area C. That an awakener residing in the slums was indeed a rarity. However, given the insufficient number of trustworthy allies, he decided to proceed himself. You too. Lu Zhenhai regarded Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaoan. Feeling a slight headache, he realized his previous remarks had been somewhat overzealous. At this juncture, he found himself once again admiring Xiao Chen. This young man possessed a keen instinct for danger. Following you, perhaps I can assist, Lu Zhenhai chuckled, sensing that this young man had gained confidence since their last encounter. While he held a certain admiration for Xiao Chen, it was evident that he was still somewhat inexperienced. Assistance was unnecessary. Until their task was complete, he had no qualms about offering protection to the siblings. Soon, the trio arrived at the address marked on the dossier. The building before them was entirely different in style from the slums. A quaint two-story house stood gracefully, complete with a small courtyard. Yet at this moment, it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. I fear we may be too late, Lu Zhenhai surmised after surveying the area, discerning that the courtyard had recently housed occupants. There were no cobwebs or dust on the door, and the plants in the yard were clearly well tended, but he stepped inside, while Xiao Chen lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. The courtyard was positioned at the edge of the slums, with a nearby grove casting shadowy silhouettes. If one disregarded the ever-present threat of wild beasts lurking in the wilderness, the scenery was rather pleasant that moment. Xiao Chen made a new discovery that in the not-too-distant grove, a faint glow flickered. However, this luminescence was not green, but rather red. Chapter 24. The Giant Tree and the Awakening Technique. Upon seeing Lu Zhenhai enter the house, Xiao Chen swiftly approached with utmost caution. As he drew nearer, he discovered not only a cluster of red light, but also a green orb the size of a melon seed nearby. Xiao Chen picked up the two luminous spheres, which instantly transformed into two crystals, one red and one green. He refrained from hastily absorbing them, instead opting to observe his surroundings. There were no signs of struggle or combat. The soil was solid, devoid of any peculiar odor, indicating that the deceased had not been buried here. However, at that moment, a faint black-red mark on the ground caught Xiao Chen's attention. What is this? A spark of realization flickered in Xiao Chen's mind as he recalled the peculiar solution that Lu Jinhai and the others had used to dissolve the infected individuals, which had left similar marks on the ground. At that time, he had found it quite intriguing and had mentally noted it. This mark was minuscule and lacked any distinctive scent. Had it not been for his awakening technique, it is likely that no one would have discovered this evidence of body disposal. I fear that the individual is already deceased. Just then, Lu Jinhai emerged from the house, spat on the ground, and fell into a contemplative silence while smoking. Damn it, Lu Jinhai was indeed quite vexed. The homeowner had not departed long, perhaps only 2 to 3 days, which suggested that they had acted preemptively as expected. Not long after, he received a call from Chu Hongxiu. Captain, I've investigated, and it appears that all these individuals have gone missing. For how long? Some have been missing for months, while others have only disappeared in the past few days. Chu Hongxiu reported the names and circumstances of those individuals. Lu Jinhai held his phone, comparing it meticulously with the list. Those who chose to accept have been missing for quite some time, while those who refused have all vanished recently. Unable to conceive of any other possibility, Lu Jinhai concluded that they must have been silenced by Zheng Tianhao. In the entire Jiangcheng, there were not many individuals with such capabilities, and it just so happened that Zheng Tianhao was among them. All right, I understand. Lu Jinhai extinguished his cigarette with a fierce pinch, feeling somewhat disheartened. If they were ordinary people, he could simply apprehend them for interrogation without anyone objecting. However, knowing that the situation was intricately linked to Zheng Tianhao, he found himself powerless to act, and that sensation was utterly frustrating. I have made a discovery. At that moment, Lu Jinhai noticed Xiao Chen waving at him. What is it? Lu Jinhai was still pondering whether there might be any other breakthroughs. Xiao Chen pointed to the black-red mark on the ground. Lu Jinhai glanced at it, initially indifferent, but upon crouching down for a closer inspection, surprise and suspicion suddenly crossed his rugged face. Is this a trace of corpse-dissolving fluid? Yes, I saw you enter, so I stayed outside to investigate and found this. Do you think it's possible that the person has already been killed? Extremely likely. Lu Jinhai felt elated. There were not many individuals with access to corpse-dissolving fluid. Those who died in the slums were typically discarded in garbage heaps. Only those who wished to make someone disappear entirely would resort to using such substances. Although this 2-story building was situated in the slums, it could still be considered a mansion amidst the impoverished surroundings, located some distance from the densely populated areas. The likelihood of the homeowner being murdered and disposed of using corpse-dissolving fluid was exceedingly high. Once you graduate, if no school wants you, come to our law enforcement bureau. With your skills, who needs search dogs? After hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression darkened, and he turned his head, unwilling to engage in conversation. Lu Jinhai, however, laughed heartily, disregarding Xiao Chen's sullen demeanor, and began to excavate the soil contaminated with the corpse-dissolving fluid, placing it into a transparent bag. The soil was also imbued with the same black-red hue, reminiscent of dried blood. Zheng Tianhao's people are rather careless in their operations, but I must thank them. At that moment, Lu Jinhai felt fortunate to have brought Xiao Chen along. Although he could have conducted a search with his team and potentially discovered the evidence, he was aware that many individuals remained on the list, for those residing in urban areas. Even if they were murdered, their bodies could not be disposed of as carelessly as in the wilderness. Amidst the chaos, they might miss these scarce clues. Is this evidence sufficient? Xiao Chen, feeling considerably relieved, was also curious about the purpose of the red crystal he had obtained. Not enough. Lu Jinhai shook his head, looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of mockery, but noticing that Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged, he grumbled. Kid, being too clever is not always a virtue. All right, while it's insufficient, I can still apprehend him. We'll detain him for 48 hours. Whether he confesses or not will not be his decision. Seeing the sinister expression on Lu Jinhai's face, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine, eliciting a pang of sympathy for Zheng Tianhao. He was not overly concerned, as Lu Zhenhai was not an ordinary police officer, but the city captain of the official law enforcement bureau of Daxia. Given Lu Zhenhai's earlier exuberance, it was evident that he was merely trying to intimidate him. "Hey, Hongxiu, I found evidence here. Go ahead and arrest him." "What? Don't act rashly. It's fine. Just apprehend this scoundrel first." Upon returning, Lu Zhenhai could analyze the DNA in the blood-soaked soil. As long as it matched one of the missing individuals on the list, it would further implicate Zheng Tianhao. Those who accepted had transformed into infected individuals, while those who refused were either dead or missing. That wasn't it time to clarify what conditions he had proposed? Not willing to disclose. While the police might not be able to coerce him effectively, Lu Zhenhai had his own methods at his disposal. As for Zheng Tianhao's local connections and influence over the regional economy, Lu Zhenhai had only recently arrived in Jiangcheng, having been in office for merely a year, and had not made many acquaintances. He owed no favors to anyone. Upon learning that Zheng Tianhao had been apprehended, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he returned home. That at this juncture, the matter no longer held much relevance for him. His greatest curiosity now lay with the red crystal. The green crystal can directly enhance my original power. I wonder what this red one does. Previously, Gu Chen had worried about absorbing too quickly and attracting unwanted attention, but after Zheng Tianhao's men had come knocking, he realized that strength was paramount. Whatever, let's absorb it. Gu Chen locked himself in his room, and in an instant, a crimson light surged into his body. The next moment, he felt the world spinning around him. Though his eyes were wide open, it seemed as if he could see the meridians and dantian within him, and a colossal tree suddenly materialized deep within his dantian. The tree towered endlessly, as if piercing through the black clouds, yet its overall appearance was one of desolation, with only the roots at the base emanating a faint vitality. At that moment, a white orb of light, resembling a nascent branch, gently sprouted from the trunk of the giant tree, hanging delicately from it. "What is this?" Gu Chen was astounded by the sight before him, having never heard of any awakened individual possessing such a phenomenon. In the next heartbeat, he was forcibly ejected from this extraordinary state, yet a profound understanding blossomed in his mind. That white orb of light seemed to represent a form of awakening technique. Gu Chen silently invoked it within himself, and in the next instant, a wondrous sensation coursed through him. Chapter 25. Capturing after a day of relentless toil, Gu Chen, despite having finally alleviated the lurking dangers, felt utterly exhausted. Yet, enveloped in a surge of revitalizing energy, a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body, akin to being immersed in a warm bath, vanquishing all traces of fatigue. Gu Chen could not suppress a soft moan. Fortunately, he was not at school, or else it would surely have sparked unwarranted thoughts among those present. This truly is an awakening technique. His stamina had been restored significantly, yet he sensed a decrease in his internal energy levels. Gu Chen was profoundly convinced that what he had just executed was indeed an awakening skill, but he lingered for a moment, stifling a laugh, though the corners of his mouth curled upward increasingly. This is somewhat extraordinary. He had initially believed that he could only extract energy crystals from corpses, which he deemed already quite remarkable. However, the fact that he could actually harness the awakening techniques of the deceased was astounding. It is essential to note that the types of awakeners are incredibly diverse, generally categorized into combat, life, and support types. Nevertheless, the awakening techniques each individual can comprehend vary slightly. Most awakeners can only grasp techniques that correspond with their own awakening attributes. For instance, Lu Zhenhai, who had employed a body hardening skill, was likely to have awakened with attributes enhancing physical qualities, particularly defensive capabilities. The awakening technique Gu Chen had just utilized, known as Qi recovery, belonged to the more common support category, allowing one to expend energy to restore significant stamina. Gu Chen pondered the towering tree of energy within him. If it were laden with awakening techniques, could he not become the legendary master of all trades? Such a notion had only been suggested by a select few scholars, who proposed that strength-enhancing awakeners might learn mechanical modification skills and experiment with various combinations of awakening techniques. Yet this often resulted in the creation of rather incongruous awakeners. The disparity in awakening attributes meant that forcibly attempting to learn skills from other awakeners would yield diminished results. However, This skill was merely acquired. Awakening techniques require prolonged practice to master. Some first-level awakeners may need to try several times before succeeding even once. Yet Xiao Chun felt an uncanny ease with qi recovery, as though he had performed it numerous times before. Of course, the idea of becoming a master of all professions was merely fanciful at present. Corpses of awakeners were not easily found. Xiao Chun felt no fatigue. He retrieved the exquisite energy stones Lu Jinhai had provided and resumed his absorption. Although the pace was not comparable to directly refining crystals, it nonetheless contributed to his gradual evolution. As the clock struck midnight, most of Jiang City had succumbed to a serene stillness, yet the bustling Hongqi Avenue remained ablaze with lights. This area was predominantly inhabited by the city's elite, and within a resplendent, castle-like mansion, Zheng Tianhao, clad in a deep green bathrobe and cradling an alluring beauty, listened attentively to his subordinate Zhang Xian's report. Upon hearing the details of today's interrogation of Xiao Chun, Zheng Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. Once this commotion dies down, let us find an opportunity to eliminate this individual. Understood. The two continued their conversation. Just then, the front door was abruptly flung open. Boss Zheng, I apologize for the interruption. I am Lu Jinhai, captain of the Enforcement Bureau, and we now suspect a connection between you and the infected individuals emerging from the slums of District C. I kindly ask that you accompany us. Seeing the rugged man with a scruffy beard and muddy shoes tread on his pristine white carpet, Zheng Tianhao raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance at Zhang Xian. He was aware that two suspected infected individuals had fled from his casino, a fact that could not escape the notice of the Enforcement Bureau. However, he was equally confident that they could not possess any crucial evidence. Otherwise, he would have been apprehended long ago. Captain Liu, might we postpone this discussion until tomorrow? Must you make such a grand show of it? Zheng Tianhao remained composed, knowing well the Enforcement Bureau's methods. Some would crumble under pressure, but he was not one of them. I'm afraid that's not an option. Lu Jinhai chuckled, casually taking a seat on the genuine leather sofa opposite Zheng Tianhao, tossing a few sun-kissed grapes into his mouth, juice splattering as he chewed. Boss Zheng, you are a man of stature. Let us dispense with the theatrics. You are aware that matters involving infected individuals are no trifling matter, and I find myself in a difficult position that if I am mistaken, I shall personally return to apologize to you. How does that sound? Zheng Tianhao stroked his chin, his chiseled features betraying no trace of emotion, that he glanced at Lu Jinhai and the several enforcement officers stationed at the entrance, inhaling deeply. It appeared the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Lu Jinhai was not merely posturing. He genuinely possessed something substantial. After a moment of silence, Zheng Tianhao nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. May I make a phone call first? Lu Jinhai gestured nonchalantly in acquiescence. 2 minutes later, Zhang Xian, his face ashen, watched as Zheng Tianhao entered the Enforcement Bureau's vehicle, then pulled out his phone to make a call. With Lu Jinhai present, he could not articulate certain matters too explicitly. He needed to clarify further without delay. An Enforcement Bureau captain dares to apprehend Boss Zheng. Prior to Lu Jinhai's arrival, the captains of other enforcement teams in Jiang City had all maintained close ties with Zheng Tianhao, often referring to him as a brother. Even the head of the Enforcement Bureau had shown him some deference. Individuals like Lu Jinhai were a rarity. Observing Zheng Tianhao's composed demeanor within the vehicle, Lu Jinhai discarded his casual facade. He understood that this opponent was not easily trifled with. Although he had acquired leverage, it was not definitive evidence, and he awaited Zheng Tianhao's countermeasure. While this could potentially disrupt his plans, only when Zheng Tianhao revealed his hand could he continue to follow the trail for clues. Truly, Boss Zheng, your calmness in this vehicle is unparalleled. As the vehicle jostled along, Zheng Tianhao glanced at Lu Jinhai. This man was unlike previous enforcement officers. He lacked the typical demeanor associated with bureaucrats, instead resembling a seasoned street thug. However, Zheng Tianhao recognized that this might merely be Lu Jinhai's ruse. Otherwise, he would not dare to target a businessman of his stature so soon after arriving in Jiang City. Moreover, there had been no reports of any business owner forging a favorable relationship with Lu Jinhai. The general consensus was that he was an unfortunate soul, lacking emotional intelligence and overly focused on his work, It was only now that Zheng Tianhao realized these assessments had been misguided. I am a legitimate businessman, and thus have no cause for concern. Zheng Tianhao smiled slightly, refraining from further commentary. 10 minutes later, as the vehicle approached the entrance of the Enforcement Bureau, 2 cars awaited, and several composed, seasoned middle-aged men stood outside, anticipating their arrival. Lu Zhenhai squinted at one of them. Upon confirming Zheng Tianhao's connection to the case of the infected, he felt a chill at the thought of the higher the rank of those arriving, the more unsettling it became. Director Shen, what brings you out here at this late hour? As he exited the vehicle, Lu Zhenhai donned a cheerful grin. Chapter 26. The head is truly stubborn. Director Shen, whose real name is Shen Longjia, is a rising star in the political arena of Jiangsheng, just under 40. He has ascended to this position, and many regard him as a potential future leader of the city. In Lu Zhenhai's mind, such an individual, even if entangled in matters related to Zheng Tianhao, would never be foolish enough to confront the issue directly. That a risk of even 1 in a million is not something someone of his stature would willingly endure. Yet, here he was. That this indicated that there might be even more individuals standing behind Zheng Tianhao than Lu had initially imagined, with connections far deeper. I truly am wading through murky waters, Lu Zhenhai thought to himself, exchanging a handshake with Shen Longjia. Shen regarded Lu with the demeanor of a robust man in his 30s, his eyes sparkling with vitality, accompanied by a serene smile as he approached. Captain Lu, I hear that some of our city's outstanding entrepreneurs have been apprehended. What is the matter that has necessitated such a large-scale response? Oh, it merely pertains to the recent infection cases. You know how it is. When it involves an infection incident, there are no trivial matters. I was only planning to have a casual conversation with Mr. Zheng, that if all is well, I would surely escort him back myself. As Lu Zhenhai and Shen Longjia conversed jovially like old friends, Deputy Chief Chu Hongxiu and several team members of the law enforcement squad maintained a stoic demeanor. Although they too were part of the national machinery, they were more frontline operatives, lacking the oily charm and concealed malice that characterized the exchange before them. Indeed, matters involving infections are of great significance. You frontline workers truly have a tough job, Shen Longjia remarked with a hint of sympathy, then casually added, So, does this mean that Captain Lu has obtained solid evidence? Lu Zhenhai narrowed his eyes slightly, steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but Mr. Zheng certainly has some explaining to do. Shen Longjia's smile faded, and his brow furrowed. Captain Lu, you are aware that Mr. Zheng is not an ordinary individual, but a distinguished entrepreneur in our city. If there is no evidence linking him to the infection, it could adversely affect his business, as well as the city's image and business climate. If you have any evidence, I will not interfere, but if you do not, this approach seems rather excessive. By now, Shen's smile had completely disappeared, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Although the law enforcement squad was not under the jurisdiction of any city department, that did not imply that a district director like him would feel intimidated. By rank alone, the head of Jiangxing's law enforcement bureau barely matched his level. He was already exerting pressure on Lu Zhenhai, and any member of the law enforcement squad intending to develop long-term in Jiangcheng would understand his insinuation. Moreover, Shen Longjia's argument held considerable weight. Lu Zhenhai, however, maintained his jovial demeanor, continuing to jest. As for evidence, rest assured it exists. However, Director Shen, this is a law enforcement matter, and I prefer not to disclose anything prior to the conclusion of the case. This young man was impervious to reason. Shen Longjia felt a flicker of indignation. How could he not discern Lu Zhenhai's intentions? The law enforcement squad had myriad methods at their disposal, and if Zheng Tianhao were truly to be interrogated, he would likely not withstand it for long. Shen had not anticipated that, despite both being public officials, Lu Zhenhai would be so obstinate, lacking the confidence to act without definitive evidence. Should no substantial findings emerge, did Shen believe he could extricate himself unscathed. Captain Lu, your actions are rather unorthodox. I regret to inform you that I cannot permit such rough treatment towards our city's esteemed entrepreneur. Shen Longjia stepped forward, his entourage of black-clad men positioning themselves in front of Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai chuckled, lighting a cigarette and savoring the taste as silence enveloped the room. Shen Longjia felt a momentary sense of relief, as everyone presumed that this unassuming captain had finally considered the repercussions. Yet, Lu Jinhai cracked his neck, revealing a mouth full of stained yellow teeth. Director Shen, when it comes to matters involving infection, your words carry no weight. No matter how adept Shen Longjiao was at maintaining his composure, being mocked by Lu Jinhai in front of so many subordinates was intolerable. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Jinhai extinguished his cigarette, his expression suddenly turning cold. Or perhaps Director Shen wishes to join us for a discussion. Lu's voice resonated with a deep intensity, his gaze filled with palpable menace, causing the hair on the backs of Shen Longjia's associates to stand on end. Shen Longjia, being a civil servant, felt his legs weaken at the intimidation, and by the time he regained his composure, Lu Jinhai had already led his team into the room. I discovered a list while at Zheng Tianhao's premises, which conveniently includes the current infection case. The others on the list are either missing or deceased outside their homes, that I believe I have ample justification to interrogate him for 48 hours. Shen Longjia could only hear Lu Jinhai's words from a distance, causing a chill to run down his spine, followed by waves of fear. Was Zheng Tianhao truly conducting his affairs so unscrupulously? Shen Longjia understood that the situation had escalated. Lu Jinhai's earlier silence, now replaced by this revelation, was intended to gauge his response. His previous actions had undoubtedly marked him with suspicion in Lu Jinhai's eyes. Realizing this, Shen Longjia's expression darkened further as he hastily retrieved his phone to make a call. Not far away, Lu Jinhai calmly entered the hall, with Chu Hongxiu looking troubled as she whispered, "Jinhai, do you think you've gone too far?" She knew Lu Jinhai's unyielding nature. Otherwise, with his decade-long achievements, he could have easily ascended to a position as a law enforcement bureau chief in a smaller locale, rather than toiling at the grassroots level. Right now, the ones who should be worried are them. I was hoping to catch an even bigger fish, but alas. Lu Jinhai chuckled, leading his team into the interrogation room, pushing open the door with a radiant smile. "Mr. Zheng, my apologies for the brief delay. Shall we get down to business?" Upon hearing this voice, Zheng Tianhao's previously carefree demeanor shifted instantly, that he lifted his head, fixating on the disheveled man before him, seemingly in disbelief. After a moment, he finally processed the information. He had never anticipated that this man would be so resolute, and that even after the news had spread outside, no one could stop him. "This matter is beyond your capacity to handle, Captain Lu. Have you truly resolved to meddle in it?" Zheng Tianhao did not harbor disdain for someone like Lu Jinhai. In different circumstances, he might even admire such fervor and straightforwardness. However, facing such a person in his own affairs was incredibly challenging. Enough with the pleasantries. Lu Jinhai removed his coat, gazing at Zheng Tianhao as one might regard a lamb destined for slaughter. Chapter 27. The simple training as the clock struck midnight. Xiao Chen finally received a phone call that it was from Chu Hongxiu, who informed him that Zheng Tianhao had been apprehended. After Lu Jinhai conducted a night-long interrogation, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the halo of Zheng Tianhao's identity was not as formidable as he had imagined. The events unfolded more smoothly than he expected, but ultimately, this matter had little to do with him. The following morning, Xiao Chen rose early, for it was the first training session of the elite class that he was quite curious to see what kind of instructor the school would select for them. "Xiao Chen, over here!" Upon arriving at the playground, he spotted Yao Na perched on the horizontal bar, swinging her long, graceful legs while waving her arms at him. Beside her stood several other students. Her call drew the attention of others, and even in the elite class, cliques formed. Figures like Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing were evidently the social butterflies among the crowd, having built strong connections within the school, and they were surrounded by at least half of their classmates. Xiao Chen's presence had indeed surprised them the day before, but that was where it ended. With a power level of 90, he barely met the threshold for admission to this class. In contrast, Yao Na was comfortably among the top few. Unfortunately, after a few attempts at conversation, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao realized that she was not interested in them and decided not to pursue the matter further. "I must say, could we perhaps use a different form of address?" Xiao Chen chuckled wryly as he approached. Yao Na giggled and confidently replied, "What's wrong? This title is quite endearing, don't you think? Right, Xiaolu, Xiaozhong?" The other two students nodded eagerly, grinning. They were also elite class members and clearly aware of Yao Na's influence. The playground buzzed with chatter, while Run Jialing and Liang Hongtao busily established a class group, inviting everyone to join. It must be said, these two possessed a remarkable talent for warming up the atmosphere. Before long, they had alleviated the initial awkwardness and fostered a sense of familiarity among the students. In the future, we will all be awakened ones, Liang Hongtao spoke eloquently, raising the spirits of those present. Clearly, many found his words uplifting, as they involuntarily puffed out their chests. Gu Chen refrained from commenting, fully aware that this proclamation was exaggerated, that a power level of 100 was merely the threshold for awakening. Even if one reached it, successful awakening was not guaranteed. Considering those who awakened after the appropriate age in college, or even after entering the workforce, it was optimistic to expect 8 or 10 students from their cohort to achieve awakening. I wonder who our substitute teacher will be in these days. In our high school, the only awakened individual is the principal, and he is a first-level awakened one in the life department. Could it be that he is coming personally? Not likely. Then it will be pointless. What if we get a teacher with a power level lower than ours? Their discussion was laced with humor. It was understandable. Jiangxi No. 1 High School was the finest institution in the city, and they were the absolute cream of the crop, basking in their youthful exuberance. That moment, the roar of an engine reverberated across the playground. At the entrance, a black imitation sports motorcycle sped forth, kicking up clouds of dust like a roaring beast. Upon the motorcycle sat a scarred man clad in a black leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he barreled through. At this speed, a collision with the crowd would surely lead to chaos, and the students instinctively prepared to dodge. Suddenly, the man made a swift maneuver. Instead of braking, he stomped his feet on the ground, leaping into the air while still gripping the motorcycle. The speeding vehicle traced an arc in the air, appearing almost like a toy as he spun it around before it came to a steady stop at the roadside. Dusting off his hands, the man coughed twice. "Hello, everyone. I am your special training instructor, Lin Sudong." Astonished silence enveloped the crowd, their mouths parched. The motorcycle, which must have weighed several hundred pounds, was manipulated effortlessly by this man, as if it were a mere plaything. Although they recognized the intention to intimidate, his display was undeniably beyond their capabilities. The students, who had previously exuded casual confidence, now stowed away their dismissive attitudes. Initially, they had not anticipated significant breakthroughs during their brief 10-day training. However, witnessing their instructor's prowess ignited a spark of excitement among them. "I have gathered some insights about your general situation. The training I have in store for you may prove challenging. That if anyone has any medical conditions that prevent them from engaging in vigorous exercise, please step forward." Upon hearing this, many chuckled. What was the purpose of an awakened individual? Despite the variety of awakening types, combat awakening remained the mainstream, and these students, all possessing power levels above 90, had physiques far superior to the average person. Issues of this nature were hardly relevant. All right then, since there are no objections, let us commence. It is now 8:30 in the morning. We will begin running laps. Within 3.5 hours, whoever completes the most laps around the playground will receive a reward. His words left the crowd momentarily bewildered. Weight laps? A slightly overweight boy's face contorted in distress. It was not the exhaustion he feared, but rather the sheer ordinariness of it all. Moreover, running for an entire morning felt rather unexciting. Wouldn't it be more appealing to absorb some energy stones? Indeed, and this won't be just for today. For the next 5 days, we will be running laps. Lin Sudong claimed a high vantage point and seated himself, a smile gracing his features as he observed the students. What? This? Is this special training? Whispers of disbelief began to circulate. It was not that they were disobedient. Rather, this was far from their expectations. Finally, they had a competent instructor, yet if the regimen consisted of daily laps, they might as well have had a gym teacher instead. Those who do not wish to train may withdraw. Lin Sudong waved his hand dismissively. The previously disgruntled chubby boy flushed with indignation. Instructor Lin, the school invited you to help us awaken. Isn't this a form of shirking responsibility? His words fell into a hushed silence, yet many wore expressions of agreement. While an ordinary student would never dare speak so freely, these were the school's finest students, hailing from affluent families in Jiangcheng, and they had little to fear. Since you have invited me, How I choose to teach is my prerogative. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me. I am indifferent. Lin Sudong adopted a nonchalant demeanor, leaving the chubby student at a loss for words. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the first place will receive a recovery pill, and the top 5 will receive a growth pill. As he spoke, the previous dissenters fell silent. A recovery pill. Even among these well-off students, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 28. An unconventional allocation, the Vitality Restoration Pill, an innovative pharmaceutical product developed by Deep Space Pharmaceuticals, is capable of replenishing substantial amounts of energy for those whose force has been depleted. Generally, only military personnel are eligible to purchase it. However, some resourceful awakeners and affluent individuals can also acquire this commodity. For awakeners below the second tier, it can serve as an exceptional supplement, as many individuals struggle to surpass a force level of 100, relying on such items to break through their limitations. This item, if bought on the black market, would likely cost around 500,000 per pill, murmured Liang Hongtao, who harbored a mercantile spirit from a young age. The individuals surrounding him brightened at his words. Although they all hailed from well-off families and typically did not lack for energy stones, Jiangqing remained a remote locale. Even those from affluent backgrounds had their financial limits. A price of 500,000 was still beyond the reach of most. This has been procured through the school, and for the next 5 days, we will have a daily supply. If anyone wishes to obtain it, they must complete laps. Lin Sudong waved his hand dismissively, as if reluctant to engage further. Not only was there the Vitality Restoration Pill, but also the Energy Enhancement Pill, which, while inferior to the former, still commanded a price of 50,000 each. Although the notion of running laps seemed somewhat aimless, the rewards were tangible that a few students hesitated, but many others had already quietly withdrawn from the contention and commenced their running. Whoa, Wu Zhi, you scoundrel! You were just complaining to me, and now you've already run half a lap. Huh, no, I was just jogging casually. Just you wait. Ultimately, they were still high school seniors. Upon witnessing a few leaders taking the initiative, they hurriedly followed suit, fearful of lagging behind. Observing the students beginning their laps, Lin Sudong plucked a blade of grass and recorded a video for Principal Li Jianya. Sudong, I thought we agreed to give the Vitality Restoration Pills privately to Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na. Why have you arranged a competition? Li Jianya chuckled, shaking his head. The 5 pills had indeed been intended for Lu Zhangjuan and a select few students. Currently, they were the most likely candidates in the entire grade to surpass the 100 mark and achieve awakening. However, Lin Sudong, who had always valued fairness, opted to provide this competitive opportunity. Nonetheless, Li Jianya was acutely aware that these students, having neglected physical exercise, were primarily relying on their enhanced physical capabilities due to their force. In this context, the frontrunners would undoubtedly remain unchallenged. If I hadn't arranged it this way, which genius would willingly run laps for me? Running laps for the sake of obtaining pills might seem foolish. Yet for these unawakened students, it was perfectly suitable, safe enough to avoid danger, yet demanding enough to push them to their limits. These students lacked both exercise and opportunities for risk-taking. Previously, this was tolerable, but to become awakeners, they needed to undergo this process of breaking through their limits. And besides the Vitality Restoration Pills, ultimately, they are meant for just a select few. Lin Sudong fixated on the figures on the playground. Lu Zhangjuan, Yao Na, they were the only 2 individuals in the entire grade poised to exceed a force level of 100 before the exam. The pills were essentially prepared for them that TO aligned with today's training. Lin Sudong had utilized them as leverage to motivate others. However, 100 was a watershed moment. In terms of stamina and physical prowess, no one in this elite class could compare to these 2. Li Jianya understood this as well, which is why he was not concerned about the rewards being misappropriated. At that moment, on the 400-meter playground, 30 students were nearly colliding with one another in their frantic running. Although there were disparities in their force levels, they had only just begun a few laps, and all appeared to be in comparable condition. An hour later. Have you heard? The elite class is running laps around the playground. Is it possible? Is this what they call special training? Indeed, they've been running for almost an hour. The students, already curious about this elite class, now leaned over the railing of the teaching building, captivated by the spectacle. Sure enough, leading the pack is still Lu Zhangjuan, the eternal god of first high. The leaders were Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, maintaining a pace that was not particularly fast, keeping a distance of less than 10 meters from those behind them. This situation gave many a glimmer of hope that a 10-meter gap could be closed with sheer determination, perhaps allowing them to catch up in the end. Like boiling a frog in warm water, Lin Sudong, watching from the sidelines, discarded the blade of grass from his mouth. Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan were indeed exceptional. Not only were they gifted, but their temperament was also remarkably mature. Their abilities far exceeded the current pace, and if they decided to accelerate, they could certainly maintain it. However, at this moment, their strategy was the safest, keeping everyone behind them while preserving their energy, allowing them to unleash their full potential when the time was right, completely eliminating any chance of interference from others. Yet, this contradicted Lin Sudong's original intention. Just as he pondered how to provoke the students behind to incite some chaos and urgency, a jarring sound suddenly erupted. Poof, poo, 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 poo. First came a thunderous bang, followed by a prolonged, piercing sound reminiscent of a deflating balloon. Lin Sudong's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned a faint yellow smoke rising amidst the crowd. And then, "Damn it, Sun Yu, are you even human? Are you trying to asphyxiate me with that fart? Cough, 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 I'm suffocating. What on earth did you eat last night?" The one referred to as Sun Yu was the chubby boy who had previously criticized Lin Sudong, now grinning from ear to ear, relishing the moment. "I had pickled vegetables. This burp has finally been released. Goodness." The orderly formation shattered like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone that a dozen students clutched their faces and bolted away, instantly overtaking Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan. "Well done." Lin Sudong's eyes lit up. This was precisely the effect he had desired. Although Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na did not catch the scent, they had no choice but to accelerate to maintain their advantage, causing the entire group to quicken their pace dramatically. However, Lin Sudong's smile did not last long, as the noxious yellow smoke, carried by the northern wind, wafted toward him. His complexion turned an alarming shade of purple. This kid, did he eat something foul? "It stinks." On the railing of the teaching building, students were already in fits of laughter, their perspective on this special training subtly shifting. Seizing the moment, Gu Chen held his breath and surged into the lead pack. After a few minutes of chaos, the formation stabilized once more. This time, 6 individuals had joined Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na at the front, and to everyone's surprise, Gu Chen was among them. Lin Sudong glanced at his watch. There remained 1 hour and 33 minutes. "This kid is surprisingly strong," Lin Sudong mused, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Chen that he was somewhat familiar with Gu Chen, primarily from a conversation with the principal, during which Li Jianya expressed his regret over Gu Chen's potential. Witnessing Gu Chen push ahead now stirred a sense of regret within him. What a promising talent he was. If only he had been discovered sooner. With a force level of 90, he still had quite a distance to cover. Chapter 29. Little Tricks. How on earth did he manage to catch up? Does he genuinely believe he has what it takes to contend for first place? After shaking off Sun Yu's irritating antics, the formation gradually stabilized. The prolonged running began to reveal the disparities among the participants. Ultimately, the last echelon consisted of around 10 individuals, all exhibiting approximately 93 units of energy. Among them were Liang Hongtao, Ren Jialing, and a few others. At the forefront were 5 students boasting energy levels exceeding 98, accompanied by one Gu Chen. Thus, within this group, Gu Chen stood out distinctly. Ren Jialing curled her lip in disdain. Although she had misjudged the situation the previous day and missed the chance to befriend Gu Chen, she had come to terms with it upon reflection. One more, or one less, made no significant difference. Liang Hongtao, the campus businessman, even encouraged her to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Chen. Yet Ren Jialing deemed it unnecessary that an energy level of 90. Once she entered the War Academy, such figures would be commonplace. Moreover, the reward for securing first place had already been internally planned among them. The midday sun was glaring, typical of summer, rendering the air akin to that scorched by flames. The students who had gathered to witness the spectacle found themselves unable to laugh anymore. After completing a class, they emerged to discover that this group was still running. Reflecting inwardly, they recognized their own lack of stamina. Sweat had thoroughly soaked everyone's clothing, clinging to their bodies. Gu Chen felt a slight sting in his lungs. He was unaware of his current energy level. After returning home yesterday, he had absorbed some crystals and ores, undoubtedly enhancing his abilities. Yet he knew he fell short compared to the prodigies Lu Zhangyuan and Yao Na. If he desired the energy restoration pill, it was within easy reach, for he possessed a trump card, the awakening technique, Qi recovery. While it would significantly deplete his energy, it could almost restore his stamina and vitality to their peak. However, Gu Chen had no intention of employing this technique. That it was not out of nobility or sporting spirit. Such ideals had been discarded 3 years prior when he and his sister were left destitute. Rather, he was uncertain whether Lin Sudong would notice his use of the awakening technique, that if he did, it would lead to considerable trouble. Awakening with less than 100 energy points was scandalous, even in the major cities of Summer Nation. He could not afford such scrutiny. Rapid progress was common. Prodigies awakening at 15 existed, yet none had awakened before reaching critical thresholds. This kid seems a bit peculiar, Lin Sudong mused, basking under the sun while checking his watch, his expression growing increasingly grave. These students were proving to be more tenacious than he had anticipated, and Gu Chen's endurance indicated he indeed possessed remarkable capability. Only half an hour left, he noted as time dwindled, aware that the moment of truth was approaching. To seize first place, one could not afford to hold back. If others had reserves during the final lap and their explosive power surpassed yours, retaining that sliver of energy would be a strategic blunder. Sure enough, Lu Zhangyuan and Yao Na surged ahead, gradually distancing themselves from the remaining members of the first echelon. They're sprinting. The last echelon had largely resigned themselves to not claiming first, yet some from the second echelon gritted their teeth and pressed on. Upon witnessing Lu Zhangyuan and Yao Na's increasing speed, despair washed over them. However, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao remained focused on a particularly robust individual within the first echelon, Peng Xiaokong. He was the one with the highest energy level in their small circle, a formidable 99. Seeing him surge forward, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao exchanged knowing smiles, their spirits lifting. They were astute individuals, fully aware of Lin Sudong's arrangements. The ultimate reward was destined for either Lu Zhangyuan or Yao Na. Yet they had identified a loophole through which they could devise a way to acquire the energy restoration pill. The executor of their plan was none other than Peng Xiaokong. As Peng Xiaokong caught up, Lu Zhangyuan and Yao Na were momentarily taken aback, but remained silent. With both of their energy levels surpassing 100, the disparity was minimal. Even a slight miscalculation could influence the final outcome. The gap gradually widened. The top two, Yao Na and Lu Zhangyuan, were neck and neck, while Peng Xiaokong held third place, with Gu Chen trailing behind in fourth. Although Gu Chen's performance was surprising, the spotlight remained firmly on the top three. Indeed, there is still a noticeable gap, Gu Chen thought calmly. Failing to secure the energy restoration pill was not the end. The energy enhancement pill would suffice. As seconds ticked away, the third echelon was gradually lapped by the top three. Lin Sudong observed Peng Xiaokong, noting the latter's complexion turning a shade of crimson, prompting a slight frown. Pushing limits was his strategy, yet moderation was essential. Judging by this student's demeanor, did he truly intend to contest for first place against the two frontrunners? Just as Lin Sudong contemplated whether to offer a word of caution, he was taken aback by an astonishing scene. While running, Peng Xiaokong pulled half of a red pill from his pocket and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. "What the?" Lin Sudong exclaimed involuntarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. "These students are sharper than I was in my college days. I've miscalculated." Someone was indeed taking medication. The red pill was the second-place reward, the energy enhancement pill. While valuable, it paled in comparison to the energy restoration pill and was relatively easier to procure. For a student at this energy level, it could almost instantly replenish their depleted energy, even leaving a surplus. Though Peng Xiaokong only consumed half, it sufficed. His flushed complexion returned to normal, and he appeared invigorated, dashing forward with renewed vigor. "Oh, this feels fantastic." The sensation of being at his wits' end vanished in an instant. As he accelerated, he couldn't help but mentally commend Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing for their strategy. Taking medication was hardly a sophisticated maneuver, yet the rules stated by the instructor did not prohibit it. As a new instructor, he couldn't possibly retract his earlier statements, could he? Though there was a slight gap between him and Yao Na and Lu Zhangyuan, Half a pill was more than enough to bridge that divide. Wow, Peng Xiaokong is surprisingly formidable. Formidable, my foot. Did you not see him take medication? As the competition neared its conclusion, students who had just finished class gathered to watch. Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na, who had been focused on each other, were suddenly astonished to see Peng Xiaokong catching up from behind. Nevertheless, being competitive individuals, they instinctively accelerated once more. Unfortunately, after pushing themselves to this point, they were nearing their limits. They could keep pace but saw Peng Xiaokong pulling further ahead. Taking medication? Gu Chen also noticed Peng Xiaokong's actions, a thought stirring within him. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the three competitors ahead, while he remained a half-lap behind, seemingly inconspicuous. In that case, I shall express my gratitude. Qi Recovery. Activate. Chapter 30. Surely attempting to put on a show, the remaining force was instantly drained, and darkness enveloped Gu Chen's vision, nearly causing him to stumble. Without the support of the original energy, this group of individuals would not have been able to complete so many laps, and Gu Chen would have fared no differently. However, at this moment, despite the depletion of his energy, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, banishing all fatigue and lightening his steps. Lin Sudong glanced at his watch, his brow furrowed. There were still 5 minutes remaining. He had not anticipated that this group would resort to such cunning tactics in their pursuit of first place. They had boasted to the principal, believing their arrangements flawless, only to be outmaneuvered by a pack of youngsters. Liang Hongtao and Run Jialing instinctively slowed their pace. Their chances of breaking into the top 5 were slim. Nonetheless, given the current progress, their plan could be deemed successful. Although Yao Na and Lu Zhangjuan said nothing, their expressions were grave, their jaws clenched in unwillingness to accept defeat. While the students on the field were fiercely competing, the onlookers from the first high school were merely enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Gu Chen is risking it all. He is charging ahead. Goodness. He must be a gem of raw talent. Terrifying. If he dashes now, he might not secure a spot in the top 5, that he will surely tire out afterward." The students from the first high school, positioned high above, could clearly see Gu Chen's sprinting speed, each of them leaning forward in anticipation. This lad still has energy. Lin Sudong had indeed overlooked Gu Chen. Based on his understanding, Gu Chen's ability to remain in the top 5 likely stemmed from a solid foundation in physical training. Yet, even so, the disparity in original energy would be hard to bridge. Merely securing a spot in the top 5 would be commendable. Today's events are truly peculiar, he mused as he watched Gu Chen surpass Yao Na and Lu Zhangjuan within 2 minutes, leaving them with an increasingly distant figure. Initially overtaken by Peng Xiaokong, the two could comprehend this, as Peng Xiaokong's original energy was comparable to theirs. However, what was happening now? Behind, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao's expressions also shifted. Although they had slowed down and were not vying for the top 5, they were acutely aware that they had reached their limits. The others were similarly exhausted, struggling even to catch their breath. Where did Gu Chen find the strength to continue running? Goodness, that is my buddy. Did you see? He is from our class, Gu Chen. In the corridor, Wu Chao, a close friend of Gu Chen and Yao Na, was pounding his chest in excitement, his face flushed as if he were the one sprinting at the forefront. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Old Song, emerged as well. Hearing the discussions around him, he joined in the merriment. This was the first time Gu Chen realized the extent of his awakened abilities. Although he appeared on the brink of exhaustion, only he understood that, based solely on physical condition, running for these few minutes felt almost effortless. As Peng Xiaokong continued running, he suddenly noticed a figure rapidly closing in on him, startling him into a brief shudder. What is going on? He was already feeling fatigued, yet the distance between him and Yao Na was substantial enough that he had not pushed himself too hard. Upon seeing Gu Chen approach, he contemplated accelerating, but then paused, suddenly realizing, wait, isn't this kid the one at the bottom of our class? Is he trying to show off at the last moment after being lapped? Previously, while in the first tier, he had closely followed Yao Na and Lu Zhangjuan, completely oblivious to Gu Chen. Coupled with Gu Chen's status as the class underachiever, it was only natural for him to assume that Gu Chen had been lapped. Being lapped, and then saving a bit of strength for a final sprint to salvage his pride, Peng Xiaokong could hardly believe that anyone else would take performance-enhancing substances in advance, especially not someone he deemed inferior to himself. Thus, he chuckled derisively, allowing Gu Chen to pass him. Humph, what a show-off that he is just someone I've lapped. He was already envisioning the prize money he would receive upon winning. The Xingyuan pill had been brought forth by Liang Hongtao, and after deducting expenses, they would share the remainder among themselves. Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing, witnessing this scene from behind, felt a mix of shock and anger. Although it was only half of a Xingyuan pill, the energy it provided was certainly sufficient. Even if Gu Chen accelerated, they were confident that Peng Xiaokong still had enough energy to maintain the distance. They couldn't fathom how this kid had so easily allowed Gu Chen to pass. What is he doing? Ren Jialing was bewildered. Damn it. This kid must think Gu Chen was lapped by him. Liang Hongtao glared at Peng Xiaokong's nonchalant demeanor, wishing he could rush up and punch him, but he suppressed his anger and shouted, Peng Xiaokong, for heaven's sake, chase after him. He isn't been lapped. This shout exhausted Liang Hongtao's pent-up breath, causing him to pause and gasp for air. What? Upon hearing this, Peng Xiaokong's mind momentarily went blank before his entire being felt numb. Not lapped? Lin Sudong, watching from the stands, covered his face, yet a smile tugged at his lips that if someone took performance enhancers to claim first place, the reward still had to be given. Otherwise, the instructor's authority would be undermined. However, if circumstances had changed, all the better. Gu Chen has betrayed me. Peng Xiaokong bolted forward, yet Gu Chen was hardly lagging. Although their distance was closing, the rate at which it was diminishing would require him several minutes to catch up. As Gu Chen forged ahead, the students observing erupted in cheers. Incredible! Is this the underdog-esque comeback? It seems the rumors were not unfounded. Gu Chen truly aids the Enforcement Bureau. This guy usually keeps to himself, but he seems quite impressive. These students were not contemplating the disparities in original energy. They merely wished to witness an inspiring tale. After all, compared to other prodigies, Gu Chen felt more relatable to them. Time us up. With Lin Sudong's command, nearly everyone came to a halt. Initially, they had been vying for Xingyuan pills and other rewards, but upon realizing their chances of earning anything were slim, they simply did not want to be outdone by others. Many collapsed utterly drained, and remained motionless despite their soiled clothes. Gu Chen leaned on his knees, squinting back at the sight of Peng Xiaokong, who sat there in despair, just a little over 100 meters. Cough, cough. I hereby declare the champion of this competition to be Gu Chen, who will receive a Xingyuan pill. The second to fifth places are Peng Xiaokong, Lu Zhajuan, Yao Na, and Ouyang Han, Lin Sudong announced, striding down from the stands to Gu Chen's side. Looking at the exhausted, pale-faced young man, he rubbed his chin that I'm truly curious. How did you manage this? Chapter 30. Surely a show of bravado in an instant. The remaining essence of energy was completely drained, and darkness enveloped Gu Chen's vision, nearly causing him to stumble. Were it not for the support of the energy, this group would not have managed to run so many laps. Nor would he. Yet in this moment, despite the depletion of energy, his entire being was infused with vigor. The fatigue within him vanished, and his feet felt as light as air. Lin Sudong glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing in concern. 0.5 minutes remaining. They had not anticipated that these individuals would go to such lengths for the sake of claiming first place. They had boasted to the principal, believing their plans were flawless, only to be outmaneuvered by a group of youngsters. Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing instinctively slowed their pace. Their chances of breaking into the top 5 were slim. Yet according to the current progress, their scheme could be deemed a success. Although Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan said nothing, their expressions were grave, both gritting their teeth in unwillingness to be defeated in such a manner. The competitors on the field battled fiercely, while the onlookers from the first high school were merely spectators, engrossed in their own amusement. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke the air. Gu Chen is risking it all. He is charging forward. Goodness! He must be a rare gem, utterly terrifying. If he sprints now, he likely won't hold on to a top 5 finish. Exhaustion will surely follow. The students from the first high school, positioned high above, could clearly see Gu Chen's sprinting speed, each leaning forward in anticipation. Wait, this kid still has energy? Lin Sudong had not paid attention to Gu Chen earlier. From his perspective, Gu Chen's ability to maintain a position in the top 5 was likely due to a solid foundation in physical training. However, even so, the disparity in energy would be hard to overcome. Merely finishing in the top 5 would be commendable. Well, this situation truly is peculiar, he mused, observing as 2 minutes later, Xiao Chen surged past Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, leaving them with an ever-diminishing silhouette. Previously overtaken by Peng Xiaokong, the two could still rationalize their situation. After all, Peng Xiaokong's energy levels were comparable to theirs. But what was happening now? Behind them, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao's expressions also shifted. While they had slowed their pace and were not vying for the top 5, they understood they were nearing their limits. Others were in no better shape, their breaths coming in labored gasps. Where was Xiao Chun finding the strength to keep running? Wow, that is my buddy, did you see? He is from our class, Xiao Chun. In the corridor, Wu Chao, Xiao Chun's close friend, pounded his chest in excitement, his face glowing as if he himself were in that position. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Old Song, also stepped out, drawn by the chatter, joining in the revelry. This was the first time Xiao Chen realized just how formidable an awakened ability could be. Though he appeared to be approaching his limits, he alone understood that, based solely on physical prowess, running these few minutes felt effortless. As Peng Xiaokong continued, rounding a corner, he suddenly spotted a figure rapidly approaching, sending a jolt of fear through him. What is happening? He was already somewhat fatigued, but the distance between himself and Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan was substantial, so he hadn't pushed himself too hard. Upon seeing Xiao Chen charging towards him, he instinctively thought of accelerating, but then clarity struck him. Wait a minute, didn't I recall this kid being at the bottom of the class? Is he trying to show off after being lapped? While he had been in the first tier, he had been focused on Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, unable to see Xiao Chen at all. Coupled with Xiao Chen's status as the class's underachiever, he naturally assumed Xiao Chen had been lapped. Being lapped, and then saving a bit of energy for a final sprint to salvage pride, Peng Xiaokong found it hard to believe anyone else would have taken a stimulant ahead of time, especially since he doubted Xiao Chen could be his match even if he had. Thus, he scoffed, allowing Xiao Chen to pass him. What a show-off that he is nothing but a lapped runner. He was already daydreaming about how much he would earn once he claimed victory. The Xingyuan pill had been provided by Liang Hongtao, and after deducting costs, they would divide the spoils among themselves. Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing, witnessing this scene, were struck with both shock and fury. Although it was only half a Xingyuan pill, the energy it provided was undoubtedly sufficient. Even if Xiao Chen accelerated, they were certain Peng Xiaokong still had enough strength to maintain the gap. They couldn't fathom how this underdog had simply allowed Xiao Chen to slip past. What is he doing? Ren Jialing was bewildered. Damn it, this kid must think Xiao Chen was lapped by him. Liang Hongtao, observing Peng Xiaokong's nonchalant demeanor, was filled with a desire to rush over and deliver a couple of punches. But he suppressed his anger, roaring, Peng Xiaokong, you better chase him down. He hasn't been lapped. The force of his shout drained Liang Hongtao of the breath he had been holding, causing him to pause and gasp for air. What? Upon hearing that shout, Peng Xiaokong's mind went blank for a moment before he became slightly dazed. Not lapped? Lin Sudong, standing on the sidelines, covered his face, though a smile played at the corners of his mouth that if taking a stimulant ensured first place, the rewards would still be given. Otherwise, the instructor's authority would diminish. However, if circumstances changed, that would be even better. Xiao Chen is setting me up. Peng Xiaokong dashed forward, yet Xiao Chen was not lagging. Though the distance between them was narrowing, the rate at which it closed would likely require him a good 10 minutes to catch up. As Xiao Chen surged ahead, the observing students erupted in cheers. Incredible. Is this the rise of a dark horse? It seems the rumors were true. Xiao Chen really assisted the Enforcement Bureau. This guy usually seems so aloof, but I think he is quite cool. These students were not preoccupied with the disparities in energy. They merely wished to witness an inspiring tale. After all, compared to other prodigies, Xiao Chen felt more relatable to them. Time's up. With Lin Sudong's command, nearly everyone came to a halt. Initially, they had competed for the supplemental Yuan Dan and Xingyuan pill, but realizing their chances of receiving rewards were slim, they now simply did not wish to lose to anyone else. Many collapsed onto the ground, thoroughly exhausted, indifferent to the dirt that stained their clothes. Xiao Chen rested his hands on his knees, squinting back at Peng Xiaokong, who sat there in despair. Just over 100 meters left. Ahem, I hereby declare the champion of this competition to be Gu Chen, who will receive a supplemental yuan dan. Second to fifth places are Peng Xiaokong, Lu Zhangjuan, Yao Na, and Ouyang Han. After Lin Sudong finished speaking, he leaped off the platform and approached Gu Chen. Observing the exhausted, pallid youth, he stroked his chin in curiosity. I truly wonder how you managed to achieve this. Chapter 31 New Problems. There are certain matters that can be endured through sheer willpower. Yet such endurance has its limits. Many individuals often discuss the spirit or qualities of a person, marveling at their ability to overcome adversities through determination. However, without a commensurate level of skill to back it up, such feats are inevitably doomed to failure. Lin Sudong is acutely aware of this, which heightens his curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Gu Chen felt a sense of relief that he had employed his awakening technique without being noticed. An hour later, Lin Sudong had distributed the rewards and announced that no medications would be allowed during subsequent training sessions before disbanding the group. At the mention of pills, many turned their gazes toward Peng Xiaokong. At that moment, he stood there as if his soul had been lost, and both Liang Hongtao and Run Jialing bore grim expressions. The nearly guaranteed replenishing pill, which could fetch at least 500,000, was now gone. You, Sai, I truly do not know what to say to you. Liang Hongtao waved his hand, resigning to the loss. It was naturally impossible to demand compensation from Peng Xiaokong. Otherwise, he would lose all standing within this small team. He must have taken something too, Peng Xiaokong asserted emphatically, with Run Jialing nodding in agreement. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Otherwise, it simply makes no sense. Their comments brought a slight sense of balance to the minds of others in the small circle. Otherwise, it would be psychologically unbearable for them to accept being defeated by a mere underachiever. Liang Hongtao sighed deeply. Does it even matter whether he took medication? The issue at hand is the loss of the item. Moreover, even if he did take something, he concealed it far better than you did. Peng Xiaokong was momentarily rendered speechless. In stark contrast to their demeanor, Yao Na, Ouyang Han, and the boisterous Wu Chao, who had arrived after hearing the news, gathered around Gu Chen with smiles on their faces. Brother Chen, from now on, you're my brother. You'll look out for me. You're truly impressive, managing to take something while keeping it under wraps, Wu Chao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Gu Chen felt a twinge of frustration at this remark. I didn't take anything. Oh, come on, you're just pretending to keep it a secret from us, right? Wu Chao chuckled. We want to report you. Will we, Sister Na? Yao Na feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips. If you give me that pill, I want to tell anyone. Little Chen has learned to play tricks now. Gu Chen was at a loss. Could it be that they truly believed he had taken something? I genuinely didn't take anything. Look, this guy not only has improved his energy levels, but also his acting skills. No, he must have scored big. We ought to treat him to a meal. Wu Chao persisted. Previously, among their circle of friends, he and Gu Chen had been the more ineffectual members, feeling somewhat embarrassed alongside Yao Na. Now, however, he felt he had gained a big brother. I concur. Ouyang Han, who had been silent until now, remarked with a flat expression. Gu Chen, too, wished to treat them, but considering the pill, rumored to be worth 500,000, was no small matter. How could he afford to treat them? His pockets were emptier than his face. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Lin Sudong, smiling, walked over to the group. Gu Chen, may I have a word with you? The rest of you should return and rest well. We have more training tomorrow. Wu Chao and the others assumed Lin Sudong intended to give Gu Chen special treatment, feeling envious as they slipped away. However, Gu Chen felt a knot form in his stomach. Could it be that Lin Sudong had discerned his use of the awakening technique? He mentally prepared himself for how to explain the situation. The two walked to the resting area beside the playground, where Lin Sudong scrutinized Gu Chen. This young man exhibited a maturity beyond his years that he had already informed Principal Li Jianya about the day's events, which inevitably led to a lecture. After all, the replenishing pills had been purchased at Li Jianya's expense, designated for specific use. No need to be anxious. I have no intention of taking anything from you. Please, have a seat. Gu Chen emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, a habitual defensiveness rather than the typical reverence a student might hold toward a teacher. Lin Sudong recognized this instinctual guard. If I am not mistaken, Your energy levels have risen once more since yesterday, correct? Xiao Chen nodded. Besides the small portion acquired alongside the red crystal last night, he had nearly depleted his stock. A prodigy, Lin Sudong sighed. While the premium crystals were indeed impressive, they were ultimately supplementary items. Such rapid growth could only signify that Xiao Chen's innate talent was extraordinary. However, I would advise you to wait 4 days before consuming this replenishing pill. Noticing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, Lin Sudong smiled gently. Do not underestimate the awakening process. Your swift increase in energy indicates that your body is capable of accommodating such substantial energy that Tio put it metaphorically. Envision your body as a small pond. The energy is akin to the water in that pond. When you use crystals to replenish it, the pond becomes fuller. When the pond is not yet full, adding more water poses no problem, but when it approaches capacity, overfilling it in one go could lead to undesirable consequences. Xiao Chen softly interjected. It would overflow. Precisely. The surplus energy that overflows will mostly be wasted, while a small portion will gradually transform your pond, enlarging it. Xiao Chen grasped the meaning behind Lin Sudong's words. You must have noticed a decline in the efficiency of absorbing crystals recently, correct? This indicates that your pond, or what we shall call the energy reservoir, is nearing its limits. The term energy reservoir was unfamiliar to Xiao Chen, yet he nodded in agreement. Upon reflection, he realized he had not experienced such a sensation. Seeing Xiao Chen's acknowledgement, Lin Sudong assumed he had indeed felt it and patted him on the shoulder. To expand the energy reservoir requires a robust physique and a continuous application of energy for nourishment. My suggestion for you to run is precisely for this reason. Your energy reservoir is likely close to full as well, so I advise you to wait until after the special training to take any medication. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Is a few days sufficient? Lin Sudong smiled with a touch of satisfaction. Not quite enough, which is why I would prefer you to take the medication after the awakening test day. However, that might affect your final results. The decision is ultimately yours. Xiao Chen looked up at Lin Sudong in surprise. For Lin Sudong, it would be most advantageous for Xiao Chen to consume the medication before the test day to maximize his performance. Yet he had chosen to speak the truth. Young man, do not regard me with such suspicion. Not all individuals in this world are malevolent. Otherwise, do you believe this wall could withstand the onslaught of the mutated beasts outside? It is thanks to the human heroes and the military standing guard at the forefront. Lin Sudong patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. There is one more thing I must caution you about, though the likelihood is minimal. Do not engage in any conflicts prior to the test day. Any injuries could significantly impact your results, especially severe injuries that lead to blood loss. While recovery is possible, it will substantially lower your energy levels for an extended period during the test. Lin Sudong's warning, intended as a casual reminder, suddenly instilled a sense of urgency in Xiao Chen. This could potentially derail his plans. The green crystals were nearly exhausted that he had intended to spend his meager savings over the next few days, indulging in some good food, and then continue to use his blood to nourish Mu Xiaowan. Chapter 32, Adventure. Thank you, Instructor Lin. As he watched Xiao Chen depart, Lin Sudong's expression grew somewhat complex. From the school's perspective, the words he spoke today should not have been uttered, that if Xiao Chen were to consume the vitality restoration pill, it was highly likely that his energy would exceed 100 on the testing day. This was undoubtedly something Li Jianya would also wish to witness, that if word got out that he had trained a student with 90 energy to reach 100 in just 10 days, it would certainly enhance his credentials. Yet, he had still chosen to speak, leaving the decision entirely in Xiao Chen's hands. This is quite troublesome. Dragging his slightly fatigued body, Xiao Chen clutched the vitality restoration pill tightly, feeling as though anyone he encountered might attempt to rob him. However, glancing at his own worn and faded attire, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself that it was likely that even a robber would deem him too impoverished to be worth the trouble. Reflecting on Lin Sudong's words from earlier, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. His supply of green crystals had dwindled to a mere fragment, and during these days, if he couldn't resort to self-harm, he certainly wouldn't allow his sister to go hungry. Where can I procure some? Not every corpse yielded green crystals. They had to possess a certain level of energy to do so. Furthermore, as his own energy increased, the conditions for producing green crystals became even more stringent. Otherwise, Gu Chen could have simply visited the hospital or a graveyard without a care in the world. Exiting the city walls and entering the slums of Area C, he noticed that the streets were notably emptier than usual. However, lost in thought, Gu Chen paid little attention to this anomaly. "Brother, you're back." The petite Mu Xiaowan emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of stir-fried potatoes and meat, clad in an oversized apron. On the table, 3 exquisite side dishes were laid out as always. For dinner, Gu Chen found himself dining alone, though he was utterly distracted throughout the meal. Observing his discontent, Mu Xiaowan quietly sat there, her dark eyes darting around before she rushed into another room, tinkering with something. Moments later, she reappeared, having changed out of her soiled apron and into a flowery long dress. Although the attire appeared rather old, the girl's beauty was undeniable as she twirled around, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Brother, look at the new dress I found today. Isn't it lovely?" It dawned on Gu Chen how stunning she had become, momentarily leaving him in a daze that in his memories. She was still that little girl, snot-nosed and clutching a tattered teddy bear, following him around in search of sustenance. For 3 years, she had not owned new clothes or toys. Her so-called treasures were merely salvaged from the refuse of the affluent districts. He suspected his sister was still enduring hunger, concocting ways to cheer herself up. The food in his mouth suddenly tasted more bitter than ever. "Never mind, even if my energy is slightly lower, it matters not." He refrained from revealing the truth to Mu Xiaowan. She would never accept it. Instead, he headed to the kitchen to prepare for another round of self-extraction. Just then, he heard a cacophony of footsteps outside, as if a multitude was marching. Earlier, there had been so few people on the road. Where had this large group suddenly come from? Wait a moment. The Gu Chen recalled something and peered through the kitchen window, scrutinizing the scene outside. Most of the individuals were clad in black leather jackets, wielding an assortment of weapons such as knives and batons, swaggering down the street while exchanging lewd jokes and profanities. Is this a gang negotiation? Where there is light, there is shadow. Especially since the wasteland era descended, numerous areas beyond governmental reach had given rise to various gangs. Gu Chen had heard that the 2 largest gangs in Jiangsheng were both under the control of awakened individuals. They often dabbled in gambling, underground fighting, and the transport of contraband, always lurking in the shadows. Most of the time, they coexisted peacefully, but should one gang recruit formidable talent or experience a surge in strength, the balance among them could easily be disrupted, leading to violent confrontations. Naturally, they would not dare to cause chaos within the city. Thus, the area outside the walls became their best option. No wonder there are so few people on the streets today. Many romanticized gangs. Yet Gu Chen was acutely aware that they were a band of ruthless individuals who thrived on violence. Unlike Zheng Tianhao, who posed no threat to him, small vendors were a different story. Although the likelihood of a gang brawl was low, Gu Chen quickly changed out of his tattered clothes into a black denim outfit, seized a rusted machete from home, and followed suit. "Xiaowan, I'm stepping out for a bit. Stay inside and don't venture out. Don't worry, I'll be back shortly." Mu Xiaowan nodded quietly, but once he left, a deep worry clouded her eyes. She understood that her brother was once again embarking on an adventure. Gu Chen deliberately trailed behind for a while before seamlessly blending into the throng around a corner. As it turned out, he had been overly cautious. The gang had mobilized over 200 members, and his presence went unnoticed. After following for several minutes, they left the slums, and as he listened to their conversations, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The confrontation he had anticipated was likely not to unfold. The gang was called Zishuan, and they were about to negotiate with the Heihu gang, the 2 largest factions in Jiangsheng. Periodically, their leaders convened to discuss the division of business. If they could not reach an agreement, they would settle matters through combat. Today was no exception, with each side presenting a combatant to the arena, where life and death were inconsequential. The stipulation was that neither side could summon awakened individuals, and only members of their respective gangs could compete. Though Gu Chen felt disheartened, he understood the rationale. Only when new forces emerged would they fight fiercely. Established powers like theirs could scarcely afford turmoil, that if a real conflict broke out, it would only benefit the smaller factions. What surprised Gu Chen, however, was the evident confidence of this Zishuan gang regarding tonight's bout. as the combatant was none other than the son of the Zishuan leader, the young master Li Haoran. Upon hearing this name, Gu Chen felt a flicker of recognition. What a coincidence! He recalled an incident from his sophomore year when a student, rejected in his advances, had brutally assaulted a classmate. The matter had escalated significantly, drawing condemnation from fellow students and intervention from the police. Yet the resolution remained shrouded in mystery, that he only remembered that the perpetrator had boasted that not a single hair on his head would be harmed, after which he seemingly vanished from sight. Gu Chen and his peers had long believed that this student was incarcerated. Yet here he was again, resurfacing under this very name. Minutes later, the footsteps of over 200 individuals came to a halt, revealing a circular arena approximately 20 meters in diameter. Amidst the clanging of metal and raucous cheers, a rather gaunt and shadowy figure leaped onto the platform. Gu Chen squinted slightly. Although more than a year had passed, he recognized that face. It was indeed Li Haoran, that he was the son of the Zishuan leader. No wonder he had remained unscathed. "Ha, Li Zichen, you truly are generous to allow your son to fight personally." A voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the venue, as a dark mass of figures emerged across from them. The speaker was a towering man, over 6 feet tall, with iron rings the size of fists adorning his ears. Gu Chen could distinctly sense that the previously jovial gang members around him had quieted upon seeing this individual. Chapter 33. The Deliverer of Death. Li Zichen, the name of the leader of the Zishuan gang, stood at the forefront. Unlike Yao Taifeng, the formidable leader of the Heihu gang, Li appeared rather slender, adorned in a purple robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Children must be allowed to experience the world. "Do not underestimate him, that my son possesses formidable strength," he remarked. Their exchange gave Gu Chen the impression that they were not adversaries in a fierce confrontation, but rather close friends sharing a tacit understanding. Navigating through the crowd, Gu Chen squeezed his way to the front, only to witness the representative of the Heihu gang slowly ascending the stage. The young man appeared to be of a similar age to Gu Chen, yet his demeanor contrasted sharply with Li Haoran's arrogant confidence, revealing instead a sense of numbness. He probably knows he's walking to his doom. There are countless stronger members in their gang. Sending him up is merely a death sentence. Gu Chen overheard the Zishuan gang members murmuring, leaving him perplexed. Why sacrifice someone? Wouldn't that mean the Heihu gang is doomed to lose? He quietly inquired. The two burly men beside him exchanged surprised glances. One of them, a one-eyed man, replied coldly, "You must be new here, kid." Gu Chen nodded eagerly, his gaze filled with respect. "You have keen insights, big brother. I've only been with our gang for a few months." The term big brother seemed to please the one-eyed man, prompting him to elaborate. When it truly comes to significant matters, this sort of small arena is hardly the solution. Today's event is merely a formality, and with our young master personally taking the stage, old Yao will surely offer us some face. Sending him to his death merely allows the young master to witness bloodshed. Sending someone to their death. No wonder Gu Chen glanced again at the young man on stage, who appeared to have resigned to his fate, his expression a blend of numbness, fear, and anger. The one-eyed man continued his explanation, but Gu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the young man's frail figure, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Gu Chen began to survey his surroundings. Though the area was vast, it was overgrown with weeds, dotted with uneven hills and mud pits, seemingly conducive for concealment. Just then, a heavy drum sounded, signaling the commencement of the battle. Li Haoran was the first to strike, his fists and feet raining down upon the young man like a tempest. Gu Chen immediately discerned that Li Haoran's primal energy exceeded 90. From the outset, Li dominated the encounter, leaving the young man with no choice but to block and evade, emitting muffled groans of pain. "Finish him! Kill him! Beat him to a pulp! Fight back!" This is utterly pathetic. As Li Haoran unleashed his ferocious assault, the members of the Zishuan gang, numbering around 200, erupted in a cacophony of deafening cheers. Standing closest to the arena, Gu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. The young man, though clearly intended as fodder, did not seem drastically weaker than Li Haoran. Though he was on the defensive, he sustained minimal injuries and remained steady on his feet. Yet, with the backing of a substantial gang and a powerful awakened father, The young man appeared devoid of any desire to retaliate. "You are truly pathetic," Li Haoran sneered, treating his opponent like a mere punching bag. Despite having performed such acts countless times, doing so in front of hundreds imbued him with a disturbing exhilaration. Minutes passed, and the young man, now battered and bruised, bore the marks of defeat, blood streaming from his nose like serpents. "Quite resilient, aren't you?" With a powerful kick, the young man spat blood, collapsing onto the arena floor in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, he raised his hands, his voice ragged. "I concede. I surrender." The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on him with a mix of pity and derision, prompting a quiet sigh from Gu Chen. It dawned on him that this battle was fated to yield only one survivor. "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted from all directions, the sound bewildering the bloodied young man. "I have surrendered. I'm already in this state. Why will you not spare me?" His voice strained. He seemed to lack the bravado expected of a warrior. Yet Gu Chen discerned in his tone a desperate yearning for life. "Do not fret. I will escort you on your final journey." Li Haoran wiped his hands, leaping from the stage, seizing a long knife from a nearby member, and approached with deliberate steps. The young man trembled, attempting to flee, but behind him stood the members of the Zishuan gang, forming an impenetrable wall that pushed him back. "You haven't finished yet. Don't run." Thinking of escaping, Gu Chen, standing close by, watched as the young man was repeatedly shoved back, while Li Haoran drew ever nearer. Despite the young man's passive stance, he maintained a significant primal energy, guarding his vital points, yet it left Li Haoran exhausted, eager to conclude the encounter swiftly. As the young man made one final desperate dash toward the crowd, Gu Chen, sensing his despair and fear, moved ahead of the other members. "Did you truly believe you could escape? You were about to kill or be killed. Why do you still fear, coward?" With that, he shoved the young man back, joining in the laughter of the others. Though his words sounded strange, he had pushed the young man back into the fray, and the nearby individuals paid little heed. Yet at that moment, a flicker of disbelief crossed the young man's face as he gazed at Gu Chen, pondering his words, astonished. Was it an illusion? He felt invigorated, as though he had been miraculously revived. The cacophony of the Zishuan gang's shouts roared like the cries of demons, the torchlight and blades casting a chaotic glow before his eyes, while Li Haoran's footsteps approached ominously. "Why must I be sent to my death? Why am I not spared even now that I am like this?" Fear and anger are transmutable. Gu Chen was no sorcerer, yet he had undeniably bestowed upon the young man the strength to change his fate. The awakened skill, regenerate, had been activated at the moment of his shove. Li Haoran's knife descended carelessly, believing this feeble opponent required nothing more than a casual stroke to be vanquished. However, as the blade fell, he found himself staring into a pair of eyes filled with rage and hatred, bloodshot and fierce. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, piercing the night sky with an ear-splitting resonance. Chapter 33. The Offering of the Deadly Zichen, the name of the leader of the Purple Xian Gang, stood at the forefront. Unlike Yao Taifeng, the chief of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Zichen appeared rather slender, clad in a flowing purple robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. "Children must be allowed to experience the world. Do not underestimate him. My son possesses formidable strength." Their exchange gave Gu Chen the impression that they were not two rival leaders, but rather close friends with an unspoken understanding. Navigating through the gaps in the crowd, Gu Chen found his way to the front row, where he observed the representative of the Black Tiger Gang slowly ascend the stage. He looked quite youthful, seemingly around the same age as Gu Chen, in stark contrast to the arrogant confidence displayed by Li Haoran on stage. This young man bore a more numbed expression. He probably knows he is doomed. There are far stronger members in their gang. Sending him up here is simply a death sentence. Gu Chen overheard the discussions among the members of the Purple Xian Gang, leaving him puzzled. Why send someone to their demise? Wouldn't that mean the Black Tiger Gang is destined to lose? He murmured, prompting surprised glances from the two burly men beside him. One of them, a one-eyed man, replied coldly, "You must be new here, little one." Gu Chen nodded eagerly, his gaze filled with respect. "You are quite perceptive, brother. I have only joined our gang a few months ago." The term brother pleased the one-eyed man, who then elaborated. When it truly comes to significant matters, this small arena cannot resolve them. Today's event is merely a formality, and with our young master participating, old Yao will surely grant us some face, sending him to the slaughter, merely to allow the young master to taste blood. A sacrifice? No wonder. Gu Chen glanced once more at the young man on stage, who seemed to comprehend his fate, his numb expression tinged with fear and anger. The one-eyed man continued his explanation, while Gu Chen listened in silence, observing the young man's frail figure through narrowed eyes. Perhaps there is still a chance. Gu Chen began to assess his surroundings. Though the area was open, it was overgrown with weeds and uneven mounds, creating ample opportunities for concealment. That moment, a heavy drumbeat resounded, signaling the commencement of the battle. Li Haoran struck first, his fists and feet raining down on the young man like a tempest. Gu Chen immediately discerned that Li Haoran's primal energy was undoubtedly above 90 right from the onset. Li Haoran dominated the fight, leaving the young man to merely block and evade, issuing muffled groans of pain. Finish him. Make him suffer. Beat the life out of him. Fight back, this is pathetic. As they witnessed Li Haoran's ferocious onslaught, the 200 members of the Purple Xian gang erupted in deafening cheers. Standing at the front row closest to the arena, Gu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Though the young man was ostensibly sent as a mere pawn for sacrifice, he appeared not to be significantly weaker than Li Haoran. He was taking hits passively, yet he was not severely injured, maintaining his footing. However, with an entire gang backing Li Haoran, along with the support of an awakened father, the young man seemed devoid of any desire to retaliate. You are utterly pathetic. Li Haoran sneered, treating his opponent like a mere punching bag. While he had engaged in such activities numerous times, doing so in front of hundreds of onlookers brought a twisted flush to his face. Minutes passed, and the young man, who had endured relentless blows, was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his nose like two small serpents. Quite resilient, haha. With a heavy kick, the young man spat blood and tumbled from the stage, sending dust swirling into the air. He suddenly raised his hands, his voice strained. I concede. I admit defeat. The crowd fell silent, casting glances of pity tinged with mockery upon him. And Gu Chen sighed inwardly that it became clear to him that this battle was destined to yield only one survivor. Ha 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 ha! A cacophony of laughter erupted from all around, leaving the bloodied young man in a state of confusion. I have already surrendered. I have been beaten to this extent. Why can you not spare me? His voice was hoarse, and while everyone present might have deemed him cowardly, Gu Chen detected an earnest yearning for life in his tone. Do not fret. I shall send you on your way shortly. Li Haoran wiped his hands and leapt down from the stage, retrieving a long knife from a nearby gang member and advancing toward him step by step. The young man trembled, suddenly attempting to flee, but behind him stood members of the Purple Xian gang, forming an impenetrable wall that pushed him back. Not finished yet. Where do you think you're going? Trying to escape? Gu Chen, standing close by, watched as the young man was repeatedly shoved back, while Li Haoran drew nearer. Gasping for breath, Li Haoran, despite having merely been on the offensive, was now exhausted, having shielded vital areas throughout the fight. Eager to conclude the ordeal swiftly, the young man made one last desperate dash toward the crowd. Gu Chen, quicker than the other gang members, rushed forward to intercept him. Did you truly believe you could escape? To kill or be killed. You are on the brink of death. What is there to fear, coward? With that, he forcefully shoved the young man back, laughing boisterously alongside the other gang members. Though Gu Chen's words sounded strange, he had successfully pushed the young man back, and the others thought little of it that moment. However, a glimmer of disbelief appeared in the young man's eyes. He gazed at Gu Chen's face, contemplating his words, astonished. Was it an illusion? He felt invigorated, as if he had been miraculously revitalized. The cacophony of the Purple Xian gang's cheers resonated like the roars of demons, the flickering torches and gleaming blades casting a chaotic light around him, while Li Haoran's footsteps drew ever closer. Why must I be sent to my death? Why, when I am in such a state, can I not be spared? Fear and anger are transmutable, and while Gu Chen was no magician, he had undeniably bestowed upon the young man the power to change. The awakening technique, rejuvenation, had been invoked in that very instant he had pushed him. Li Haoran's knife descended carelessly, for he believed that this weak, inept opponent merely required such a casual stroke to be dispatched. Yet, as the blade fell, he was met with a pair of bloodshot eyes, brimming with hatred. Clang! The clash of metal echoed piercingly in the night sky. Chapter 33. The sacrificial victim. Gu Chen, the name of the leader of the Purple Xian gang, stood at the forefront. In stark contrast to Yao Taifeng, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Gu Chen appeared quite slender, adorned in a purple robe that exuded an air of scholarly grace. Children must be given the opportunity to see the world. Do not underestimate him. My son possesses formidable strength. Their exchange led Gu Chen to feel as though these two leaders were not adversaries locked in a fierce confrontation, but rather close friends sharing a tacit understanding. Navigating through the crowd, Gu Chen managed to reach the front row, where he observed the representative of the Black Tiger gang slowly making his way onto the stage. The youth appeared to be of a similar age to him, but unlike the arrogant confidence radiating from Li Haoran on stage, this individual bore an expression of numbness. He probably knows he is doomed. There are countless members in their gang far stronger than him. Sending him up there is merely a death sentence. Gu Chen overheard the discussions among the members of the Purple Xian gang, leaving him perplexed. Why send someone to their demise? Wouldn't he that guarantee the Black Tiger gang's defeat? He whispered, prompting surprised glances from the two burly men beside him. One of them, a one-eyed man, replied coldly, "Little guy, are you new here?" Gu Chen nodded eagerly, his gaze respectful. "You have keen insight. I've only been with our gang for a few months." The term big brother seemed to please the one-eyed man, who then elaborated. "When it truly matters, such trivial competitions won't suffice. Today's event is merely a formality, and with our young master personally participating, old Yao will certainly grant us some face. Sending him to his death, merely to let the young master taste blood. Sending someone to their death. No wonder." Gu Chen glanced back at the youth on stage, who seemed aware of his grim fate. Beneath his numb expression lay hints of fear and anger. The one-eyed man continued his explanation, but Gu Chen remained silent, his attention fixated on the frail figure of the youth, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Gu Chen began to survey his surroundings. The area, though spacious, was overgrown with weeds and dotted with uneven mounds and muddy patches, seemingly ideal for concealment. Just then, a heavy drumbeat resounded, signaling the commencement of the battle. Li Haoran struck first, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon the youth, who Gu Chen immediately recognized as possessing an energy level exceeding 90. From the outset, Li Haoran dominated the encounter, leaving the youth with no choice but to continuously block and evade, emitting muffled groans of pain. Finish him off. Destroy him. Beat him to a pulp. Fight back. This is pathetic. As they witnessed Li Haoran's ferocious onslaught, the 200 members of the Purple Xian gang erupted into deafening cheers. Yet, standing at the front row closest to the stage, Gu Chen felt a sense of surprise. Although the youth had been sent to be cannon fodder, he did not appear significantly weaker than Li Haoran. Though he was on the defensive, he seemed to sustain only moderate injuries and maintained his footing. It was evident that Li Haoran, bolstered by the support of a vast gang and the presence of an awakened father, had left the youth devoid of any desire to retaliate. "You are incredibly weak," Li Haoran sneered, treating his opponent as nothing more than a human punching bag. While he had engaged in similar acts before, doing so before the eyes of hundreds lent a grotesque flush to his face. Minutes passed, and the youth, now battered and bruised, sported a swollen visage, blood flowing from his nostrils like serpents. Quite resilient, haha. With a forceful kick, the youth spat blood and tumbled from the stage, stirring a cloud of dust. He suddenly raised his hands, his voice fraying. "I concede. I admit defeat." A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes upon him with a mixture of pity and derision. Gu Chen sighed inwardly, realizing he had misjudged the nature of this battle. It was destined to end with only one survivor. Ha 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 ha! Laughter erupted from all directions, reverberating through the air, leaving the bloodied youth in a state of bewilderment. "I have already surrendered. I am in this condition. Why won't you spare me?" His voice strained. He seemed anything but a man. Yet, Gu Chen discerned a profound yearning for life within his tone. "Fear not. I shall send you on your way." Li Haoran wiped his hands and leaped down from the stage, retrieving a long knife from a nearby gang member, advancing steadily towards the youth. The youth trembled, suddenly springing to his feet in an attempt to flee, only to find himself confronted by the members of the Purple Xian gang, who formed an impenetrable wall, pushing him back. "The fight isn't over yet. Don't run." Thinking of escaping. Standing close by, Gu Chen observed the youth being repeatedly shoved back, while Li Haoran drew nearer. Gasping for breath, Li Haoran, despite his opponent's passive stance, found himself equally fatigued. Eager to swiftly conclude this encounter, the youth made one final desperate dash toward the crowd. Gu Chen, quicker than the other gang members, surged forward to intercept him. "Did you truly believe you could escape? Whether you kill or are killed, death is imminent. What is there to fear? Coward." With that, he forcefully shoved the youth back, joining in the laughter of the others. Though Gu Chen's words sounded peculiar, his actions of pushing the youth back went unchallenged by those nearby. Yet in that moment, the youth's eyes reflected a glimmer of incredulity. Gazing into Gu Chen's face, contemplating his words, he was taken aback. Was it an illusion? He felt invigorated, as if he had been miraculously revitalized. The cacophony of the Purple Xian gang members resonated like the roars of demons, the flickering torches and blades casting a chaotic illumination against the moonlight, while Li Haoran's footsteps thundered ominously in his ears. "Why must I be sent to my death? Why, despite my plight, will they not relent? Fear and anger are transmutable." Gu Chen was no sorcerer, yet he had undeniably bestowed the youth with the power of transformation. The awakened technique, regeneration, had manifested at the very moment he pushed the youth. Li Haoran's knife descended with casual ease, as he believed this feeble opponent merely required a light stroke to be vanquished. However, at the moment the blade fell, he was met with a pair of eyes filled with blood and resentment. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, piercing the night air with an unsettling clarity. Chapter 33. The Offering of the Deceased. Li Zichen, the name of the leader of the Purple Xian gang, stood at the forefront of the gathering, in stark contrast to the robust Yao Taifeng, the chief of the Black Tiger gang. Li Zichen appeared rather slender, adorned in a flowing purple robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. "Children should be allowed to experience the world. Do not underestimate him. My son possesses formidable strength," he remarked. Their exchange created an illusion for Gu Chen, as though these two leaders were not adversaries, but rather close confidants, sharing an unspoken understanding. Navigating through the throngs of people, Gu Chen squeezed to the front row, only to witness the representative of the Black Tiger gang gradually ascending the stage. The youth appeared quite young, seemingly of similar age to Gu Chen, yet his demeanor was markedly different from the brash confidence exuded by Li Haoran. Instead, he wore a mask of numbness. He probably knows he's doomed. There are many stronger than him in their gang. Sending him up is merely a sacrificial offering. Gu Chen overheard a discussion among the members of the Purple Xian gang, leaving him perplexed. Why send someone to their demise? Wouldn't that guarantee the Black Tiger gang's defeat? He quietly inquired. The two burly men beside him exchanged surprised glances, one of whom, a one-eyed man, replied coldly, "Little fellow, are you new here?" Gu Chen nodded vigorously, regarding him with respect. "You have a keen eye, elder brother. I've only been with our gang for a few months." The term elder brother seemed to please the one-eyed man, who then elaborated, "When matters escalate to a significant extent, they cannot be resolved on such a trivial stage. Today's event is merely a formality. Besides, our young master is personally involved, and old Yao will grant us some face. Offering him as a head for our young master to witness bloodshed is all it amounts to." A head for an offering? No wonder. Gu Chen glanced again at the youth on stage, who seemed acutely aware of his fate. Fear and anger flickered behind his otherwise numb expression. The one-eyed man continued his explanation, but Gu Chen chose to remain silent, observing the frail figure of the youth with narrowed eyes. Perhaps there might be a twist of fate. Gu Chen began to appraise his surroundings. Although the area was open, it was overgrown with weeds and riddled with uneven mounds and marshy patches, providing ample opportunities for concealment. At that moment, the resounding beat of a drum signaled the commencement of battle. Li Haoran made the first move as strikes akin to a tempest, assailing the youth with relentless ferocity. Gu Chen immediately discerned that Li Haoran's primal force exceeded 90 from the outset, Li Haoran claimed an overwhelming advantage, with the youth forced into a defensive stance, blocking and evading while emitting pained grunts. Finish him. Beat him to a pulp. Fight back. This is utterly pathetic. As Li Haoran unleashed his ferocious assault, the 200 members of the Purple Xian gang erupted in deafening roars of encouragement. Standing closest to the arena, Gu Chen felt a sense of surprise. Despite being sent up as fodder, the youth seemed not to be significantly weaker than Li Haoran. Though he endured passive attacks, he remained relatively uninjured and composed. However, bolstered by the immense support of his gang and the presence of an awakened father, the youth appeared devoid of any desire to retaliate. "You are truly pathetic," Li Haoran sneered, treating the youth like a mere human punching bag. Although he had engaged in similar encounters numerous times, doing so in front of hundreds ignited a twisted blush upon his cheeks. Minutes passed, and the youth, thoroughly beaten, bore a bruised visage, with blood flowing from his nostrils like serpents. With a heavy kick, the youth spat blood and tumbled off the stage, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, he lifted his hands, his voice cracking as he cried, "I concede. I admit defeat." The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on him with a mixture of pity and derision. Gu Chen inwardly sighed. It became clear that this battle was destined to claim only one life. Ha 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 ha! Laughter erupted from all around, the sound bewildering the bloodied youth. "I've already surrendered. I'm in this state. Why won't you spare me?" His voice was hoarse, and though everyone else might perceive him as lacking fortitude, Gu Chen recognized the fervent desire for survival in his tone. "Do not fret. I shall escort you on your final journey," Li Haoran declared, wiping his hands before leaping from the stage, grasping a long knife from one of the gang members, and advancing step by step towards the youth. The youth trembled, attempting to flee, but behind him stood the members of the Purple Xian gang, forming an impenetrable wall that shoved him back. "The fight isn't over. Don't leave." Thinking of escaping, Gu Chen observed from his proximity, watching as the youth was pushed back repeatedly, while Li Haoran drew nearer. Breathing heavily, Li Haoran, though aware that his opponent was merely enduring punishment, found himself exhausted from the effort. Eager to conclude the encounter swiftly, as the youth made one final dash toward the crowd, Gu Chen, sensing the despair and fear in his eyes, surged forward ahead of the other gang members. "Did you truly believe you could escape? Whether you kill or be killed, your end is nigh. What is there to fear now, coward?" With that, he forcefully shoved the youth back, joining the laughter of the others. Although Gu Chen's words sounded strange, they inadvertently pushed the youth back into the fray, and the nearby individuals gave little thought to it. Yet at that moment, a flicker of incredulity appeared in the youth's eyes as he gazed at Gu Chen's face, pondering his words, bewildered. Was it an illusion? He felt an unexpected surge of vitality, as if he had been rejuvenated in an instant. The cacophony of the Purple Xian gang members jeering echoed like the roars of demons, the flickering torchlight and reflections of blades casting a dizzying spectacle before him, while Li Haoran's footsteps grew ominously close. "Why must I be the one to meet my demise? Why, after all this, can they not let me go?" Fear and anger are transformable. Gu Chen was no sorcerer, yet he had undeniably bestowed upon the youth the power to change his fate. Awakening technique, rejuvenation, was executed at the very moment of his shove. Li Haoran's blade swung down carelessly, believing this feeble opponent required nothing more than a casual strike to be dispatched. However, as the blade descended, he beheld a pair of eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, piercing the night air with an unsettling sharpness. Chapter 34. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos in a fleeting moment, the young man seized a machete from a nearby lackey's grasp with fierce determination. Though the blade grazed his hand, drawing blood, he appeared oblivious to the pain. As steel clashed, sparks flew, and in the face of Li Haoran's astonished gaze, a primal roar erupted from the depths of the youth's throat as he brandished the weapon aloft. Blood droplets sprayed through the air, illuminated by the flickering light of the torches, casting a grim visage upon the two figures. That Li Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the sheer strength of his opponent, and just as his arm grew numb, a chilling sensation enveloped his throat. A severed head soared high above, a grotesque trophy of Li Haoran's demise. The young man stood tall, while Li Haoran's headless corpse crumpled to the ground, blood splattering around him, transforming him into a fearsome specter emerging from the depths of hell. The entire scene fell into a profound silence, as witnesses stood frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. The son of the Purple Xian Gang's leader had met his untimely end. The members of the Purple Xian Gang first reacted with disbelief, followed swiftly by an eruption of fury that flushed their faces. Li Zichen was also taken aback. His son had held an overwhelming advantage. How could this have happened? Yao Taifeng was equally stunned. The fighter, Zhou Yang, was a recent recruit whose earlier moment of compassion had led to the release of a captive, inadvertently sealing his own fate. This confrontation had indeed been a death sentence for him, and he was utterly unprepared for the young man's formidable prowess. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Yao Taifeng suddenly looked up, only to meet Li Zichen's fierce glare as he brandished a dagger, his hawkish eyes locked onto him. This was dire. The man must not believe I orchestrated this calamity against his son. Li Zichen had ample reason to suspect foul play. Everyone knew the extent of his indulgence towards his son. Li Haoran's extraordinary abilities were largely the result of his father's manipulations, supplementing him with enhancements and securing the tutelage of awakened masters, all to mold him into a successor. Yao Taifeng, too, had motives for murder. That Yao Taifeng realized he must intervene to dispel the eerie silence that had enveloped the scene. However, before he could articulate a word, a sharp, furious accusation pierced the night sky. He has slain the young master. The Black Tiger Gang has plotted against us. Let us avenge our young master. The voice brimmed with rage, as though the slain was not merely the young master, but a beloved father, sending shivers down the spines of all present, igniting a collective sense of righteous indignation. In an instant, a figure lunged forward, striking the still-dazed Zhou Yang down with a powerful punch. Kill him, damn it, they plotted against us. Go to hell. In this bizarre moment, before the two gang leaders could utter a word, that single accusation acted like a drop of water, igniting an oil fire, instantly fueling the wrath of the Purple Xian Gang members. Chaos erupted as the two factions collided violently, their fury unleashed. Initially, the Black Tiger Gang members had remained indifferent, but upon witnessing bricks hurled at them amidst a torrent of curses, their anger ignited as well. Damn, your young master is so weak, and yet you blame us. Do you think we fear you? The scene devolved into a tumultuous melee, with Zhou Yang, who had been knocked down by Gu Chen, enduring two heavy punches before being shoved aside into a tangle of grass, his presence forgotten. Gu Chen, too preoccupied with the ensuing brawl, felt exhilaration. An opportunity had presented itself. Yet, just as he prepared to slip away, a bloodied hand grasped his wrist. Turning back, he met Zhou Yang's gaze, the latter's lips moving as if struggling to find words. Ultimately, Gu Chen broke free, and as he looked back at Zhou Yang, the latter softly uttered, "Thank you." The chaos had already claimed lives. Yet what troubled Gu Chen was the conspicuous absence of any green orbs of energy. Not even beside Li Haoran's lifeless body. This cannot be right. Li Haoran's power level should have been comparable to mine. Moreover, these gang members undoubtedly possess superior combat abilities. Their corpses should yield something of value. Amidst the throng, Gu Chen fought fiercely against a lanky adversary, fully capable of unleashing his powers to dispatch the foe in an instant. Yet he refrained from doing so, mindful of the potential treasures at stake. The lanky opponent, likely of subpar skill, was astonished to find himself evenly matched, his confidence swelling with each exchange. "Stop. Everyone cease at once." A roar akin to a lion's echoed through the fray, as both Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen attempted to quell the uproar. Gu Chen had anticipated that halting a melee involving hundreds would take considerable time. Yet, he watched as Yao Taifeng transformed into a human bulldozer, his stature suddenly towering, surpassing 2.5 meters in height, his iron-like arms effortlessly tossing adversaries aside. Panic surged within Gu Chen. This man was no ordinary awakened individual. His combat prowess rivaled even Lu Jinhai's. Gu Chen contemplated retreat, fearing that closer scrutiny would inevitably expose him. Just then, a flash of green light emerged. "Here it comes." This was the energy emanating from Li Haoran's body that Gu Chen fought while retreating. He deftly snatched it, converting it into a green crystal and stowing it away. So that's how it works. This marked Gu Chen's first-hand encounter with the formation of a crystal. He had previously assumed that upon death, the orbs would instantly materialize, unaware that a few seconds could elapse in between. Soon after, several corpses began to emit green orbs of varying sizes. Though they paled in comparison to Li Haoran's, they nonetheless made Gu Chen's eyes gleam with excitement. He feigned exhaustion, fleeing while methodically collecting the 7 or 8 orbs, converting them into crystals. That's enough. As the tumultuous brawl was forcibly brought to a halt by the gang leaders, Gu Chen recognized it was time to make his exit. The lanky fighter who had been engaged with him was bursting with joy. As a low-tier combatant of the Black Tiger gang, he had never expected to dominate his opponents so decisively, his confidence soaring as he shouted, "Don't run. Let us have another round, bang." The lanky fighter collapsed, and Gu Chen, cracking his knuckles, stealthily maneuvered to the outskirts of the crowd, embedding himself within the underbrush. Ultimately, it proved wise for Gu Chen not to be greedy, for scarcely had he hidden in the foliage for mere seconds when the entire battlefield fell silent. Surveying the blood-soaked ground and the scattered corpses, both Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen wore grim expressions. What had begun as a carefully orchestrated exhibition match had spiraled into chaos, with Yao Taifeng intending to grant Li Zichen face, fostering future cooperation. Yet it had all unraveled unexpectedly. Who struck first? I did not authorize this brawl. Yao Taifeng's furious gaze swept across the crowd, instilling fear among his subordinates, until suddenly, a realization struck him that it was them who initiated the conflict. Indeed, with Li Haoran's death, some member of the Purple Xian gang had shouted for vengeance, igniting the frenzy. Brother Zichen, I too regret today's events, but I assure you, I had no ulterior motives. Let us not be puppets of petty schemers. Li Zichen's face darkened, his eyes narrowing. Though pained, he recognized the reality of the situation. He was not foolish. It was clear that Zhou Yang had been sent as a sacrificial pawn. Had his son been more vigilant, he would not have fallen prey to such treachery. Continuing this conflict with the Black Tiger gang would only serve to benefit other rival factions. Who uttered that accusation earlier? His voice was cold and menacing, and the atmosphere grew tense as silence fell across the crowd. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, hidden in the underbrush, dared not move a muscle. Chapter 34. Taking advantage of the chaos in the blink of an eye, the young man abruptly seized a machete from one of the shouting henchmen beside him, his hand lacerated by the blade, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain. As the blades clashed, sparks flew, and in the face of Li Haoran's astonished gaze, a primal roar emanated from the depths of the young man's throat as he raised the blade high. Blood droplets sprayed through the air, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, casting a haunting image of the two figures. That Li Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the sheer power displayed by his adversary, and in a moment of weakness, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. A human head was loftily tossed into the air. It was the head of Li Haoran. The young man stood tall, while Li Haoran's headless corpse crumpled to the ground, the splattered blood staining him like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. The son of the Purple Xian gang's leader had actually been slain. Initially shocked and bewildered, the members of the Purple Xian gang soon felt their anger surging like flames across their faces. Li Zicheng was equally dazed. His son had held an overwhelming advantage. How could this be possible? Yao Taifeng was also in a state of disbelief. The man on the stage, known as Zhou Yang, was a recent recruit to the gang. Previously, he had shown mercy during a collection mission and let go of a captive, inadvertently drawing Yao's ire. This time, he had indeed been sent to his doom, entirely unaware of the young man's capabilities. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, he suddenly looked up, only to find Li Zicheng's face twisted with malevolence, brandishing a dagger, his hawk-like eyes locked onto him with deadly intent. Oh no! Surely he doesn't think I orchestrated this against his son. Li Zicheng had every reason to harbor such thoughts. Everyone knew how indulgent he was towards his son. Li Haoran's abilities were largely a product of his father's interventions, administering drugs, seeking out awakening mentors, and forcibly crafting him into a successor. Yao Taifeng had a motive to kill him as well. Yao Taifeng realized he must intervene and shatter the eerie silence enveloping the scene. However, An acute and fury-laden accusation suddenly pierced the night air. He killed the young master. The Black Tiger Gang has plotted against us. Let us avenge the young master. The voice was saturated with rage, as if the one slain were not merely the young master, but his own father, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby, igniting a collective sense of enmity. In a heartbeat, a figure surged forward and struck Zhou Yang, who was still somewhat dazed, down to the ground with a powerful punch. Kill him. Damn it, they plotted against us. Go to hell. In this bizarre moment, before the two leaders could utter a word, the earlier accusation acted like a drop of water in a hot oil pan, igniting the fury of the Purple Xian gang members. The scene erupted into chaos. The Black Tiger Gang members, initially indifferent, were stirred to anger as bricks were hurled at them amidst a barrage of insults. Damn, your young master is so weak. Are we to blame? Do you think I fear you? The two factions clashed violently, creating a tumultuous melee, while Zhou Yang, having been knocked down by Gu Chen, was pushed to the edge of the chaotic fray and largely forgotten. Gu Chen, too preoccupied with the turmoil, felt a thrill. His opportunity had arrived. Yet, just as he planned to slip away, a bloodied hand seized him. Turning, he found Zhou Yang staring at him with a desperate gaze, his lips moving as if he struggled to find words. Ultimately, Gu Chen broke free from his grasp, and as he looked back, Zhou Yang softly uttered, "Thank you." By now, the battlefield had already claimed lives, but what troubled Gu Chen was the absence of any green orbs. Not even beside Li Haoran's corpse. This shouldn't be it. Li Haoran's energy levels were similar to mine. Moreover, these gang members were certainly stronger than ordinary individuals. Their corpses should yield something. Amidst the crowd, he found himself locked in a fierce struggle with a lanky opponent, one he could easily defeat with a surge of energy, yet he refrained to avoid losing the opportunity for treasure. The lanky adversary, perhaps of mediocre fighting prowess, was astonished to find someone who could match him blow for blow, their faces flushed from exertion. "Stop! Everyone, cease fighting immediately!" A roar akin to a lioness suddenly echoed, as both Yao Taifeng and Li Zicheng sought to halt the battle. Gu Chen had believed that in a melee of hundreds, it would take considerable time to restore order. However, he soon witnessed Yao Taifeng transform into a veritable human bulldozer, his height surging over 1/2 meter, towering over 2 meters, as he effortlessly tossed aside those in his path like mere chickens. Gu Chen felt a surge of urgency. This man was certainly no ordinary awakened one, displaying a power that rivaled even Lu Zhenhai. Contemplating a retreat, he realized that any scrutiny would surely reveal his presence. Just then, a flash of green light appeared. "It's here!" This light emanated from Li Haoran's lifeless body that Gu Chen battled while retreating. He reached out to grasp it, transforming it into a green crystal for safekeeping. So this is how it works. This was the first time Gu Chen witnessed the formation of a crystal. He had previously assumed that upon death, the light orb would instantly manifest, unaware there could be a brief interval. Following this, several green orbs emerged from the corpses that had fallen previously. Although they could not compare to the one from Li Haoran, they still nearly brought a gleam to Gu Chen's eyes. He feigned weakness, continually fleeing, while systematically collecting the 7 or 8 orbs, converting them into crystals. That should be enough. As he observed the fighters being forcibly halted by the gang leaders, he knew it was time for him to depart. The lanky opponent, filled with elation, had begun to revel in his unexpected success against Gu Chen, boasting, "Don't run. Let us continue this duel." Bang! The lanky man collapsed unconscious. Gu Chen cracked his knuckles and quietly slipped to the outskirts of the crowd, hiding in the grass. It proved to be a prudent decision. Mere seconds after he concealed himself, the fighting abruptly ceased. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground littered with corpses, both Yao Taifeng and Li Zicheng bore grim expressions. This had been intended as a mutually respectful contest, with Yao Taifeng granting Li Zicheng face, hoping to facilitate future cooperation. Who could have anticipated it would escalate to this? Who initiated the attack? Without my command, why did you engage in combat? Yao Taifeng's furious gaze swept over the crowd, instilling dread in his subordinates, until one suddenly exclaimed, "It was them! They struck first." Indeed, Li Haoran had been slain, and it seemed that some vengeful member of the Purple Xian gang had shouted for retribution, igniting the conflagration. Brother Zicheng, I regret today's events as well, but I assure you, I had no intention of plotting against you. Let us not allow ourselves to be manipulated by petty villains. Li Zicheng's face darkened. Though pained, he understood that the damage was done. He was not foolish and recognized that Zhou Yang had been sent forth as cannon fodder. Had his son been more vigilant, he would not have been caught off guard. Engaging in a battle with the Black Tiger gang would only benefit rival factions. Who was it that shouted that earlier? His eyes narrowed, his voice cold and menacing. The entire scene fell silent. In the nearby grass, Gu Chen dared not move a muscle. Chapter 34. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos in a fleeting moment, the young man abruptly snatched a cleaver from the hands of a nearby henchman, his palm grazed by the blade, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. As the metal clashed, sparks flew, and in the face of Li Haoran's astonished gaze, the young man's throat emitted a primal roar reminiscent of a wild beast, his weapon raised high. Blood droplets danced in the air, illuminated by the flickering light of the torches, and Li Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he realized the formidable strength of his adversary. Just as his arm began to feel heavy, a chilling sensation gripped his throat. That a severed head soared into the IT was Li Haoran's own. The young man stood tall, while Li Haoran's headless body crumpled to the ground, the splattered blood transforming him into a figure of hellish wrath. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, everyone frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. The son of the Purple Xian gang's leader had met his demise. Initially stunned, the gang members were soon overcome by a wave of fury that washed over their faces like an inferno. Li Zicheng was equally taken aback. How could this be possible when his son had held such an undeniable advantage? Yao Taifeng was also left bewildered. The combatant on stage, Zhou Yang, was a recent recruit who had previously let a captive escape out of pity, inadvertently sealing his own fate. He had been sent to his doom, utterly unaware of the young man's hidden prowess. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Yao Taifeng abruptly looked up, only to find Li Zicheng's face twisted in rage, brandishing a dagger with eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on him. This was dire. Surely, this man must not think that I orchestrated the downfall of his son. Li Zicheng had every reason to harbor such thoughts. It was common knowledge that he indulged his son to an extraordinary degree. Li Haoran's impressive abilities were largely attributed to the enhancements he had provided, seeking out awakened mentors to forge him into a successor. Yao Taifeng found himself with a motive to eliminate him. This, he realized he needed to intervene, to shatter the oppressive silence. Yet a piercing and furious accusation suddenly reverberated through the night. He has slain the young master. The Black Tiger gang has plotted against us. We must avenge the young master. The voice, infused with rage, echoed as if the slain were not the young master, but rather his father, sending chills down the spines of those present and igniting a collective sense of enmity. In an instant, a figure surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that knocked the still-dazed Zhou Yang to the ground. Kill him. Damn, they've schemed against us. To hell with them. In this peculiar moment of chaos, the two gang leaders were unable to react, as the earlier accusation fell like a drop of water into a boiling pot, igniting the fury of the Purple Xian members. The scene erupted into pandemonium. Initially, the Black Tiger members remained indifferent, but upon witnessing bricks hurled in their direction and the barrage of insults, their tempers flared. Damn, your young master is so weak, and you dare to blame us? Do you think we fear you? The two factions collided with a thunderous uproar. Amidst the fray, Zhou Yang, who had been knocked down by Gu Chen, received a couple of heavy blows before being pushed to the edge of the chaotic melee, unnoticed by anyone. Gu Chen, too preoccupied with the tumult, felt exhilarated. His opportunity had arrived. Just as he prepared to slip away, a blood-stained hand grasped him. Turning around, he met Zhou Yang's gaze, whose lips moved as if to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, Gu Chen broke free from his grip, and as Zhou Yang watched his retreating figure, he uttered a soft, "Thank you." By now, casualties had begun to mount. Yet what troubled Gu Chen was the absence of any green orbs manifesting. Not even beside Li Haoran's corpse did one appear. This shouldn't be the case. Li Haoran's power level seemed comparable to mine. Moreover, These gang members undoubtedly possessed greater combat capabilities than ordinary individuals. Their remains should yield at least some energy. Amidst the chaos, Gu Chen found himself locked in a fierce struggle with a lanky foe from an opposing gang. He had the means to unleash his powers and dispatch his opponent swiftly, yet doing so would hinder his opportunity to collect the coveted orbs. The lean adversary, likely of mediocre combat skill, was astonished to find himself evenly matched today, their clash becoming increasingly spirited. "Stop! Everyone halt immediately!" A roar akin to a lion's reverberated through the air as Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen simultaneously sought to quell the melee. Gu Chen had assumed that in such a tumultuous brawl involving hundreds, their attempts to restore order would take considerable time. However, Yao Taifeng transformed into a human bulldozer, suddenly towering an additional half a meter, his already impressive height of nearly 2 meters now nearly reaching 2.5, as he effortlessly tossed aside those in his path. Panic surged within Gu Chen. This man was no ordinary awakened individual. He appeared even more formidable than Lu Jinhai. Gu Chen contemplated retreating, fearing that a closer inspection would inevitably reveal his true identity. Just then, a vibrant green light materialized. "It's here!" This emanated from Li Haoran's body. As Gu Chen fought while retreating, he swiftly grabbed the orb, transforming it into a green crystal and pocketing it. So, this is how it works. It was Gu Chen's first time witnessing the formation of a crystal. He had previously assumed that orbs would appear instantaneously upon death, unaware that there could be a brief delay. Soon after, the corpses of those who had fallen began to manifest green orbs of varying sizes. Though they paled in comparison to Li Haoran's, they were enough to make Gu Chen's eyes gleam with excitement. He feigned exhaustion, continually fleeing, while systematically converting the 7 or 8 orbs into crystals. That should suffice. Observing that the fighting had been forcefully halted by the gang leaders, Gu Chen knew it was time to depart. The lanky opponent who had been locked in combat with him felt an overwhelming rush of confidence, having initially been one of the weaker fighters of the Black Tiger gang. He had never expected to gain the upper hand today, boasting, "Don't run, let us continue this duel with your grandpa." Bang! The lean fighter collapsed and Gu Chen, flexing his fists, quietly slipped to the outskirts of the crowd, hiding in the underbrush. It soon became evident that Gu Chen's restraint had been prudent. For mere moments after he took cover, the fighting abruptly ceased. Gazing at the pool of blood and the scattered corpses, Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen wore expressions of deep discontent. What was intended to be a cooperative contest had devolved into chaos. Yao Taifeng, initially extending a gesture of goodwill toward Li Zichen for future collaborations, was now faced with an unexpected calamity. "Who struck the first blow? No one fights without my command." Yao Taifeng's furious glare swept across the crowd, sending shivers down the spines of his subordinates. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yes, they were the ones who initiated the conflict. Indeed, upon Li Haoran's death, some scoundrel from the Purple Xin gang had cried out for vengeance, igniting the violence. "Zichen, my friend, I lament today's events, yet I assure you, I harbored no ill intent. Let us not allow ourselves to be manipulated by petty schemers." Li Zichen, his face ashen, narrowed his eyes. Though he felt deep sorrow, he was not foolish. It was clear to him that Zhou Yang had been a mere pawn sent to the slaughter. Had his son been more vigilant, he would never have fallen victim to a counterattack. Engaging in a conflict with the Black Tiger gang now would only serve to benefit other factions. Who uttered that earlier accusation? His voice was icy, sending a chill through the assembled crowd. While not far away, Gu Chen dared not move a muscle amidst the brush. Chapter 35. Escape and that abundant harvest, does no one remember? Li Zichen scanned the crowd present. He had not given it much thought until Yao Taifeng's words awakened him. Without a command, who among these people would dare to take the lead? If one were to claim that his son was well-liked within the gang, would anyone truly seek revenge on his behalf? Even Li Zichen himself found that hard to believe. Thus, he grew increasingly convinced that he had been ensnared in a cunning plot. "Leader," I recall it was a young man who shouted. The 2 burly men who had previously conversed with Gu Chen now appeared somewhat apprehensive. If that young man truly possessed some peculiarities, they had just engaged in casual banter with him, assuming a position of superiority. "Do you know him?" "Not really. They say he is a recent recruit. not over 20 years of age. That was all they knew. Beyond that, they could glean nothing further, that a fire seemed to smolder within Li Zichen's heart. His son had been murdered, and his gang members had been manipulated into becoming pawns. After all his years in the underworld, he had never before been so outmaneuvered. Now, everyone, identify him. No one is allowed to move until we unearth this individual. You shall identify one another and see if anyone seems unfamiliar. Additionally, Lao Gue, take some men and search the surroundings. If someone is indeed plotting against me, I will make them regret ever stepping foot in this world. Lying concealed in the grass, Gu Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. He had arrived a tad too late. However, had he departed earlier, this night would have yielded nothing. He lay prone in the grass, merely 50 or 60 meters away from the two gang leaders, yet he dared not act recklessly. These two leaders were indeed titans of the underground world of Jiangqing. Gu Chen could not ascertain their rank, but he sensed their oppressive aura was far more intense than that of Lu Jinhai and Coach Lin Sudong. This cannot continue. It is only a matter of time before I am caught. Amidst the throng, a blood-soaked figure remained motionless, leaning against a clump of weeds. Suddenly, he coughed twice that I end the stillness. His voice drew immediate attention, and the crowd turned to gaze at him, their expressions shifting to surprise upon recognizing his face. Zhou Yang was still alive. Li Zichen narrowed his eyes, snatching a dagger from someone nearby and striding toward him. Zhou Yang coughed, blood spewing from his lungs, but he cast a furtive glance at the spot where Gu Chen had been hiding before shifting his gaze to Yao Taifeng. Leader, in the arena, I did not fail our expectations. I won and did not bring shame to our gang. The atmosphere grew tense as Yao Taifeng blinked in surprise at Zhou Yang. That I in the arena, life and death were inconsequential. Hence Li Zichen had no justification for killing him. To do so would be a brazen slap in the face of the Black Tiger gang. This was the first layer of meaning in Zhou Yang's words. The second layer implied that he had not brought disgrace upon Yao Taifeng. Thus he should be protected. Otherwise, how would the gang members perceive their leader, previously underestimated and regarded as mere cannon fodder? Zhou Yang's triumph over their archrival's young leader would certainly not go unnoticed by the gang members. Even in such dire circumstances, his capability to counterattack, coupled with his bloodied yet unyielding demeanor, had already cultivated a commendable image in the eyes of the gang. Well done, young lad. You've played your cards well. Yao Taifeng chuckled, although not in anger, and he had initially deemed Zhou Yang as expendable due to his previous mistakes and lack of value. Yet now he realized the young man was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Leader Li, I will compensate for the losses incurred in the arena, but this lad is mine. We cannot break the rules once he steps down. Yao Taifeng positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Yang, while Li Zichen's cold gaze remained fixated on him. The two powerful figures of Jiangqing's underground world appeared on the verge of confrontation. After several tense seconds, Li Zichen turned away and silently waved his hand, his voice devoid of the familiarity he had once shared with Yao Taifeng. That won't be necessary, Leader Yao. Yao Taifeng watched as the crowd ebbed away like a tide, his broad, rugged face betraying no emotion. He understood that this conflict had been instigated and that he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Perhaps outsiders would suspect Yao Taifeng had motives to eliminate the heir of the Zishuan gang, but in truth, he harbored no regard for Li Haoran. A gaudy fa-ade constructed from raw stone could not intimidate Yao Taifeng, a first-rate awakened warrior. Boss, we didn't spot any suspicious individuals. We searched the area, but found no trace. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Li Zichen's anger flared anew as he cast a distant glare at Yao Taifeng before sweeping away in a huff. Bloodied and weary, Zhou Yang gazed into the distance, suddenly feeling deflated as if all strength had abandoned him. He collapsed to the ground. Yao Taifeng glanced at him. Take this lad back and ensure he receives proper care for his wounds. Once he recovers, a wolf, you find 20 men in the gang to accompany him. The man addressed as a wolf hesitated slightly and whispered in Yao Taifeng's ear. Boss, should we not observe a while longer? I fear this lad may harbor resentment. Yao Taifeng let out a cold laugh. If he knows his place, he shall be of use to me. If not, it would be all too easy for me to crush him. He spoke loudly enough for Zhou Yang to hear, who merely sat there, exhausted, head bowed to conceal his expression, his eyes now devoid of the clarity they once held. Returning to the slum area C at lightning speed, Gu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed at the 8 green crystals in his pocket, that if he were to be frugal, they would suffice to feed Mu Xiaowan for half a month. He discarded his blood-stained jacket and incinerated it, entering his home with a visibly relaxed demeanor. "Brother!" Mu Xiaowan rushed over like a fledgling returning to its nest, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Xiao Chen had left dressed in black, armed with a machete, and she had witnessed it all. "Why the panic? I merely went out to fetch you something to eat." Xiao Chen cradled several green crystals in his hands, beaming as though he had merely made a casual trip to the grocery store. Mu Xiaowan fell silent for a moment before dashing into the house, returning shortly with a box of ointment, gesturing for him to sit. Xiao Chen paused, then realized he had scraped off a few patches of skin from his arms and face. His earlier facade of nonchalance crumbled, and the two sat in silence for a while. After a long moment, Xiao Chen gently patted Mu Xiaowan on the head and murmured, "It won't be long now. Soon your brother will become an awakened one." While others focused on the war academy, what Xiao Chen truly desired was the 1 million reward from the school. "Let us eat." Xiao Chen handed a crystal to Mu Xiaowan. Meanwhile, he pondered whether he should consume the recovery pill. Lin Sudong's advice had been well-intentioned, knowing his financial struggles. The recovery pill was an exceedingly precious resource, and he feared it would be wasted if he ingested it carelessly. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen resolved to take it as he prepared to swallow the recovery pill. An unexpected event unfolded. Beside him, Mu Xiaowan, who had just consumed half a green crystal, emitted a faint groan. Suddenly, her originally brownish-yellow hair began to shimmer with a violet-red hue from the roots, gently floating about her, while her eyes transformed into an eerie crimson. Chapter 36. Synchronicity and Anomalies. Xiao Chen was initially taken aback, but he quickly stepped forward to embrace her. As an immense force surged through, his hands went numb, nearly forcing him to stagger back. What is happening? Xiao Chen was aware that his sister could transition into this combat state. The last time she eliminated number 2, it was the final piece of his plan. However, this unexpected transformation was far too sudden, clearly not a result of Mu Xiaowan's volition. Xiao Chen promptly secured all the doors and windows before sitting quietly beside her, awaiting developments. 0.5 minutes elapsed, and Mu Xiaowan's hair gradually returned to its normal hue. Xiao Chen's expression softened as he contemplated assisting her, for in the past, she had always been utterly exhausted upon exiting this state. Yet this time, he observed a faint blush on her cheeks and a remarkably vibrant complexion. "Brother, I don't know what happened. After absorbing that substance, my body became uncontrollable." Mu Xiaowan admitted, a hint of confusion in her voice. This form of hers was an absolute secret between the two. If ever exposed, it would spell utter disaster. The fact that she was currently unable to exert control left her quite alarmed. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, recalling Mu Xiaowan's earlier display of strength, and glancing at the other crystals on the table, he softly suggested, "Try to strike me with all your might." Mu Xiaowan nodded, propelled herself off the ground, twisted her waist, and unleashed her strength through her small fist. Bang! As Xiao Chen's palm met hers, a muffled grunt escaped his lips, and a wave of searing pain radiated from his palm. Crack! The tiles beneath his feet fissured under the impact. "Indeed, it is as I suspected." Xiao Chen gazed at Mu Xiaowan's astonished expression, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. The green crystal not only augmented his own power, but also empowered his sister. It was far more than mere sustenance. This undoubtedly enhanced Mu Xiaowan's safety. The only caveat was that henceforth, she would need to find a discreet location for consuming the green crystals. "Brother, what exactly is this substance?" Mu Xiaowan, having gleaned the essence from Xiao Chen's brief explanation, now wore a visage of delight. "I cannot say for certain. Consider it my awakening technique. However, this must remain confidential." "Awakening technique? Have you become an awakened one?" Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Xiao Chen shook his head, settling down with a chuckle. "Not yet, but I have indeed acquired this awakening technique. Thus, I need you to keep it a secret. Perhaps it is part of our father's design?" Xiao Chen refrained from disclosing to Mu Xiaowan that this substance had been extracted from a corpse. He had painstakingly spent 3 years ensuring she perceived herself not as a monster, but as a human like him. Any detail that might provoke her to overthink was best left untouched. Furthermore, while Gu Chen doubted that his father, Gu Jun, possessed the capability to grant him an innate awakening technique, he recalled that during his frail youth, his father had administered numerous concoctions he had prepared. After all, Gu Jun was an awakened one specializing in medicine within the investigative corps that in the eyes of the siblings. Despite his modest rank, Gu Jun seemed to approach every challenge with an air of serenity, always finding an effortless solution to any dilemma. Father. Although Mu Xiaowan was merely an adopted daughter, Gu Jun was the kindest figure in her memory, second only to Gu Chen. After reassuring Mu Xiaowan, Gu Chen retreated to his room and retrieved the replenishing elixir. 500,000. He swallowed the elixir, which bore no distinctive flavor, dissolving swiftly upon contact with his tongue. Moments later, waves of warmth began to coalesce within his body, and Gu Chen could feel his power surging at an astonishing rate. His expression shifted slightly as he realized he had somewhat underestimated the potion's potency. A throbbing discomfort radiated from every inch of his being, and after enduring it for a few moments, he seemed to hear a distinct cracking sound, followed by a dizzying sensation. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst familiar surroundings, the ancient celestial tree within his body. At this moment, the tree appeared more vibrant than before. Its roots no longer bore the pallid hue of decay, but instead exhibited a hint of greenery. A luminous orb hung from its branches, and to Gu Chen's astonishment, a line of small characters appeared before him. Physical fitness, 104. Force, 100. Spirit, 99. Awakening technique, recovery, 13. It seems that after my force exceeded 100, my body has undergone another transformation. What surprised him slightly was that not only could he perceive the specific value of his force, but there were also two other aspects. Previously, Lin Sudong had merely mentioned that if one's physical constitution was inadequate, one could not accommodate more force, and he was uncertain about the relevance of spirit. Does this 13 indicate that I can absorb 2 more awakening techniques? Gu Chen felt his conjecture was accurate, but regrettably, today only green crystals were present, with no red ones available for him to absorb. I fear that only those extracted from the corpses of awakeners can yield red crystals. As Gu Chen pondered this, his force value increased by another point, reaching 101, and then he withdrew from his introspection. The previous sensation of swelling pain within his body gradually dissipated. Gu Chen could distinctly feel that his force had surged significantly compared to before. If my physique were a bit stronger, I could likely increase it further. The medicinal effect has indeed been squandered. As he spoke, a smile adorned his lips. The results had exceeded his expectations. Having surpassed 100 in force, when the time came for the testing, if he performed a recovery technique and claimed to be an awakener, surely no one would doubt him. The school's reward of 1 million was already half in his grasp. Naturally, Gu Chen understood that true awakening was not merely this, but rather a transformation of the body upon reaching a certain level of force, leading to a natural understanding. However, he was also uncertain whether his peculiar situation could lead to that stage. In any case, he decided that when the time for testing arrived, he would first claim the reward and address other matters later. In the stillness of the night, the chirping of crickets could be heard from outside, and Mu Xiaowan had already fallen asleep beside him. 7 green crystals lay scattered across the table. Gu Chen intended to put them away, as he would not be using them in the coming days. I will procure more after the day of awakening. Whether it be mercenaries hunting mutated beasts outside the city or the perilous underground fighting rings, Gu Chen felt there were opportunities to acquire crystals. Yet he could not take such risks before becoming an awakener. As Gu Chen picked up a crystal, a sudden piece of information surged into his mind. Gu Hongfeng, member of the Zixuan gang, date of death, June 2nd, 2082, cause of death, severed carotid artery by hostile gang members, exsanguination. This is. The Gu Chen picked up several other crystals and discovered that each time he touched them, such information would emerge. Perhaps I possess the potential to be a coroner, though it is of no use at present. He stroked his chin. This awakening technique was becoming increasingly mysterious and strange. Gu Chen had firmly resolved not to divulge it to anyone. Chapter 37. The Academy of Warfare, having learned from the lessons of the first day, Lin Sudong meticulously outlined the rules prior to the commencement of the second day's competition, placing the prohibition against the use of drugs at the forefront. To Xiao Qin's surprise, Lin Sudong added a particular stipulation. The utilization of awakened skills was strictly forbidden. Certain supportive awakened individuals possess the ability to enhance physical strength, speed, and even diminish the sensation of pain. This regulation evidently aimed to curb the advantages of affluent students who might otherwise enlist such awakened allies to bolster their capabilities before the event that in essence, the competitors were left with no choice but to rely solely on their own physical stamina and willpower to complete the race. Once Xiao Qin's energy surpassed the 100 mark, he ceased to be overly concerned with concealing his awakened abilities. Had Lin Sudong not mentioned this new rule, he would not have hesitated to consume a restorative pill to augment his performance. Alas, the loophole had been effectively sealed that on that day, Lu Zhangjuan secured first place. Yao Na followed in second, while Xiao Qin confidently claimed third. No one suspected Xiao Qin of any deceit. Rather, they attributed his success to fortuitous circumstances, seizing the opportunity to procure a restorative pill when such a chance arose, leading to a noticeable enhancement in his performance. Lin Sudong understood that Xiao Qin had disregarded his previous counsel, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. In the ensuing 3 days, Lu Zhangjuan finished first twice, while Yao Na achieved first place once. Although Xiao Qin did not obtain any restorative pills, he managed to acquire 4 enhancement pills. According to Lin Sudong, the potency of these enhancement pills was not as formidable, but as long as one's physique was up to par, they could safely consume them. With 5 days remaining until the examination, Lin Sudong's rigorous training regimen finally reached its conclusion. Observing the exhausted elite students, who looked as if they had been through a grueling ordeal, a sense of pride swelled within him. Just look at you all. Regardless of your future prospects, you are currently under my tutelage. As Lin Sudong smiled down from the stage, the students felt a chill run down their spines. Though only 5 days had passed, each day had been a trial of endurance that if one thought that merely running was the extent of it, they were mistaken. Some attempted to slack off. Yet Lin Sudong had taken to riding a motorcycle behind the group, prodding those who lagged behind with a cactus. Several students now flinched at the mere sight of him, their backsides still sore from the experience. I am aware that many of you harbor resentment towards me after these days, but fret not, for in the future, you shall come to appreciate my efforts, Lin Sudong remarked with a smile, his gaze settling on Lu Zhangjuan, Yao Na, and Xiao Qin. As a veteran with an intermediate awakening level, he had encountered numerous prodigious talents from influential families. Yet, even among them, these 3 had left a profound impression on him, particularly Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na, to whom he refrained from mentioning the restorative pills, as they possessed a solid foundation and had steadily enhanced their energy levels over the past 3 years, resulting in their formidable physiques. After consuming the pills, they now radiated a substantial energy resonance, indicating that, should the opportunity arise, they could awaken at any moment. In the following 5 days, just as the students began to relax, his words rendered them momentarily speechless. If the first 5 days were this grueling, what awaited them next? In the coming days, you may read books, take baths, or seek massages to ensure your mind and body are in optimal condition. What? The students could hardly believe their ears. Had the tyrant suddenly turned benevolent? The purpose of exhausting your energy and stamina through running was not solely to push your limits. It also served to enhance the synergy between your physical form and your energy, allowing your body to accommodate greater reserves of power. This is a unique training method employed by military personnel. Once some of you gain admission to the Academy of Warfare, you will naturally be introduced to various other methods. However, many techniques are perilous for you at this stage. Thus, I have refrained from imparting them. Training concludes today, granting you a generous 5 days for rest that do not hesitate to utilize your resources to maintain your peak condition. The unexpected reprieve left the students in a state of bewilderment, yet it also stirred a pang of nostalgia within them. This marked the definitive end of their high school years. Observing their peers, with whom they had struggled and competed over the past 3 years, any past grievances seemed to fade away, replaced by an unexpected fondness for one another. Lin Sudong gazed upon the group, a faint sigh escaping him that at times he envied these students, Awakened individuals enjoy privileges. Numerous laws incorporate special clauses on their behalf. Once one becomes awakened, even those not specializing in combat are sought after by large corporations. In regions under the jurisdiction of Jiang City, a first-tier awakened individual would immediately ascend to a leadership position. Yet awakened individuals must confront the mutated beasts lurking beyond the walls, as well as the infected. When the tide of beasts surges forth, they are the ones who must stand on the front lines. He considered himself fortunate to have survived the military, unlike many comrades who perished at the hands of the mutated beasts. However, he decided not to dwell on such matters now. He would allow these students to savor the final warmth of campus life. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Allow me to share the examination enrollment details for this year. The principal, Li Jianye, who had been quietly observing their training, now stepped forward. All of you present are aspiring to gain admission to the Academy of Warfare. As you are well aware, our great Xia currently boasts 32 such academies. Chapter 37. The Academy of Warfare. Having gleaned valuable lessons from the first day, Lin Sudong meticulously elucidated the rules before the commencement of the second day's competition, with the prohibition against the use of drugs taking precedence. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, Lin Sudong introduced an additional stipulation. The use of awakened skill enhancements was strictly forbidden. Certain supportive awakeners possess the capability to augment an individual's strength, speed, and even diminish the sensation of pain. This regulation evidently serves to restrict those privileged students, as there are indeed individuals capable of enlisting such awakeners to grant them preemptive enhancements that in essence, the message was clear. One must rely solely on their physical endurance and willpower to complete the race. After surpassing the 100 mark in energy, Xiao Chen found himself less concerned with concealing his awakened abilities. Had Lin Sudong not specified this rule, he would not have hesitated to utilize a rejuvenating pill to bolster his stamina. Alas, the loophole had been sealed that on that day, Lu Zhanjuan claimed first place, followed by Yao Na in second, with Xiao Chen firmly in third. That N01 suspected Xiao Chen of deceit. They merely regarded him as fortunate for having seized an opportunity to procure a rejuvenating pill, which indeed facilitated his swift advancement. Lin Sudong recognized that Xiao Chen had not heeded his earlier counsel, yet he chose not to belabor the point. In the ensuing 3 days, Lu Zhanjuan secured first place twice, while Yao Na achieved it once. Although Xiao Chen did not obtain any rejuvenating pills, he managed to acquire 4 energy-enhancing pills. The potency of these pills was not as formidable, according to Lin Sudong. As long as one's physique could keep pace, they were permissible to consume. With 5 days remaining until the examination, Lin Sudong's rigorous training regimen finally came to an end. Observing the exhausted elite students below, who appeared utterly spent, Lin Sudong could not suppress a sense of pride. Look at you all. Regardless of your future accomplishments, you are currently molded by my teachings, he mused. The students, gazing at Lin Sudong's smiling visage, felt a shiver run down their spines. Although merely 5 days had passed, each day had been an arduous trial. If one thought that the training consisted solely of running, they were mistaken. Lin Sudong had trailed the group on a motorcycle, prodding those who lagged with a cactus. Several students now winced at the mere sight of him. I am aware that many of you harbor resentment towards me for these past few days, but fret not. You will come to express your gratitude in the future, Lin Sudong stated with a smile, his gaze lingering on Lu Zhanjuan, Yao Na, and Xiao Chen. As a veteran with a mid-tier awakening level, he had encountered numerous gifted offspring of high-ranking officials. Yet, even so, these 3 individuals left him thoroughly astonished, particularly Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na, of whom he had not disclosed the matter of rejuvenating pills, for their solid foundation and steady growth of energy over the past 3 years had fortified their physiques. Following the consumption of the pills, they now exuded a palpable energy resonance, indicative of potential awakening at any moment. In the subsequent 5 days, as the audience had just begun to relax, Lin Sudong's words rendered them momentarily speechless. If the first 5 days had been so grueling, what could they expect from the following days? In the coming days, you may indulge in reading, enjoy a leisurely bath, or seek out a massage to attain optimal physical and mental condition. What? The students could scarcely believe their ears. Had the notorious taskmaster softened? The purpose of exhausting your energy and physical stamina through running was not only to push your limits, but also to enhance the integration of your energy with your bodies, enabling you to accommodate greater amounts of energy. This is a unique training method employed by our military. Once some of you enroll in the Academy of Warfare, you will naturally be introduced to other methodologies. However, many techniques are perilous for you at this stage. Thus, I have refrained from imparting them. Training concludes today, and I leave you with 5 days for ample rest, that do not hesitate to utilize your resources to maintain your optimal condition. The sudden wave of relief left the students somewhat bewildered, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered in their hearts. This marked the end of their high school era. As they glanced at their peers, with whom they had toiled and competed over the past 3 years, any past grievances felt trivial. In this moment, they found each other rather endearing. Lin Sudong observed the group with a faint sigh. Occasionally, he envied these students. Awakeners enjoy privileges. Numerous laws are amended to include special provisions for them. Once one becomes an awakener, even if not combat-oriented, major enterprises vie for their attention. In the region subordinate to Jiangcheng, a mid-tier awakener can ascend directly to a bureau-level leadership position. Yet, awakeners must confront the mutated beasts and contagion beyond the walls. When a beast tide strikes and the mutated creatures lay siege, they must stand at the forefront. He considered himself fortunate to have survived retirement, unlike many comrades who perished at the hands of mutated beasts. However, he opted not to share these thoughts now, allowing the students to savor the last tender moments of campus life. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Now let me brief you on this year's examination enrollment. Principal Li Jianya, who had been discreetly monitoring the students' training, stepped forward. All present are aspiring candidates for the Academy of Warfare. As you may know, our great nation currently boasts 32 such academies. Last year, the admission threshold was a force value of 95, and I estimate that this year it will not exceed 97. Do not lose heart if you score below 95. If you perform sufficiently well in your cultural subjects, the standards may be lowered. When the prestigious War Academy was mentioned, a collective longing was evident in everyone's expressions that in Jiang City. Knowing an awakened individual is quite an honor. But what if one were to attend the War Academy? Your classmates, friends, and social circles would be filled with awakened beings. On behalf of the school, I announce that in addition to what has been previously stated, those who achieve a force value exceeding 100 on the test day will receive a monetary reward, and each person who gains admission to the War Academy will receive a sum of 100,000. Furthermore, there are the 4 top-tier War Academies: Modu, Daijing, Lingnan, and Beimei. If you manage to gain admission to any of these 4, an additional reward of 1 million will be granted. Several students from modest backgrounds found their eyes widening at this proclamation. However, most were acutely aware of the reality. Gaining admission to the 4 top-tier institutions is no simple feat. Their admission thresholds are astonishingly high. Without awakening, one must achieve a force value of 147. Even for those who are awakened, a score above 120 is required. In essence, the 4 top-tier academies are in search of absolute geniuses. Each year, the total number admitted nationwide barely exceeds 2,000. Half an hour later, after distributing the reward pills, Li Jianya and Lin Sudong took their leave. Classmates, today I shall treat you all. Let us dine together. Liang Hongtao began to invite everyone. Many students accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, but as he glanced at Xiao Chun, Yao Na, and others in the distance, Liang Hongtao's brow furrowed slightly. Jialing, why not invite Xiao Chun? Him. Ren Jialing glanced over and shook her head. While Xiao Chun indeed possessed remarkable talent, securing the 3rd position in the elite class, she had come to a realization. Failing to gain admission to the 4 top-tier institutions would still place him among the better individuals in this small circle. But once at the academy, there would be many who surpassed him. Although Ren Jialing enjoyed making friends, she was reluctant to compromise her own standards. All right, then let's leave it at that. From a business perspective, Liang Hongtao was quite keen to ease relations with Xiao Chun. However, like Ren Jialing, he felt that having one more person or one less made little difference. Chapter 38. The spiritual brand Lu Zhanjuan, Xiao Chun, Yao Na. Please wait a moment. Someone wishes to meet you. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Chun was called back. Good news! Representatives from the Jiangxing Commerce Alliance are here, and the principal has arranged for them to offer you sponsorship. Lin Sudong said with a broad smile, his eyes brimming with envy. Although Jiangcheng is not a large city, the Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance is a formidable force, formed by the collaboration of several major enterprises, encompassing a wide range of industries, including supply, entertainment, and real estate within the city. Only the very top students from each school are deemed worthy of their early investment. The group entered the principal's office, where a middle-aged man in a suit stood up amicably. These must be the prodigious students from our first high school. I am Su Yu from the Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance. Su Yu appeared to be in his 40s, but his demeanor deviated from Xiao Chen's preconceived notion of a businessman. Despite his formal attire, his temples bulged, and his rough hands and prominent knuckles gave him the appearance of a martial artist. However, Xiao Chen dismissed such thoughts. In this era, lacking some measure of physical prowess would render one's endeavors exceedingly inconvenient. Yao Na and Lu Zhangjuan were equally unreserved, responding courteously. Su Yu presented each of them with raw stones valued at 200,000, as well as an enhancing pill. Both parties understood that such offerings were insufficient to sway them. It was merely a gesture to foster goodwill for potential future dealings. After all, current talents do not guarantee that they will become powerful awakeners in the future. For the Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance, their ranks of first-tier awakeners were likely not lacking. Very well, I shan't take up more of your time. I hope that in the future, you will bring pride to both Jiangcheng and our school, Su Yu said, naturally shaking hands with the three, and when he clasped Xiao Chen's hand, he lingered a moment longer, exuding a palpable sense of assurance. You must be Xiao Chen. I have heard of your accomplishments that I wish you the best of luck. The instant he released Xiao Chen's hand, the latter felt an unusual energy lingering within him. This energy was subtle. Had Xiao Chen not surpassed 100 in his power, he would have scarcely perceived it. What was that about? Although he sensed something amiss, Xiao Chen quickly regained his composure, smiling as he withdrew his hand and nodded at Su Yu. After departing from the principal's office, Xiao Chen hurried into the restroom, his expression grim, and a wonder that man had engaged in idle chatter during their handshake, extending the duration intentionally to execute some underhanded maneuver. Entering a state of introspection, Xiao Chen once more beheld the familiar ancient tree of the celestial heavens that moment. A faint gray light adhered to the ancient tree. With a thought, he surged his power toward the energy mass. He sensed that, should he choose to, he could expend his power to dissolve this mark. However, he hesitated. Such a tactic was clearly the work of an awakener. Should he eliminate the mark, it would undoubtedly be detected. I should have no dealings with the Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance. What is Su Yu trying to accomplish? After much contemplation, Xiao Chen found himself in need of assistance from a single individual, the Enforcement Bureau, Lu Zhenhai. He dialed the number, but to his dismay, the line was perpetually busy. It seems I must resort to luck, he mused. Among the awakeners in Jiangcheng, he only recognized two individuals, Lu Zhenhai and Lin Sudong. However, Lin Sudong was merely an instructor hired by the school, and he was uncertain if the man would be willing to assist. 2 minutes later, Xiao Chen spotted Lin Sudong preparing to leave on his motorcycle in the playground. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intentions, Lin Sudong could not help but chuckle. Xiao Chen, are you misreading the situation? What could the Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance possibly want from you? A mark? Are they after your enhancing pill? Truthfully, Lin Sudong believed Xiao Chen was overthinking the matter. The Jiangcheng Commerce Alliance's interest lay solely in their potential for the future. Such gestures were common for investments they made annually. It was not that they would care much about him, whether he was an awakener or not. Xiao Chen understood that Lin Sudong was unlikely to believe him. Had he not seen the mark during his introspection, he too would have been skeptical. Teacher Lin, whether I am overreacting or not, I do not ask for anything else. Just accompany me home so I can fetch my sister. In the days leading up to the testing day, I will be residing at the school. These enhancing pills and raw stones, I will take none. Consider it my remuneration. Lin Sudong's original intention was to reassure Xiao Chen, but hearing such words from him made it evident that he could not sway the young man. You speak as if we are negotiating terms. Lin Sudong shot Xiao Chen a bemused glance. He was not unwilling to assist Xiao Chen. He simply felt that the young man's concerns were entirely unfounded. Very well, since you insist, I shall accompany you back. And you, do not attempt to provoke me with such tactics again. Lin Sudong's tone was laced with mild discontent. He had thought he was getting familiar with these students over the past few days, but with Xiao Chun, he sensed a quality that kept others at bay. "Thank you, teacher." Xiao Chun sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Lin Sudong. "Moreover, please follow my instructions." Lin Sudong listened patiently, though his expression darkened with each passing moment. What on earth? Does this kid have a persecution complex? Accompanying him home, but do so discreetly, lest we draw attention, for fear that the other party might not dare to reveal themselves. Should they appear, I must be ready to act swiftly to prevent them from escaping. What you say makes it sound as if they genuinely wish to harm you. Lin Sudong chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. It must be said that Xiao Chen's arrangements were indeed meticulous. However, seeing such a youth, who had barely emerged from school, treating the situation as if embroiled in espionage, planning for events that were unlikely to transpire, brought him a sense of uncontrollable mirth. "Teacher, rest assured, I shall feel at ease." Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, his mood lightening considerably. Earlier, he had engaged in some reflection. The technique of the spiritual mark was indeed discussed in textbooks. Awakening techniques are numerous and varied, but they primarily fall into categories of combat, support, and daily life. The spiritual mark belongs to the supportive category, capable of detecting the location of the marked individual. Xiao Chen's address was hardly a secret. One could easily find it within the school archives. Assuming the other party harbored malicious intent, it was evident that the marking was not meant to incite action within Xiao Chen's home. As he observed Lin Sudong waiting nearby, Xiao Chen organized his belongings, and the two departed the campus, following the faint gray overcast. The sky appeared to be tainted with ink, and soon after, a gentle drizzle enveloped the city in a veil of mist. Outside the Jiangqing Enforcement Bureau, a line of luxurious black sedans awaited, with dozens of tall men clad in matching black suits, holding straight black umbrellas, standing stoically along the street. Suddenly, a robust and muscular man pushed open the door, and an assistant handed him a cigar. The man took a puff and waved his hand, revealing a radiant smile. Chapter 39. In disarray. It is said that Captain Liu is decisive and efficient in his actions, yet I never imagined he would resort to underhanded tactics that tarnish the collective image. How could anyone have foreseen that the so-called evidence, which he once spoke of so fervently, was merely fabricated? Beneath the umbrella, Liu Jinhai stood alongside a group of Enforcement Bureau members, facing District Chief Shen Longjia. However, at this moment, Shen Longjia was not addressing Liu Jinhai, but rather an elderly man with graying hair beside him, the head of the Enforcement Bureau, Li Jingtao. Chief Shen is absolutely correct. Jinhai is indeed eager to resolve the case, especially since it concerns a matter as serious as infection. Nevertheless, he has certainly gone too far this time. Rest assured, Chief Shen, I will ensure he provides Mr. Zheng with a satisfactory response. Upon hearing the old chief's words, Liu Jinhai lowered his head even further. His eyes were bloodshot, not only from the fatigue of the recent power struggles, but also from the realization that he had never witnessed this silent, resilient, and iron-willed old chief speak in such a manner, especially in front of much younger officials. Chief Shen clearly found this response unsatisfactory. He frowned slightly as he glanced at Liu Jinhai, his gaze laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Just 5 days prior, Liu Jinhai had confidently taken Zheng Tianhao into custody right in front of him, a moment now rendered ironic by the fickle nature of fortune. Liu Jinhai had underestimated Zheng Tianhao, never anticipating the man's cunning. Not only must we provide a response to Mr. Zheng, but we also owe the public a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, it is simply unacceptable for an innocent individual to be taken from their home without justification, Shen Longjia remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Opposite him, Li Jingtao remained silent for a moment, and Liu Jinhai clenched his teeth, stepping forward. Jinhai, you should return that you've erred and still wish to speak. Li Jingtao's voice turned stern abruptly. Liu Jinhai hesitated, gazing at the normally taciturn old chief, ultimately retreating. That appeared to be a reprimand, yet Liu Jinhai understood that the chief was seeking to protect him. Effective immediately, you are suspended without pay for 6 months, with Chu Hongxiu appointed as captain. Chief Li this. The expressions of Liu Jinhai's colleagues shifted as they absorbed the implications. Liu Jinhai was at the peak of his career, and none of the other captains compared to him. With a deputy chief position previously available, this 6-month hiatus would likely extinguish any hope of advancement. Understood. Lu Zhenhai stepped forward, bowing his head slightly, and with a swift motion of his hand, his 8 subordinates fell silent. As Shen Longjiao observed their prompt obedience, a chill crept into his heart. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by placing such a decisive and unyielding individual in a position of authority. It is commendable that the old chief prioritizes the welfare of the people and considers the bigger picture, Shen Longjiao remarked with a polite smile before gradually walking away. The rain began to pour more heavily, and the Enforcement Bureau members watched as the luxurious convoy, akin to stars encircling the moon, gradually vanished into the thick mist, their faces etched with resentment. Chief Li. Lu Zhenhai looked at the elderly chief before him, his voice tinged with shame. His relationship with the old chief had always been rather neutral, given their many disagreements. Lu Zhenhai had assumed Li Jingtao was merely an old-fashioned leader navigating the complexities of Jiangqing. Yet in this moment of grave error, where the evidence chain had been flawed from the beginning, he had thought he might be leaving the Enforcement Bureau for good. To his surprise, the sooner-retired Li Jingtao had set aside his dignity amidst a cadre of leaders to advocate for Lu Zhenhai, allowing him only a suspension instead of dismissal. There is no need to dwell on apologies, Zhenhai. Let us take a walk, Li Jingtao said wearily. Lu Zhenhai held the umbrella for him as they strolled at the mist-laden entrance of the Enforcement Bureau. They walked for quite a distance without uttering a word. Look at Jiangqing now. It has become quite splendid, Li Jingtao suddenly exclaimed, gazing at the surrounding high-rise buildings and the twinkling lights of the evening, watching young people taking refuge from the rain while enjoying street food. Lu Zhenhai was unsure of his intent, merely listening silently. It wasn't he always like this. I recall my childhood, when mutated beasts had only begun to appear for less than a decade, and the number of awakened individuals was scarce. Death was rampant, and often, people struggled to secure a meal. Gradually, as the number of awakened individuals increased, there was a desperate pursuit for rapid advancement, and the nation was in dire need of high-level awakened beings. Thus, the infected began to emerge and proliferate on a massive scale. At that time, everyone was bewildered. No one could have predicted that the heroes who once fought against the mutated beasts would turn to devour their own kin. Just like that, the situation, which had recently stabilized, was once again thrown into chaos due to the emergence of the infected. My father perished during that time, slain by one of his former comrades, who later became infected. Lu Zhenhai was aware of this period, termed the Dark Era, just as the Day of Mutation, both chronicled in textbooks to instill a sense of vigilance against mutation and infection from a young age. Yet, he had not lived through it. Listening to Li Jingtao recount the tale now felt like a heavy stone lodged in his chest. Do you think I should harbor hatred for the infected? They were once the awakened individuals most eager to serve the nation. That after years of research, we gradually deciphered the principles of infection. Although there are still a few sporadic cases, we have regained full control over the situation. I do not despise the infected, but I detest those who exploit them for profit. A glint of ferocity flickered in Li Jingtao's eyes, a sight Lu Zhenhai had never witnessed before in the old chief. I understand that you may view me as rather moderate, and I do not expect you to deny it. This is indeed the case. For I am acutely aware that our adversaries are those who have swallowed their morals and conscience. Their hearts are ruthless, and their methods are venomous, that if you lack the ability to strike decisively, it is best not to provoke them hastily. I have grown old, and ultimately this position must be passed on to the younger generation. Zhenhai, I hope you do not forsake your ambitions because of this incident. The journey may be long, and what you need is ample patience. As Lu Zhenhai met Li Jingtao's penetrating gaze, he momentarily felt disoriented. This was a moment of genuine connection. He had previously thought that Li Jingtao merely wished to offer him some consolation, tinged with a warning, never imagining the extent of expectation placed upon him. Seeing Li Jingtao extend his hand, Lu Zhenhai grasped it firmly. After escorting Li Jingtao to his vehicle, Lu Zhenhai returned to his office to gather his belongings, only to find that none of his subordinates had left. "We're all waiting for your orders," they said. Lu Zhenhai chuckled. It seemed that his employment status mattered little. "You bunch of scoundrels," he teased, and as they gathered around the table, Lu Zhenhai pulled out his phone, only to notice an unanswered call. Gu Chen. Chapter 40. The approaching storm, a luxurious convoy weaved through the curtain of rain, with Zheng Tianhao seated in the lead vehicle, savoring a cigar while being attended to by a beautiful woman beside him. Opposite him sat two middle-aged men. One was Zhang Xian, an awakened one and Zheng Tianhao's subordinate, and the other was Su Yu, who had visited him at school earlier that day. Is everything cleared up? After spending several days in the interrogation room, Zheng Tianhao appeared slightly fatigued, but the image of that overly confident man in disbelief brought a smile to his face. Brother, how everything has been handled. A few lives were lost, and the two witnesses have also been eliminated, Zhang Xian replied, one eye covered with a bandage, indicating he had sustained some injuries. And you, Su? What about your side? Su Yu, still dressed in the suit from earlier, his hair meticulously styled, nodded in response. It's been marked. His location is constantly in my mind. That kid remains oblivious. However, the situation deviates somewhat from what we anticipated. He is one of the brilliant students on campus, highly valued, so we haven't moved against him just yet. Zheng Tianhao nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke. In the wake of Lu Zhenhai's sudden capture, he had initially felt a twinge of panic. Fortunately, he had long been prepared for today, and all the contingencies he had set in place had come into play. Reflecting on it now, sending Zhang Xian to interrogate Gu Chen had been a misstep. Gu Chen must have sensed danger afterward, prompting him to seek Lu Zhenhai's assistance, which allowed Lu Zhenhai to unearth some evidence. Let us eliminate him today. While the campus genius was a valuable asset, he was still just a seedling. After the testing day, if the war academies took notice, it would become far less convenient to act. In the dilapidated clock tower, near Area C of the slums, Lin Sudong puffed on a cigarette, his gaze occasionally drifting towards a small house. The absurdity of his current sneaky demeanor made him chuckle and shake his head. What has come over me to be so serious? Upon seeing Gu Chen's home, Lin Sudong began to understand. Taking care of a younger sister in a neighborhood rife with crime and violence, while supporting two lives and completing his studies and training, he must possess a keen sense of vigilance and caution to survive. Inside the room, Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan were swiftly packing their belongings. After years of practice, Mu Xiaowan had become accustomed to this, requiring no further prompting from Gu Chen. 10 minutes later, observing Mu Xiaowan, who was slight and petite yet burdened with a multitude of packages and remaining silent, Gu Chen first felt amusement, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Almost done. After the awakening day, with $1 million in hand, they would soon be able to live a more comfortable life. Brother, let us go. Mu Xiaowan took his hand, her smile sweet. Let us. Gu Chen conducted a final check. He realized that for just a 5-day stay, he need not bring so many items. However, until the matter concerning the mark was resolved, he did not intend to return. At that moment, Gu Chen recalled that, apart from the green crystal he carried, there was another one inside the television cabinet. The items he carried were obtained during a gang skirmish, while the crystal in the cabinet was discovered earlier while accompanying Lu Zhenhai to investigate in the depths of the slums at the entrance of an opulent mansion. He had absorbed the red crystal at that time, leaving this one untouched, intending to reserve it for Mu Xing, but it had remained there, almost forgotten. Gu Chen set down his luggage and reached for the slightly dust-covered crystal. Lu Peng, a hapless soul who, as an awakened one, turned to thievery, was killed at his doorstep by another awakened individual who preferred living in the slums. The details of the deceased flashed in his mind. Upon receiving this information, Gu Chen froze momentarily, then his pupils constricted sharply. Lu Peng, killed at his doorstep by the homeowner? The crystal nearly slipped from his grasp. This situation was entirely amiss. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he rapidly pieced together the threads of the incident, but he had always believed this crystal belonged to the homeowner, the individual marked refused on Zheng Tianhao's list. It was based on this that they inferred all those who refused Zheng Tianhao had been dealt with. Lu Zhenhai had also used this, along with the list, to forcibly detain Zheng Tianhao. Yet now, having acquired the crystal, Gu Chen realized that their initial assumptions had been utterly wrong. The individual who had refused Zheng Tianhao was very much alive. Lu Zhenhai is in trouble. Gu Chen took several deep breaths. He had assumed the previous matters were behind him, yet now he understood he had underestimated the complexity, that if the initial inference was flawed, how could they investigate further? He suddenly recalled that prior to returning tonight, he had attempted to call Lu Jinhai, but the line had been busy. Let us go. As Xiao Chun stepped outside, Lin Sudong yawned and glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Once he gets accepted into the War Academy, he'd better treat us to a few grand meals. Lin Sudong brushed off the dust from his hands, preparing to leap down from the clock tower. However, just as he moved, two masked figures appeared in the distance. Thieves at work? Lin Sudong thought little of it. If they were indeed thieves, he could easily apprehend them. Yet he quickly reconsidered. These two exhibited remarkable agility, clutching daggers, and their trajectory clearly indicated they were converging on Xiao Chen's location. Lin Sudong's expression shifted in an instant. What? Could that kid have been right? Damn it! He crushed his cigarette out with force, disregarding the potential stains on his clothing, and leapt from the clock tower as he dashed forward. Lin Sudong's expression grew increasingly fierce, seizing a brick from the roadside and propelling himself towards the threat. The night was deep. The recent rain had rendered the slum streets muddy, and fog obscured the view. Turning a corner, Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaowan simultaneously spotted a man in black standing there. He openly toyed with a knife, his mask revealing only a pair of icy, murderous eyes. Kid, it's time to hit the road. Xiao Chun felt his sister's hand tighten suddenly, bloodlust seeping into her gaze. Not yet. He would not allow Mu Xiaowan to bear any risk of exposure unless absolutely necessary. Oh, not in a hurry. The man in black tilted his head slightly, seeming intrigued by Xiao Chen's words. Suddenly, a red brick whistled through the air, crashing down where he had just stood. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes, glancing from Xiao Chun to the alleyway on his left, where Lin Sudong approached at high speed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. This kid couldn't have summoned help this quickly. Chapter 41. Utmost fear, seeing the man effortlessly evade his brick. Lin Sudong felt a twinge of surprise that he realized that this individual before him must also be an awakened one. I underestimated the situation, he mused, regretting that he had dismissed Xiao Chen's words as mere jest. Not only was the prediction accurate, but the adversary was indeed an awakened being. Xiao Chun had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Sudong bellowed, "Run! There is another one!" The enemy was closing in. If Xiao Chun could flee swiftly, he might still escape, but he was uncertain of the other person's strength. If that individual was also awakened, he could not guarantee Xiao Chen's safety. Go! Xiao Chun urged, pulling Mu Xiaowan away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lin Sudong had already engaged in combat with the cloaked figure. With a surge of energy, Lin Sudong's speed increased dramatically, his fists raining down like a tempest. The black-clad man hesitated for a moment before unleashing his own power, but there was little outward indication of his strength. Lin Sudong's speed far surpassed his own, and his fist struck the man with tremendous force, sending him reeling. Yet Lin Sudong's arms trembled from the impact. I detest those who rely solely on physical enhancement, Lin Sudong thought, his greatest concern materializing. He had confidence in his combat prowess and believed a few exchanges would secure his victory, that he envisioned swiftly subduing his opponent before rushing to find Xiao Chun. However, this adversary was akin to a punching bag, one that could absorb his attacks. Outside the walls, such awakened beings were highly valued, often serving as buffers against mutant beasts. After running a few paces, Xiao Chun slowed down. Lin Sudong had urged him to flee due to the urgency of the situation, but he had overlooked a critical issue. The mark within his body, that no matter where he ran, his pursuers would be able to track him down. If he attempted to erase the mark now, it would consume vast amounts of his energy, leaving him utterly defenseless in battle. He glanced back at Mu Xiaowan, who was still following him, and suddenly halted. His only hope rested on Lin Sudong defeating his opponent, allowing him to draw out the confrontation until Lin could provide support. Alternatively, he could eliminate the pursuer himself. "Why have you stopped running?" Emerged another black-clad man from the alleyway, his icy gaze piercing through the darkness. He had initially intended to handle the boy alone, but the boss had insisted on sending an awakened one along. However, reflecting on it now, if it weren't for that awakened accomplice, he might have already failed. Amidst his trepidation, he felt fortunate, believing he would ultimately be the one to eliminate the target. Xiao Chun suddenly looked at Mu Xiaowan, his eyes filled with reluctance and fear. "Xiaowan, don't worry about me. You must leave now and call for help." Brother, I won't leave. Mu Xiaowan stubbornly shook her head. Listen to me. Xiao Chen's voice rose in anger, prompting Mu Xiaowan to reluctantly turn back, glancing over her shoulder as she vanished into the shadows. Then, Xiao Chen grasped the firewood knife he had carelessly brought from home, adopting a desperate stance as he warily regarded the black-clad man. Preparing to fight to the death for your sister. How touching. Unfortunately, you all shall perish today. The black-clad man lunged forward, his dagger poised. Though he was not awakened, his energy had surpassed 150. Many newly awakened individuals could not match his power, and he had hunted true awakened beings in his capacity as an ordinary person. Thus, he harbored no fear of this youth, reputed to be a campus prodigy. The dagger sliced through the air like a flash of lightning. Even with Xiao Chen's current energy level of 105, he struggled to perceive its speed. Yet, Xiao Chen didn't need to see clearly for. To bang, a twinge of pain coursed through the black-clad man's hand as the firewood knife struck him. Amazingly, Xiao Chen had utilized his only weapon as a projectile, hitting him before swiftly choosing another path to flee. The black-clad man was momentarily bewildered. The boy's desperate demeanor had genuinely moved him, yet it turned out to be an act. He began the pursuit. Even as the distance between them widened, he felt a sense of reassurance. He had initially spotted Lin Sudong before chasing Xiao Chen. That individual was evidently formidable. Now, as he ran farther away, he was safeguarded against Lin's potential victory over his companion. The black-clad man held unwavering confidence in his energy levels. Typically, individuals could barely awaken, and those with energy just above 100 were at their peak. Yet he possessed a remarkable 150, equating to exceptional physical prowess. However, he soon discovered that Xiao Chen was not lagging far behind. As he ran, Xiao Chen's anxiety began to dissipate significantly. It seems this individual is not an awakened one, or perhaps he is of a considerably weaker variety. Thus far, the awakened beings Xiao Chen had encountered included Lin Sudong, Lu Jinhai, as well as the leaders of the Zishuan gang and the Black Tiger gang. He understood that they would have easily subdued him without a contest. The man before him, in stark comparison, appeared considerably weaker. Xiao Chen's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, yet he feigned breathlessness and confusion, slipping into a dim alleyway ensconced by 3 black walls. The alley was overgrown with weeds and littered with debris, a desolate corner of Zone C rising swiftly. Xiao Chen sought an escape, only to find the black-clad man blocking his path at the alley's entrance. Calmness enveloped him, yet despair etched itself upon his face as he grasped a shard of broken tile, trembling as he uttered, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The black-clad man offered no words, advancing with his dagger. This time, he deftly avoided the shards and debris Xiao Chen hurled at him, cornering him against the wall as he thrust the blade forward. It's over. He distinctly felt the knife penetrate flesh, the warm blood spurting forth. Yet he found it curious how simple this act felt, as if Xiao Chen had willingly approached the blade rather than resisting. Confusion crept over him as he gazed at the moonlit scene. Xiao Chen lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a ferocity and madness that sent an inexplicable shiver of dread through the black-clad man. Awakened technique, Qi recovery, that extraordinary force surged within Xiao Chen. The black-clad man attempted to withdraw his dagger, but the grievously injured youth seemed to experience a resurgence of strength, his arms clamping down like iron bands, nails embedding into flesh. The black-clad man, momentarily irked, prepared to deliver a blow to Xiao Chen's head when a faint sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. He turned, only to be engulfed in a profound terror. What is this? Blood sprayed forth, yet this time, it was not Xiao Chen's. Chapter 41. Utmost fear, seeing the man deftly evade his brick. Lin Sudong felt a measure of surprise. He understood that this individual before him was undoubtedly an awakener. I underestimated the situation. He had foolishly dismissed Xiao Chen's earlier words as mere jest. Yet they proved not only accurate, but also that his opponent was indeed an awakener. Just as Xiao Chen began to feel a sense of relief, Lin Sudong bellowed, "Run! There's another one!" The adversaries were encircling them, and if Xiao Chen could flee swiftly, he might still escape. Uncertain of the strength of the other individual, Lin Sudong realized that if this person was also an awakener, he could not guarantee Xiao Chen's safety. "Go!" Xiao Chen urged Mu Xiaowan, pulling her away from the battleground of the two men. Meanwhile, Lin Sudong had already engaged the man in black. With a surge of primal energy, Lin Sudong's speed increased dramatically, his fists raining down like a tempest. The black-clad figure hesitated momentarily before unleashing his own primal energy, though to an observer, no visible difference was apparent. Lin Sudong's velocity far surpassed that of his opponent, his fist striking the man with force, pushing him back repeatedly. Yet Lin Sudong felt the numbing shock reverberate through his arms. I truly detest your kind of physically enhanced awakeners. The very scenario Lin Sudong dreaded had unfolded. He held strong confidence in his combat capabilities, believing that a few exchanges would reveal his victory. His intention was to swiftly subdue this opponent and then locate Xiao Chen. However, this adversary was precisely the type that could endure and frustrate him like a punching bag. After running a few paces, Xiao Chen slowed his pace. Lin Sudong had urged him to flee out of urgency, yet he overlooked the most critical detail. He bore a mark within him. No matter where he ran, his pursuers would be able to track him down. If he were to focus inward to erase this mark now, it would deplete a vast amount of his primal energy, rendering him utterly powerless for combat. He cast a glance at Mu Xiaowan, who was still following closely, and suddenly halted. His only hope rested on Lin Sudong defeating his opponent while he successfully delayed the pursuer. Alternatively, he could eliminate the one chasing him. Why have you stopped running? Another man in black emerged from the alleyway, his cold gaze piercing through the darkness. He had initially intended to handle the youth alone, but the boss had insisted on sending an awakener to accompany him. Reflecting on it now, he felt fortunate. Had the boss not arranged for the awakener's presence, he might have faced dire consequences. While feeling a mix of trepidation and relief, he was nonetheless confident that he would be the one to ultimately eliminate the target. Xiao Chen suddenly looked at Mu Xiaowan, his eyes filled with reluctance and dread. Xiaowan, don't worry about me. You must leave now and call the authorities. Brother, I won't abandon you. Mu Xiaowan stubbornly shook her head. Listen to me. Xiao Chen scolded her with apparent fury. Reluctantly, Mu Xiaowan turned away, glancing back 3 times before vanishing into the shadows. Then, Xiao Chen grasped the woodcutting knife he had hastily taken from home, adopting a defiant posture as he warily eyed the man in black. Are you prepared to risk everything to buy time for your sister? How touching, but alas, you shall all perish today. The black-clad man lunged forward, wielding his dagger with speed. Although he was not an awakener, his primal energy had surpassed 150. Many initial awakeners lacked his prowess and primal energy, and he had successfully hunted genuine awakeners as an ordinary person. Thus, he felt no fear toward this youth reputed to be a campus prodigy. The dagger flew like a bolt of lightning, and even with Xiao Chen's current primal energy of 105, he struggled to perceive its trajectory. However, he did not need to see clearly for the bang. A slight pain shot through the black-clad man's hand as the woodcutting knife struck him. Xiao Chen had unexpectedly used his only weapon as a projectile, hitting him before choosing to flee down another path. What the black-clad man was momentarily taken aback. Your desperate demeanor had genuinely moved me. Was it all an act? He resumed his pursuit, confident that the distance would only grow, yet he felt a sense of relief that he had initially spotted Lin Sudong and pursued Xiao Chen because the former appeared formidable. Now that he was far away, he could prevent Lin Sudong from defeating his ally and subsequently eliminating him. The black-clad man had always been confident in his primal energy. While most individuals struggled to awaken, he had reached a remarkable 150, endowing him with formidable physical prowess. Yet he noticed that Xiao Chen was managing to run nearly as fast as he ran. Xiao Chen's anxiety began to dissipate significantly. It seems this man is not an awakener, or perhaps he is of a considerably weaker caliber. Thus far, the only awakeners Xiao Chen had encountered were Lin Sudong, Lu Jinhai, and the leaders of the Zishuan gang and the Heihu gang. He knew instinctively that they could handle him with ease. The man before him, in comparison to those he had faced, was decidedly less formidable. Xiao Chen's expression remained neutral, yet he feigned breathlessness and confusion, slipping into a dark alleyway surrounded by 3 black walls, overgrown with weeds and litter, a desolate corner of Area C. After picking himself up, Xiao Chen hurriedly sought to escape, but the black-clad man had already blocked the alley's entrance. Cutting off his escape route, that a sense of calm enveloped him, Yet despair etched itself upon his face as he picked up a shard of broken tile, trembling as he spoke. "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The black-clad man offered no further words, advancing with his dagger. This time, he skillfully avoided the tiles and debris Gu Chen hurled at him, cornering the young man against the wall before thrusting his blade forward. "It's over." He felt the knife penetrate flesh, the peculiar sensation of the blade embedding itself within, warm blood gushing forth. Yet he found it strange. This strike felt too effortless, almost as if Gu Chen had willingly met the blade. His confusion deepened as he gazed at the scene illuminated by moonlight. Gu Chen lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes brimming with ferocity and madness. The sight of that expression inexplicably stirred a profound sense of dread within the black-clad man. Awakening technique. Return energy. A surge of extraordinary power coursed through Gu Chen. The black-clad man attempted to withdraw his knife, but the grievously injured youth seemed to experience a resurgence, his arms clamping down like iron bands, nails digging into flesh. Irritated, the black-clad man prepared to strike Gu Chen's head with a punch, only to perceive the faintest sound of footsteps behind him. He glanced back inadvertently, and what he beheld plunged him into unparalleled terror. "What is this?" Blood spurted forth, yet this time it was not from Gu Chen. Chapter 42. The Queen of the Night. A piercing agony surged through him, and the man in black narrowly evaded a fatal strike from behind, driven purely by instinct. The blade grazed his neck, blood gushing forth, and though his instinct urged him to retaliate, the scene before him rendered him utterly frozen with dread. What is this thing? Behind him, cloaked in the moonlight, stood a petite figure with hair as crimson as fresh snow, her cold eyes glimmering with an otherworldly radiance, wielding a sharp blade infused with a chilling malice. 3 faint lines of purplish-red blood adorned her forehead and cheeks, exuding an aura of wicked allure. This was not an awakened being. The presence of primal energy was unmistakable to the man in black. Upon seeing the small, pointed canines peeking from the girl's lips, clarity dawned upon him. This was an infector. There was an infector lurking beside this brat. Recognizing her attire, he realized with a jolt that this was none other than Gu Chen's sister. The rapid loss of blood left him lightheaded, but terror consumed his heart as he struggled to push Gu Chen aside, clutching his wound, desperate to escape to the rooftops and flee this place. He refrained from confronting Mu Xiaowan, for a long-standing dread of infectors seemed etched into his very genes that I end this moment of weakness. All he yearned for was to escape. Leave him. Gu Chen, pressing against the wall with blood seeping from his wound, found his vision blurring. Unfazed, Mu Xiaowan sprang into action, pursuing him with relentless fervor, her blade continually carving wounds into the man in black. Yet he was singularly focused on his escape, heedless of anything else. Though gravely injured, the enhancements from the primal energy still coursed through his body, and as he prepared to leap onto the rooftop, a flicker of urgency flashed in Mu Xiaowan's enchanting gaze. A peculiar sensation enveloped her as she observed the blood dancing in the air. Suddenly, she felt as if a new power had awakened within her. Just then, she seized the man's arm, and the blood that flowed from his neck wound made contact with her delicate hand. Buzz! Instinctively, Mu Xiaowan activated the newfound ability she had just comprehended. The blood coalesced like a stream, her hand acting as a pump, causing the man's blood to surge forth from the wound on his neck in torrents. Streams of crimson transformed into luminous specks, which Mu Xiaowan purified into energy, flowing into her being. Infection. The man's eyes gradually lost their luster, his body collapsing like a rag doll amidst the weeds and refuse. Cough, cough. Witnessing this, Gu Chen felt a weight lift from his heart as he watched Mu Xiaowan's hair gradually lose its vibrant hue, reverting to the appearance of a frail girl, now streaked with tears. "Brother, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital." She rushed over, using her slender arms to support Gu Chen, and no one could reconcile the innocent girl before him with the cold-blooded specter from moments ago. "I'm fine." Gu Chen retrieved some bandages and tended to his wound, swallowing a recovery pill to regain some strength. He gazed thoughtfully at the anxious Mu Xiaowan. "What's wrong?" Mu Xiaowan, feeling a sudden wave of uncertainty, looked into Gu Chen's eyes, her unease surfacing. The memories from her transformation remained intact, altering her demeanor in that fleeting moment. She distinctly recalled draining the life from another. Brother, so I truly am an infector, right? She lowered her head, despite Xiao Chen's constant reassurances that she was just like everyone else, that she was normal. He would always say she wouldn't fear the sunlight or be unable to control her hunger for flesh. Yet, as she matured, she came to understand that she was indeed different from ordinary people. Have you ever seen an infector awaken? Xiao Chen's question rendered Mu Xiaowan speechless. Awaken? Indeed, that technique you used earlier was an awakening skill. I never imagined my sister to be such a rare talent, awakening so early. Have you been hiding this from me all along? Feeling the pride and relief shining in Xiao Chen's eyes, Mu Xiaowan felt a tinge of embarrassment. No. I was just anxious, and it suddenly happened. Exactly, that is what awakening is. Seeing Xiao Chen's unwavering certainty, Mu Xiaowan found herself uncertain whether he was comforting her or not. Well then, why dwell on this? Help me over there. Xiao Chen ruffled Mu Xiaowan's hair, prompting her to break into a silly grin. Such praise from him was rare, and it left her feeling somewhat dazed that a green crystal slowly emerged, and Xiao Chen walked over to pick it up. Duan Su, a top-tier assassin, perished from excessive blood loss, slain by a 12-year-old girl. He harbored immense secrets, yet he never had the chance to reveal them. The details of the deceased flashed through his mind. The scent of blood. At the entrance of the slums, Lu Jinhai, accompanied by Chu Hongxiu, made his way to Xiao Chen's residence. He had just attempted to call Xiao Chen, but the line was unreachable. He knew Xiao Chen would not contact him for trivial matters, and with the inability to get through, he resolved to check in person. To his surprise, upon arrival, he and Chu Hongxiu discovered something amiss. Following the sounds, they stumbled upon Lin Sudong standing over a contorted figure of a man in black. What are you doing here? Who is this guy? Jinhai. Lin Sudong, the current martial arts instructor of the Jiangqing Armed Police Unit, recognized Lu Jinhai from their professional acquaintance, and his face brightened upon seeing him. You know Xiao Chen, right? Quickly follow this direction to find him. Someone is trying to kill him. I don't have time to explain. Two individuals came, and even if the other isn't an awakened, they're not far off. Soon, you might be left waiting to collect his remains. Lin Sudong had caught a glimpse of the man in black, attempting to detain him, but the man's speed was astounding, and with an awakened person to distract him, he failed to capture him. Understood. Lu Jinhai suppressed his urgency, taking Chu Hongxiu by the hand as they prepared to follow the indicated path. The incapacitated man in black, bound at the wrists, merely chuckled coldly at their words. 10 minutes had elapsed since the battle began, that if that fellow could not eliminate Xiao Chen by now, he might as well throw himself to his death. Just as they were about to leave, Chu Hongxiu suddenly froze, pointing in the direction with her lips parted in astonishment. Look! From the alleyway emerged a blood-soaked youth, holding the hand of a small girl, approaching slowly. In his grasp, he carried a severed head. Xiao Chen, how is this possible? The man in black, lying on the ground, trembled, disbelief and confusion flooding his gaze as he beheld Xiao Chen. He was acutely aware of Duan Su's prowess, having assassinated true awakened beings before. How could this boy, still a student, have killed him? Good lad. Lin Sudong's expression shifted, realizing he had completely misjudged this student. He was not the naive, inexperienced child he had assumed, but rather a shrewd and ruthless individual. Xiao Chen, you're injured. Let me take you to the hospital. Chu Hongxiu rushed forward, her heart aching at the sight of their disheveled appearances. There's no hurry, Lu Gu. Let me first ask you something. Do you know Su Yu? What is his relationship with Zheng Tianhao? Chapter 43. The Truth Pill. They must be quite familiar with each other, being members of the Jiangqing Merchant Alliance. Xiaoqing, let us not discuss this further. You should head to the hospital first. Su Yu and Zheng Tianhao, a faint smile graced Xiaoqing's lips, for it seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. How does this involve Zheng Tianhao? Lin Sudong was oblivious to the alliance between Xiaoqing and Lu Jinhai, finding himself in a state of bewilderment. I truly did not anticipate that this matter would affect you so profoundly. Xiaoqing, enough talk. You must go to the hospital. Lu Jinhai also felt a pang of guilt, setting aside his usual light-hearted demeanor to TO him. It appeared that Xiaoqing had unwittingly waded into troubled waters, dragged into this vortex by his own actions. I can manage. Regarding Zheng Tianhao, you must have failed, right? This revelation left both Chu Hongxiu and Lu Jinhai astonished. The incident had only just transpired, and news could not have reached Xiaoqing so swiftly. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xiaoqing realized his deductions were accurate. What secrets do you share that leave me in such suspense? Lin Sudong felt like an outsider, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Jinhai. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinhai observed Xiaoqing leaning against the ground as Chu Hongxiu tended to his wounds, and he nodded slightly to Lu Jinhai. The group proceeded to bind the black-clad assailant, rendering him unconscious before discarding him in an abandoned building nearby. This is still related to the case of the infected individuals in District C. Xiaoqing and I investigated together, and Zheng Tianhao emerged as a prime suspect. I felt immense pressure, but managed to apprehend him, even applying for the truth pill, only to have it fail. The truth pill. Noticing the confusion in Xiaoqing's eyes, Chu Hongxiu gently explained. It is a controlled substance crafted by a level 3 or above awakened individual in conjunction with an apothecary. Upon ingestion, the user cannot utter a lie for 30 minutes. Lin Sudong's expression shifted as he listened. The gravity of the situation was clear. Lu Jinhai was indeed leaving no stone unturned. Zheng Tianhao was no ordinary individual. Deploying such a method meant that the case had to be airtight. Hearing Lu Jinhai's words now, it was evident that the case had faltered, leaving Lu Jinhai shrugged. Indeed, I am currently on unpaid leave and cannot handle any cases for 6 months. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I never anticipated that Zheng Tianhao had prepared so thoroughly. He managed to enlist a level 3 awakened individual to create a mental barrier in his mind. The potency of the truth pill cannot penetrate this barrier, and I had already overstepped by using it. Another lead was the blood test results. When they came back, I was flabbergasted to discover that it was not the individual listed. Initially, when Xiaoqing uncovered the crystal, they jointly stumbled upon the corpse-dissolving agent and the blood seeping into the soil, convinced that it belonged to the awakened individual, Zhang Ningen, who had rejected Zheng Tianhao, murdered here. I first thought there had been a mistake in the identification, but to my astonishment, Zhang Ningen himself appeared. At that moment, I was utterly dumbfounded. Having already acted outside the bounds of protocol, our old director had shielded me from considerable pressure now. With all evidence severed, Zheng Tianhao was released this afternoon. Lin Sudong cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Jinhai, recognizing his fearless nature, which had initially drawn the two together, and was now astonished by his audacity. Zheng Tianhao couldn't he possibly be involved? With his wealth, why would he engage in matters concerning the infected? Surely you must be mistaken. Also, Xiaoqing, you mentioned asking Suyu. Do you believe it was Zheng Tianhao who instructed Suyu to place that mental mark on you? Aside from that, I cannot think of anyone else, Xiaoqing replied calmly. Everything was aligning with his thoughts, though he had not anticipated the existence of the truth pill and the mental barrier. He increasingly felt that the capabilities of awakened individuals exceeded his expectations. We have captured someone. As an awakened individual, he should possess valuable information that if you still have the truth pill, I wish to observe your interrogation before we depart. Lin Sudong glanced at Xiaoqing, a quiet sigh escaping him. Very well, if you can endure, then we shall linger a while longer. That was my intention as well, Lu Jinhai sincerely remarked. After their recent encounters, he had ceased to regard Xiaoqing as a mere child, instead viewing him as a capable ally. Get up. I know you're not dead. He approached, delivering a few kicks to overturn the black-clad figure, subsequently tearing off his mask. Before him appeared a rather aged face. Well, what do we have here? Even at such an age, you still play the assassin, truly dedicated to your craft. How much did Zheng Tianhao pay you? The black-clad man gasped, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoqing, utterly astonished that such a formidable operation had failed to eliminate him, resulting in his capture instead. Zheng Tianhao. Who is that? I do not know him. He realized that, even without confessing, the charge of attempted murder was inescapable, but he was acutely aware that revealing the truth would lead to his demise at the hands of Zheng Tianhao and his family. Oh, still defiant, are we? Upon witnessing Lu Jinhai flexing his wrists, Zhang Tianbao's eyelids twitched slightly, and he grit his teeth. What? Are law enforcement officials resorting to coercion? Not at all. Fortunately, I invested heavily this time, procuring 10 of these pills, though I only used one previously. So here is another for you. Seizing the moment while Zhang Tianbao was distracted, Lu Zhenhai swiftly pinched the muscles on either side of his jaw and forcefully administered the pill. Zhang Tianbao's complexion fluctuated dramatically. He attempted to expel the pill, but it had already descended into his stomach. What did you make me ingest? I will sue you. Now you wish to invoke the law. Too late. Aren't you the tough one? Let us see if you will speak. Hongxiu, you take over the questioning. Although Lu Zhenhai no longer possessed authority, Chu Hongxiu's inquiry would yield similar results. Did Zheng Tianhao send you to kill Xiao Cheng, or were you dispatched by someone who takes orders from Zheng Tianhao? Lu Zhenhai produced a voice recorder regarding Zhang Tianbao with a bemused expression. Lin Sudong stood nearby, still grappling with disbelief despite the explanations he had received. Zhang Tianbao's face flushed red. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation and understood he must not speak. Yet, an overwhelming force seemed to assault his consciousness, instilling a fear that uttering a lie would invite unspeakable consequences, jeopardizing his very life. Yes, excellent. Lu Zhenhai's spirits lifted. Upon uttering his admission, Zhang Tianbao appeared utterly drained, unable to fathom how he had divulged that information. A profound sense of terror surged within him. Is he connected to the infected individuals? If you know where he is hiding them, you must tell us now. Chu Hongxiu sought to expedite the process, conscious that their subject was not an ordinary person, but an awakened individual, and the effects of the pill might dissipate swiftly. Zhang Tianbao's forehead bulged with veins as he ground his teeth, saliva dripping from his mouth, his expression contorting into that of a malevolent spirit. The threat of death loomed over every nerve, yet the cost of speaking suddenly, it seemed he recalled something profoundly terrifying, and in an instant, he unleashed his primal energy, emitting a beastly roar. Still wished to resist. The group took a small step back, preparing to subdue him, only to be taken aback as Zhang Tianbao, having activated his awakened ability, shrank in size. Though his body was restrained, his hands were now free. I cannot speak. If I do, my fate will be even worse that I cannot say. He appeared deranged, caught in the conflict between the drug's influence and his self-awareness, producing a dagger from his pocket and lunging forward. The dagger pierced through his throat in an instant. Chapter 44. Stalemate Stop. Lu Zhenhai and his companions initially believed he was about to resist. Who could have anticipated that this individual would choose to end his own life? An awakened, even if guilty, had not truly committed murder. At most, he would serve a few years. Yet, he was willing to resort to suicide. The expressions of the group darkened. While they had captured crucial evidence, the situation was such that it would only serve to irritate Zheng Tianhao. Xiao Chun remained silent. After a few moments of contemplation, he quietly transformed the green light into a crystal, extracting information about Zhang Tianbao. Zhang Tianbao, confronted with death and something far more terrifying, opted for self-destruction. Upon seeing this name, Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, aware that his suspicions were gaining clarity. Chu Hongxiu, ever concerned about Xiao Chen's injuries, was the first to notice the shift in his expression. Xiao Chun, have you made a discovery? The others turned their gazes towards him. Brother Hai, look closely. Does this person not seem familiar to you? Xiao Chen pointed at the deceased Zhang Tianbao. Lu Zhenhai suppressed a flicker of frustration and began to scrutinize the corpse. Had Xiao Chen not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. The recent days of interrogations and pressures from superiors had left him overwhelmed, making it difficult to pay attention to the face of someone he did not recognize. However, now that Xiao Chen had brought it up, he indeed found the deceased somewhat familiar, though the memory eluded him. Do you recognize him? A spark of hope ignited within him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke softly. Initially, we all believed Zhang Ningen had perished at his doorstep, dealt with by Zheng Tianhao for refusing one of his demands. Yet, he not only survived but appeared at a crucial moment to testify, delivering a fatal blow to you. Do you consider this mere coincidence? Xiao Chen's inquiry prompted Lu Zhenhai to ponder deeply. He gestured for Xiao Chen to continue. If it were only Zhang Ningen, That would be one thing, but this individual has solidified my belief in a certain hypothesis. We all reviewed that list, and I trust that afterward you also examined the profiles of those individuals and scrutinized their photographs. Fortunately, they were all awakened, notable figures in Jiangcheng. I have perused their images as well. Consider this. Does he not bear a striking resemblance to someone on that list? This statement struck like thunder on a calm lake, instantly rekindling Liu Jinhai's memories. His pupils constricted, and he fixed his gaze on Zhang Tianbao's face, his breath becoming labored. Zhang Tianbao. Upon hearing Liu Jinhai utter the name directly, Gu Chen felt a wave of relief and admiration. He had merely consulted photographs, but Liu Jinhai's memory proved remarkable. It truly is him. Liu Jinhai struggled to comprehend. Zhang Tianbao appeared somewhat older than in the photographs, yet the general features remained consistent. How could this be? Were these individuals not eliminated by Zheng Tianhao? Chu Hongxiu was equally perplexed. She had been following the line of thought established by Gu Chen and Liu Jinhai regarding the case. Based on their initial hypotheses, those who accepted Zheng Tianhao's suggestions became infected, while those who opposed him were naturally killed. It seems we may have misjudged the situation. Those who defied Zheng Tianhao were not killed, but rather became his subordinates. Liu Jinhai, after a moment of reflection, concurred with Gu Chen's assessment. Are you implying that the incident involving Zhang Ningen was a trap set by Zheng Tianhao? Not necessarily. I do not believe he could have orchestrated such a far-reaching scheme. Gu Chen shook his head. The traces of the corpse at Zhang Ningen's doorstep were nearly impossible to discover without extensive searches. Had it not been for the activation of his awakening abilities, Liu Jinhai would have found it exceedingly difficult to deduce this trap. I suspect it was more of a coincidence, but Zheng Tianhao seized the opportunity, crafting false evidence against you. When you suggested that Zhang Ningen was eliminated by him, I imagine he was nearly laughing at the thought. Liu Jinhai and Chu Hongxiu stood frozen, realizing that one misstep had led to another. Thus, I leaned towards the idea that Zheng Tianhao presented them with a choice. Either comply or submit and become his subordinates. The group remained absorbed in Gu Chen's analysis. Liu Jinhai sorted through the information swirling in his mind, his perception of Gu Chen undergoing a significant transformation. Lin Sudong experienced a similar shift. He felt as though his worldview was being upended. Reflecting on his time training these youths, he nostalgically recalled his own navet, yet now he felt as if he had unwittingly stumbled into the midst of fools. Alas, Zhang Tianbao is dead. The trail has gone cold. While we have his testimony, the evidence is too flimsy. To convict someone, a complete chain of evidence is required. After a moment of impulsivity, it was ultimately the old director who cleaned up the mess. Liu Jinhai no longer possessed the capital to err. On the contrary, I contend that his suicide has provided us with a highly advantageous piece of evidence. The group redirected their attention to him once more. At that moment, Gu Chen, bloodied and pale, his gaunt yet handsome visage appearing youthful to the middle-aged men, commanded a newfound respect. If he was completely unaware of those questions, he could have simply told the truth. His actions only indicate that those listed by Zheng Tianhao were aware of his plans, that we merely need to locate the individuals on that list and prevent them from having the opportunity to take their lives. Do you still possess the truth pill? Of course, the truth pill was still available, but the challenge lay in finding those individuals. How to locate them? While the clues had been clarified, it remained a formidable challenge. Gu Chen settled back down, feeling a chill course through his body from the significant blood loss he had previously endured that in the ensuing silence. Lin Sudong observed the contemplative expressions of those around him, his lips twitching. He had initially thought that teaching students at the school would provide him with a respite, yet here he was embroiled in such matters. Noticing that everyone had fallen into deep thought, he coughed twice to break the tension, exclaiming, "Incredible! I thought I was merely escorting students home, yet I stumbled upon such a staggering revelation. I believe we could start by investigating the women around Zheng Tianhao. How many prominent figures have ultimately fallen due to affairs? His casino is rife with beautiful women. I find it hard to believe he can maintain control." No one responded to him, and Lin Sudong's smile froze on his face, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Gu Chen looked up, exasperated. "Teacher, I initially thought you were quite impressive." Lin Sudong. Lin Sudong's interjection lightened the mood, yet the core issue remained unresolved. They were racing against time. Without news of Zhang Tianbao, Zheng Tianhao would undoubtedly become suspicious. Finding individuals then would prove exceedingly difficult. Tell me, what do you think is Zheng Tianhao's most vital core enterprise? From the corner, Xiao Chen's voice once again broke the silence. Chapter 45. If you're going to gamble, gamble big. Although he could not fathom what Xiao Chen was contemplating, Lu Zhenhai had become accustomed to his erratic thinking after several collaborations. He has KTVs, commercial ventures, residential real estate, and underground boxing matches. But among all these enterprises, his crown jewel is undoubtedly his casino. The others combined probably wouldn't even come close to its profitability. Xiao Chen interlocked his fingers and inquired further. What is the security like at the casino? Are disturbances common? This time, it was Lin Sudong's turn to speak. Clearly, you're a young one who hasn't been there before. You need a mentor to share the experience. What kind of place stores countless treasures and cash? The security is certainly more stringent than that of a police station, that I suspect that over half of Zheng Tianhao's awakened personnel are stationed there. In truth, Lin Sudong might have understated the situation. He might have understated it. His casino and underground boxing operations are housed within the same hotel, while his other businesses are relatively legitimate and thus require less security. Xiao Chen fell into contemplation that he harbored no personal grievances against Zheng Tianhao. Frankly, he did not even register in the man's eyes. Ideally, he had no desire to antagonize someone of such stature. However, it was precisely this insignificance that led Zheng Tianhao to believe that eliminating him would pose no complications. I have a plan, but it may exact a considerable toll from you. Should it fail, the consequences could be dire. As the moonlight enveloped the scene in darkness, the blood on Xiao Chen's body had dried, yet his eyes shone with an unnerving brightness, exuding an almost mesmerizing aura. Lu Zhenhai squinted, extracting a cigarette to light. Do tell. The others gathered around. The young man traced patterns in the dirt with a stick, assigning tasks to each individual. Lu Zhenhai attempted several times to interject, but ultimately remained silent. After several minutes, Chu Hongxiu could no longer contain herself and spoke first. No way, Zhenhai, this is too perilous that I acknowledge there is a chance of success. But if we fail, not only will you lose your position, but you could also end up in prison. Xiao Chen halted his exposition. He had laid out his entire plan, convinced that the likelihood of success was substantial, yet he recognized the risks of failure. The greatest sacrifice would fall upon Lu Zhenhai. Whether to choose this path was ultimately his decision. Should Lu Zhenhai opt against it, Xiao Chen would promptly report to the authorities to seek protection and leave Jiangcheng as soon as the testing day concluded. Lu Zhenhai had already smoked 3 cigarettes, lost in silence until he crushed the last one in his hand and tossed it to the ground, exhaling a final plume of smoke through his nostrils. Witnessing this, Chu Hongxiu fell silent. She understood her partner all too well. Lu Zhenhai flashed a grin at Chu Hongxiu, and without further turmoil, he seemed to revert to his usual jovial demeanor. I always remember my father's words from my childhood. Money can't buy happiness. If I could personally send him to jail, I would be elated. Risk? What endeavor lacks risk? Even fatherhood carries its own perils. The skin, do you think I care about it? In truth, he did not care much. Having clawed his way up from a poor background, Chu Hongxiu knew he was already quite content. The earnings he made were mostly spent on cigarettes and alcohol, or sent back to his impoverished relatives in his hometown. Yet there was one matter to which he clung obsessively: the infected. Whenever it came to the infected and the ensuing homicides, Lu Zhenhai pursued the matter relentlessly. This time, having been mocked by Shen Longjia and played like a fool by Zheng Tianhao, Lu Zhenhai might have cared, but it was not the most pressing concern. Lin Sudong glanced at the others, his expression one of distress, for he too was implicated in the plan. I must say, why is my opinion being disregarded? I haven't even stated whether I wish to participate. Lu Zhenhai patted him on the shoulder, revealing a toothy grin. Don't be like that, buddy. You won't be left out this time. Afterward, I'll treat you to a drink, personally brewed by my father. I usually can't bear to part with it. Lin Sudong swatted his hand away, gazing at Xiao Chen with a look of despair, only to hear Xiao Chen sigh. As a teacher, Lin, look at my current state. What kind of example am I setting? Lin Sudong wished he could vanish into thin air. Just remember to disguise me. Seeing the men reach a consensus, Chu Hongxiu felt somewhat out of place. After hearing the plan, she was acutely aware of the inherent risks involved and was baffled by how these individuals could remain so nonchalant. Let us get started. Time is of the essence. Lu, it's time to leverage your connections. Xiao Chen's gaze was intense as he shook his head. He was currently too weak to partake in the scheme, but he had articulated all he could conceive. Until the matter was settled, he could not afford to rest easy in the hospital. Observing Xiao Chen's readiness to follow, Lin Sudong hesitated, casting a glance at Xiao Chen's blood-stained clothing and sighed inwardly. The Crown Hotel stood as one of Jiangqing's prominent establishments, a multifaceted venue that combined business, gambling, boxing, and leisure, aptly described as a veritable gold mine. For such a small border town with a population of around 1 million, having a hotel of this caliber was a rarity. Its clientele was not solely local. It included officials and awakened individuals preparing for wilderness hunts, as well as military investigators that moment. In a private dining room at the hotel, a group of burly men were engulfed in smoke, with Lu Jinhai seated at the center. The others were his closest allies in Jiangcheng, a total of 5, all awakened. The plan is as follows. There are risks involved, but you are all awakened at worst. You might be charged with public disturbance and released in a couple of days. Upon hearing Lu Jinhai's plan, the room fell into silence. The most imposing figure among them, a burly man adorned with dragon tattoos on his arms, scratched his head. Lu, if my brothers are here, we won't let you down. We don't often frequent Jiangcheng, so we'll be cautious. The group understood that this was an operation against Zheng Tianhao. To claim they were unconcerned would be disingenuous. Fortunately, they were not being asked to undertake anything excessively extreme. Merely a bit of sabotage. They considered themselves mercenaries, having spent years battling mutated beasts in the wilderness, far bolder than the average desk-bound awakened individual. Yet they were not fools. If this matter were to be investigated later, they might emerge unscathed, but Lu Jinhai would certainly face repercussions. Lu Jinhai maintained an indifferent demeanor, reassuring them. I have backing. Does the Law Enforcement Bureau fear a mere businessman? The men laughed heartily at this, for they were outside the system and accepted his reasoning. Lin Sudong turned away in exasperation, feeling that Lu Jinhai and Xiao Chun were cut from the same cloth, playing the game with a straight face. Get it together. Let's not waste any more time. Time to move. Let us go. The Crown, I never dared to venture inside. Let us see just how luxurious it really is. Lin Sudong followed the group of 6 awakened individuals as the room fell silent once more. How many team members are coming? This plan required numerous collaborators, not just these 6 awakened. The Law Enforcement Bureau would also need to be involved. Lu Jinhai felt a twinge of guilt as he broached the subject. A&T secured many benefits for them, instead placing these young men and women in peril alongside himself. Chu Hongxiu glanced at her phone and replied softly, They have all arrived. Chapter 46, Is This Your Plan? At the entrance of the Crown Hotel, a black luxury car audaciously honked its horn, coming to a halt at the lobby doors. The attendant approached with utmost respect, yet was slightly taken aback by the individuals before him. The foremost figure donned a scuffed leather jacket, paired with frayed leather boots and rugged jeans, his unkempt beard radiating an intimidating presence that starkly contrasted with the usual clientele of the establishment. Further observing the others disembarking, their fierce demeanor and carefree attire only added to the attendant's surprise. Maintaining his smile, he inquired, Welcome, gentlemen. Please, may I ask if you have a reservation for accommodations? Accommodations? The burly man at the forefront shrugged off his jacket, revealing arms adorned with dragon tattoos, seemingly stained with blood. Everyone says Jiangcheng is the most entertaining. Isn't there a casino here? My friends and I are looking to strike it rich tonight. Indulge yourselves a bit, haha. The others joined in hearty laughter, disregarding the attendant entirely as they strode through the revolving doors with a swagger. Observing their demeanor, the attendant quickly understood the situation, that he pulled out his walkie-talkie and whispered, Manager, we may have a few hunters back from the wild here, potential big spenders. To fend off the mutated beasts from the depths of the wilderness, the Great Xia had erected formidable walls, losing nearly half of its territory in the process. However, due to the existence of awakened individuals, some audacious and powerful leaders could venture beyond the walls, hunting these beasts to exchange their pelts, bones, and other valuable parts with enterprises and research institutions for substantial profits. Many contemporary pharmaceutical developments, particularly those from deep-sea research, source their raw materials from these mutated creatures. Before long, a portly manager approached the group in the lobby with a respectful demeanor. "Esteemed guests, I apologize for any oversight in your reception. Please allow me to escort you. Those bold enough to hunt in the wilderness are invariably awakened beings, and not just any ordinary ones. Over the past decade, a multitude of mutated beasts had launched terrifying assaults on the Great Xia, and it was only thanks to several top-tier human champions battling against the beast monarchs, with countless awakened individuals sacrificing themselves at the borders, that the walls were successfully erected. As of today, only a handful of low-intelligence mutated beasts roam the forests surrounding the walls. Even so, the mortality rate for those venturing outside remains alarmingly high, and those who return alive naturally reap considerable rewards. This is no ordinary group. They are like walking ATMs, the manager mused as he led them onward. The individuals masquerading as wilderness hunters were none other than Lin Sudong and his companions, who were acquainted with Lu Zhenhai. Like attracts like, and their straightforward personalities made their disguise quite believable that they followed the manager. The group gawked at the hotel's lavish interior, their previous act of feigned naivety no longer necessary. Traversing through the corridor, the walls were lined with LED screens, and despite being underground, the screens projected a scene of azure skies and fluffy clouds, with a gentle breeze depicted. In the artificial canal, numerous gamblers were seen embracing scantily clad beauties as they sailed along, drinking merrily. "Sinful, utterly sinful," Lin Sudong muttered that as a martial arts instructor with the Border Defense Police, earning over $50,000 a month, he could afford to indulge, yet had never found it appealing before. "That scoundrel Gu Chen. Now that I've shown my face, I doubt I'll be able to enjoy this place again." After a 7 or 8 minute walk, they finally reached the casino's interior, where most patrons were clad in exquisite attire, sparkling with jewels, a stark contrast to Lin Sudong and his companions. "Gentlemen, our casino is divided into 2 levels. This one is designed specifically for esteemed guests like yourselves, that if the atmosphere does not suit your preferences, I can escort you to another level with lower stakes." Lin Sudong scoffed, glancing around. This was clearly an attempt to soften the blow of their apparent lack of funds. Were he alone, he would have unhesitatingly opted for the other venue. But today, they were not here merely for leisure. Observing as each of them exchanged 30,000 in chips, the manager maintained his polite smile at the entrance. "Manager, these fellows are nothing special. Is this all they have to offer?" The earlier attendant had followed them, and upon learning of their chip exchange, was left speechless. However, the manager remained unfazed, leaning casually against the wall, greeting passing guests with a smile while whispering, "Those who roam the wild risk their lives for a living. It's normal for them to be cautious. But once they enter the casino, the thrill takes over. They do possess financial means. Just be patient to avoid scaring off valuable customers." This was the manager's long-standing experience, and the attendant nodded in understanding. The two observed like spectators, continuing to attend to incoming guests as time passed. Merely half an hour later, they found themselves smiling, for, as the manager had predicted, the group had squandered their chips. Soon after, they exchanged for another 50,000 each. The manager's smile widened. Although the revenue belonged to the hotel and its owner, those who brought in clients, especially those wagering 50,000 or more, received bonuses. Another half hour slipped by, and witnessing the group lose their funds once more, the tattooed man approached the manager. "Sir, may I assist you in exchanging chips?" "I'll exchange you a slap." With a resounding crack, the manager was sent flying by the man's massive hand, his body crashing into a nearby vase, which shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. "Is your casino swindling people? I've barely played a few rounds, a whole 100,000. My brothers and I lost a total of 600,000. Compensate me." The tattooed brute, Zhang Yao, had once been a street thug before awakening, and his portrayal of a villain was nothing short of authentic. "Sir, are you joking? Who has ever heard of a casino refunding losses?" The manager, suppressing his fury, rose to his feet, staring incredulously at Zhang Yao. "I don't care about your nonsense. If you don't give us our money today, I'll wreck this place." Zhang Yao seized the manager once more, tossing him aside. The others joined in, kicking and smashing 3 dice machines, sending alarms blaring throughout the casino. Many gamblers, witnessing the scene, retreated to a safe distance, casting sympathetic yet mocking glances at the 6 intruders. Security. Security. There's a disturbance in the VIP section. The manager wiped the blood from his forehead, looking at the group with the gaze one might reserve for the dead. What a stroke of bad luck. He had thought he had stumbled upon a few easy marks, only to find himself confronted by a bunch of clueless ruffians, unaware of the rules, likely hailing from some impoverished rural background. Though chaos erupted within the casino, most guests remained, as they had the economic means to patronize this level and were eager to witness how the situation would unfold for the unruly group. "Sir, please accompany us." Within moments, a contingent of 20 security personnel arrived, led by an awakened individual. The manager breathed a sigh of relief, retreating behind them. Normally, impulsive losses could occur, even at the Crown Hotel, and he had witnessed such incidents before. However, such behavior from awakened beings was comparatively rare, as most had experienced enough to comprehend the formidable owners behind establishments of this caliber. The manager assumed the group would soon regain their composure. "What's this? Not getting through to you? Planning to take it by force, huh? Bring it on." Zhang Yao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at the 6 awakened beings who appeared ready to kill. The manager and the head of security were left dumbfounded. Had these individuals truly lost their minds? Chapter 47. Infection. Overstepping boundaries. The cacophony of machines and music in the casino had abruptly ceased, with the manager tirelessly evacuating guests. Though the 6 individuals were nothing but naive fools oblivious to the rules, they were nonetheless 6 awakened beings. Their reckless abandon made them formidable opponents, rendering the hotel as security utterly defenseless. "Call for backup, call for backup." The awakened individual leading the security team was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and filled with rage. Did they truly believe that 6 awakened beings could wreak havoc in the Crown Hotel without consequence? It was tantamount to courting death. In the VIP lounge, there's a disturbance. 6 awakened beings. All combat types that we need more personnel, quickly. The awakened man at the Crown Hotel cried for help while shielding his battered face with one hand. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the awakened reinforcements arrived at the Crown Hotel. They had encountered disturbances before, but never had they witnessed a brawl among 6 awakened beings. To mitigate further losses, the leader of this group summoned all available personnel on duty. Had Xiao Chen been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized Zhang Xian, the very individual who had previously interrogated him, at the forefront of the gathering. Zhang Xian surveyed the chaos, shattered glass, smoking machines, his battered subordinates, and the raucous laughter of 6 brutish men, 6 ignorant bumpkins from who knows where. "Take them down." Zhang Xian's expression darkened. As the most trusted subordinate of Zheng Tianhao, he was responsible for maintaining order in the hotel. Initially hoping for a peaceful resolution, the current situation rendered such hopes futile. The melee erupted once more, and this time, Lin Sudong exchanged a glance with the heavily tattooed man, both inwardly lamenting their predicament. They had not anticipated that the Crown Hotel harbored so many awakened beings. Counting the initial arrival, there were a total of 10. Although these individuals appeared to be of considerable age, the sheer number of combatants overwhelmed them. "Old Lu, you owe me a favor this time." Lin Sudong and his companions found themselves in a position of passive suffering. Yet, the only solace for Lin Sudong was that everything was unfolding precisely as Xiao Chen had envisioned. He cast a glance at the heavily tattooed man beside him, realizing that the ensuing performance was no longer his to orchestrate. Curious onlookers began to trickle back in, and although many were affluent businessmen, there were few awakened beings among them. Such a display of awakened combat was a rarity. It is worth noting that even ordinary awakened beings, regardless of their rank, maintained a certain air of privilege. Meanwhile, in a private room outside the hotel, Lu Jinhai and his associates were clandestinely observing the unfolding chaos through their subordinates' hidden cameras. "Ah!" Director Li Dut, a voice suddenly emerged from outside the room, causing Lu Jinhai to look up, meeting the gaze of an elderly man with graying hair. "Director, we have acquired some leads, but ultimately, we need to apprehend certain awakened subordinates of Zheng Tianhao. So I took the liberty to act on my own." That he opened his mouth, uncertain of how to proceed. This operation was not discussed with Li Jingtang, as it was yet another risk he felt would likely be thwarted by his superior. Understood. Carry on. Li Jingtang, seated on the sofa, noticed a man in his mid-30s, clad in a black trench coat and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, entering behind Lu Junhai. The man merely offered a slight smile to the individuals in the room before taking a seat beside Li Jingtang. Lu Junhai, despite being older, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from this newcomer. Li Jingtang remained silent, his eyes fixed on the screen. He was aware that Lu Junhai had been busy organizing teams, but the specifics eluded him. As he watched the footage being relayed, his brow furrowed. The chaos unfolding appeared less like an intricate plan and more akin to a child's temper tantrum. They were not the public security department, and having just had a falling out with Zheng Tianhao and the district leadership, he could not comprehend the rationale behind these actions. Lu Junhai noticed the disappointment in Li Jingtang's eyes, but offered no explanations. He too was uncertain whether Xiao Chun's plan would succeed. In the casino's VIP lounge, Zhang Xian observed the fight, concluding that the outcome was inevitable, and withdrew from the fray. Although the current situation seemed to be under control, it still struck him as peculiar. Where had these six fools come from to cause such turmoil? Just as he was about to pick up the phone, the atmosphere shifted once more as the heavily tattooed man emitted a primal roar, and the melee descended into chaos, his eyes gradually reddening. Now you realize the severity of the situation. Before Zhang Xian could finish his thought, he watched in disbelief as the man produced a vial of pills and swallowed the dark, ominous pellets in one go. Today, I shall obliterate you scoundrels. Enhancement pills? A whole bottle? Zhang Xian stood frozen in place, previously dismissing these ruffians as brainless troublemakers, but now his mind reeled, nearly exploding with alarm. What terrified awakened beings the most? Recklessness and overreach. Randomly consuming drugs in a futile attempt to break through their limits could lead to mental chaos and a significant increase in the risk of genetic mutation, transforming them into infected beings. This was practically common knowledge. To consume so many pills at once, he had truly lost his mind. Stop him! Zhang Xian's bellow had barely left his lips when he witnessed the heavily tattooed man convulse violently, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot, froth spilling from his mouth. This is too much of a performance. Sitting in the private room outside, Xiao Chen smirked. While he viewed the tattooed man's antics as excessively theatrical, others were entirely convinced at that moment. The man let out a primal roar, and his leather jacket tore apart, revealing a layer of dark, scaled armor enveloping his body. Holy hell! Zhang Xian felt completely paralyzed. Was this man truly becoming an infected being just to vent his frustrations? This is an infected being. Brother, you must stop. Lin Sudong, now acutely aware of the terror etched on those around him, exaggerated the situation. The awakened individuals of the Crown Hotel had long ceased their attacks, stepping back in fear, while guests began to scream and push, losing all desire to spectate. Infected being! An infected being! Help! Seeing the chaos erupt among the crowd and their newfound belief in the tattooed man's performance, Lin Sudong exhaled in relief, casting a sidelong glance at the tattooed man, who winked back at him. In the private room outside the hotel, Li Jingtang and the handsome man were momentarily stunned. Junhai, what on earth is happening? Li Jingtang's composure faltered that if the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau inadvertently created an infected being, Lu Junhai would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Uncle Li, please remain calm. This fellow is merely acting. Xiao Chun regarded the speaker with surprise. This man in his 30s, upon entering, had exuded a similar sense of pressure as Lu Junhai. He expected him to be so perceptive. Acting? Li Jingtang resumed his seat, still perplexed. What was the purpose of this charade? Sitting back, a hint of amusement graced Xiao Chen's pale face. He had to admit that Lu Junhai was indeed talented. The awakened technique of full-body scaling significantly enhanced speed and defense. Even those who had encountered genuine infected beings could easily be deceived in the chaos. Prepare for action, Lu Junhai signaled. Chu Hongxiu nodded, as outside, more than a dozen team members awaited, gazing out at the neon-lit skyscrapers on the 30th floor. Xiao Chun felt a measure of relief wash over him. Chapter 48. Wagering everything in the lavish VIP room of the casino, Zhang Xian stood utterly dumbfounded, uncertain whether to proceed with further action. Let us call the police first. We should withdraw for now. We must not get entangled with this matter. His subordinates, a group of awakened individuals, clearly showed their reluctance to engage any further. Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, but had to concede that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Guests continued to flee in a panic, and Zhang Xian murmured, "All right, I will report this. You all should find a way to hide. Lao Wang, Lu Hao, you two accompany me to deal with the police." The others nodded and attempted to blend into the crowd, hoping to conceal their identities as much as possible. Just then, a cold female voice pierced through the noise outside. "We have received a report of suspected infected individuals here. Who is in charge?" Zhang Xian stood frozen in shock. He recognized the speaker. Chu Hongxiu, the deputy team leader beside Lu Jinhai of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Following her arrival was Ma Xianghua, the deputy director of the district police station. Zhang Xian naturally preferred to follow Ma Xianghua, but Chu Hongxiu presented a compelling argument. "If this were merely a public order incident, we would not intervene. But since it is related to infected individuals, Director Ma, this falls outside your jurisdiction." Observing Ma Xianghua's evident dilemma, Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, the room outside fell silent as they watched over a dozen individuals being escorted into the Law Enforcement Bureau vehicles by Chu Hongxiu. Lu Jinhai clenched his fist in frustration. Seeing his excitement, Li Jingtao, who had been frowning, slightly relaxed his expression. He was eager to understand the entire plan, but recognized that Lu Jinhai was racing against time and refrained from disturbing him. "Uncle Li, it seems I am no longer needed here." The handsome young man who had accompanied Li Jingtao stroked his chin, observing Lu Jinhai with keen interest. "It's hard to say. These youngsters can be quite reckless," Li Jingtao modestly replied, squinting as he stepped out of the private room. The street was bustling with traffic, and the hotel remained vibrant with lights and sounds. The young officers from the Law Enforcement Bureau had bloodshot eyes, having pushed their physical limits after days of continuous effort. Nevertheless, their spirits remained high. Dedel, Ai Jingtao smirked slightly as he boarded the vehicle. "Keep a close watch on all entrances of the hotel. Do not let Zheng Tianhao escape, and ensure all vehicles are thoroughly inspected." Two other squads from the Law Enforcement Bureau had also arrived on the scene. Nearby, Ma Xianghua's countenance was grim as he pulled out his phone to make a call. This night was destined to be sleepless, that on the 32nd floor of the hotel, Zheng Tianhao's office boasted massive, pristine, arch-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows that he relished standing by the window, surveying a significant portion of the district below. "Director Shin, the matter has finally been settled. You've certainly been busy during this time. A toast to you." Zheng Tianhao raised his glass towards Shun Longjia, who adjusted his cuffs and pushed up his glasses. "Too kind. This has little to do with me. It is you, Zheng Boss, who has skillfully extricated yourself from suspicion while ensnaring Lu Jinhai in the process. However, it would be wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. Li Jingtao has great trust in his subordinates. Though he is nearing retirement, he still has many connections." Zheng Tianhao laughed heartily, not taking it too seriously. That moment, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded at the door. "Come in." "Why the rush?" Zheng Tianhao set down his glass, eyeing Zhang Xian with discontent. "Is everything settled below?" He had witnessed numerous disruptions caused by awakened individuals losing money, and this time was merely a larger crowd than usual. His subordinates were more than capable of managing it. "Brother Hao, something has happened. They got into a fight, and now they've all been taken away. Isn't it normal for people to be taken away for fighting?" "You informed Ma Xianghua, didn't you?" Seeing Zheng Tianhao remain unperturbed, Zhang Xian swallowed hard. "They weren't taken away by Ma's people. They were apprehended by the Law Enforcement Bureau." "The Law Enforcement Bureau?" The casual demeanor of Zheng Tianhao vanished, replaced by a frown. "What does this have to do with the Law Enforcement Bureau? Who took them away?" Despite the gravity of the situation, he was not overly alarmed. After all, Lu Jinhai had been suspended today, and given past precedents, it seemed unlikely they would come looking for trouble at this moment. It was Chu Hongxiu. Those troublemaking awakened individuals, seeing they couldn't win, began consuming drugs incessantly, seemingly descending into madness and becoming infected. I don't know who reported it, but Chu Hongxiu and her team arrived shortly thereafter, and now they've all been taken away. Law Enforcement Bureau personnel are everywhere outside, and other teams have also mobilized. At this, Both Zheng Tianhao and Shen Longjia's pupils contracted simultaneously, a chill surging within them. Upon hearing this, they could no longer feign ignorance. The notion of losing money was merely a cover. This was a trap set for them. Otherwise, how could the police have arrived so swiftly after the incident? The notion of infection was not something that could manifest instantaneously. Has the Law Enforcement Bureau gone mad? What use is it to take away your subordinates? Tianhao, you need not worry. I will contact them immediately. Initially anxious, Shen Longjia soon adopted a mocking grin. The absurdity of the situation was almost comical. If there were indeed solid evidence, they would have come to apprehend Zheng Tianhao himself. It was only due to the absence of evidence that they resorted to detaining his subordinates, an act that seemed solely intended to irritate Zheng Tianhao. Not so fast. Zheng Tianhao inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure, though lacking Shen Longjia's optimism. Shen Longjia was unaware of the intricacies surrounding his subordinates, but Zheng Tianhao was acutely aware. Thus, he had always kept a low profile when utilizing these subordinates, ensuring they did not draw attention to themselves unless necessary. Zhang Xian, immediately provide me with a list of personnel. I need to know who they have taken. Furthermore, send someone to remove those items quickly. We must act fast at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Zhenhai had no time to elaborate on the plan with Li Jingtao. After ushering everyone into the interrogation room, Li Jingtao's phone was on the verge of being overwhelmed with calls. Standing outside the interrogation room, Lu Zhenhai listened to Li Jingtao's aged yet resolute voice from a distance, offering a wry smile. He had never intended to involve the old director in this gamble. Now, everyone was part of this high-stakes game. Pushing open the door, Lu Zhenhai's hesitation dissipated, replaced by an air of cold ruthlessness. The awakened individuals before him were tightly bound with thick ropes, their mouths spewing curses. Are you all insane? Even if there were truly infected individuals, it would not be me. I'm merely causing a ruckus. Why are you apprehending me? Ugh. Suddenly, a pill was shoved into his mouth. Lu Zhenhai sat across from him, his voice low and firm. Your name, your real name. The awakened individuals under Zheng Tianhao's command were not limited to those on the list. Thus, despite having captured over a dozen, Lu Zhenhai could not guarantee that those taken included individuals from the list. However, if he could secure even one, the case would soon reach its conclusion. Chapter 49. The truth revealed at 1:30 in the morning. Half an hour had elapsed since the initial interrogation began. After a relentless barrage of phone calls, Li Jingtao finally found a moment to assess the situation. Standing in the observation room, adjacent to the interrogation chamber, he witnessed a procession of suspects being brought in, and he noted Lu Zhenhai's furrowed brow. How many suspects remain? Director Li, there are 2 left. They had apprehended 9 individuals, interrogating 7 thus far, yet it appeared that Lu Zhenhai had still not obtained the answers he sought. Gu Chen observed the comings and goings with a calm demeanor. The faint scent of blood emanating from the wound on his waist, he felt somewhat lightheaded but persisted nonetheless. Since arriving, he had refrained from offering any suggestions. If they truly could not find anything, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate luck. Inside the interrogation room, Lu Zhenhai wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at yet another suspect bound with ropes before him. He deftly administered the truth serum. 7 individuals had been interrogated, yet not a single name matched, and further questioning revealed they were all hired at exorbitant prices by Zheng Tianhao from the underworld. Regarding his other inquiries, they remained utterly baffled. Observing the aging man before him, Lu Zhenhai posed the first question, which he had now asked for the 8th time that night. What is your name? State your real name. The elderly man hesitated for a moment before uttering 3 words to Gu Chen. These unremarkable 3 syllables rendered the atmosphere in the interrogation room silent. Lu Zhenhai abruptly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixating intently on the old man's face. Chu Hongxiu momentarily froze. Then her expression transformed into one of surprise as she cast a glance towards the black glass window. She was aware that Li Jingtao, Xiao Chun, and Lin Sudong were also observing, having gone several hours without rest, yet it appeared they were on the brink of a breakthrough. Lu Zhenhai had awaited this moment for a long time. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Your face appears to have changed somewhat since the last time. Lu Zhenhai scrutinized him closely. Despite having memorized the features of everyone on the list, the photographs were several years old, and he did not possess Xiao Chen's remarkable memory to recognize them. Du Qishan's lips quivered. his complexion paling as he felt the perspiration pooling on his back since Lu Zhenhai's first question, that he understood that this inquiry regarding his real name was likely aimed directly at him, for he had long since adopted a different name for the outside world. You must recognize some of the individuals on this list. As Lu Zhenhai produced a sheet of paper inscribed with various names. Gu Chen glanced over it, visibly trembling upon seeing several names, his body shaking slightly. Outside the interrogation room, Li Jingtao listened to the inquiries emanating from within, feeling a weight lift from his heart, that he understood that Lu Zhenhai and his team were indeed moving in the right direction. Uncle Li, it seems I should congratulate you in advance. A young man who had been following Li Jingtao remarked with a smile, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that seemed unaffected by the earlier pressures. Zhaohua, spare me your mockery. Did I recognize these four individuals? That Gu Chen's voice emerged as if squeezed from between his teeth, gesturing toward the A4 paper before Lu Zhenhai. Upon finishing his statement, his face grew even paler. The truth serum did not induce unconsciousness. It merely prevented lies, yet such a potent drug was banned from sale. Lu Zhenhai leaned in closer, lowering his voice. This list was obtained from Zheng Tianhao. Every individual on it has undergone a choice. Some accepted, while others rejected. Tell me, what was this choice about? Gu Chen trembled even more violently, clearly struggling, his eyes reflecting the same terror as that of the individual who had committed suicide previously. Lu Zhenhai waited, his curiosity piqued. What could he have witnessed that made him perceive something as more frightening than death? We are all individuals who owe him gambling debts, unable to repay. He offered us a chance. Either accept his drug test or serve as a subordinate in anonymity for 10 years. The drug test. This vexing question that had haunted many for so long finally emerged before all. Lu Zhenhai realized that the truth was drawing ever closer. This moment, he finally comprehended the swiftness of Xiao Chen's reactions, from identifying the assassin's face to deducing his identity, and subsequently devising such a trap. The plan, rather than being intricate or clever, was quite crude and perilous. Yet Lu Zhenhai was astonished that Xiao Chen had conceived this entire sequence of events within mere minutes. Redirecting his attention, Lu Zhenhai posed another question. Then, it appears you chose to refuse the deal. You know what ultimately happened to those who accepted this so-called drug test? I do not know. Lu Zhenhai furrowed his brow, though not discouraged. He had anticipated such a response. After all, if one did not partake, Zheng Tianhao had no need for his subordinates to be privy to all the details. But Gu Chen continued. However, I suspect that they must have transformed into infected individuals. This was undoubtedly a most unexpected revelation. What makes you think so? Gu Chen's voice trembled. I was part of the same group as another individual on the list named Zhang Tianbao. At the time, we were unaware of what the drug test entailed, so we agreed to it, but we were already of a considerable age. While awakened individuals possessed better health, we certainly did not wish to toil for him for a decade. We arrived at his laboratory together, where we encountered several massive iron cages containing 5 or 6 individuals. At the time, we were oblivious, but later we comprehended that these were the individuals who had undergone the drug test. An incident occurred that day when we witnessed one person suddenly convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy, his eyes turning red, teeth and nails growing rapidly. The look in his eyes was as if he intended to devour us. We were all paralyzed with fear, and later we conjectured that this individual had undoubtedly become an infected. Naturally, we dared not agree to the drug test thereafter. Fortunately, the events of that day were deemed an accident, and those in the laboratory were also fearful of Zheng Tianhao discovering their presence, so they kept silent. Gu Chen's account rendered everyone present utterly still. Zhang Tianbao, a name that resonated with familiarity, was perhaps unknown to Gu Chen, who had committed suicide prior to him. And no wonder he had taken his own life. He had witnessed Zheng Tianhao transform a living person into an infected being, a fate far more terrifying than death itself for anyone. One final question. Where is that laboratory of his located? Chapter 50. Su Zhaohua's curiosity as the interrogation drew to a close. Lu Zhenhai continued his conversation with the other party through the dark glass, while Li Jingtao's furrowed brow finally relaxed. By merely observing Lu Zhenhai's expression, he could discern that this man, who had entered the bureau with an air of the underworld and continued to fight on the front lines at this age, was finally on the verge of encountering the most significant case of his life. With the door opening, Lu Zhenhai emerged from the room, documents in hand, his body glistening with sweat, but he looked up in astonishment. Outside, the leaders of the other two teams and several of his subordinates, including Lin Sudong, Chu Hongxiu, and even Li Jingtao, were gathered, their faces adorned with expressions of admiration and awe. In an instant, applause erupted around him. "Zhenhai, you've worked hard. Your counterattack was quite a gamble, very much like you, yet undeniably brilliant," Li Jingtao remarked, patting him on the shoulder. The leaders of the other two teams, significantly younger than he, often found Lu Zhenhai overly zealous and lacking in enjoyment of life. However, in such a moment, they could not help but feel a profound respect for him. Lu Zhenhai managed a faint smile, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings until he finally spotted the shadow in the corner of the room. The blood on Xiao Chun had long since dried, but his injuries were still quite severe, having been stabbed in the abdomen. Logically, he should have gone to the hospital by now. Yet, Xiao Chun insisted on following, as his years of experience battling thugs in the slums taught him that one should never cease until they were certain their opponent could no longer retaliate. "In truth, I am merely a participant in this plan. The true initiator is young brother Xiao Chun, whom you all have heard of." At that moment, all eyes converged upon Xiao Chun, scrutinized by dozens of gazes, but he showed no signs of shyness, mustering enough strength to offer a weak smile in return. Li Jingtao had already taken note of the young man who had been lingering nearby, initially mistaking him for an injured team member. Is this the young lad? They had certainly heard of Xiao Chun, but wasn't he a student? Upon receiving Lu Zhenhai's confirmation, not only were the members of the team incredulous, but even Su Zhaohua, who had maintained a sunny smile beside Li Jingtao, displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He approached Lu Zhenhai and spoke softly. "He appears quite young, does he not?" Lu Zhenhai, oblivious to Su Zhaohua's true identity, nodded in response, recognizing that he was undoubtedly someone of significance, given his association with Li Jingtao. Indeed, he is still in high school and nearing graduation. "Oh, but how did he become involved in this matter?" Su Zhaohua queried, momentarily bewildered, yet increasingly incredulous. After asking, he noticed that everyone had begun to mobilize and quickly added, "Captain Lu, my apologies. Your casework takes precedence. I shall speak further later that I find this young man quite intriguing." Lu Zhenhai nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, over 50 individuals began to board their vehicles, preparing for action. "I have obtained precise information. Zheng Tianhao is controlling some elderly, low-income awakener through gambling, both local and from other regions, and has manufactured infectees via a so-called drug testing method. His motives remain unclear, but a witness has provided us with the location of his experimental site, located beneath his Crown Hotel. Everyone, follow closely behind my vehicle. We are setting out." With the witness secured, all that remained was to locate the site. Even if the infectees had already been relocated, matching the other details would suffice to draw the attention of higher authorities. For the first time, Lu Zhenhai felt a greater anticipation for career advancement. Previously, he had been content with his frontline work, indifferent to promotions. Now he understood that his past ease stemmed from the cases he had handled being neither significant nor deeply rooted. Upon their arrival at the Crown Hotel, they found it already surrounded, not by guests but by law enforcement officials. Besides the enforcement personnel, District Police Chief Ma Dinghua, District Chief Shin Longjia, and an array of officials from various relevant departments had gathered at the hotel entrance. To Lu Zhenhai's surprise, Zheng Tianhao was also present at this moment. Zheng Tianhao had exchanged his previous bathrobe for a well-tailored suit, flanked by 6 bodyguards clad in black, exuding an air of calm composure. "Lu Zhenhai, you have been suspended, and yet you continue to stir up trouble. It seems you have little regard for the rules," Zheng Tianhao remarked with a smirk while lighting a cigar. "I merely wish to observe the excitement. Being suspended does not equate to resignation. Boss Zheng, I have overheard quite a bit of your juicy tidbits. Wasting time here is pointless. Please step aside," Lu Zhenhai replied, shrugging as he gestured for passage, indicating that he had no intention of obstructing. However, the enforcement team found themselves halted by Shin Longjia, who had constantly been by Zheng Tianhao's side at this moment. His demeanor lacked the previous grace, replaced instead by a sullen expression, leaving observers uncertain whether his anger was genuine or merely a performance for others. Director Li, I respect you as a former leader, but your subordinates are being utterly reckless. Setting aside prior issues, just today's events. Shen Longjiao was fuming, and others voiced their agreement. Meanwhile, Li Jingtao stepped forward to express his stance that as the two factions bickered, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Zheng Tianhao. This was his first encounter with the man who had sought to kill him. Zheng Tianhao appeared utterly unruffled, his attire replete with opulence, seemingly an outsider to the unfolding conflict. Of course, Shen Longjia and his associates could not genuinely obstruct the Enforcement Bureau. After several minutes of back and forth, the standoff continued until the larger group finally entered the hotel, a grand procession that drew a multitude of onlookers. Xiao Chen, is it? I am Su Zhaohua. As Xiao Chen observed, Su Zhaohua approached him, extending his hand. They exchanged greetings, and Xiao Chen responded politely. I hear you are the mastermind behind this operation. The results will soon be revealed. Why do you seem less than pleased? Xiao Chen shrugged, fatigue evident in his demeanor. I doubt the operation will proceed smoothly. I'm simply a bit worn out. Su Zhaohua inquired further. What leads you to believe it will be anything but smooth, considering the clues are all laid out before us? Xiao Chen sensed that this striking man in his early 30s was not genuinely questioning him. He seemed to be seeking validation for his own conclusions, almost like an examiner. The obstruction posed by Shen Longjia and his cohorts is largely futile, for once the matter has escalated to this extent, an investigation is inevitable. Zheng Tianhao has not fled, indicating their lack of panic. Rather, they aim to buy time. They must be up to something. Su Zhaohua nodded subtly, his assessment of Xiao Chen elevating considerably. Their judgments aligned perfectly. Lu Gu is meticulous. He would not overlook this possibility. Xiao Chen gazed deeper into the hotel, recalling that the laboratory was said to be located in a secret chamber beneath the underground boxing ring. Earlier, while in a private room, he had scrutinized the entire building, but had found nothing amiss. Now, however, the underground area seemed to emit a faint green glow, flickering just out of sight. Chapter 51. The world turns upside down as the officer from the Law Enforcement Bureau filed in. Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua, who were standing outside, approached Zheng Tianhao. Unlike Zheng Tianhao's relaxed demeanor, both men felt a twinge of anxiety. Boss Zheng, you truly remain composed. I cannot discern what you are thinking, remarked Shen Longjia. Observing the leader who had so generously supported him, Zheng Tianhao chuckled heartily. He understood that Shen Longjia, in his early 40s, still had ample opportunities ahead, and since he was not fully in charge of the situation, it was only natural for him to feel tense. As for Ma Dinghua, the deputy director, he was merely a minor player in this unfolding drama. Rest assured, they will not uncover anything, Zheng Tianhao assured, tossing aside his cigar, a smile gracing his sharply defined features. Let us proceed and witness the spectacle. Seeing his confidence, Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua felt a slight sense of reassurance. According to previous witness testimonies, Lu Zhenhai and his team swiftly arrived at the floor housing the underground boxing arena. Inside, only emergency lights flickered. At the end of the enclosed corridor, they indeed discovered the black switch. Upon pressing it, a long, dark corridor appeared, descending further into the depths. Lu Zhenhai exchanged a glance with Chu Hongxiu, signaling their subordinates to ready their weapons, for, as per prior accounts, this location was an experimental site, likely harboring infected individuals. Leading the way, Lu Zhenhai and two other awakened captains stealthily ventured inside. Upon reaching the end, they found their path blocked by a massive alloy door with an electronic keypad beside it. Do not attempt any tricks. Cooperate, the hotel manager was summoned. After he entered the code, the alloy door emitted a mechanical whirring sound as it slowly creaked open. The light spilled forth, revealing a scene that left everyone gathered at the entrance utterly astounded. What is this? Chu Hongxiu murmured, her voice barely audible, while the expressions of the Law Enforcement Bureau members darkened. Lu Zhenhai's hand trembled slightly around his firearm, at a loss for words. Director Li Jingtao moved to the forefront, his eyes widening at the sight before him, that in stark contrast to the expected chill and stench. The room exuded a faint aroma of sandalwood. An exquisite European chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the spacious room of over 100 square meters was adorned with several display cabinets showcasing an array of antiques, while the walls featured elegant ink paintings. At that moment, a heavy silence descended upon all present. "They have taken measures. We have arrived too late." Chu Hongxiu's voice was almost a whisper. Lu Zhenhai was well aware of this fact. Since Zheng Tianhao's arrest and subsequent release, the entire Crown Hotel had been under surveillance. That if infected individuals were indeed here, how could they have possibly been smuggled out? It was an implausible scenario. Furthermore, Zheng Tianhao could not convey orders to the outside world. Who would dare to compromise his most closely guarded secrets, unless he had orchestrated everything between this afternoon and evening? But then, the question remained. Where had the infected gone? These were not mere pets. An infected individual could tower over 2 meters, their size far exceeding that of an average person. With the entire Crown Hotel under watch, could they have simply taken flight? While the evidence they possessed was substantial, the methods by which they obtained testimony were less than legitimate, constituting unauthorized action that if they could swiftly extract the truth and secure a decisive victory, it would be one matter. However, without a definitive conclusion, Lu Zhenhai imagined this situation could spiral beyond his control once again. Clap, clap, clap. In the midst of an eerie silence, applause echoed from outside. There stood Zheng Tianhao, exuding an air of authority, his expression icy as he stepped into the crowded room. "Captain Lu, do you still believe I am the problem?" Shen Longjia, Ma Dinghua, and several other relevant officials followed suit, casting glances of schadenfreude at Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai remained silent, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. Those around him uttered little, yet their gazes pierced him like daggers. Chapter 52. Allow me to give it a try. In the tense moment of confrontation, Gu Chen slowly descended, the green light growing increasingly vivid. Moreover, it was not a singular orb, but rather two, yet he could neither touch nor absorb them. These luminous green spheres resided just beneath the room, approximately 3 to 4 meters down. There below, Gu Chen's voice shattered the eerie silence that enveloped the space, prompting Lu Zhenhai to lift his gaze. "What? Those entities are situated beneath us." Gu Chen indicated the ground, stealing a furtive glance at Zheng Tianhao in the process. Indeed, the ever-composed man exhibited a fleeting moment of panic in his eyes, swiftly masked yet nonetheless caught by Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua, oblivious to Zheng Tianhao's machinations, furrowed their brows and rebuked him. "Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Which department do you represent?" Ignoring their inquiries, Lu Zhenhai approached. Having been corrected by Gu Chen multiple times, he was inclined to place his trust in him, yet was perplexed by how Gu Chen possessed such knowledge. "Trust me," Gu Chen replied, his strength waning. The two green orbs were significantly larger than those encountered during previous gang skirmishes or the aftermath of awakened individual self-destruction. Most importantly, one of the green lights had only manifested shortly after his arrival, indicating that the infected below had perished not long ago. "What, Captain Lu? Do you intend to excavate my private storage room down to the very depths?" "I'll be frank. This is a safe haven I established in anticipation of a beast tide in Jiangcheng, fortified with high-strength alloys on all sides, that if you believe something lies beneath, by all means, dig for it. I permit you to do so." Zheng Tianhao regained his composure and added, "If you, Captain Lu, and Director Li, suspect me of wrongdoing, feel free to apprehend me directly. What does my hotel lose in revenue for a day of disruption? How would others perceive my business? If chaos reigns daily, no one can sustain a livelihood." Zheng Tianhao's previous smile faded, his voice tinged with indignation, resembling a genuine businessman who, after being pushed to the brink, was compelled to voice his grievances. Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua hurried to placate him, while the enforcement officers stood in stunned silence. The junior members, unaware of the underlying dynamics, displayed uncertainty, their expressions betraying their hesitation. "Excuse me, please step aside." "Hello, I'm a reporter from Jiangxing Urban Daily that I've heard that local entrepreneur Zheng Tianhao is facing unjust treatment and is accused of having connections to the infected. Is this allegation true?" "Hello, I'm Zhu Yi, a reporter from Jiangxing Evening News. I also have a question." A considerable number of reporters had infiltrated the scene, brandishing microphones almost pressed against Lu Zhenhai's face. Lu Zhenhai raised his head, gazing across the room where Zheng Tianhao had ignited another cigar, his expression impassive and his icy gaze fixed ahead, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. In this scenario, Lu Zhenhai found himself at an impasse, acutely aware that, as Zheng Tianhao had pointed out, the entire wall structure was composed of high-strength alloys. Even if something were indeed hidden below, without Zheng Tianhao divulging the mechanism to access it, they would need to mobilize personnel for a search, potentially involving engineering teams. Unfortunately, tonight's operation was already fraught with peril and uncertainty. The current situation left him with no room to persist, despite his reluctance. Gu Chen let out a faint sigh. With the evidence already at hand, it was implausible for Zheng Tianhao to extricate himself entirely from suspicion. Yet there remained room for maneuvering. Lu Zhenhai, Chu Hongxiu, and others were in dire straits. He gazed at the green luminescence just a few meters beneath him, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he been able to transform those two orbs into crystals, the surge in power would have been unimaginable. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. Since you are so certain, and with so many witnesses present today, allow me to unravel this mystery, while also aiding Mr. Zheng in clearing his name. His voice was not loud, yet each individual could hear it distinctly, as though he were whispering directly into their ears. Turning towards the source, they beheld a handsome man in his 30s, and Lu Zhenhai glanced at Li Jingtang, who, despite his earlier distress, now stood frozen, a flicker of delight crossing his features. This individual was Su Zhaohua, whom Lu had brought along, though he had remained rather inconspicuous. "Who are you? Don't cause a ruckus here. This matter is settled. Extraneous individuals should take their leave." Deputy Director Ma Dingwu interjected, eager to curry favor with Zheng Tianhao. "I am no mere bystander. Here are my credentials for your perusal." Su Zhaohua replied with a smile, approaching to present his identification to Ma Dingwu, flashing it briefly, too quickly for anyone but Ma to discern its details. Consequently, Shenlongjia assumed the young man might be affiliated with the internal system and, having accompanied Li Jingtang, frowned and rebuked him. "I don't care which department you belong to. Heed me now, Shengu." Ma Dingwu abruptly waved his hand, interrupting Shenlongjia's words. Turning his head, Shenlongjia's expression morphed into one of confusion. The normally sycophantic Ma Dingwu's face, typically unremarkable, now bore an expression of profound fear, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, his lips pale. Yet, none of the others grasped the underlying reasons for this turmoil. Zheng Tianhao merely furrowed his brow slightly, not overly concerned. After all, beneath him lay a meter-thick layer of high-strength alloy. Time was of the essence, and all evidence would soon vanish without a trace. "Please make way. Clear this area," Ma Dingwu instructed. Neither he nor Shenlongjia objected, and the reporters complied without hesitation, prompting Lu Zhenhai to regain some semblance of focus. "Young man, you mentioned it is below here?" Su Zhaohua inquired politely of Gu Chen, dozens of eyes now fixed upon him. A sudden intuition struck Gu Chen. It seemed Su Zhaohua was aware of his awakening. "Indeed, it is here," Gu Chen affirmed, gesturing towards the location of the two luminous orbs that moment. Zheng Tianhao could no longer maintain his composure. His fingers clutching the cigar trembled violently as he regarded Gu Chen with incredulity, an unprecedented surge of murderous intent surging within him. How could he possibly know? "Very well. Everyone might need to step back," Su Zhaohua advised, retrieving a sleek black sword from behind him. Its surface gleamed as if freshly polished, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. However, as Su Zhaohua gripped the sword with his right hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A chilling aura radiated from the sword, and Su Zhaohua's previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of earnest determination as he gracefully executed for precise cuts towards the spot Gu Chen indicated, as though slicing through tofu. Chapter 53. Night Execution Division. Su Zhaohua's movements were delicate, imbued with a trace of elegance. However, as the jarring and intense sound of friction pierced the air, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Beneath the plush carpet adorned with phoenix motifs, the ground suddenly caved in, and with a gentle step, Su Zhaohua pressed down a substantial area of nearly 5 square meters. As the lights illuminated the scene, a heavy metallic scent pervaded the air, causing the expressions of Shenlongjia, Ma Dingwu, and others to shift drastically, that a throng of journalists hurried over, their eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding tableau. Ah! Some of the more faint-hearted among them retched involuntarily. What is this? A group of individuals clad in white garments stood below, methodically collecting severed limbs and submerging them in a massive metal container, the confined space resembling a gruesome mound of flesh. The stench, these are the bodies of the infected. Boss Zheng, it appears you are not as innocent as you claimed. The events transpired in a flash. None could fathom how the man before them had effortlessly sliced through a high-strength alloy panel with mere gestures. What level of awakened is this? Gu Chen, who had been feeling lightheaded from blood loss, now appeared considerably more alert, gazing in disbelief at the previously unassuming Su Zhaohua. Run! The composed demeanor that Zheng Tianhao once wore had evaporated entirely. With a desperate shout, he seized the stunned Shen Longjia and attempted to flee. Yet again, the onlookers beheld a glint of cold steel flash by. Both men cried out in agony as blood sprayed from their legs, sending them crashing to the ground. Gu Chen had known that high-level awakened individuals possessed formidable strength, but having never witnessed it in Jiangxing and with scant coverage in the news, he had assumed that advanced awakened merely wielded their abilities with greater finesse. However, after witnessing Su Zhaohua's prowess firsthand, he was utterly dumbfounded. Previously, he had managed to deal with first-tier awakened and the infected using clever stratagems, yet what could he possibly do against an individual of this caliber? It was in this moment that he comprehended the sheer terror of high-tier awakened strength. Silence enveloped the scene as Su Zhaohua sheathed his slender sword, addressing the astonished journalists in a soft voice. Crimes and evidence have been collected. You may now report. The group of journalists stood momentarily dumbfounded, their lips moving without sound, unsure of how to react, and they scarcely dared to glance at Zheng Tianhao. They had been summoned, after all, with Zheng Tianhao as their patron. Yet it was evident now that his ambitions had crumbled, extinguished by the casual flicks of this young man's blade. In their bewilderment, some began to raise their cameras, documenting the scene, while others, as if awakening from a dream, followed suit. This would undoubtedly become the headline of tomorrow's news. Su Zhaohua turned away, disregarding the flashing cameras behind him, and offered a slight bow to Lu Zhenhai, Chu Hongxiu, and Li Jingtao, who stood nearby. Their faces bore a mixture of excitement, joy, and a hint of astonishment, yet they all shared a common thread: exhaustion. Bloodshot eyes and disheveled appearances betrayed their fatigue. Despite being awakened, Su Zhaohua surveyed their weary faces and spoke earnestly. Congratulations, Captain Liu. It is your perseverance that has yielded such valuable leads, allowing us to bring the criminals to justice. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the Night Execution Division. Rest assured, the Great Xia will not let its heroes suffer in vain. The work you have done to safeguard the lives of the people has not been in vain. I will meticulously document the proceedings of this operation and submit a report. Once again, I extend my gratitude to all of you, members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, for your contributions to the citizens of Jiangxing. Though these words were formally articulated, tears welled in the eyes of some of the younger team members who had accompanied the operation. Lu Zhenhai smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke. Having toiled tirelessly without seeking wealth or promotion, others often questioned his thoughts. Lu Zhenhai mused that perhaps he simply relished this fleeting moment of honor, even if it lasted but seconds. It was a taste that lingered long after. Secure the scene. You two, raise your hands and come out. The two individuals engaged in the grim task of disposing of the bodies complied, and Lu Zhenhai personally bound Zheng Tianhao. Realizing his escape was futile, Zheng Tianhao's face turned ashen as he regarded Su Zhaohua, the Night Execution Division. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Tianhao let out a bitter laugh, the last flicker of hope extinguished. I never imagined my trivial matter would attract the Night Execution Division. The Night Execution Division, a discreet yet fearsome organization, was known only through whispers. Zheng Tianhao had only heard of them, never laid eyes upon them. They reported directly to the military, comprising nearly 1,000 members, each rumored to be exceptionally powerful and gifted. This organization functioned as the secretive enforcers of the influential figures in the capital, overseeing the entire realm of Great Xia, with the eradication of the infected merely a facet of their responsibilities. From here on, I entrust the remaining matters to you. An investigator from the Night Execution Division will come to clarify the details. Lu Jinhai acknowledged the directive, but Gu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this. Feigning curiosity, he joined some law enforcement personnel in entering the small room replete with the bodies of the infected. To his pleasant surprise, in addition to 2 palm-sized green crystals, he discovered a red crystal as well. At last, the second awakening ability was within his grasp. With a sense of fulfillment, Gu Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the previous wounds bleeding anew. He carefully stowed the crystals, and before he could brace himself, his body succumbed to gravity. Before he could crash onto the blood-soaked ground, Su Xiaohua instinctively caught him. Observing the young man's pallid visage, drained from blood loss, he silently pondered. Could this be the awakening ability he had speculated? Su Xiaohua's reticence stemmed partly from his nature. He was not one to seek the limelight. Furthermore, he harbored a curiosity toward Gu Chen, wishing to discern his true character. Regrettably, throughout their encounters, Gu Chen remained inscrutable, only deepening Su Xiaohua's intrigue. Take him to the hospital. His injuries are severe. Upon hearing this, the previously exuberant expressions of Lu Jinhai and Chu Hongxiu darkened, particularly Lu Jinhai, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. An hour later, at the entrance of the Crown Hotel, dawn was beginning to break. Perhaps due to the earlier excitement, the weight of exhaustion had somewhat dissipated. Lu Jinhai squatted beside the hotel as a lion statue, smoking a cigarette when a male voice emerged. Sitting here, you resemble the toad next to the lion. Upon recognizing the speaker, Lu Jinhai flicked his cigarette away and muttered an expletive. Get lost. Lin Sudong had arrived, joining Lu Jinhai and requesting a cigarette. The elevated position of the Crown Hotel afforded a view of the breakfast vendors on either side of the street, bustling with activity. Ordinary people continued their mundane lives, blissfully unaware of the significant events that had transpired in Jiangqing overnight. Quite remarkable, Lu Jinhai remarked with a sigh. Indeed, but I fear that the young man may have been delayed. The 2 men sat in silence, smoking their cigarettes, lost in thought. Chapter 53. Night Execution Division. Su Xiaohua's movements were delicate, imbued with a hint of elegance. However, the moment a jarring and violent scraping sound echoed through the air, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Beneath the plush carpet adorned with phoenix motifs, the ground abruptly caved in, and with a gentle step, Su Xiaohua pressed down an entire section of earth measuring nearly 5 square meters. As the lights illuminated the scene, a wave of metallic scent permeated the air, causing the expressions of Shen Longjia, Ma Dinghua, and others to drastically change. Numerous reporters hastily gathered, their eyes wide with disbelief at the shocking spectacle before them. Ugh! Some of the more faint-hearted among them even retched involuntarily. What is this? A group of individuals clad in white stood below, meticulously collecting dismembered limbs, submerging them into a massive iron box where they began to dissolve. The confined space was filled with remnants of bodies piled high. This scent, it belongs to the corpses of the infected. Boss Zheng, it seems your assertions of innocence were unfounded. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. None could fathom how this man had effortlessly sliced through a high-strength alloy sheet with mere gestures. What level of awakener is this? Gu Chen, who had been feeling lightheaded from blood loss, suddenly regained his composure, staring in astonishment at the previously unassuming Su Xiaohua. Run! The smug confidence that had once graced Zheng Tianhao's face evaporated completely. He bellowed, seizing the dazed Shen Longjia, attempting to flee. Yet, the onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a cold glimmer. Both men's legs erupted with a line of crimson, followed by their anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. This Gu Chen had always known that high-level awakeners possessed formidable strength, yet he had never witnessed such power in Jiangqing, and news outlets seldom reported on such matters. He had assumed that advanced awakeners merely wielded their abilities with greater finesse. However, witnessing Su Xiaohua's prowess left him utterly bewildered. Previously, whether confronting first-tier awakeners or infected individuals, he had managed to navigate through challenges with clever tactics. But what could he possibly do against this caliber of awakener? It was the first time he truly grasped the terrifying might of high-tier awakeners. The scene fell into a hush as Su Zhaohua sheathed his slender blade and spoke softly to the stunned reporters. "We have caught the culprits red-handed. You may report on this now." The group of journalists stood speechless, unsure of how to respond, their lips moving but words escaping them. They dared not even glance at Zheng Tianhao anymore. Although they had been summoned by him, it was now painfully clear Zheng Tianhao was finished. All his grand ambitions had been extinguished by the casual strokes of this young man's blade. For a moment, they were at a loss, but eventually, one picked up a camera and began documenting the scene. Others, roused from their stupor, soon followed suit. This would undoubtedly be tomorrow's headline. Su Zhaohua turned away, disregarding the flashing cameras behind him, and offered a light bow to Lu Zhenhai, Chu Hongxiu, and Li Jingtao. Their faces displayed a mixture of excitement, joy, and a tinge of bewilderment, yet fatigue was a shared sentiment. Bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair revealed that even an awakener could reach the brink of exhaustion. Gazing over their weary faces, Su Zhaohua solemnly remarked, "Congratulations, Captain Lu. Your perseverance has yielded these vital clues that allowed us to bring the criminals to justice. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the Night Execution Division. Please believe that the Great Xia will not let heroes bleed and weep in vain. Your sacrifices to ensure the safety of the populace have not been in vain. I will meticulously document the events of this operation and report them. Once again, thank you all, as members of the law enforcement agency, for your contributions to the citizens of Jiangcheng." Though these words were officially phrased, some of the younger team members, having followed the operation, found their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Zhenhai smiled, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke. Exhausted and seeking neither wealth nor promotion, he often pondered what truly drove him. Perhaps he simply cherished this fleeting moment of honor, even if it lasted only seconds. The satisfaction lingered long after. "Secure the scene. You two, raise your hands and come out." The two individuals engaged in the grim task of disposing of bodies crouched down as Lu Zhenhai personally bound Zheng Tianhao. Realizing he could not escape, Zheng Tianhao looked at Su Zhaohua with a face ashen as death. The Night Execution Division. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Tianhao let out a bitter laugh, his last shred of hope extinguished. "I never anticipated that this trivial matter of mine would summon the Night Execution Division." The Night Execution Division, a discreet yet fearsome organization, was one Zheng Tianhao had only heard of but never encountered. They were directly affiliated with the military, comprising nearly 1,000 members, each reputed to possess extraordinary strength and talent. This agency functioned akin to the imperial guards of the capital, covertly overseeing the entirety of Great Xia. Matters involving the infected were merely one facet of their responsibilities. The remaining tasks will be entrusted to you soon. Investigators from the Night Execution Division will arrive to clarify the intricacies of this case. Lu Zhenhai nodded in acknowledgement at this moment. Gu Chen felt a slight twitch in his eyelids that he feigned curiosity and joined some law enforcement officers in entering the small room filled with the bodies of the infected. To his pleasant surprise, in addition to 2 palm-sized green crystals, he discovered a red crystal. Finally, the second awakening ability was within reach. With this sense of fulfillment, Gu Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of dizziness. His prior wounds began to bleed anew as he carefully stowed the crystals away and, unable to control himself, collapsed. Before his body hit the blood-soaked ground, a figure swiftly caught him. Su Zhaohua steadied Gu Chen, observing the young man's pale face, drained of blood. He silently pondered, could it truly be the awakening ability he had speculated? Su Zhaohua's low profile stemmed from his inherent nature. He was simply not one to draw attention to himself. Furthermore, he was curious about Gu Chen, eager to uncover the young man's true character. Regrettably, Gu Chen remained inscrutable throughout, only deepening Su Zhaohua's intrigue. "Take him to the hospital. His injuries are severe." Upon hearing this, both Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu, who had initially appeared elated, now wore somber expressions, especially Lu Zhenhai, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that an hour later, at the entrance of the Crown Hotel, dawn was just beginning to break. Perhaps due to the earlier excitement, the weight of fatigue had somewhat lifted. Lu Zhenhai squatted beside a lion statue at the hotel entrance, smoking a cigarette when a male voice broke the silence. "You squatting here resembles a toad next to a lion." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Jinhai flicked away his cigarette, but cursed, "Get lost." Lin Sudong approached, also squatting beside Lu Jinhai and requesting a cigarette. The Crown Hotel was situated on elevated ground, allowing them to see some breakfast vendors on either side of the road already bustling with activity, while ordinary people continued their quiet, mundane lives, blissfully unaware of the significant events that had transpired in Jiangqing overnight. Not bad, Lu Jinhai mused. Indeed, though I fear that boy may have been delayed. The two men, both smoking, fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 54. The candidate Gu Chen had been rushed to the hospital, and it was reported that the attending physician had unleashed a torrent of anger upon the team members who brought him in. How could you let him get so badly injured before bringing him here? He may be young and reckless, but you should have known better. Hurry and take him to the emergency room. Despite his commendable physical resilience, Gu Chen's fate remained uncertain, but the two burly men were preoccupied with a different concern. Testing day. Previously, Lin Sudong had warned Gu Chen that physical injuries and blood loss would significantly impair his test scores. Even if one possessed a high force value, a weakened body would yield disappointing results. Though Gu Chen had managed to hold on until the very end before succumbing to unconsciousness, the severe knife wound had caused substantial blood loss, and 4 days would hardly suffice for his recovery. This boy has had a tough life. An orphan, and he even has a younger sister. After much struggle, he finally managed to buy a small home in the slums, only to find himself entangled in such troubles. Lu Jinhai lamented, extinguishing his cigarette, but rubbing his rough hands over his face, while Lin Sudong remained silent beside him. What about his sister? She is at the hospital. The little girl is quite strong. She hasn't shed a tear, but insists on staying by her brother's side. As the two conversed, they were oblivious to Su Zhaohua, who had quietly approached and listened for quite some time. Su Zhaohua attentively absorbed their words, unashamed of eavesdropping until they finally noticed him. "Su, sir, when did you arrive?" Upon seeing Lu Jinhai's serious demeanor, Su Zhaohua smiled and waved his hand. "No need for formalities. I am merely a junior of Uncle Li S, that you may call me Zhaohua. I just overheard you discussing this student. Gu Chen at IT seems tonight's operation was proposed by him." Lu Jinhai was taken aback. To him, the Night Execution Division represented mystery and power. Far removed from the grassroots level of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he had not expected the first official member of the Night Execution Division he would meet to be so approachable. Indeed, not only tonight's operation, but he also provided leads related to Zheng Tianhao and the infectors from earlier days. One could say that without Gu Chen, I might have found myself idle at home. Lu Jinhai's statement was not an exaggeration. A deeper curiosity flickered across Su Zhaohua's handsome face. "Oh, isn't he just a student?" "Lu, please elaborate on this young man." Although unaware of Su Zhaohua's intentions, Lu Jinhai sensed it was not a bad thing. If the Night Execution Division had taken notice of him, why would he still pursue a war academy? Very well, it all began. Lu Jinhai recounted the story in detail, with Lin Sudong supplementing campus anecdotes as Su Zhaohua listened intently. Unlike the two rugged men, Su Zhaohua was refined in both attire and appearance. The trio squatted there, attracting the gazes of several early morning exercisers, yet they remained motionless. Half an hour later, watching the two men return to rest, Su Zhaohua yawned and began to speak to himself. Exceptional talent, mature mindset, and quite relentless with himself. His assessment of Gu Chen was clear. He noted that Gu Chen had only collapsed after ensuring Zheng Tianhao was beyond recovery, indicating an extraordinary capacity for enduring pain until his objectives were achieved. This was not something an average person could manage. Furthermore, at such a young age, even the most brilliant individuals would typically falter when faced with challenges far beyond their capabilities. Yet Gu Chen had not wavered. Instead, he had methodically employed his strategies and resources to reach his goals. Moreover, the suspected awakening ability of a necromancer, which falls within the top 50 of internal sequences. After finishing his musings, Su Zhaohua retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Ran, are you awake? I believe I have found the candidate for this operation." A languid and disgruntled female voice came through the line. "You're waking me up at this hour. Lack of sleep affects the skin, and you'll owe me for it." "Wait, what did you say? You found a candidate. What level? Male or female?" Is he handsome? What kind of awakener is he? Listening to the barrage of questions from the other end, which left his ears ringing, Su Xiaohua replied softly, I'll buy you a facial mask when I return. As for him, he should be a level 1 that you'll learn the rest in due time. Remember to register my name. Fearing further delays, he quickly hung up the phone dead on the other end. Beneath a duvet adorned with golden edges, a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and fair arms resembling lotus roots displayed a sulky expression. The captain has lost his mind. A level 1? Our team's expansion this year is surely doomed again, that is foolish. How can we compete with a level 1? Yi ran, somewhat exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair, glancing at the dim morning light outside, and decided to catch a few more moments of sleep. She pressed a button by her bedside, and the curtains automatically transformed into a starry night that a massive fireplace beside her crackled to life, emitting a soothing sound as she enjoyed the luxury of a 200-square-meter mansion all to herself. After a day and night of unconsciousness, Gu Chen finally stirred awake, finding the room empty except for Mu Xiaowan, who was asleep on a nearby chair. His outer garments had been changed, and upon checking his body, he was relieved to find the crystals still intact. These were indeed his greatest treasures from this venture. 1 crystal from an ordinary human, 1 from an awakener, 2 from infectors, and even a red crystal. The last 2 green crystals were considerably larger than the 7 or 8 he had previously collected combined. Without disturbing Mu Xiaowan, Gu Chen began to absorb the red crystal, feeling a warm current flow throughout his body as he once again entered a state of introspection. Before him, the towering tree emerged vividly, but this time, a new branch had sprouted, adorned with a pale green orb. The tree continuously enveloped this light sphere, and Gu Chen sensed that every single cell in his body was undergoing a transformation. Before completing the absorption, he glanced at his current state. Spirit 102-115. The Force 78-109. Physical condition 82-110. There was some additional information, easily comprehensible, indicating both the current value and the peak value. Due to an injury, my present state is rather poor. Upon absorbing my first awakening ability, my force exceeded 100, and a slight transformation occurred within my body. I wonder what the next one will be. Gu Chen squinted, and finally, that luminous orb had fully developed into a branch, with information regarding the second awakening ability surfacing in his mind. Healing. Capable of eliminating adverse conditions such as cold, burns, and diseases, can also mend severed limbs and halt bleeding. Level, beginner. Familiar information appeared, yet Gu Chen felt a pang of astonishment. After the previous battle, he had distinctly recognized his inadequacies in combat prowess. He had anticipated acquiring a combat-oriented awakening ability, yet it turned out to be healing. Although he had heard in textbooks that this was one of the most sought-after supportive abilities, capable of progressing to higher levels and even enabling group healing to restore injured awakeners to full health, Gu Chen never envisioned himself as a healer. Breathing technique, and now another healing ability. I am destined to be a savior, Gu Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm, but as he caught a glimpse of the displayed status bar, he found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 55. It is concluded, this child has encountered a mental disturbance. Spirit 102-145. Force 78-153. Physical condition 82-155. The 3 indicators have surged dramatically compared to before, marking the most significant increase since Gu Chen began his training. According to Lin Sudong, his current peak state is sufficient to meet the standards of the 4 prestigious military academies. That it is noteworthy that, over the years, no more than 5 individuals from the entire Jiangqing First High School have been admitted to these 4 esteemed institutions. I fear this is the benefit brought by the red crystal. I was previously too weak for the advantages to be so apparent. However, the question remains as to how he can restore his peak condition. The original force is manageable. I can conserve it and gradually replenish it with the original stones. In 4 days, I should be able to fully recover. As for my mental state, a few more restful nights should suffice. In this physical condition, indeed, physical condition is influenced by one's overall health. Although Gu Chen feels somewhat dissatisfied with this healing awakening skill, it is particularly well suited to his current situation. Emerging from his introspective state, Gu Chen extended his hand, allowing a gentle flow of original force to emanate. Healing. It was a sensation entirely different from merely recovering energy. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were bathed in milk, and a slight tingling sensation radiated from his wounds. His abdomen, wrapped in bandages, felt a marked reduction in pain. Once more, he delved into introspection. Spirit 95, 145. The force is 37 out of 143. Physical condition 103, 155. Indeed, a hint of excitement flickered across Gu Chen's face. Just as he had surmised, after depleting his healing abilities, his physical state had remarkably improved. Although both his spirit and energy had diminished, these two aspects could be replenished relatively easily. For days should suffice for me to return to my peak condition. Feeling considerably invigorated, Gu Chen, having lain in bed the entire day, sensed a stiffness in his body and decided to get up and stretch. At that moment, the door swung open and a nurse entered. "Gu Chen, you have a visitor." "Gu Chen, who permitted you to get out of bed? Quickly lie back down." The nurse wore an expression of disbelief. She had never encountered a patient with such a significant wound who could bounce back so swiftly the very next day. Gu Chen turned to see Wu Chao and Yao Na, both carrying fruit, and to his astonishment, even the usually aloof Ouyang Han had graced him with a visit. Wu Chao placed the fruit basket beside him and noticed the gleam in Gu Chen's eyes. "I told you, Brother Chen, you're perfectly fine, damn. Instructor Lin really knows how to scare people. He looked as if you were on the brink of death, that you're not experiencing a moment of lucidity, are you?" "Scram. I'm doing just fine," Gu Chen retorted, though a smile crept onto his lips. Seeing Gu Chen able to rise, Yao Na also breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression visibly lightened. "Dear patient, you must not leave your bed. Your wound will." "Beautiful lady, my boss is well aware. Please step outside for a moment. I just saw a patient who seemed to be calling for you." The nurse, startled by Wu Chao's comment, hesitated but eventually exited the room. "Looks like everything is all right, and I was thinking if you were immobile, I'd have to feed you." Yao Na chuckled, leaning next to Gu Chen, her subtle fragrance wafting toward him, stirring something within Gu Chen. Of course, it was not a romantic inclination. It was more about how Yao Na had always treated him as a playful younger brother, the only person he genuinely felt anxious around in school. However, Gu Chen could unmistakably sense that he was now faintly able to discern the energy levels of these individuals. That Wu Chao was self-explanatory, having never intended to apply to the War Academy. Yao Na's energy fluctuations were slightly stronger than Ouyang Han's, but they were still considerably weaker than his current state. Observing Gu Chen's somewhat dazed expression, Yao Na was taken aback. In the past, when she had teased him, he would always appear bashful, but today he seemed different. This peculiarity intrigued her. "You're not thinking of making a move on me, are you?" Noticing Yao Na's strange demeanor, Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head fervently. "Of course not. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. I lack the audacity." "Oh." Yao Na unceremoniously seated herself on the edge of Gu Chen's hospital bed, narrowing her large, watery eyes at him. "So, does that mean when you gather a bit more courage, you'll have ulterior motives?" "Ahem." Wu Chao coughed a couple of times, but upon meeting Yao Na's piercing gaze, he immediately whistled and turned his attention to the window, muttering to himself, "What lovely weather we're having today." Ouyang Han's expression darkened. It was practically nightfall, so how could he possibly perceive the weather as pleasant? "If you all continue like this, I shall take my leave." Seeing Ouyang Han genuinely unable to tolerate the situation, Gu Chen quickly waved him off. "Come on, buddy, just 5 more minutes of chatter." Having been at odds with dangerous characters like Zheng Tianhao, Gu Chen's nerves were taut to the extreme. Now that friends had finally come to visit, and with his recovery looking promising, his mood had lightened considerably. "Hey, no worries, we're just here to check on you, and since you're all right, we can rest easy. But you are truly something else, taking on any challenge. You dared to provoke Zheng Tianhao, and even managed to bring him down. I'm amazed." Wu Chao launched into a tirade, and thankfully, he was the one who kept the conversation flowing. Yao Na and Ouyang Han became serious as well. When they first heard about this incident, they were incredulous. Gu Chen was not an awakened individual or a prominent figure. How could he possibly be involved in a case with the Enforcement Bureau? Was this something a student could undertake? Although Xiao Chen had not been present, the media had already sensationalized the story. I was left with no choice. He aimed to eliminate me, and I had to retaliate. Honestly, it had little to do with me. It was primarily the Enforcement Bureau orchestrating things. The others nodded, as this seemed logical, yet Ouyang Han suddenly spoke up. However, this injury will ultimately affect your grades. You should prepare yourself mentally. His words caused the smiles on Wu Chao's and Yao Na's faces to fade as they recalled their initial purpose for visiting, which was to offer comfort to Xiao Chen. Being classmates, they understood all too well the immense effort Xiao Chen had invested to reach this point. While others trained with raw stones, he had been gathering discarded fragments used by others. While others could afford to neglect their cultural studies in pursuit of entering the War Academy, he often studied late into the night. The Tio worked so diligently only to face such misfortune before the exams left them concerned about his mental well-being. It's all right. I am recovering remarkably well. As Xiao Chen recalled his recent breakthroughs, he couldn't help but smile broadly to Tio him. This was entirely normal. Yet to the three visitors, it appeared exceedingly abnormal. He had sustained severe injuries. How well could he possibly recover? Moreover, his expression was overly exaggerated. One would think he had encountered an unfortunate event, yet here he was grinning that Wu Chao began to feel a sense of urgency. Brother Chen, while the impact is significant, your potential is boundless. Don't let this get you down. Xiao Chun regarded him with exasperation, thinking, where do you see me feeling despondent? Turning to look at Yao Na and Ouyang Han, he noticed they too were watching him with concern. I assure you I'm perfectly fine. What else with your expressions? His eagerness to clarify only made him appear more suspicious. But the three exchanged glances, revealing a mutual understanding. Xiao Chun felt on the verge of tears, declaring, this year, the top spot in the entire school is definitely mine. Lu Zhangjuan will have to step aside. Nearby, Wu Chao promptly exited to summon a nurse. Doctor, please take a good look at my classmate. He may have sustained a head injury as well. Xiao Chun. Finally, after sending off the three who were overly concerned for his well-being, Xiao Chun found little respite, for Lu Zhenhai had arrived, bearing an unexpected gift. Physical condition. 103-155. Indeed, a hint of excitement flickered across Xiao Chen's face that as he had anticipated, after exhausting his healing abilities, his physical state had remarkably improved. Although his mental acuity and original power had diminished somewhat, both were relatively easy to replenish. 4 days should suffice for me to regain my peak condition. Xiao Chun felt considerably uplifted. Having lain in bed all day, his body felt somewhat stiff, prompting him to rise and stretch a bit. Just then, the door swung open, and a nurse entered. Xiao Chun, you have a visitor. Wait, who allowed you to get out of bed? Hurry and lie back down. The nurse's expression was one of disbelief. She had never seen someone with such a large wound bouncing back to life the very next day. Following her gaze, Xiao Chun spotted Wu Chao and Yao Na, both bearing fruit baskets, and surprisingly, even the aloof Ouyang Han had come that Wu Chao set the fruit basket down beside him, noticing the sparkle in Xiao Chen's eyes. I told you, Brother Chen, you're perfectly fine. Damn, Instructor Lin really knows how to scare people. With that expression, it looked like you were on the verge of death, that you're not experiencing a momentary revival. Are you? Get lost. I am perfectly fine, Xiao Chen retorted, though a smile crept onto his lips. Seeing that Xiao Chen could now sit up, Yao Na also let out a sigh of relief, her demeanor noticeably lighter. This patient cannot leave the bed. Your wound will. Beautiful lady, my boss knows what he is doing. Just go check outside that I just saw a patient calling for you. Startled, the nurse hesitated, but eventually exited the room, albeit still feeling suspicious. It seems there's no issue. I was worried that if you couldn't move, I'd have to feed you, Yao Na said, leaning playfully against Xiao Chen. The subtle fragrance she exuded stirred something within him that, of course, his intentions were innocent. Primarily, Yao Na had always treated him like a younger brother she could tease, and she was the only one he felt slightly apprehensive about in school. However, Xiao Chun could distinctly sense that he was now able to faintly discern the original powers of these individuals. Wu Chao was a given, having never intended to apply to the War Academy. Yao Na's aura was slightly stronger than Ouyang Han's, but still significantly weaker than his current state. Noticing Gu Chen's dazed expression, Yao Na was taken aback. In the past, whenever she teased him, he would appear bashful, but today seemed different. This peculiar shift intrigued her. "You're not planning anything mischievous, are you?" Observing Yao Na's unusual expression, Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands dismissively. "Of course not. That is preposterous. I wouldn't dare." "Oh." Without hesitation, Yao Na sat down at the edge of Gu Chen's bed, narrowing her large, glistening eyes to focus intently on him. "So, does that mean that once you gather enough courage, you might entertain some nefarious thoughts?" Cough, cough. Wu Chao cleared his throat twice, but upon catching Yao Na's fierce glare, he immediately whistled and turned to gaze out the window, muttering to himself, "The weather is quite nice today." Ouyang Han's expression darkened. It was already dusk, and he wondered how Wu Chao could perceive anything pleasant. "If you keep this up, I'm leaving," Ouyang Han declared, unable to bear the scene any longer, prompting Gu Chen to wave him over. "Don't be like that, buddy. Let us just chat for a moment." Having constantly faced adversaries like Zheng Tianhao, Gu Chen's nerves had been stretched to their limits. Now that friends had finally come to visit and his condition seemed to be on the mend, his mood lightened considerably. "Hey, it's all good. We just came to check on you. Now that you're fine, we can relax. But seriously, you're incredibly bold. You take on everything, even Zheng Tianhao. What is even crazier is that you actually brought him down. I can't believe it." Wu Chao's chatter filled the room. Thanks to him, the atmosphere remained lively. Yao Na and Ouyang Han listened intently, recalling the incredulity they felt upon first hearing about the incident. Gu Chen wasn't he an awakener or some prominent figure? How could he possibly be involved in a case alongside the Enforcement Bureau? Was this something a student could do? Although Gu Chen had remained out of sight, the media had already sensationalized the event. "I had no choice. He was trying to kill me, so I had to fight back. Honestly, it wasn't really about me. It was mostly the Enforcement Bureau handling it." The others nodded in agreement, as this explanation made sense. However, Ouyang Han suddenly interjected, "But this injury will ultimately affect your grades. You should prepare yourself mentally." His words caused the smiles on Wu Chao and Yao Na's faces to fade, reminding them of their original purpose for visiting, to comfort Gu Chen. Being in the same class, they understood best how hard Gu Chen had worked to reach this point. While others practiced with raw stones, he had gathered discarded fragments. While others could afford to neglect their studies for the War Academy, he often studied late into the night. To work so diligently only to face such an accident before the exams left them genuinely concerned about Gu Chen's mental state. "It's fine. I'm recovering exceptionally well." Gu Chen recalled his previous breakthroughs, and he couldn't help but smile as he spoke. To him, this was perfectly normal, but to his guests, it seemed exceedingly unusual that he had sustained serious injuries. How much better could he possibly feel? Moreover, his exuberance was quite exaggerated. Even if he were recovering well, this was still a distressing situation, and it was perplexing that he was smiling. Wu Chao began to feel anxious. "Brother Chen, I'm saying, while the impact is significant, you have boundless potential that don't spiral into despair." Gu Chen looked at him, bewildered, thinking, "Where did you get the idea that I'm feeling hopeless?" Turning to Yao Na and Ouyang Han, he noticed they too regarded him with concern. "I'm genuinely fine. What is with all your expressions?" His eagerness to clarify only raised further suspicion. The trio exchanged glances, conveying an understanding look. Gu Chen felt like crying without tears and made a bold declaration. "This year, the top spot in the entire school is definitely mine. Lu Zhanzuan will have to step aside." Nearby, Wu Chao dashed out to summon the nurse. "Doctor, please take a good look at my classmate. He might have also injured his brain." Gu Chen. That after finally sending off his worried friends, Gu Chen found no time to spare, for Lu Zhenhai had arrived, bringing with him an unexpected gift. Chapter 56, Audacious Speculation, 2 supplementary yuan pills, 1 vitality pill, and 5 enhancement pills, with a total value of 2 million. In addition, there is also 1 million in cash. "Dante, look at me. This is a reward from the government for you." Even though Gu Chen had once received a supplementary yuan pill, he was still astounded by such a generous offer. Can it be exchanged for cash?" Lu Zhenhai smirked and chastised. Look at your limited ambitions. The supplementary yuan pills and enhancement pills are both far superior to raw stones as hard currency. This one vitality pill alone is worth 500,000 and can expedite your healing. If you sell it, how will you qualify for the War Academy with your current dispirited state? Xiao Chen chuckled, dismissing the matter, and collected these treasures with ease. Seeing Xiao Chen's naivety, Lu Zhenhai could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Have we finally uncovered the truth? Why did Zheng Tianhao create these infected individuals? While Lu Zhenhai prepared his dinner, Xiao Chen inquired as he ate. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhai's smile waned slightly. Perhaps this will remain a secret forever. Zheng Tianhao committed suicide in prison. Suicide? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Was there no guard? A figure as pivotal as him should have been unable to end his own life, even if he wished to. Lu Zhenhai sighed softly, reclining on the sofa and murmuring to himself. Indeed, before we turned the tide, many people exposed themselves to protect him. We captured those who needed to be apprehended. Why would he choose to take his own life? Lu Zhenhai was equally perplexed. If it were a pawn sacrificing himself to shield his family from persecution, it would be understandable. However, Zheng Tianhao had no children, and his parents perished decades ago in the beast tide. Logically, he should have had no attachments left. Well, I've come to terms with it that we have apprehended a sufficient number of suspects, and I am quite satisfied. As for this enigma, I do not feel an urgent need to unravel it. After the major case was cracked, Lu Zhenhai appeared significantly more relaxed and had let go of many concerns. Do you have any guesses? Xiao Chen, curious about a wealthy magnate like Zheng Tianhao risking execution to create infected individuals, pressed on. Indeed. Are you familiar with the Roman Colosseum? Lu Zhenhai took out a cigarette, placing it between his lips before abruptly recalling that he was still in a hospital room and retracting it. The wealthy often seek thrills, having already experienced the joys of ordinary life. In ancient times, the elite relished watching slaves battle beasts. Therefore, might there be those who now wish to witness humans combat infected individuals, watching as humans are devoured by them? Zheng Tianhao just so happened to possess an underground fighting arena. Could he be leveraging this to establish connections with other affluent individuals and elites from different cities? This was the theory Lu Zhenhai found most plausible. Moreover, isn't it true that many owe him money? Some say Zheng Tianhao resorted to such measures to intimidate his debtors. That seems utterly nonsensical. Xiao Chen nodded, recognizing that someone of Zheng Tianhao's stature would not take such significant risks without expecting substantial returns. What kind of dealings could yield such immense profits? Suddenly, an absurd yet bold hypothesis blossomed in Xiao Chen's mind. He inhaled deeply, but refrained from voicing it. His contemplative demeanor, however, left Lu Zhenhai in a state of agitation. You must have thought of something. Your mind is astute. Speak up. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Lu Zhenhai. I merely propose a notion. You may interpret it as you wish. Lu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the suspense. He's dead. What is there to hide? Surely, there are people from the night execution office who can offer protection. He would not engage in such perilous endeavors without anticipating exceptionally high returns. Consider what unfolds when infected individuals emerge in residential areas. Lu Zhenhai hesitated to respond, attempting to decipher Xiao Chen's thoughts, yet he failed to grasp it. Disinfection, purchasing medicine. Need I elaborate further? Lu Zhenhai was momentarily dumbfounded, swallowing hard as disbelief flickered in his eyes. The appearance of a single infected individual often prompted the entire neighborhood to purchase disinfectants and other supplies. Although each individual expense might be minor, collectively, they would amount to astronomical figures. While this deduction was straightforward, Lu Zhenhai would never have dared to contemplate it, and oh wonder Xiao Chen remained so secretive. His audacity was astounding. What caliber of company is Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals? Would they even consider partnering with Zheng Tianhao? He lacks the standing. Lu Zhenhai outright dismissed this suggestion. Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals was currently the most formidable company in the Great Xia for comprehensive pharmaceutical research and development. The pills Xiao Chen had received today, along with various disinfectants he had previously mentioned, were all products of collaborative research involving deep-sea pharmaceuticals and top-tier war academies in Jiangqing. Zheng Tianhao was a notable figure, but before such a company, he was merely a small fry. To put it plainly, deep-sea pharmaceuticals would scoff at such paltry gains. Lu Jinhai seemed to be reassuring himself, gesturing to indicate that this speculation should be curtailed. Yet Xiao Chen's imagination was ignited. Not necessarily. How do you know there is only one Zheng Tianhao? There may very well be many Zheng Tianhaos. Lu Jinhai could no longer endure the conversation. A shiver ran down his spine. No wonder Xiao Chen had that expression. This line of thought was only suitable for the two of them. If it were to leak, Xiao Chen would likely face dire consequences. Deep-sea pharmaceuticals held a sacred status in the hearts of the people of Great Xia. Many believed it was they who had discovered the means for human awakening. Although true awakeners knew this was nonsense, the sheer number of ordinary people rendered their belief significant. Moreover, deep-sea pharmaceuticals' anti-infection products sold exceptionally well, fostering a strong sense of trust and dependency among the populace. Even suggesting such a notion, let alone presenting it as a joke, would be intolerable for many. Such talk is strictly prohibited. You must cease at once. Seeing Xiao Chen continue, Lu Jinhai hurried over, intent on stopping him. "Brother, you're awake." At that moment, the door swung open, and Mu Xiaowan entered, carrying fruit. She happened to witness a robust figure advancing toward Xiao Chen, and her pupils instantly flared with a crimson hue, her murderous intent surging forth uncontrollably. Standing at the bedside, Lu Jinhai froze, as if struck by lightning, and turned to look back. In that fleeting moment, Mu Xiaowan realized her misinterpretation and reverted to her harmless, adorable demeanor. "Xiaowan, you startled me." Lu Jinhai chuckled, bemused by his own reaction. Perhaps it was the lingering tension from the past few days that rendered him so jumpy. Even a little girl entering the room could frighten him so. "Uncle Lu, would you like a tangerine? I just bought some. They are really sweet." Mu Xiaowan smiled sweetly and obediently sat beside them, peeling the fruit. Lu Jinhai accepted without hesitation, tossing the entire sugar orange into his mouth, devouring it like a glutton, juice spilling everywhere. "Your brother certainly needs to replenish his vitamins. Now, you two chat. I brought everything, but Xiao Chen, please do not bring up what you just mentioned again." Lu Jinhai earnestly cautioned Xiao Chen. With that, he donned his leather coat and departed. Once outside the ward, Lu Jinhai finally felt at ease, lighting a cigarette and enjoying a deep puff. As he walked, he scratched his head, pondering whether that sudden chill had merely been a figment of his imagination. Perhaps I truly am getting old. Chapter 57. We have become wealthy in the hospital room. The siblings exchanged silent glances, with Mu Xiaowan lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. After a long pause, Xiao Chen gently patted her head. "It's all right. Just be more careful in the future." He had certainly sensed the surge of anger from moments before, but fortunately, Mu Xiaowan had reacted swiftly and reined it in. Lu Jinhai exhibited no signs of discomfort. "Brother, I brought you some food," Mu Xiaowan said, raising the rolled pancake in her hand, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. "I added 2 eggs." Xiao Chen smiled warmly. During their most financially stricken times, their meals had been merely steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables. On one occasion, passing by a pancake stall, he had noticed Mu Xiaowan's intense craving and, despite the cost, had bought one for her. He had even made a rather peculiar request that had left the vendor looking bemused. Could he have extra sauce, but no ham and no egg? Ultimately, the siblings had shared the pancake, finishing it entirely. Though Mu Xiaowan was young, Xiao Chen had entrusted her with managing the family's finances. Previously, Lu Jinhai had given them a sum of money, but after a single outing to a restaurant, they had not touched it since. Xiao Chen glanced at the bank card on the table and let out a sigh of relief. From this day forth, he could consider himself a person of modest wealth. 1 million yuan was indeed a substantial amount in Jiangqing. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. Even on the day of his successful awakening, his thoughts had revolved around finding a good job after graduation, allowing them to lead a reasonably respectable life, and perhaps searching for their long-lost father, whose fate remained uncertain. "Go ahead and eat." "I've already had my meal," he said. "Tomorrow, we will go house hunting." House hunting? Mu Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at him. Gu Chen raised the bank card with a contented expression. Moving back into their previously reclaimed old home had always been their dream, and it seemed that dream was on the verge of realization. The following morning, the siblings made their way to the sales office. The house they were interested in was one that Xiao Jun had once rented, part of a city-contracted project that could be rented or sold, predominantly inhabited by the elderly. After Xiao Jun's disappearance, the siblings had been unable to afford the rent and had moved out. Fortunately, over the years, Gu Chen had passed by their former courtyard and discovered that no one had been living there. "Brother, do we really have enough money?" Mu Xiaowan asked, feeling a bit anxious as she was accustomed to spending only a few yuan here and there, having never held such a large sum before. "Yes, I've checked. Most standalone courtyards in this neighborhood are priced around 800,000. The duo stood before the sales office, but the saleswoman inside merely glanced at them without any inclination to approach. After years in sales, they had learned not to judge potential clients by their attire, especially since some seemingly unassuming customers in tank tops and flip-flops could turn out to be high-quality buyers. However, the likelihood of a successful transaction with this sibling pair was exceedingly low. "Excuse me, we would like to view a house. Whom should we speak to?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry, one of the managers waved a hand and summoned someone over. "Xiao Fun, you go." The woman named Xiao Fun stood up. Being new, she typically wouldn't be assigned to high-value clients, but she approached with a smile nonetheless. "What a lovely little sister. Are you looking to rent? I can provide some highly cost-effective listings. We're planning to buy a house." "Buy a house?" Xiao Fun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor. "Please follow me." Xiao Fun led the siblings to the front desk, where she retrieved a notebook and flipped it open, revealing listings of properties for sale. Jiangcheng was a small place, located near the city wall, and thus not heavily populated, which kept property prices relatively low, around 5,000 per square meter, that a three-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters could typically be acquired for around 5 to 600,000. "I already have my eye on one," Gu Chen declared, pointing to a specific building in the neighborhood. Upon seeing it, Xiao Fun appeared somewhat astonished. "Sir, this is an older community. The surrounding amenities are quite outdated, and the population is sparse, distanced from the commercial area. Furthermore, since these are all standalone houses with small gardens, the prices are not low." "That's all right. I want that one." The price was not listed, and Xiao Chen was eager to ascertain how much he would need to spend and how much he would have left over. "All right, let me check." Xiao Fun did not press further. Typically, for such older communities, where there was no developer-allocated sales target, and given that they were constructed by the municipal government, the commissions were minimal. Generally, salespeople would recommend projects that developers promoted heavily. However, she was not one to engage in excessive chatter. Chapter 57. We are all so wealthy now in the hospital room. The siblings exchanged silent glances, with Mu Xiaowan lowering her head like a child caught in mischief. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Chen gently patted her on the head. "It's all right. Just be more careful in the future." He had certainly felt the surge of anger from earlier, but fortunately, Mu Xiaowan had reacted swiftly and contained it. Lu Jinhai exhibited no unusual behavior. "Brother, I brought you some food." Seeing that Xiao Chen did not chastise her, Mu Xiaowan raised the rolled pancake in her hand, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. "I added 2 eggs." Xiao Chen smiled warmly. During their most financially strained times, their daily meals consisted mainly of steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables. Once, passing by a pancake stall, he noticed Mu Xiaowan's insatiable craving, prompting him to splurge on one, even making an oddly specific request to the vendor. Could he have extra sauce, but no ham and no egg? Ultimately, the siblings shared the pancake, devouring it completely. Though young, Mu Xiaowan had been entrusted with managing the household finances, a responsibility Xiao Chen had given her. Previously, Lu Jinhai had provided them with a sum of money, which they had only spent on a single dining outing. Xiao Chen glanced at the bank card on the table, exhaling in relief. From this day forth, he could consider himself moderately wealthy. 1 million yuan was indeed a significant fortune in Jiangcheng. Such a prospect had never even crossed his mind before. Even on the day of his successful awakening, his thoughts had been solely on securing a respectable job after graduation, allowing the two of them to lead a reasonably decent life. while also searching for their long-lost father, whose fate remained uncertain. Go ahead and eat. I just had something earlier. Tomorrow, we shall go house hunting. House hunting? Mu Xiaoan looked up suddenly, disbelief flashing in her large eyes. Gu Chen waved the bank card in his hand with a satisfied expression. Moving back to their former home, which had been taken from them, was a dream they had long cherished, and it seemed it was about to become a reality. The following morning, the siblings made their way to the sales office. The house they were interested in had once been rented by Xiao Jun. It was part of a city-constructed project, available for both rent and sale, with many elderly residents in the vicinity. After Xiao Jun's disappearance, Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaoan could no longer afford the rent and had moved out. Fortunately, over the years, Xiao Chun had passed by their old courtyard and noticed it remained uninhabited. Brother, do we really have enough money? Typically, their purchases were only a few or a dozen yuan, and Mu Xiaoan had never held such a substantial sum before. She felt a twinge of nervousness. Yes, I've checked. Most of the independent courtyards in this neighborhood are priced around 800,000. The duo, a rather contrasting pair, arrived at the entrance of the sales office. The sales assistants inside glanced at them, but made no move to approach. After years of selling properties, they had learned not to judge a person by their attire, particularly when it came to elderly gentlemen dressed in tank tops and flip-flops, who could very well be prime clients. However, the chances of a successful transaction with such a pairing as Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaoan were slim. Excuse me, we would like to view a property. Who should we speak to? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry, one of the managers gestured for someone to come over. Xiao Fun, you go ahead. The woman named Xiao Fun, who was new and rarely assigned good clients, still approached them with a smile. What a cute little sister. Are you looking to rent a property? I can offer some highly cost-effective options. We're planning to buy a house. Buy a house? Xiao Fun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor. Please follow me. Xiao Fun led the siblings to the reception desk, retrieved a notebook, and opened it to reveal listings of properties for sale. Jiangcheng was a small place, and being near the city wall, it was not densely populated, resulting in relatively low housing prices, around 5,000 per square meter, that a three-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters could typically be acquired for around 5 to 600,000. I already have my eye on this one. Xiao Chen pointed to a building in the corresponding neighborhood. Upon seeing it, Xiao Fan appeared somewhat astonished. Sir, this is an older community. The surrounding amenities are quite outdated, and the population is sparse, being relatively far from commercial areas. Moreover, since these are independent houses with small yards, the prices are not low. No worries. That's the one. It did not list a price, but Xiao Chan was eager to know how much he would need to spend and how much would remain afterward. All right, let me check. Xiao Fan did not press further. Properties in older communities, especially those built by the municipal office without developer assignments, yielded minimal commissions for her. Typically, sales agents would recommend projects that developers actively promoted. Yet she was not one to engage in unnecessary chatter. This house has been uninhabited for 3 years, with a price tag of 770,000. If opting for a mortgage, the interest rate can be set at 3.5. Xiaofan began to elaborate on the advantages and disadvantages of the property, yet she remained oblivious to the palpable sigh of relief from Mu Xiaoan and Xiao Chun. Thankfully, that sufficed. All right, I shall purchase it. Purchase, just like that. Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently flooded with joy, fearing she might have inadvertently entangled herself with 2 affluent heirs. In this day and age, while there are indeed wealthy individuals who dress modestly, it is rare for a family to allow their children to suffer from poverty, who would willingly impoverish their offspring. You will need to apply for a loan from that bank, and I will assist you. No loan. I will pay in full. Xiao Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Xiaoan, who reluctantly handed over her bank card. Please proceed with the transaction. Xiaofan felt as though she might faint. Where had this significant client suddenly appeared from? Kindly follow me. After registering all necessary information and completing the payment, Mu Xiaoan stood momentarily dazed while gazing at the key in her hand, before a radiant smile of happiness spread across her face. Brother, we are going home. Holding his sister's hand, Xiao Chen returned the bank card, stepping out of the somewhat stifling sales office, a beam of sunlight illuminating their faces. Yes, we are going home. Observing the departing siblings, the salespeople in the office, engrossed in their phones, wore expressions of bewilderment, only to witness the manager continuously praising the newly arrived Xiao Fen that I in this era. Not only do older men enjoy putting on airs, but it seems that signs of wealthy families also relish in discreetly mingling among the common folk. The saleswomen resolutely decided to pay more attention to youthful clients who appeared less affluent in their attire. The new house was not immediately livable, as it was shrouded in dust. The siblings, unwilling to spend money on professional cleaners, dedicated an entire afternoon to tidying up. The layout of the home had scarcely changed. It seemed no one had ever truly cared for the property, save for the cherry tree they had planted in the small yard, which had withered and the flower beds now overrun with weeds. "Brother, let us move back tomorrow." Mu Xiaowan, gazing at the revitalized room, felt a surge of excitement. "That sounds good." Sitting upon the freshly cleaned sofa, Gu Chen surveyed the layout of the house. He had once thought this home too small, yet after 3 years in a dilapidated slum, he now perceived this 130 square meter abode as exceedingly spacious. "A television should go here. This spot is for my clothes." "Ah, what a generous kitchen." Mu Xiaowan danced about the room as if she had never set foot there before, and only as dusk approached did they finally take their leave. Back in their modest dwelling in Area C of the slum, they began to gather their belongings. Originally, the plan had been to sell this house. Although it held little monetary value, Gu Chen understood well that while awakeners possess strength, they also incur substantial expenses. Particularly for those aspiring to become advanced awakeners, items like vitality replenishing pills, invigorating potions, and raw stones are essential. Every bit of extra money counts. However, as they packed their belongings, touching the rough, aged wooden door, they suddenly halted. Despite its dilapidation and modest size, this house had served as their sanctuary for 3 years. "Brother, let us not sell it. Perhaps we will return to live here someday." "Yes, let us not sell." Meanwhile, in the law enforcement agency's case hall, Su Zhaohua emerged with a file in hand, sipping coffee. "Interesting. Is he an orphan?" Yet the prior records have all been expunged, leaving an unsettlingly clean slate. "Never mind. I shall meet him first. I believe he will be intrigued by my proposal." Su Zhaohua accessed Gu Chen's file, noting that it indicated he was an orphan, with the high school S response corroborating this. However, the records prior to his high school years were nearly blank. Nonetheless, none of this mattered. What he was truly interested in was Gu Chen's potential. Chapter 58. The hidden room. The savory aroma of the meal wafted through the air as Mu Xiaowan, clad in an ill-fitting oversized apron, busied herself with the cooking. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. After 3 days of venting and acquiring some new furniture, the old residence finally brimmed with a semblance of warmth and vitality. Seated on the sofa, he emerged from his introspection. "At last, I have returned to my peak." He removed the bandage from his abdomen, revealing a scar that had faded to a delicate shade of pink. Although healers were not particularly formidable in combat, their rarity made them highly sought after by various battle groups. Spirit 140-146. The force is at 144 out of 147. Physical fitness 152-159. Gu Chen believed that with his current strength, even if he could not defeat the assassin he once faced, escaping would pose no challenge at all. It seemed something is missing at home. Gu Chen gazed at the vacant cabinet and suddenly realized that what was lacking was a family portrait. Most of the belongings had been cleared away, but Gu Chen recalled that there was one place where a family photo was still hidden. He ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor, tapping on the wooden board to the left of the steps, and a crisp echo resonated. "It seems I haven't misremembered." Although 3 years had passed since he left, the memories from that time seemed to flood back upon his return. This was the place where his father, Xiao Jun, hid money. Once, when Gu Chen stumbled upon it, Xiao Jun struck a deal with him that he would not tell his mother and would give Xiao Chen an extra 50 yuan in pocket money each week. The father and son had reached a pleasant agreement that in truth, Xiao Chen had scant memories of his mother. He only remembered her as a gentle woman who had disappeared years before Xiao Jun did. At that time, his father had not yet adopted Mu Xiaowan. After his mother's disappearance, Xiao Jun's demeanor shifted from cheerful and easygoing to rather somber. Upon returning home, he would hastily eat and then bury himself in his research. Consequently, during Xiao Chen's middle school years, conversations with Xiao Jun were rare, and Xiao Jun grew increasingly reclusive and taciturn. Never once attending Xiao Chen's parent-teacher conferences did I in retrospect. It was evident that his father had been profoundly affected by his mother's absence. But at that age, Xiao Chen was too young to comprehend the depth of Xiao Jun's feelings, likely forcing him to keep his thoughts bottled up. Now, as Xiao Chen wished to discuss matters with him, the opportunity had long since slipped away. Gently prying open the wooden board, Xiao Chen illuminated the space with his phone's flashlight. This hidden compartment had been opened once 3 years ago, when he and Mu Xiaoan left, and he had taken several thousand yuan from it. Had it not been for that money, they might not have survived to this day. This was his second time opening the compartment. However, as the flashlight beam pierced the darkness, Xiao Chen's expression subtly shifted. Something had been tampered with inside. Xiao Jun not only hid money there, but, as an awakened individual in the medical field, he also possessed research capabilities. Over those 3 years, he had frequently penned numerous manuscripts, all of which were stored here, with strict instructions for Xiao Chen not to disturb them. Xiao Chen had never held any interest in these writings. He distinctly remembered that the stack of manuscripts had been tucked away in a box. Yet now, while everything else remained, the manuscripts were conspicuously absent. Standing there, Xiao Chen was engulfed in a tempest of emotions until Mu Xiaoan called him for dinner, snapping him back to reality as he turned to gaze at her, lost in thought. Could it be that he was truly still alive? Had he taken the manuscripts with him? Xiao Chen quickly shook off the excitement, dismissing the notion from his mind. The likelihood was exceedingly slim. All the members of the team his father had belonged to had perished, and the announcement stated they had encountered a wandering high-level mutated beast in a low-risk area, resulting in all but one missing, with the others confirmed dead. The term missing was merely a euphemism due to the absence of bodies. The investigation team had searched the city multiple times, but found nothing, ultimately categorizing the case as a disappearance due to the lack of remains. Although he continuously reassured himself, deep down, Xiao Chen understood the harsh truth. That man would never return. Gradually, the initial shock and elation faded, leaving Xiao Chen with a steely gaze. Some long-standing uncertainties suddenly seemed to crack open. His father had been part of the military's investigative branch. Although he had reached the level of a second-tier awakened individual, holding a prominent position in Jiangcheng, Xiao Chen knew that his father's true prowess lay in his identity as a medical researcher. Major pharmaceutical companies had previously sought to recruit him, but he had turned them all down. While Xiao Chen was unclear about the reasons, he could sense that these individuals were drawn to Xiao Jun's research. In the 3 years following his mother's disappearance, Xiao Jun had been in a deep state of melancholy, often working late into the night on manuscripts. Xiao Chen had never read or understood his father's writings, yet he had overheard some murmurs about infected individuals. After his father's disappearance, although he was a direct relative, he had received nothing that belonged to him, not even a pension. His records had even been altered to label him as an orphan. At that time, Xiao Chen had naively thought that some individuals, seeing him as weak, sought to embezzle the money intended for him. Yet now, contemplating the worst-case scenario, perhaps someone coveted his research materials, and Xiao Jun, with his obstinate and principled nature, had refused to cooperate, leading to his untimely demise and the subsequent theft of his findings. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. 3 years prior, Xiao Chen would never have entertained such thoughts, but during this time spent surviving in the slums, his innocence and naivety had long since been extinguished. He needed to uncover the truth, yet he knew that his abilities were still insufficient. "Brother, hurry up, the food will get cold." Mu Xiaoan, her face aglow with happiness, waited at the dining table. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen pushed these thoughts aside. They were mere speculations, yet he kept a lingering thought. After a hearty meal, as Mu Xiaoan prepared to turn on the television, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "Excuse me, is this the home of Xiao Chen? A visitor?" The siblings exchanged glances, and Mu Xiaoan walked to the courtyard to open the door that a handsome, sunlit young man stepped inside. Who has such remarkable culinary skills? The aroma wafts all the way outside. Xiao Chen momentarily froze. The visitor was none other than Su Zhaohua, the one who had valiantly intervened that fateful night. It did not surprise Xiao Chen that he could find him. Yet, what was the purpose of his visit? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen returned to the present. Xiaowan, pour some water for our guest. This must be your sister. She is quite adorable. Xiao Chun, please don't trouble yourselves. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Su Zhaohua accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. After scrutinizing Xiao Chun for a moment, a look of confusion crossed his face. How come you have recovered so quickly? Su Zhaohua was well aware of Xiao Chen's injuries from that day. Although he had noticed Xiao Chen's awakening sooner than others, the speed of his recovery still astonished him. Oh, Lu Gu gave me a revitalizing pill. It works wonders. Besides, my physical condition has always been quite good. This was the explanation Xiao Chun had prepared in advance. Su Zhaohua nodded, recognizing that Xiao Chun, this young man, bore a certain wariness towards most people, and thus he refrained from probing further. I have come primarily to inquire if you would be interested in joining the Night Execution Division. Chapter 59 Better Choices. The house fell into a momentary silence. Observing Xiao Chun in deep contemplation, Su Zhaohua chose not to intrude, leisurely sipping her tea. Xiao Chun was indeed taken aback that Su Zhaohua was the most formidable awakened individual he had ever encountered. With a mere flick of her wrist, she sliced through the high-strength alloy plates set by Zheng Tianhao as if they were mere tofu. Reflecting on the expression of Deputy Director Ma Dingwa when he beheld Su Zhaohua's credentials, a visage of utter despair only served to underscore the dreadfulness of the Night Execution Division. This organization was shrouded in mystery and power far surpassing that of the Law Enforcement Bureau, leaving Xiao Chun with a sense of perplexity. With my abilities, could I possibly enter the Night Execution Division? Su Zhaohua spoke softly. If I am not mistaken, you must have already awakened, correct? Indeed, Xiao Chen's speculation had proven accurate. He could not conceal anything from this man, especially given the urgency of the situation that day, when he had no intention of hiding his powers. Only Lu Jinhai had tactfully refrained from inquiring further. Yes. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's affirmation, Su Zhaohua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If my assumptions are correct, your awakening ability should be Sequence 47, the Soul Caller. Sequence? This was the first time Xiao Chen had encountered such terminology, and the notion of a soul caller was entirely new to him. That in the confines of the campus, discussions of awakened individuals typically revolved around broad classifications: combat, support, and lifestyle. For instance, Lu Jinhai's bodily fortification and the leader of the Zishuan gang's muscle augmentation both fell under the combat category. In contrast, the two awakening abilities Xiao Chen currently possessed were classified as support types. The varieties of awakened individuals are extraordinarily diverse, yet some are exceedingly rare. This is no secret among advanced awakened beings. However, it remains confidential to the general public. I have roughly compiled a ranking, approximately 100 types in total. Your necromancer ranks at 47. The necromancer. A novice necromancer can commune with souls, glean fragments of their memories from before death, and even borrow a portion of their power. The most powerful known necromancer has reached level 6. Capable of directly awakening souls and infusing them into the bodies of the deceased, summoning them to battle. It sounded somewhat akin to a necromancer from a game. Yet, as Xiao Chen listened, he dismissed that notion in his mind. It was merely similar, but the effects were entirely different. After all, he was not borrowing abilities but rather claiming them as his own. Observing Xiao Chen's tacit acceptance, Su Zhaohua nodded. It was only natural for the youth to be unaware of the true prowess of a necromancer. Feel free to ask me any other questions. All right, what are the benefits of working in the Night Execution Division? Su Zhaohua almost spat out his tea, looking at Xiao Chun with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Is it strange? Isn't it quite normal to inquire about salary first when starting a job? Seeing the bewildered expression on Xiao Chen's face, Su Zhaohua couldn't help but chuckle, realizing how peculiar this young man was. He had assumed that a high school student of Xiao Chen's age would be curious about the Night Execution Division and the awakened abilities, asking a flurry of questions. Instead, he had directly inquired about compensation, which was rather pragmatic. A formal member of the Night Execution Division starts with a salary of 100,000, with 10 days of paid annual leave. But when the team is summoned, you must return immediately. Xiao Chen nodded. This was an emergency department, and such a requirement was not unreasonable. Once you join the Night Execution Division, your file will become classified and no police force, including any authority, can investigate you. When necessary, you can even request assistance from local police, law enforcement agencies, or station troops. Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He had known of the Night Execution Division's capabilities, but he had not anticipated such immense power. Nonetheless, this was precisely the greatest allure for him, that Mu Xiaowan sat quietly beside him, and Su Xiaohua did not pay much attention to the sweet girl next door, but Gu Chen had been preoccupied with this matter. He and Mu Xiaowan could not withstand scrutiny, especially when traveling to various places. Even as an awakened individual, he could not evade investigation. Thus, he had never taken Mu Xiaowan to any distant locations. However, with the protection of his identity as a member of the Night Execution Division, at least the chances of Mu Xiaowan being exposed had been significantly reduced. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Chen feigned indifference and inquired further. Does it include meals and accommodation? A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Xiaohua's handsome face. After all, with a monthly salary of 100,000, why was he asking such questions? That is not included, but we do have an office with rooms, and there are staff members who cook. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Externally composed, he was inwardly eager to join. He simply did not wish to reveal to Su Xiaohua that it was the unrestricted identity that captivated him, but he posed another question. What about social insurance and housing fund? Su Xiaohua set his teacup down on the table, unable to contain his laughter. Previously, he had perceived Gu Chen as somewhat somber with a relatively dark disposition, yet now he truly felt that the person before him was merely a child, 10 years his junior. Gu Chen, you should show some respect for the Night Execution Division. In ancient times, we were akin to the Imperial Guards, and everything you desire will be provided. At the very least, you need not worry about food and clothing. The 100,000 I mentioned is merely the starting salary. Indeed, the Night Execution Division wielded significant authority, and its entry requirements were stringent. However, due to the high-risk nature of their work, the compensation was undoubtedly substantial. Xiaowan, what do you think? I think it's great. Upon hearing the starting salary of 100,000, Mu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Xiaohua looked at the pair of siblings, feeling somewhat helpless. They truly were two money-minded individuals. All right, I agree. Su Xiaohua appeared puzzled. Aren't you going to ask what the Night Execution Division is primarily responsible for? Is there any danger? What are the requirements? Gu Chen shrugged. With such a high salary, who cares about those details? Su Xiaohua took a deep breath, relieved that he had not brought along other team members today, for they would undoubtedly be going wild at this moment. Let us finalize the contract as soon as possible. Gu Chen put on an eager expression. No. Su Xiaohua felt as though he was being led astray. It's not as simple as just joining. In fact, the standard for the Night Execution Division are quite high. You will need to pass a very rigorous assessment, likely in September. An exam? I'm quite adept at exams. Gu Chen assumed a scholarly demeanor. Well, this exam may not be what you expect. It will certainly be the most challenging assessment of your life. Seeing Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan celebrating as if they had secured a job, Su Xiaohua sighed inwardly, questioning whether he had acted a bit hastily this time. All right, you've agreed. There are still 2 months until the assessment, and I will come and pick you up then. Your most important task now is to improve your abilities. Let me be frank with you. Do not let this discourage you. There are over 1,000 members in the Night Execution Division, divided into 120 teams, each of which can nominate one candidate once a year, resulting in 120 individuals competing for a total of 12 spots. 1 in 10. Gu Chen was taken aback. He certainly was not that optimistic. His previous demeanor was merely an act of nonchalance, but in reality, he genuinely wished to join the Night Execution Division. However, that ratio was indeed too low, and the candidates chosen by the Night Execution Division were bound to possess either exceptional talent or be among the more advanced awakened individuals. Noticing that Gu Chen had finally adopted a serious attitude, Su Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you recognize the situation, these next 2 months, your focus should be on enhancing your abilities. Your original power level is still too low. Here, I will give you 2 volumes of techniques. Su Xiaohua reached into his robe, but instead of pulling out 2 martial arts manuals, he produced a USB drive. You are currently at the first level, low grade. Over the next 2 months, I hope you can elevate yourself to the middle grade. It is crucial. I have roughly compiled a ranking, totaling around 100 types. Your necromancer ranks 47th. The necromancer. A novice necromancer can commune with spirits, gleaning fragments of their memories from before death, and even harness a portion of their power. The most powerful known necromancer has reached level 6, capable of directly awakening the deceased and infusing their bodies, summoning them to fight. This sounds somewhat akin to a necromancer in a game. Yet, as Gu Chen listened, he dismissed this notion in his mind. While it bore resemblance, the effects were entirely different. After all, he did not borrow abilities but rather claimed them as his own. Noticing Gu Chen's tacit acceptance, Su Zhaohua nodded. It was only natural that this young man was unaware of the formidable nature of necromancers, given his reaction. Feel free to ask me any other questions you may have. All right, how is the remuneration at the Night Execution Division? Su Zhaohua nearly spluttered his tea, looking at Gu Chen with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is it so strange? It is quite normal to inquire about salary before starting a job, isn't it? Observing Gu Chen's puzzled expression, Su Zhaohua chuckled and shook his head. This lad was indeed peculiar, but he had expected a high school student of that age to be curious about the Night Execution Division and the awakening techniques, asking a myriad of questions. Yet here he was, leading with inquiries about remuneration, a rather pragmatic approach. As a formal member of the Night Execution Division, the starting salary is 100,000, with 10 days of paid annual leave, but there may be summons to return immediately. Gu Chen nodded. This was an emergency department, and such a requirement was not unreasonable. Once you join the Night Execution Division, your files will be classified as confidential, and no police force, including those in power, has the authority to investigate you. In critical situations, you can even request assistance from local law enforcement, the Enforcement Bureau, or station troops. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. He had known of the Night Execution Division's prowess, but he had not anticipated such extensive power. However, this was the greatest temptation for him, that Mu Shaolan sat quietly beside him, and Su Zhaohua did not pay much heed to the demure girl next door. Yet, Gu Chen continuously pondered this matter. He and Mu Shaolan could not withstand scrutiny, especially when traveling to various locations. Even as an awakened one, he could not escape investigation regarding infections. Thus, he had always refrained from taking Mu Shaolan to distant places. However, with the assurance of being a member of the Night Execution Division, the chances of exposing Mu Shaolan were significantly reduced. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Chen replied with an "oh," and inquired further, "Is accommodation and meals provided?" A hint of awkwardness crossed Su Zhaohua's handsome face. With a monthly salary of 100,000, why would one dwell on such matters? That is not included, but we do have an office with rooms and a dedicated cook. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though he maintained a facade of indifference, he was genuinely eager to join, merely wishing to conceal from Su Zhaohua that his interest was primarily driven by the allure of unimpeded identity. Thus, he posed another question. What about social insurance? Su Zhaohua placed his teacup on the table, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Previously, he had perceived Gu Chen as rather somber, with a somewhat dark disposition, yet now he truly felt that this person, who was a decade younger than him, was still very much a child. Classmate Gu Chen, please show some respect for the Night Execution Division. In ancient times, we were akin to the Imperial Guard, and everything you desire will be provided. At the very least, your basic needs will not be a concern. That I mentioned 100,000 merely as a starting salary. Indeed, the Night Execution Division wielded considerable authority, and the bar for entry was high. Yet, due to the perilous nature of their work, the compensation was equally commendable. Shaolan, what do you think? I think it's great. Upon hearing the starting salary of 100,000, Mu Shaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Zhaohua gazed at the pair of siblings, feeling a sense of resignation. They were truly two money-minded individuals. Very well, I shall agree. Su Zhaohua appeared puzzled. Aren't you going to ask what the Night Execution Division primarily does? Is there any danger involved? What are the requirements? Gu Chen shrugged. With such a generous salary, who cares about those details? Su Zhaohua took a deep breath, relieved that he had not brought along other team members. Otherwise, They would surely be in a frenzy at this moment. Let us expedite the signing of the contract. Xiao Chun feigned an expression of anticipation. No, no. Su Xiaohua felt as though he was being drawn into a whirlwind. It's not as simple as just finding you a spot. In fact, the standards for the Night Execution Division are quite high. You will need to pass a rigorous assessment, likely in September. I'll take the exam. I excel in examinations. Xiao Chun adopted a scholarly demeanor. All right. This exam may not be what you envision. It will undoubtedly be the most challenging evaluation of your life. Observing Xiao Chun and Mu Xiaowan celebrating their newfound employment, Su Xiaohua sighed internally, questioning whether he had acted a bit hastily this time. All right, since you've agreed, there are still 2 months until the assessment. I will come to collect you then. Your most pressing task now is to rapidly enhance your abilities that I must tell you the harsh truth. Do not let it discourage you. The Night Execution Division comprises over 1,000 members across the Great Xia, divided into 120 teams, each of which can nominate a candidate once a year, resulting in 120 individuals competing for a total of 12 slots. 1 in 10. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He certainly did not harbor such optimism. His previous demeanor had been a mere fade of nonchalance, as he genuinely desired to join the Night Execution Division. However, this ratio was dishearteningly low, and the candidates chosen by the Night Execution Division would invariably possess either exceptional talent or be among the foremost awakened individuals. Seeing Xiao Chen finally adopt a serious demeanor, Su Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you recognize the situation, these next 2 months should be dedicated to enhancing your strength, as your original power level is still rather low. I will now provide you with 2 manuals. Su Xiaohua reached into his cloak. However, what he retrieved was not 2 martial arts manuals, but rather a USB drive. You are currently at the first tier of low quality. In these 2 months, I hope you can elevate to medium quality. That IT is of utmost importance. Chapter 60. Body Refinement and Meditation. Listening to Su Xiaohua's narration, Xiao Chen began to comprehend the scant knowledge he previously possessed regarding awakened individuals. According to his account, achieving an energy level exceeding 100 and attaining awakening is merely classified as a low-tier level 1. At this inferior stage, utilizing an awakening technique once leads to a temporary depletion of energy, rendering the body weakened and necessitating an extensive recovery period. In this phase, if a combat-oriented awakenee utilizes their awakening technique and fails to secure victory, defeat is inevitable. In high-risk assignments, such a scenario could result in death. These 2 volumes, Su Xiaohua continued. One focuses on body refinement, titled Body Forging, while the other cultivates the mind, known as meditation. They were collaboratively developed by several 9th-tier awakeners from the Great Xia. Energy is the foundation for an awakener, and body forging teaches you to transform every cell in your body, integrating energy into every inch of your being. This process will significantly enhance your physical constitution. Upon completing your first integration, both your energy and physical prowess will soar. At that point, after utilizing energy once, you will be able to recover swiftly in a short span. This stage represents a mid-tier level 1. After employing an awakening technique, you will at least possess the strength for self-preservation. Upon achieving your second integration, you will be able to absorb energy stones and consume medicinal pills, allowing you to unleash your awakening technique 3 times during a single combat encounter. This is akin to reaching the pinnacle of level 1. Had Su Xiaohua not elucidated this, Xiao Chun would have remained unaware of the substantial disparities among mere level 1 awakeners. It is no wonder that each time he recovered his energy, he felt nearly completely drained. And what of meditation? Xiao Chen inquired, fiddling with the USB drive as he gazed intently at Su Xiaohua. This pertains to mental cultivation. Point 1 cannot bite off more than they can chew. Initially, the effects of mental energy may not be discernible. The level 1 stage. The focus should be on integrating energy to enhance physical form. Your necromancer attribute may not possess formidable combat capabilities in the early stages, but once your body integrates energy, your physical condition will dramatically improve, rendering ailments like colds and fevers a distant concern. Consequently, many awakeners, despite not being combat-oriented, possess a physique that is significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Whether through body forging or meditation, engaging in cultivation will consume vast amounts of energy. Therefore, it is advisable to practice after the testing day concludes. Su Zhaohua offered no further commentary. The status of awakeners is elevated, and their income is substantial, yet the costs are equally daunting. To cultivate, one must replenish their energy. The faster this replenishment occurs, the more time one has for cultivation, necessitating a copious supply of energy stones and even medicinal pills. Where does one procure these pills or stones without sufficient funds? Or even more efficient and costly resources? To elaborate further would likely dampen Gu Chen's spirits. Members of the Night Execution Department receive a relatively ample supply of resources. However, the issue remains that Gu Chen is merely a candidate, and Su Zhaohua is unable to provide him with additional assistance. In 2 months, I shall return for you. I hope by then you can reach the mid-tier level, he said, for this assessment is quite challenging. Although Su Zhaohua had selected Gu Chen, it did not guarantee that he believed Gu Chen would undoubtedly qualify. The slots within the Night Execution Department are exceedingly rare, and each squad aspires to expand, yet the probability remains minimal. After bidding farewell to Su Zhaohua, Gu Chen fiddled with the USB drive. While Su Zhaohua had been present, he had concealed his excitement, but now it surged within him uncontrollably. Others require energy stones and medicinal pills to enhance their energy, but he is different. He requires green crystals. The replenishment speed is far superior to that of medicinal pills. Previously, it was his insufficient physical and mental fortitude that limited him. Now, armed with specialized methods for refining both, he need not fear rapid consumption any longer. At the very least, the green crystals he had acquired would sustain him for quite some time. Gu Chen initially considered trying to commence body forging immediately, followed by replenishing his energy using the crystals. Yet he ultimately subdued his eagerness. Joining the Night Execution Department is merely a possibility. Su Zhaohua had also remarked on the low selection rate. He must still prepare for both outcomes, ensuring that the testing day proceeds without a hitch. Testing Day is undoubtedly the most festive occasion in Jiangcheng, even surpassing the celebrations of the New Year. Due to the unique nature of awakeners, even families without eligible children are keenly interested in the achievements of others' offspring, eager to see who soars to new heights while simultaneously chastising their own children. From dawn, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was inundated with spectators, an overwhelming throng of civilians blocking the entrance, making it nearly impossible for Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan to gain entry. "Brother, I'll be waiting for you here. Good luck." Regulations permit only those students undergoing testing to enter the school premises. Otherwise, it would be utterly overcrowded. Others were accompanied by their parents, and Mu Xiaowan, clad in a floral dress and adorned with a hand-woven straw hat, stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. "Rest assured," Gu Chen replied, inhaling deeply as he presented his student ID and slowly made his way inside. The entire playground was packed with students preparing for the assessment, not solely Jiangcheng No. 1, but also the rapidly ascending Jiangcheng No. 2, as well as Henglan High School and Jiangyu High School, had dispatched buses for the occasion. At that moment, each student donned their uniforms, creating a stark contrast, and gazing at one another with a hint of rivalry in their eyes. "How youthful," Gu Chen mused, taking a deep breath as he walked towards a group of acquaintances. Gu Chen has arrived, Principal the elevated podium on the playground. Principal Li Jianya had just finished discussing matters with the principals of other schools when his assistant brought this to his attention. Li Jianya glanced in the direction of his student, letting out a soft sigh that he had high hopes for Gu Chen, anticipating that he would emerge as the third major asset of the school this year, alongside Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. No one could have predicted his involvement in such perilous affairs, resulting in severe injuries. Though Li Jianya was not an awakener, he understood all too well that sustaining serious injuries at this stage, while recovery might not diminish strength, would undoubtedly lead to a significant drop in testing results. He sighed, lamenting not only for the school but also for Gu Chen. "This year, it all hinges on Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na to surprise me." Nearby, Principal Lu Wenhong of Jiangcheng No. 2 was engaged in a lively conversation with officials from the Education Bureau, appearing quite pleased. "It seems this year, Jiangcheng No. 2 might truly overshadow US. That Li Jianya had heard the rumors about students from No. 2 awakening before the examination, which had stirred quite a commotion in Jiangcheng, placing immense pressure upon him. "Gu Chen, over here!" Without needing to look, Gu Chen knew it was Yao Na calling him. As soon as she spoke, many gazes turned in his direction. Among them were Liang Hongtao and Rin Jialing, who were surprisingly mingling with some students from number 2. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name, many expressed eager anticipation. It cannot be denied that Xiao Chen's exploits had spread rapidly. So this is your school, Xiao Chen. He appears rather ordinary, far from Senior Chu Zhe. Several girls from Jiangxing number 2 chattered among themselves, and Rin Jialing and Liang Hongtao chuckled at their comparison. Indeed, compared to Chu Zhe, it seems everyone today will merely play a supporting role. Rin Jialing's gaze barely lingered on Xiao Chen. Having known Chu Zhe, she no longer felt the faint regret she once harbored. Among the crowd, a solitary, proud figure caught her eye. Jiangxing number 2, Chu Zhe, Chapter 61. The cruel day of assessment. The number of individuals preparing to take the entrance examination for the War Academy is relatively low among various universities, yet approximately 100 students from the 7 prominent high schools in Jiangxing have gathered. Within the ranks of number 2 high school, Chu Zhe stands solitary in a corner, his gaze indifferent, as though this were merely an ordinary day rather than a pivotal juncture in determining his fate. Chu Zhe is truly exceptional, Rin Jialing sighs softly. Over the past few days, he and Liang Hongtao have begun to connect with the prodigies from various universities, ostensibly for the sake of mutual support, as they all hail from the same hometown, should they be admitted to the War Academy in the future. Consequently, she has encountered numerous talented youths, with Chu Zhe standing out among them. Having awakened early, it is said that he surpassed 130 points in primal energy during the school's preliminary assessment 10 days prior, a remarkable feat that eclipses all of her contemporaries. Having successfully exchanged contact information, Rin Jialing suddenly reflects on her previous preoccupation with Xiao Chen as she anticipates her admission to the War Academy. She believes her social circle ought to expand to encompass individuals like Chu Zhe, convinced that she too can achieve such heights. The students from various schools exhibit a sense of rivalry. However, upon casting their gazes toward the figure of number 2 high school, a hint of reverence tinges their expressions. This is the nature of competition. Only those of similar caliber engage in comparisons, but when confronted with someone who far surpasses them, the spirit of rivalry dissipates, giving way to a desire for association and validation. Everyone, please line up by school for the assessment to commence. Some staff members begin to organize the students, prompting the school teachers to withdraw. On the day of the assessment, the instruments of the campus are replaced by a National Educational Bureau initiative, with personnel dispatched from the city to eliminate any possibility of cheating. At long last, this day has arrived. In the past, Xiao Chen might have felt a twinge of anxiety, but with his primal energy having reached such heights and having acquired a home, he now feels considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, on the platform, several chatting principals fall silent. At the center sits Ma Ruyu, the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau, in his 50s, yet exuding an air of authority unmarred by age. His gaze is fixed intently on Chu Zhe from number 2 high school. This year, old Zhang has performed admirably. With Chu Zhe in the mix, I can report positively to the provincial office, he remarks casually, eliciting a smile from the principal of number 2 high school, Zhang Jianfa, while the others remain silent, heads bowed. Let us observe the assessment. Li Jianya and several other principals exchange glances, their expressions subtly shifting, for they comprehend that Ma Ruyu is signaling them, a clear indication that tensions are rising. Among the 7 high schools, 7 chief examiners oversee the proceedings, with over 800 students to be assessed, all within the span of a single morning. Arranged by height, Xiao Chen finds himself positioned at the end of the line. At the forefront stands a machine reminiscent of a height and weight scale, appearing quite similar to the instruments used during the campus assessments. Though it is not yet his turn, all present lean in attentively, straining to listen. Zhang Hong, 82. Next, Huang Zhikai, 93. Shi Gaofei, 83. The examiner announced each score, urging the next candidate to proceed with the test. Some students, already anxious, turned crimson upon hearing their results. The previous test taker was suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment. This is impossible. I usually score above 85, but just recently, my family specifically bought me elixirs. There is no way I could have scored only 83, surely. There has been a mistake in the testing. His voice trembled with the onset of tears, refusing to step down from the apparatus. Xiao Chen glanced over at a nearby high school testing site, where the examiner, frowning slightly, reprimanded him. Step down. The results of this test are final. Do not delay the subsequent candidates. Sure, Gaofei was forcibly pulled away, and it was only after leaving the line that he broke down in despair. I have worked so hard for 3 years. How much money has my family spent? How am I supposed to face my parents? The sorrow of the rabbit at the death of the fox resonated in the air. No one anticipated such a situation would arise so early. In an instant, fear etched itself upon the faces of the students behind him, and the testing had no choice but to come to a halt that a tall examiner stepped to the forefront and proclaimed loudly, "Students, you may have previously demonstrated high aptitude, but understand that aptitude fluctuates. Overall, it tends to average out. Therefore, I strongly advise you to maintain a calm demeanor and not to become overly anxious, that I trust your teachers have already imparted this wisdom to you. Becoming an awakened is not merely a matter of desire, nor does it guarantee superiority. If one lacks the requisite talent and mindset, would they not be doomed to perish outside the city upon awakening? Once the tests are completed, record your scores, student numbers, and names, and depart immediately. Otherwise, your results will be rendered void." With that, the examiner stepped away, and those students who had initially felt buoyant now found their spirits plummeting, that a few even conspired to swap places with those behind them to delay their testing. As moments ticked by, the sun grew increasingly fierce, the temperature on the playground rising, yet many felt their hands and feet turn icy. Gu Chen stood at the back, his heart heavy with reflection. Indeed, as the examiner had stated, this was not an easy path. Sometimes, even relentless effort does not guarantee success. Ouyang Han, Force Level 101. The name captured the attention of several individuals nearby. Ouyang Han stepped forward, prompting the examiner to inquire further. "Have you awakened?" "Not yet." Ouyang Han maintained his ever-calm demeanor, though Gu Chen noticed the subtle fidgeting of his fingers. After 3 years as classmates, he understood that even when Ouyang Han was anxious, he would not show it outwardly, save for these minor gestures. "Congratulations." After recording Ouyang Han's information, the staff member smiled at him, signaling him to step aside. In that moment, even more envious gazes were directed his way. With a force level exceeding 100, last year's admission threshold was 95. This year it might only rise by a point or two. His acceptance into the War Academy seemed almost assured. Although the official narrative claimed the War Academy was akin to a regular university, merely differing in specialization, everyone was aware that the oppressed Daxia, confined within its walls, had long sought opportunities to expand its territory and reclaim cities lost to the mutated beast monarch. The War Academy represented the forefront of talent. Not to mention, in Jiang City, how many leaders with a voice were not awakened? How many did not hail from the War Academy? Facts speak for themselves. The staff member smiled at him. For in the future, this young man might very well become a colleague, or even a superior. The testing continued, and the first high school had already produced a student with a force level exceeding 100, yet Li Jianye did not find much joy in this. He was well acquainted with the elite class, and he knew that Ouyang Han had already established himself as one of the top 10 contenders. "Compile the current results," said Ma Ruyu, seated before a computer displaying various data. After a span of several minutes, nearly a third of the testing was complete, and an assistant organized the information before reporting. Currently, there are 32 individuals with a force level above 95, including 6 from the first high school, 9 from the second, and 7 from Jiangyu High School. Ma Ruyu cast a sidelong glance at Li Jianye, letting out a soft huff. "Let us continue observing." Li Jianye understood that Ma Ruyu was dissatisfied with him, which rendered the plan he had meticulously devised somewhat difficult to articulate. What plan? It pertained to Gu Chen. Jianye felt a twinge of guilt for not having recognized such a promising talent sooner. It was a clear dereliction of duty. Thus, he had entrusted Lin Sudong to care for the boy, but now, with Gu Chen facing unforeseen circumstances, the likelihood of failure in the testing loomed large. He yearned to discuss Gu Chen's situation with Ma Ruyu. Yet given the current circumstances, how could he broach the subject? Chapter 62. Continuous appearances. The examination was still ongoing, and we had already passed the halfway mark. Overall, Ma Ruyu was more concerned with the number of students exceeding a force level of 95 that last year's admission threshold was set this way. However, if one's academic performance was exceptionally high, it was possible to lower the standards. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Observing some students who had faltered in their performance, leaving the examination venue with red eyes and tears, Li Jianya felt compelled to speak up. Director Ma, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Ditto. What is it? Ma Ruyu's expression revealed no sign of joy or anger. We have a student named Xiao Chun, whose talent is remarkable, but he tends to be a late bloomer. During our final training session, he ranked among the top 3. That you are aware of the incident involving Zheng Tianhao at the Crown Hotel, that he acted heroically and sustained some injuries, so I fear his test results today may not be favorable. Ma Ruyu nodded, as he had indeed heard of this matter. The city had even commended the Education Bureau for fostering a child with such a strong sense of justice. However, from his position, he believed that the recognition given to Zheng Tianhao was likely the result of various power plays. He merely remembered the name of this student. What is your point? Seeing that Ma Ruyu was still intently focused on the rising data, Li Jianya gritted his teeth. This child has faced considerable hardships. He is an orphan who supports his sister. His talent is exceptional, and had he not been injured, I believe his force level would have certainly exceeded 100. That I hope you can inform the examination committee of his situation and grant him an opportunity for a retest. Upon hearing Li Jianya's proposal, the venue fell silent, and the heads of several other schools exchanged peculiar glances. Then A. Ryu lifted his head, taken aback by Li Jianya's suggestion. While such a scenario was not impossible, it was indeed quite troublesome that if one were to delay a few days, would others not be entitled to the same? At this age, a student's force level could fluctuate daily. Would that be fair to others? He could advocate for it, but it depended on whether it was worth it. That if it were Chu Zhe who had been injured, he would wholeheartedly support it, as it would also earn him a favor, and the higher-ups would recognize his diligence. However, in this case, what was his last test score? Did he surpass 100? Li Jianya shook his head, and just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Ma Ryu raise his right hand and address a few individuals nearby. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Lao Zhang, please share your opinion. The others, seasoned in reading the room, understood Ma Ruyu's intentions by his expression. Zhang Jianfa, the principal of the second high school, recognized that it was his turn to play the antagonist. Actually, I believe that true geniuses are unlikely to be affected by such factors. While there have been precedents, they are based on the premise that the student deserves such consideration. As educators, we must ensure that, unless absolutely necessary, we do not create exceptions. Otherwise, the integrity of the examination would be compromised. Lao Zhang makes a valid point. Indeed, the others chimed in, and Ma Ruyu remained silent, while Li Jianya nodded silently in return. He cast a complex glance at Xiao Chan among the crowd. At this juncture, the examination had progressed significantly, revealing the disparities among the various schools. Although the second high school was making a strong push, Jiangqing First High School remained the long-standing leader. 17 students had already surpassed a force level of 95, with Yao Na achieving 115 and Lu Zhanjuan impressively reaching 119, having awakened his abilities, temporarily dominating the scene. This fellow has actually awakened, Yao Na mused, glancing at the usually reserved Lu Zhanjuan. Since their enrollment, they had often ranked first and second, and while rumors circulated about their discord, in reality, they were merely unfamiliar with one another. Yao Na perceived Lu Zhanjuan as a somewhat introverted individual who worked diligently but did not possess an overwhelming desire to outshine her. However, she never expected that after 3 years, she would still find herself slightly lagging behind. Jiangqing's second high school, Chu Zhe, it's your turn. The calm call of names brought a hush over the examination queue, as well as among the students outside who had completed their tests and were conversing. What is going on? The test administrator, a woman in her 30s, was not from Jiangqing and was somewhat bewildered as she glanced around. Proceed. Chu Zhe, with his tousled bangs, wore a cold expression, seemingly unwilling to utter even a single word to outsiders. The examiner pressed the button as per protocol, and the next moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. Only when her colleague prompted her did she manage to announce the test result. 143. Finally, she understood why everyone had fallen silent upon Chu Zhe's arrival. Did he awakened? Yes. 143, he had awakened. At this moment, the students of Jiangqing's second high school erupted with excitement, as if they had been invigorated. Wow, Zhege is incredible. His progress is astonishing. Total domination, absolute domination. Every school had its share of prodigies. In fact, many students from various institutions, despite their own limitations, could boast about the prominent figures in their schools. However, in the face of Chu Zhe's sudden emergence, the others found themselves lacking any semblance of capital to boast. What a freak! Yao Na and Lu Zhangjuan were already aware of Chu Zhe's renowned reputation, and though they had occasionally compared themselves to him, witnessing his prowess firsthand today illuminated the considerable gap between them. "This child has improved yet again since the last time," remarked Zhang Jianfa, the principal of Jiangqing's second high school, with a smile. Beside him, Ma Ruyu, who had been frowning, now appeared much more pleased. The number of individuals gaining admission to prestigious military academies in each city served as a significant metric, but securing spots in the 4 top-tier military academies was also a noteworthy indicator. Chu Zhe had undoubtedly met the criteria, considering that those who gained admission to the 4 prestigious institutions were predominantly awakened second-generation individuals from affluent inland regions. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in Jiangqing. The commotion caused by Chu Zhe subsided gradually, and the examination resumed. Xiao Chun, however, noticed that after Chu Zhe declared himself an awakened individual, the chief examiner conducted further checks without allowing him to utilize his awakened abilities. So it relies on examination rather than on-site demonstration, he realized. Indeed, according to Su Zhaohua, first-tier awakened individuals often experience fatigue after using their abilities, and some who had just entered the first tier could only manifest their powers by sheer luck. "I wonder if I qualify as an awakened individual through testing." Xiaochen was genuinely curious. After surpassing a force level of 100, awakening could occur at any moment, and this process would transform one's entire being, significantly amplifying their force level. However, he had never undergone the awakening stage himself. Next, Xiaochen. Xiaochen lifted his head to discover that the queue had indeed reached his turn. Chapter 63. A stunning entrance. Xiaochen's appearance captured the attention of many. Although he was not renowned as a prodigy, and merely a month and a half ago, he was an inconspicuous presence in the school. His involvement in 2 significant events in Jiangqing had thrust his name into the spotlight. However, the curiosity exhibited by students from other schools was more about intrigue than anticipation. Below the stage, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Having observed this child for 3 years, he knew better than anyone the extent of Xiao Chen's diligence. Unlike other teachers who focused solely on nurturing top students, he distributed his attention evenly among all his pupils. He had hoped that Xiao Chen could escape the shackles of poverty, yet recent unforeseen events had dashed those hopes. It's Xiao Chen's turn. Liang Hongtao, the campus merchant, signaled to Ren Jialing, who had just completed her test with a raw power score of 95, barely on the threshold. Nevertheless, Ren Jialing was confident in her academic performance and paid little heed to it, being occupied with forging connections with those students who had surpassed the 100 mark in their tests. Upon hearing Liang Hongtao's cue, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "My brother Chen is up," chimed in Wu Chao. Among the throng of over 1,000 students gathered outside, he was the first to push to the front upon seeing Xiao Chen emerge. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen stepped onto the apparatus. The examiner, unfamiliar with Xiao Chen, pressed the button and awaited the numbers to materialize. According to protocol, the examiner would announce the results within 3 seconds, and everyone awaited the middle-aged woman to speak, yet she remained silent for an extended moment. "What is going on?" inquired the middle-aged male examiner overseeing the proceedings. The female examiner's eyelids twitched as she suddenly beckoned him over. "Come take a look. Is the machine malfunctioning?" The male examiner furrowed his brow. These machines are all calibrated uniformly. How could one be faulty? The word faulty lingered unspoken, for he had caught sight of the number displayed on the screen. As if jolted by an electric shock, he raised his head in disbelief, staring at Xiao Chun. Their reactions finally drew the attention of more onlookers, particularly the line of students behind Xiao Chun, who craned their necks to discern the reason for the holdup. "Student, please come over to this machine." The previously stern examiner's demeanor had transformed entirely, now radiating a much more amiable disposition. "All right," Xiao Chen replied succinctly, following him to the adjacent line. After the other student completed their test, he stepped up once more. The same procedure unfolded again, and Xiao Chun felt the rays from the apparatus sweep over him, followed by a noticeable lift of the examiner's brow. He raised his head to find that nearly everyone surrounding him was fixedly staring, awaiting the final results to be announced. Xiao Chun from Jiangqing No. 1 High School, original strength, 159. His voice was not loud, yet every individual heard it distinctly. In that moment, all clamor ceased, leaving only the chirping of insects and birds that filled the June air. After a brief pause of silence, a sudden wave of astonishment erupted among the students. 159. How is that even possible? The thresholds set by the 4 great military academies are already outrageous, with only about 1,000 individuals nationwide gaining admission each year. ISNT, this crushing the standards established by the 4. Jiangqing No. 1 High School is truly remarkable. No wonder it is the top in the city. What a grand reveal. This is indeed a spectacular display. This surpasses even Chuzhe. And it's not just a little bit more impressive. Regardless of attempts by others to restore order, the emotions of the students present had been ignited. It takes years for Jiangqing No. 1 High School to produce a candidate for the 4 great military academies. And even then, they barely meet the criteria, often requiring leaders to advocate for their admission. Yet, Xiao Chen's recent test has utterly obliterated that record. Outside the queue, those who had completed their tests gasped in astonishment. Xiao Chun, you truly have surprised me. Yao Na managed to utter these words with difficulty, her gaze fixed on the composed figure of Xiao Chun amidst the crowd, merging with the image in her mind of him rummaging through trash bins for raw stone fragments after class. Now, I suppose I no longer need to play the elder sister role, do I, you rascal? Ouyang Han stood relatively composed beside her, discreetly observing Yao Na discreetly wipe her eyes. This kid is absolutely extraordinary. It was perhaps the first time in 3 years that Ouyang Han had let slip a curse. Yet now, no one cared. Among the onlookers from the Cultural Studies Department, Wu Chao's eyes widened as he witnessed the astonished expressions of those around him. He erupted into laughter thrice before seizing the arm of a complete stranger to boast. Did you see that? Xiao Chun, that is my bro Chen, you know? We've eaten together before, and I even showed him my collection on my computer. That is my big brother. Chen is incredible. Wu Chao appeared somewhat deranged, and from a distance, Xiao Chun heard this and felt his face darken, covering it in an attempt to convey that he did not know this person. Ren Jialing, who had been engaged in lively conversation with the other elite students from different schools, had her back turned to this side, showing no interest in Xiao Chen's test results. However, at this moment, she could no longer ignore it, for everyone was discussing this number. This terrifying score. 159. She suddenly turned around, her exquisite face shifting from astonishment to confusion, and finally to bewilderment. The surrounding noise persisted, yet it seemed as if all the cacophony had vanished from her ears that in her gaze. The figure bore little difference from 3 years prior, still somewhat reserved, still composed. Back then, they had shared laughter and engaging conversations, and for a fleeting moment, she had perceived him as more innocent than herself, naively seeking a friendship. However, she deemed such camaraderie a potential hindrance, devoid of value. Since then, numerous opportunities had arisen, and Liang Hongtao had even offered her counsel. Yet whenever she beheld Xiao Chen's serene countenance, words eluded her, as if she were truly in the wrong. She felt it unnecessary. Yet now, it was evident that it was indeed crucial to meet geniuses at the War Academy. Perhaps the prestigious 4 could facilitate that, but she was destined for the most ordinary of war academies. Those like Xiao Chun with exceptional achievements would surely be sought after by the elite. She truly might never have the chance to connect with him. Even if she did, would he acknowledge her, value her, or consider her a friend? Unlikely. Liang Hongtao let out a soft sigh. For someone like Ren Jialing, who adeptly navigated social circles and aimed to expand her network, this moment was undoubtedly a crushing blow. Moreover, there was no turning back. On the podium, several principals from other schools fell silent upon hearing that number, while Ma Ryu stood up, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Excellent, excellent. Old Li, you truly have a knack for this? To uncover such a talent right here in Jiangqing, haha. At that moment, he abandoned all semblance of authority, laughing heartily. Little did he know that Li Jianya was utterly bewildered. Xiao Chun, 159 Origin Power. What on earth was happening? Chapter 64. No Awakening. Li Jianya was indeed taken aback that wasn't it said that Xiao Chun had sustained serious injuries. Lin Sudong certainly did not appear to be misleading him. Furthermore, even if this individual had not been harmed, It seemed implausible that he could possess such extraordinary power. Old Lee, there's no need to put on an act at this juncture. Indeed, congratulations are in order. The several principals from the nearby schools fell silent for a moment before stepping forward to extend their felicitations. Faced with such overwhelming superiority, their envy was overshadowed by admiration. Students of this caliber were rarely seen. Although there were some every year, they were predominantly concentrated in affluent metropolitan areas inland. For those high-ranking awakened ones, their offspring were afforded the finest resources and guidance from the outset. Even so, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to surpass a score of 140 during the testing day. The emergence of a student like Gu Chen from Jiangxing was akin to a county producing a provincial champion. The entire educational community of Jiangxing basked in reflected glory. What on earth is this? Zhang Jianfa, the principal of the second high school, wore an expression of frustration. His moment of glory lasted barely half an hour, and the elation was all too fleeting. Inside the testing facility, the commotion subsided after several minutes, and the assessment resumed. However, some students who had previously held high hopes were now somewhat disheartened. With Gu Chen looming like a mountain before them, the rest of this cohort felt relegated to mere props. Chuz, who had distanced himself from the testing machine and stood alone with his hands in his pockets, was momentarily stunned. Since childhood, he had been hailed as a prodigy. A month prior to the exam, he had surpassed the century mark in the power test, and 10 days before, he had successfully awakened. He had grown accustomed to being ahead of the pack, that he had never encountered a scenario such as this in his life. Outside the campus, Mu Xiaowan was doing her utmost to squeeze through the crowd, straining to catch a glimpse of the testing within. However, the distance was too great, and she was unaware of what transpired ahead. What a major scoop! A top-tier genius just emerged from the testing. You just found out? My child mentioned that Chuz from their school awakened long ago. I'm not talking about Chuz. The fervent voice of this individual drew the attention of numerous parents nearby. Then who is it? So you folks haven't been checking your phones? My child sent a video showing that one kid's power test scored 159 points. You can't be serious. How is that even possible? Absolutely accurate. I believe his name is Gu Chen. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaowan blinked rapidly, then listened as the people around her began to speculate. This child is destined for greatness. Whose child is he? The surrounding chatter buzzed, but Mu Xiaowan's anxious heart began to settle as she gazed in the direction of Gu Chen on campus, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Wait a moment, Gu Chen. Come here again. Gu Chen had just completed his test and intended to leave when the middle-aged chief examiner called him back, instructing him to stand once more on the apparatus. How could I forget this? We still need to check if you've awakened. Oh, why? Gu Chen was about to respond that he had indeed awakened when he saw the examiner eagerly pressing the button. 159 power, no awakening. This time, the examiner was quite subdued, ensuring no one else heard his words, but Gu Chen could discern a hint of delight in his tone. No awakening? Gu Chen was taken aback himself. He could currently utilize both the breathing and healing awakening techniques. How could it be said that he had not awakened? My dear boy, prepare for the 4 great war academies to vie for you. The examiner beamed. Wait, does that mean not awakening is somehow better than actually awakening? It seemed he had only just realized that Gu Chen hailed from a small place like Jiangxing. The examiner had summoned him away from the testing area, signaling for the others to continue their assessments, and then elaborated. Individuals like you, who can surpass 140 in power by the age of 18, are almost guaranteed to awaken in due course. The higher your power before awakening, the greater your body's capacity to accept that power. Otherwise, once the body reaches its limits, awakening will occur. Therefore, many awakened individuals encourage their children to achieve higher power levels before awakening, akin to laying a solid foundation that do you grasp my meaning. Gu Chen nodded. Achieving a high power level before awakening ensures that your subsequent ceiling is elevated. Even among first-tier awakened ones, while others might find 300 power to be a bottleneck, you could reach 400 or even 500. Naturally, this would place you above the rest. Moreover, the awakening itself will catalyze a transformation within your body, significantly enhancing your power level. This means that after awakening, the gap between you and these students will widen even further. Typically, Examiners wouldn't divulge so much information, but such a talent was exceptionally rare, and he was willing to elaborate. Now I see. Thank you. Did he count as an awakened one? Undoubtedly, for the definition in the books was quite clear. Only awakened individuals could utilize awakening techniques. Yet the machine could not detect this. Gu Chen speculated that it was measuring the degree of integration between his body and power. As Su Zhaohua had mentioned after awakening, the body would be tempered by power, which likely led the examiner to conclude that he had not awakened. In other words, I have yet to reach my limits, and once I do, there will be a surge. Gu Chen found himself caught in a mix of emotions. On the one hand, this indicated that his potential remained exceptionally high, that if he were to awaken with a power level of 200, no other first-tier awakened ones would stand a chance against him. On the other hand, Su Zhaohua had given him a time frame of 2 months. He certainly did not wish to find himself at 200 or 300 power without having awakened when the time came. That would be quite the farce. Lost in thought, he heard Wu Chao's voice from not far away. Brother Chen, you truly are my big brother, incredible. Looking up, he saw Wu Chao, Yao Na, Ouyang Han, and others approaching. Observing this small group, other students displayed expressions of envy. Many from the first high school now yearned to get closer to Gu Chen, but having previously allied with Ren Jiaoling and Liang Hongtao in the elite class, they had spoken ill of him behind his back and felt too guilty to approach him now. Well now, Gu Chen, you certainly know how to put on a show, leaving us all worried and then quietly astonishing us. Yao Na, with a playful smile, draped her arm over Gu Chen's shoulder, looking at him as if to interrogate. Gu Chen was taken aback, then sighed in exasperation. Najia Wu Chao, you must speak fairly. When did I ever put on an act? I explicitly stated that I was perfectly fine. Yet look at the result. You all started saying I was mentally unstable, making me have to explain myself to the nurses for ages. Upon hearing Gu Chen's disgruntled tone, the group erupted in laughter. I don't care. You wrapped your head in bandages, looking all sickly, deceiving our feelings. You must treat us to a meal today, right? Yao Na glanced at Wu Chao, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. How much is the reward? Over 100,000, right? Wow, you're a wealthy man now. You definitely have to treat us. Gu Chen chuckled at the unreasonable demands of his friends, waving his hands. All right, a full-course meal today. I'll cover it, okay? Following this, there was a cultural exam, but for Gu Chen and his companions, it held little significance. Passing the key line was all that mattered. Still a full-course meal? I heard from Wu Chao that you went to his house to see some rare collection. Not studying hard, are you? Yao Na regarded him with a knowing look. Gu Chen's lips twitched. He genuinely wished to silence Wu Chao's loose tongue. After all, he had finally gained some recognition and almost lost his hard-earned reputation because of it. As the group exchanged playful banter, Li Jianyu approached. Don't rush off to play, Gu Chen. Please come to my office shortly. The group exchanged glances, all displaying envious expressions, as it seemed that a generous reward for Gu Chen was on the horizon. Chapter 65. Truly affluent previously mentioned. Once your force surpasses 100, there are rewards upon awakening during the test day. Although you have not awakened, you have already met the criteria for exceptional rewards. In the office, Li Jianyu gazed at Gu Chen with increasing satisfaction. Including the rewards from the school and the Education Bureau, the total here amounts to 2 million. Please provide your account number, and I shall ensure that the funds are transferred directly to your account. Additionally, there are 2 recovery pills and 1 meridian opening pill. Noticing Gu Chen's slight confusion, Li Jianyu elaborated. You have consumed the recovery pill before. This meridian opening pill is worth at least 3 times as much as the former. When you awaken, it will be the first instance of your force merging with your body. Consuming this pill will double the effect. While you might have originally awakened with an increase of merely 10 or 20 points of force, after taking it, you could potentially achieve an increase of 30 or 40. Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly, realizing the scarcity of such talents in their small city was due to financial constraints. How many could afford such pills? In stark contrast, larger cities, often located inland and free from the threat of mutated beasts attacking, saw many awakened individuals purchasing real estate in prominent urban centers. Comparatively, students in inland areas were wealthier, enjoying better sustenance and resources. Without needing to ask, Xiao Chun understood this was undoubtedly a product of deep-sea pharmaceuticals. There were probably many other pills he remained unaware of. If not for his ability to scavenge life crystals from corpses, this 2 million might not suffice for anything substantial. After all, today's 2 pills alone were worth 2 million. Xiao Chun, you aren't contemplating selling them, are you? Seeing Xiao Chun deep in thought, Li Jianya quickly cautioned him. If you feel the money is insufficient, you can apply for scholarships once you reach university. However, these items are foundational for your growth. You must not forsake the essentials for the trivial. No, I certainly would not sell them. After jotting down his account number and address, Xiao Chun exited the principal's office, while Li Jianya nodded in approval at his retreating figure. Had it been another child, he might have offered a reminder to avoid becoming too arrogant, lest they face disillusionment among other prodigies at the War Academy. But with Xiao Chun, such caution was unnecessary. Having risen from the slums, he inherently understood what was vital. Old Song, you were right. Standing by the window, Li Jianya observed the chaotic students on the playground, reflecting on Old Song, Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher. Although he was aware of a prior conflict between Old Song and another instructor, as a principal, he could not afford to dwell on trivial matters. Moreover, he secretly endorsed the elite strategy. While academic knowledge could be compensated for through hard work, awakening largely hinged on innate talent that he believed that a teacher like Old Song, focused on nurturing a balanced class, might inadvertently hinder the emergence of standout talents. Yet, he had witnessed 3 students surpass 100 in force, both first and third in the grade, all hailing from Old Song's class. Next semester, I shall appoint him as the grade coordinator and see if he can bring about further changes. Li Jianya firmly decided, despite other teachers having favorable connections with certain officials in the Education Bureau who had suggested promotions for them. He had his own scale to weigh the situation. IT wasn't merely a matter of fairness. While promoting them might appease, the ultimate determinant of his own career trajectory lay in the student's capabilities. Let us celebrate. I want a grand feast. Wu Chao and his companions had indeed lingered, knowing Xiao Chen had received his reward, and they all sported mischievous grins. Looking at you all, do you think I could escape? Xiao Chen chuckled as he picked up Mu Xiaowan at the school gate, and they began to deliberate on a dining venue. Luxury night banquet, imperial blossom, wine pool, and meat forest. Wu Chao suggested, prompting a scowl from Yao Na. What kind of ridiculous places are you picking? They sound utterly improper. Wu Chao grinned mischievously. This time, we must really treat him well. A proper place wouldn't cost much. Yao Na retaliated by giving Wu Chao a light smack on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. I haven't even addressed you yet. What unhealthy things did you show to Xiao Chen? Unhealthy? As they strolled, Mu Xiaowan looked on curiously, while Xiao Chun's expression darkened, clearing his throat twice. Wu Chao, how dare you say that? My pristine reputation was almost tarnished by you. Wu Chao, somewhat aggrieved, rubbed his forehead. Not at all. It was just an anime and old classic from over 60 years ago like Slam Dunk, all out of print. Brother Chen, you shouldn't be so harsh. You seemed quite happy watching it. Yao Na and Ouyang Han were momentarily taken aback, and then Yao Na's cheeks flushed as she realized the lewd implication of his words. Ultimately, the group, unaccustomed to high-end dining, opted for a roadside barbecue stall. Boss, bring us a couple of crates of beer, Wu Chao shouted. Previously, they had steered clear of smoking and drinking to enhance their force, but now they were indulging. However, Xiao Chen soon noticed that his companions were all talkative, but quickly became flushed and began babbling nonsense after only a few bottles that Wu Chao, reeking of alcohol and with unfocused eyes, slung an arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder. Brother Chen, Sister Na, you are all awakened now. I am genuinely thrilled for you. I don't know what virtue I possess to mingle with you all. They say people flock together. Why am I any different? I've thought about it. I lack the talent for awakening, and even if my grades are good, it's still just that. This world is ruled by awakened beings. Once I graduate from university, I'll return to help my father with transportation and deliver fruits. When you all become affluent, don't forget to come back and visit your brother. I don't have grand ambitions. I just want to play games, watch anime, and have a little money. I don't expect much from you, just that if I ever get bullied, someone will have my back. Yao Na had also had her share of drinks and leaned against Xiao Chen's shoulder. He is impressive. You should talk to him. Ouyang Han nodded in agreement. Yes, you should. Xiao Chun was at a loss for words, while Wu Chao cursed. What a shameless person. Ouyang Han, typically reserved, began to share his grievances, revealing that both his parents were awakened, albeit of a lower-tier lifestyle type. They had a bit of money, better than ordinary folks, yet he felt the weight of the family's expectations pressing down on him. While others lamented graduation, for him, it was a liberation. As they continued to share their feelings, Yao Na, observing the two men deep in conversation, moved her chair closer, pouring 2 cups and sitting beside Xiao Chun. Beneath her short hair, her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with a dreamy light. As she drew nearer, Xiao Chun caught a faint floral fragrance that he had never realized how feminine Yao Na was. Little Chun, now that we've graduated, do you have anything you wish to say to me? Yao Na leaned in closely, her delicate arm casually draping over Xiao Chen's shoulder, oscillating between camaraderie and allure. Upon finishing her question, she looked at him with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, her lashes fluttering. The alcohol had emboldened her, lending her an air of flirtation that contrasted with her previously assertive demeanor. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I am profoundly grateful for the care you've shown me over the years, truly. He could have expressed his gratitude all night. He genuinely wished to convey heartfelt sentiments to Yao Na. However, just then, he received a heavy jab on his shoulder, followed by her exasperated eye roll. Idiot! I hope you drink yourself to death. As Xiao Chen awkwardly withdrew, Mu Xiaowan, who had been quietly observing, stifled a laugh, realizing that despite being merely 13, she found her older brother somewhat oblivious. At that moment, a sleek black car slowly approached. 4 men clad in black, exuding an air of menace, scanned the surroundings as they strode toward the group. Chapter 66. The perpetual motion machine. Upon seeing these individuals, it seemed that the effects of alcohol had considerably diminished for Yao Na, her once bright gaze now tinged with a hint of melancholy. Observing the inebriated companions around him, Xiao Chen instinctively became alert. However, Yao Na waved her hand, and as the group approached, the leader, a middle-aged man, spoke in a low voice. Miss, it's time to return. He cast a cursory glance at the individuals at the table, showing no inclination to greet Xiao Chun and his friends. Ouyang Han and the others were too intoxicated to notice, but Xiao Chun could discern that these men had likely seen their share of blood. Their cold demeanor set them apart from ordinary folk. Very well, let us go, Yao Na replied coolly, glancing back at Xiao Chun. Make sure to escort these drunken fools home. Their tolerance is so poor. They're even worse than I. As he watched the car drive away, Xiao Chun gradually relaxed. What is wrong with me? He mused, finding his heightened vigilance somewhat amusing. Having spent too long in a high-pressure environment, any hint of danger led him to think the worst. Yao Na's background remained shrouded in mystery. Over the past 3 years, she had provided Xiao Chun with numerous pieces of raw stone, albeit previously used ones, which most ordinary families would never part with. Furthermore, she never spoke of her family, suggesting she, too, was of noble lineage. Glancing at Wu Chao, who was sprawled out like a drunken pig, and Ouyang Han, whose gaze was hazy, yet still maintained an air of haughtiness, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smirk. What a pair of useless companions. If real danger were to arise, you two would be nothing but liabilities. Xiao Chen, don't think you can insult me just because your energy level is higher. Ouyang Han mumbled, his drunken stupor overtaking him as he suddenly toppled over, sending the bottle crashing to the ground. After settling the bill and arranging taxis for both of them, Xiao Chun returned home. Although it was already midnight, he found himself unable to sleep. That he opened the window, and the aroma of outdoor barbecues wafted in from the neighborhood, filling him with a sense of comfort. There are still 2 months until Su Zhaohua comes to pick me up. Whether to conceal his sister's identity as an infected person or to capitalize on the privileges of a member of the Night Execution Division, Xiao Chun believed this was a far better choice than attending the War Academy. However, the requirements were indeed quite stringent. 2 months to advance to a lower-tier level 1. Xiao Chun opened his phone, having previously imported the body refinement and meditation techniques into it. According to Su Zhaohua, these were 2 fundamental methods for awakeners to enhance their physical and mental prowess. The names were simple, yet their origins were significant, crafted by several top-tier combatants and level 9 awakeners from Huaxia. Both body refinement and meditation require the consumption of spiritual energy. Once depleted, replenishment is necessary. Ordinary individuals use raw stones, while the wealthy resort to medicinal pills. Yet even those require an absorption process that I, however, am different. Previously, Gu Chen had felt a degree of frustration. After the hunt for Zheng Tianhao, he had acquired 4 massive life crystals but had only absorbed the smallest one thus far, not out of frugality, but due to the inability to utilize them. Without enhancing his physique and spirit, using them would exceed his body's limits, resulting in minimal energy gain. However, with body refinement and meditation, the situation would change. That'd be why utilizing spiritual energy to elevate his physical and mental thresholds, he could then absorb life crystals directly to compensate. While others required time to recuperate, he could continue training, significantly enhancing his endurance that as long as he had sufficient life crystals, he could become a perpetual motion machine that required no rest. Gu Chen began to read attentively, starting with body refinement, that he initially expected it to be challenging to comprehend, but was pleasantly surprised by its straightforwardness. Actively guide the spiritual energy to saturate a specific part of the body, be it the hand or foot. Begin at a single point and gradually expand to encompass the area, allowing that part of the body to fully integrate with the spiritual energy, thus achieving physical transformation. Gu Chen closed his eyes. Gu Chen, 18 years old, an orphan. Soon to graduate from high school, a lower-tier level 1 awakener with the ability of necromancer. In a room resonating with blues music, akin to a private tavern, Su Zhaohua concluded his introduction and surveyed the surroundings. That is the basic information. I intend to nominate him as a candidate for this month's shadow team. Does anyone have any objections? Beside him sat 2 others. One was a striking young woman with twin ponytails, sporting smoky makeup and a lollipop in her mouth, perched on a high stool as she swung her slender, snow-white legs. What objections could there possibly be? You've already made the report. She pouted, her face reflecting annoyance. The shadow team was the division of the night execution, and the woman speaking was named Yi Ran, the first to be informed when Su Zhaohua decided to recruit Gu Chen. Ran, you're no longer the youngest in our team. Su Zhaohua then turned to a young man with tousled golden hair. While Su Zhaohua himself was quite handsome, despite being over 30, he still possessed the youthful vigor of a man in his mid-20s. However, this young man, casually sipping from a drink and fiddling with a pistol, was significantly more striking. His prominent nose, exquisite features, and bright eyes, framed by tousled bangs, conveyed a roguish charm. Quickly bring him over, Captain. Now Ran won't have to torment me anymore. All the dirty work can be left to our young brother Gu Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran shot him a furious glare. Lu Zimo, who tormented you? That was merely a fitting punishment for your loose tongue. Lu Zimo shrugged, taking a sip. Captain, are you summoning us because we're easy to persuade? Today, not everyone is present. This feels a bit like going behind our backs. Su Zhaohua wore an expression of mild embarrassment, realizing that Lu Zimo had hit the nail on the head of the 6 members in the team. 2 were on a mission, and the other vice-captain. Su Zhaohua had not even called her, inviting these 2 over with a hint of seeking support. Once he secured a majority, it would be easier to proceed. While I trust your judgment in selecting candidates, is this young brother not a bit too weak? Lu Zimo toyed with the pistol, which morphed shapes in his hands, one moment resembling a classic Desert Eagle, the next transforming into an M416 assault rifle, as if performing magic. His words were met with Yi Ran's agreement. Unlike the War Academy, which cultivated talent, the Night Execution Division directly employed individuals, thus maintaining stringent standards for strength that a lower-tier level 1 awakener was virtually non-existent in the entire organization. Well, Su Zhaohua was about to explain when the tavern's door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, causing the room to tremble. A sense of foreboding rose within Su Zhaohua, while Yi Ran and Lu Zimo exchanged their nonchalant demeanor for one of grave seriousness. Lan Jie, you've arrived, Lu Zimo greeted enthusiastically. Get lost. All right then. Lu Zimo abandoned the pistol and retreated to a corner to watch the spectacle unfold, while Yi Ran squeezed in beside him, their heads barely peeking out. The woman entering was the antithesis of Yi Ran's appearance. She wore a flowing black lace gown and knee-high leather boots, her lips painted a faint purple, her expression radiating fierce intensity. Although she was stunning, her presence commanded a respect that discouraged close approach. Is it your prerogative to decide on recruits for the shadow team, Su Xiaohua? Am I to be merely a decorative vice captain? Observing the furious expression on Mo Jinglan's face, Su Xiaohua managed to smile. Lan, do not call me that. Mo Jinglan plopped down in a chair, nails tapping impatiently, as she downed a bottle of white beer and fixated her glare on Su Xiaohua. A lower tier level 1. Have you lost your mind? Why recruit someone like this? Su Xiaohua rubbed his temples. He had indeed intended to secure a majority before revealing his decision. Yet the news had leaked. He glanced back at the two hidden in the corner, only to find Yi Ran and Lu Zimo engaging in a silent game of rock, paper, scissors. Focus on me, not others. Su Xiaohua had no choice but to turn back and explain earnestly. His classification is necromancer, and this young man is a genius. Genius? Mo Jinglan scoffed, as if she had heard the most laughable remark. Chapter 67. The conception realized that true genius is one who survives. You must understand that even within the ranks of the Night Punishment Division, candidates can meet their demise during their missions. Mo Jinglan asserted without a hint of concession. I can provide covert protection, Su Xiaohua replied, maintaining a calm demeanor in the face of her aggressive tone. Yet, this very gentleness only served to exacerbate Mo Jinglan's frustration, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Su Xiaohua, why are you so impervious to reason? If he were truly a genius, would we still need to scout him? He would have already garnered fame. There is a saying, great accumulation leads to a sudden outburst. Su Xiaohua responded with a smile. Lu Zimo and Yi Ran, who had remained silent as if frozen, exchanged glances and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Among the entire team, only the captain could maintain such serenity and composure. Level 2. Mo Jinglan suddenly shifted her tone, realizing that this perpetually unhurried captain was not someone easily swayed once he had made up his mind. Before the evaluation day, he must reach level 2. If he does, then let him go. Otherwise, I cannot afford to lose that person that I do not wish for others to discuss this selection and claim that we from the Moon Shadow group merely picked a level 1 awakened to fill the ranks. Having said this, Mo Jinglan did not allow Su Xiaohua a moment to respond before she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Only then did Lu Zimo and Yi Ran breathe a sigh of relief. Having that hot-tempered vice captain around made them genuinely anxious. Level 2 indeed, Su Xiaohua mused as he leaned against the table, suddenly breaking into a smile. Lu Zimo and Yi Ran exchanged puzzled looks. Captain, what are you laughing about? You're not feeling provoked, are you? Though Mo Jinglan seemed to have retreated a step, they all understood the situation regarding Gu Chen. An absolute novice who had only awakened days prior would find it nearly impossible to reach level 2 within a mere 2 months. No, I believe her willingness to relent is a positive sign, Su Xiaohua said, turning his back to the two as he uncorked a bottle of brandy and poured himself a modest drink. He held high hopes for Gu Chen. Judging by Gu Chen's precarious awakening talent and his remarkable ability to remain calm and strategize at such a young age, Su Xiaohua felt that Moon Shadow desperately needed someone like him. Nonetheless, Mo Jinglan's earlier remarks bore merit. Only those who survive can be considered geniuses. Talent is not enough. The Night Punishment Division offers substantial benefits and holds a prestigious status, yet this comes hand in hand with perilous missions. A novice awakened indeed faces considerable risk, especially given the recent turmoil within the Great Xia. Beyond the city walls, the Beast Emperor, who had long engaged in battles with several pinnacle human powers while maintaining a tacit understanding for over a decade, was now tacitly allowing the mutated beasts to encroach upon the city walls. Perhaps there truly was little time left to nurture newcomers, particularly someone like Gu Chen, whose awakening talent left him with minimal self-protective capabilities, necessitated additional manpower for care and attention. In truth, Su Xiaohua believed that the goal he had set for Gu Chen, to complete the second fusion of primal energy and ascend to a high-quality level 1, was already exceedingly challenging. Level 2 was an aspiration too lofty to even contemplate, especially in a place like the Night Punishment Division, where individuals with such rapid advancement were exceedingly rare. The plan remains unchanged. It simply hinges on how far he can progress, Su Xiaohua declared, downing the contents of his glass. Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Chun found it was already midday on the following day. A faint odor clung to him, yet he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body. No wonder they previously advised against my physical training. Xiao Chun had entered an introspective state and could clearly see that his physique had risen to 157, an increase of around 10 points within a single day. However, his primal energy had been nearly depleted. The force, 37,162. The enhancement of his physique has consequently increased his force limit by 3 points. If I were to train before the testing day, it would likely take an ordinary person several days to recover. However, I am rather different. Xiao Chun produced several life crystals. Although few in number, their size was impressive. Among them, 2 were from infected individuals, 1 from an awakener, and the remaining 1 belonged to an assassin. Xiao Chun intended to use some for himself and prepare the rest as rations for Mu Xiaowan. Absorb. A vast surge of force poured into Xiao Chen's body from one of the life crystals, akin to a parched stream welcoming a torrential downpour. He once again entered a state of introspection. The force, 37,162. The enhancement of his physique had consequently elevated his force limit by an additional 3 points. If one were to train before the testing day, it would likely take an ordinary individual several days to recuperate. However, that I am rather exceptional. Xiao Chun produced the life crystals. Although their quantity was limited, their size was substantial. Among them, 2 were from infectors, 1 from an awakener, and the remaining 1 belonged to an assassin. Xiao Chun had utilized some of it and was preparing to reserve the rest for Mu Xiaowan as sustenance. Absorb. An immense surge of force poured into Xiao Chen's body from one of the life crystals, akin to a parched creek embracing a torrential downpour. He once again entered a state of introspection. The force, 162,162. The force was instantly replenished. The life crystal had only diminished by approximately 1/5, and Xiao Chun felt no discomfort in his body. Instead, he was invigorated. Indeed, it works. This was his perpetual motion machine concept. While others engaged in physical cultivation, exhausting their force, and even abstaining from food and drink to utilize original stones, they still required time to restore their energy. However, he found such complications unnecessary. Achieving a first-tier superior rank doesn't seem overly daunting. With a slight smile, Xiao Chun shared a lunch with Mu Xiaowan, took a refreshing bath, and then resumed his physical training. With 10 days remaining until the cultural examination, Xiao Chun had consistently performed well academically. Moreover, the threshold set by the War Academy for those with exceptionally high force was relatively lenient. Thus, he dedicated merely an hour each day to review, immersing the rest of his time entirely in physical cultivation and meditation. 10 days later, the college entrance examination. For those not participating in the War Academy selection, this marked the most significant turning point in their lives. Consequently, upon exiting the examination hall, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. The classmates organized an evening celebration, but Xiao Chun declined, for he sensed an impending awakening within himself. Indeed, he found it somewhat astonishing. After a total of 10 days of physical cultivation and meditation, his physique reached 179 points, his force 182, and his spirit 177. The force 162. The force was instantly replenished. The life crystal had merely diminished by about 1/5, and Xiao Chun felt no discomfort in his body. Rather, he was invigorated. Indeed, it is possible. This was his perpetual motion machine concept. While others engaged in physical cultivation, exhausting their force, even with the aid of raw stones, they required time to restore their energy. Yet he found such complications unnecessary. Achieving the first-grade upper tier does not seem overly daunting. A faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he shared a midday meal with Mu Xiaowan, and after refreshing himself with a bath, he immersed himself once more into the discipline of physical cultivation. With merely 10 days remaining until the cultural examination, Xiao Chen's academic performance had consistently been commendable. Moreover, the score thresholds established by the War Academy for those with exceptionally high force levels were relatively lenient. Consequently, Xiao Chen dedicated only an hour each day to revision, devoting the remainder of his time entirely to physical cultivation and meditative focus. 10 days later, The college entrance examination. For those not participating in the War Academy selection, this marked the most monumental turning point in their lives. Therefore, upon exiting the examination hall, everyone experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. Classmates organized an evening celebration, but Gu Chen declined, for he sensed that his awakening was imminent. Indeed, even he found it somewhat astonishing. After a total of 10 days dedicated to physical cultivation and meditative focus, his physique reached 179 points, his force at 182, and his spirit at 177. After consulting with Lu Jinhai, Gu Chen came to realize that the majority of awakened individuals typically experience their awakening when their energy levels range from 100 to 120. Following this awakening, their energy significantly increases, reaching between 140 and 160. Generally, once the body and energy have initially fused, the energy can approximate 200, which categorizes one as a mid-tier awakened individual, capable of unleashing their awakening techniques twice during combat. However, Gu Chen has yet to awaken, and his energy is nearing 200. As for the awakening techniques, due to his ability to introspect, he has conducted tests and found that releasing a single technique consumes approximately 70 energy points, while a healing technique requires around 80 energy points. Therefore, in terms of strength, he has already surpassed the threshold of a mid-tier awakened individual. Yet he did not anticipate that only recently has his body begun to exhibit that restless sensation. He finds himself somewhat eager to discover what transformations await him post-awakening. After consulting with Lu Jinhai, Gu Chen learned that the majority of awakened individuals typically experience their awakening when their energy levels reach between 100 and 120. Following this awakening, their power significantly increases, reaching around 140 to 160. Generally, once the body and energy have initially fused, the energy level tends to soar to approximately 200, categorizing them as a first-tier mid-grade awakened, capable of unleashing their awakening abilities twice during combat. However, Gu Chen has yet to awaken, and his energy is nearly at the 200 mark. As for the awakening abilities, due to his capacity for introspection, he has tested his limits and discovered that releasing a single breath of energy consumes approximately 70 points, while a healing act expends around 80 points of energy. Therefore, in terms of strength, he could already be considered a first-tier mid-grade awakened. Yet he did not anticipate that only recently would he begin to feel that restless sensation within his body, and he finds himself somewhat eager to discover what transformations his awakening will bring. Chapter 68. The Metamorphosis of Life. Gu Chen descended into a profound slumber, a state enigmatic and elusive, reminiscent of a dream, yet marked by lucidity, that he beheld, with clarity, his primordial force ceaselessly flowing into the ancient tree within him, which in turn reverberated back to every corner of his being. Time stretched infinitely in this realm, and had it not been for Mu Shaoan's gentle insistence, he might have remained ensconced in this dreamlike state indefinitely. The afternoon sun poured into the room, casting golden rays into the corners, where motes of dust danced in the luminous air. Mu Shaoan, her face etched with concern, sat beside him. "Brother, it is time to awaken. If you linger any longer, you shall miss the opportunity to register for the exams." Perhaps it was this very utterance that jolted Gu Chen from his reverie. In an instant, he sensed a transformation in the world around him. Everything appeared strikingly vivid. Even the shadows untouched by sunlight revealed themselves with unprecedented clarity. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all been remarkably heightened. Clenching his fists, an explosive surge of power coursed through every fiber of his muscles. Is this the sensation of an awakened one? How long have I been asleep? Mu Shaoan gestured towards the electronic clock on the wall. 12 days. 12 days. Had Gu Chen not exhibited steady breathing and a robust complexion, Mu Shaoan would likely have summoned help long ago. "Are you all right?" Upon witnessing her anxious gaze, Gu Chen responded with a reassuring smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. This enhancement, he surmised, was likely more significant than any previous transformations. Once more, he entered a state of introspection, and the towering ancient tree immediately captured his attention. Compared to before, its roots had fully regained vitality, the verdant essence gradually ascending, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew in spring. Physique 221-22. Primordial Force 215-219. Spirit 217-220. This marks the threshold of entering the first tier of the lower grades. Gu Chen felt a twinge of hesitation about testing this data. The standards set by the 4 great academies of warfare are already exceedingly stringent, yet he could confidently assert that he has utterly surpassed these benchmarks. Furthermore, Gu Chen noticed a particularly striking change. The 2 awakened skills hanging from the branches, energy recovery and healing, twinkled with brilliance, akin to 2 ripe fruits awaiting harvest. Energy recovery beginner, upgradable. Healing beginner, upgradable. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, aside from the transformations in his physique and primordial energy, the awakened skills had also undergone a metamorphosis, aligning perfectly with his own awakening. However, upon reflection, it appeared he could only upgrade one of them. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose healing. Although he had no desire to become a professional doctor, one could never have too many means of preserving one's life. As the radiance faded, the great tree quivered in response, infusing pure primordial energy into the corresponding fruit, and the situation transformed once more. Healing significantly mitigates adverse conditions such as coldness, burns, and diseases. Also capable of treating severed limbs, bleeding, fractures, and can slightly restore primordial energy. Level: intermediate. The efficacy of the healing had indeed been enhanced, and in addition, it now possessed the capacity to restore primordial energy. However, this restoration was undoubtedly meant for others, as using it on oneself would first require substantial consumption of primordial energy. Yet another day of enhancement had arrived, and Gu Chen's spirits were truly elevated. No worries, I apologize for any concern caused. Oh, I smell something delicious. I'm famished. Indeed, Gu Chen was ravenous. Following the aroma, he ventured outside to dine, while simultaneously opening the class WeChat group that everyone's scores had been released, and discussions were underway regarding their applications. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The results were posted, revealing that the top of the class was Ouyang Han, with a total score of 682. Even without attending a warfare academy, this score would place him among the top 3 in Jiangxing, making admission to a prestigious university well within reach. Yao Na, 643. Yao Na, 643. Yao Na, 643. Wu Chao, 614. This lad has truly exceeded expectations and is poised to gain admission to a prestigious university. At this moment, he is exuberantly boasting in the class group chat. Of course, many are more intent on extolling Ouyang Han. With 3 promising candidates from the class already eyeing military academies, and now another student who has nearly achieved the highest score in the city for the college entrance exam, what more is there to say? It's a dual triumph in both academics and sports. Gu Chen also shared a celebratory meme, causing the class group to erupt with excitement. The great Gu Chen has arrived. Old classmate, I seek to cling to your success. Having gone to the 4 major military academies, do not forget to look after your younger brother. Gu Chen was not particularly close with these classmates before. After all, his family was impoverished, leaving him little time or inclination for socializing, and he was rather ordinary in many respects. However, now that he has gained recognition, more people are extending their goodwill, and Gu Chen finds that these classmates seem somewhat more amiable than before. Why Haven T, I seen Sister Na speak. No one answered Gu Chen's question. Indeed, after so much chatter, there had been no word from Yao Na. Next week, I will be leaving for Jinling. Come see me off then. Yao Na sent him a message privately. Jinling. It is not far from Jiangxing, and among the 30 military academies nationwide, there is one there, ranking in the middle. Jinling Military Academy. Gu Chen inquired, but this time Yao Na did not respond. He did not dwell on it, for his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Should he apply? Although Su Zhaohua had invited him to join the Night Enforcement Division, he was uncertain about it. Su Zhaohua had mentioned that the difficulty would exceed that of gaining admission to the 4 major military academies, that if he were to fail and not apply to a military academy, he would be left with nothing. After much contemplation, he decided to call Su Zhaohua for advice. Is it possible to apply? Su Zhaohua was dining with several team members when he received Gu Chen's call, and he was somewhat taken aback. It was not the fact that Gu Chen had called him that surprised him, but rather the length of time since he had last heard from him, that it was known that Gu Chen had no guidance, and his cultivation journey would undoubtedly encounter difficulties. Yet, he had shown remarkable patience. Go ahead and apply. Keep your options open. Do you have a preferred school? Upon receiving Su Zhaohua's affirmative response, Gu Chen felt a sense of relief. Not yet. Perhaps you could introduce me to the 4 major academies? Su Zhaohua was surprised by the somewhat familiar tone in Gu Chen's voice, as he distinctly remembered the boy's previous aloof demeanor. Even when Su Zhaohua had invited him to join the Night Enforcement Division, Gu Chen had approached it as a business transaction. It seemed he had undergone a transformation. Gu Chen himself might not have realized that since advancing to the true first-tier lower grade, his mindset had become slightly more optimistic. The 4 major military academies are Dijing, Mo-Du, Lingnan, and Beimang. That if I had to rank them, Dijing is the strongest, followed by Mo-Du, while Lingnan and Beimang are comparatively similar. In terms of faculty, Dijing is the best, as many powerful awakeners reside in the city, and the mentors at the school are recognized as the finest in the Great Xia. Mo-Wu has the best resources. They are affluent and provide ample resources for students that as long as you demonstrate sufficient excellence, you need not worry about financial constraints. Lingnan offers the most freedom. While its faculty and resources are slightly inferior to the first 2, it has fewer restrictions and a lower admission threshold, resulting in relatively less fierce competition. Finally, there is Beimang. Su Zhaohua paused. It is the most perilous, yet the students possess the strongest practical combat abilities. This revelation left Gu Chen momentarily speechless, as Beimang was arguably the most low-key of the 4 major academies, located in the frigid north of China, which had been overrun by mutated beasts in the past and was only reclaimed later. Online commentary indicated that truly exceptional talents were often reluctant to attend Beimang. How had Su Zhaohua come to such a different conclusion? Beimang is remote, and its capital is known as the City of War due to its constant battles with mutated beasts. The local culture is quite robust. Even those who are not awakeners often have a tradition of martial arts. The Beimang Military Academy is not located within the city, but rather outside the walls. When mutated beasts attack, the Beimang Military Academy is the first line of defense. This was the grand ambition set forth by the Academy's founder. As long as the Beimang Academy stands, the northern border shall remain intact. Consequently, the students there have less leisure time and are more diligent, with many being offspring of military families. Young and full of vigor, fighting and sparring is a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, the Academy assigns them tasks to engage in combat with mutated beasts. Thus, the mortality rate there is the highest among the 4 major military academies. After hearing Su Zhaohua's description, Gu Chen already had a school in mind. What? Are you afraid? No, I believe I will choose Beimang. This time, it was Su Zhaohua who was astonished. The last time they discussed joining the Night Enforcement Division, Gu Chen had been all business, clearly anxious to escape a life of hardship. How had he made such a choice? He joked. Could it be that you were moved by the words of the founding principle? The motto of the Beimang Military Academy. As long as it stands, the northern borders remain intact. Everyone knows that Beimang is dangerous and harsh. Why has it maintained its position among the top 4 for so many years? Countless young individuals are drawn to that simple yet stirring motto. However, Su Zhaohua felt that Gu Chen did not fit this mold. Why not? I can hardly wait to join Beimang right now, Gu Chen said somewhat ambiguously, though the reason was quite simple. Chapter 69. A different farewell, the frequency of battles, and the high mortality rate were the true reasons behind Gu Chen's choice of Beimang. Although he currently had enough life crystals, what about the future? His rapid cultivation was primarily due to this resource, which was also essential for Mu Shaoan to maintain a normal life in cities like Magic City and Imperial Capital. While there were numerous experts, the security was likely to be significantly better than in Jiang City. He was uncertain whether he could successfully conceal Mu Shaoan's identity as an infected individual, but he had previously pondered what would happen if he moved to a big city and encountered stronger opponents who could discern her true nature. Now, everything had provided the best answer. Well, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. By the way, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you successfully fused for the first time? Upon hearing Su Zhaohua's question, Gu Chen felt a pang of guilt. If he revealed to Su Zhaohua that he had just awakened, he wondered if the other would scold him. He responded evasively. It's going all right, Su Go. The first fusion has concluded, which is just the low tier of the first level. How much original force value is that? On average, it ranges between 180 and 200, Su Zhaohua replied. Oh, all right. Thanks, Sugedata. I have something else to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Su Zhaohua had more questions, but Xiao Chun had already used an excuse to hastily end the call. This kid, Su Zhaohua sighed as he set down the phone, only to find his teammates gazing at him with curiosity. However, he chose not to elaborate. From Xiao Chun's tone, it seemed his progress was not as smooth as hoped. Yet a month had already passed. The second fusion, and entering the low tier of the first level was even more challenging than the first. At that moment, a graceful figure flashed past the restaurant entrance to Mo Jinglan, clad in a black gown, approached with a somewhat frosty demeanor. The higher-ups have notified us that due to special circumstances, the assessment has been moved forward. When is it? Su Zhaohua inquired, lifting his head. Next week, she replied. Did they provide a reason? When have the higher-ups ever offered explanations? Mo Jinglan responded. Who was on the phone just now? Xiao Chun. Oh! After speaking, Mo Jinglan ordered a meal and began eating with the other team members, paying little heed to Su Zhaohua. Having been teammates for quite some time, although Su Zhaohua silently focused on his meal, Mo Jinglan could read the concern in his eyes. It seemed he too believed that Xiao Chun had little chance left. Su Zhaohua retrieved his phone only to set it down again. This news was not favorable, and perhaps it would be best to inform Xiao Chun closer to the time. 7 days swiftly passed at Jiang City train station. The crowd was significantly denser than usual. With less than a month until the commencement of university and war academies, many parents were seen bustling about with their children. For those unable to accompany their children, they would see them off at the station, where numerous young women clung to their boyfriends or parents, quietly weeping. Crying now, but in 2 months, none of them will want to return, Wu Chao mused, as he and Ouyang Han sat on a bench with Yao Na, who was about to depart. There were still over 20 minutes before her train was scheduled to leave. Did I end the distance? Several of Yao Na's bodyguards stood with their arms crossed, waiting. Although Yao Na maintained a neutral expression, a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. She had arranged to meet Xiao Chun, but as of now his phone had gone unanswered, and he had not shown up. Xiao Chun has indeed been rather mysterious lately. He hasn't said much in the class group. Perhaps he is preoccupied, Wu Chao observed, noticing Yao Na's discontent and attempting to console her. Yao Na shot him a glare. You're so clever, aren't you? Whatever, let him come or not at Wu Chao. Make sure to put in the effort at university. Don't just sit around watching anime. Ouyang Han, with your excellent conditions and talents, don't let yourself fall behind compared to the rest of us, she advised. In class, Ouyang Han was typically quite aloof. Even the teachers seldom spoke of him. Previously, Yao Na kept her distance, but several events involving Xiao Chun had led her to perceive a hidden kindness within him, prompting her to adopt a more sisterly tone. Rest assured, who knows, I might even surpass Xiao Chun, Ouyang Han said with a rare smile. After drunkenly speaking nonsense that day, he initially felt a degree of shame. However, once he realized that none of the others mocked him, he relaxed significantly. All right, I'm off then. Are you not going to wait a bit longer? Perhaps he is already on his way here, Wu Chao urged. Yao Na let out a scoff. What is the point of waiting for him? If he can't even keep an appointment, he clearly doesn't take me seriously. What a scoundrel. Clutching the bag of snacks that her friends had given her, she stubbornly cast one last glance toward the entrance. The throng of people obscured her view, and before Wu Chao and the others could react, she squeezed onto the train. In recent days, Xiao Chun had become acutely aware of the urgency of time, dedicating himself to rigorous training day and night. The life crystals were depleting rapidly. Now, he possessed only the largest and final piece, yet the results were astounding. I never imagined that after awakening, the first fusion of original force would occur so swiftly. Observing his current data, Xiao Chun felt a tinge of trepidation. Physical strength, 273, 273. The force, 275, 279. Spirit, 277, 278. During this period, Xiao Chun had scoured the internet and consulted Lu Jinhai. Typically, an awakened individual who has undergone secondary fusion and reached the pinnacle of the first-grade top tier possesses a force generally around 300. In terms of power, he has nearly matched them. Xiao Chun suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something, that he opened his phone, and indeed, a series of red notifications appeared that Wu Chao and Ouyang Han had sent him messages. Oh no, Sister Na is leaving today. Xiao Chun had no time to change his clothes. He slipped on his shoes and dashed outside. Fortunately, Jiangqing was not large, and it appeared he might still make it in time. Perhaps due to the long years of high school life, he always felt that upon awakening, the next day would return to normalcy. It was only during his run that he suddenly comprehended that this group of people was truly about to disperse. That vroom vroom, the train whistle sounded. Jiangqing, being remote, had once been rumored to have plans for high-speed rail before the mutations occurred. Alas, the wave of mutations had arrived before any progress could be made, and in recent years, the Great Xia had lacked the resources to attend to the infrastructure of these distant regions. Thus the green trains continued their legacy. Seated by the bed, Yao Na rested her chin on her hand, 2 hefty bags of snacks crammed beneath her bunk. She gazed at her 2 classmates on the chair, foolishly waving their goodbyes, and a pang of sorrow welled up in her throat. "These 2 fools, do they not know I have never been fond of snacks?" she remarked, yet her eyes betrayed her, turning red. The window faced the arrival platform as the train began to move forward slowly, and she almost withdrew her gaze. However, at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. That fellow had his buttons fastened incorrectly, standing there in a daze looking around. Yao Na's heart jolted, and she immediately stood up, pounding on the window. "You idiot, I'm over here." It seemed he heard her voice, nearly drowned out by the clamor. As Gu Chen looked up and spotted the girl banging on the window, then he sprinted towards her. Nonetheless, the train had already begun its journey, and the platform was short. After a few desperate steps, he could only watch as the train grew increasingly distant. Tears finally streamed down Yao Na's cheeks uncontrollably, but she then noticed Gu Chen on the platform, rummaging through his pockets to retrieve several stone-like objects, waving them at her. She recognized them as the fragmented essence stones she had once given him for cultivation. In fact, among those stones, there were some that had never been used that he had kept them. This fellow was aware. Yao Na sat down, tears flowing freely. The young men beside her stared intently, their eyes betraying a hint of pity. One of them said indifferently, "Miss, please compose yourself swiftly. The leader does not wish for you to confront guests with such an attitude." Yao Na wiped her tears, casting a glance at the group, and the trace of tenderness vanished, replaced by a cold indifference akin to dead ashes. "I understand. Chapter 70 finally found you, mind your tone. Who allowed you to speak to the young lady in such a manner?" Beyond the 4 individuals, a man sat across from them in the sleeper compartment. Upon uttering these words, the 4 displayed a flicker of trepidation. "Leave," the man commanded with a wave of his hand. The 4 hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately exited the compartment. This man, scruffy and lean, would appear quite youthful were it not for his unkempt beard. Yao Na cast a glance his way, but said nothing, instead choosing to gaze out of the window at the passing scenery. The man remained silent for a considerable time before softly inquiring, "Was that individual just now a classmate of yours?" Turning her head, Yao Na scrutinized him. His face was unfamiliar, yet he had recently gained her father's favor due to his formidable abilities and ruthless disposition within the gang. "Yes," she replied with a slight nod. The man fell into silence once more, having searched long and hard for his savior, but it was as if this person had vanished without a trace that he had inquired throughout the entire gang without success. Yet unexpectedly, that familiar face had reappeared in a fleeting moment. The very man who had extended a hand in his direst hour was, astonishingly, a classmate of the gang leader's daughter. Moreover, it seemed he was more than just an ordinary classmate. He held significant importance. "This complicates matters," the man mused, uncertain of how to proceed. From Gu Chen's demeanor, it was evident he was unaware of Yao Na's purpose for this journey. However, as a rising figure in the gang, he was acutely aware of her background. Yao Na was the adopted daughter of Yao Taifeng, a prominent leader of one of Jiangqing's 2 major gangs. It was said that Yao Taifeng had taken her in when she was just a child, and Yao Na had always viewed him as her benefactor. This time, Yao Na was not embarking on this journey for educational purposes, but rather, at Yao Taifeng's earnest request, to marry a significant figure in Jinling. This union was intended as a means for his gray operations to cleanse their image and secure a legitimate standing. She had acquiesced to his request. The man was taken aback, but had heard that Yao Taifeng had spoken with great emotion, ultimately persuading the daughter he had raised for over a decade. In the man's eyes, however, this was merely a pawn that had been in place for many years, that an awakened individual, just of age, beautiful, And with a clean family background, she indeed posed a rare temptation for certain influential figures. Moreover, from an outsider's perspective, it could be seen as a traditional arrangement by parents to secure a favorable match for their child. Yet, the man could not shake the feeling that it was more than that. He understood all too well the nature of Yao Taifeng. Once, while collecting debts, he had witnessed the plight of a debtor and, moved by compassion, granted them an extension, thus violating the gang's rules and finding himself on the brink of death. His name was Zhou Yang. After narrowly escaping, he buried his compassion and resentment deep within, for he had proven his worth and become Yao Taifeng's most trusted aide. Yao Taifeng could easily send him to his demise or, recognizing his ruthlessness, elevate him in rank. Yet Zhou Yang was acutely aware that he would never truly be considered one of Yao Taifeng's own. Perhaps, in the eyes of the gang leader, there were no true kin. Even his adopted daughter was merely a pawn. Zhou Yang did not mind being a pawn, for he had never intended to serve Yao Taifeng loyally. After that near-fatal incident, he concluded that kindness had almost led to his ruin, while embracing his darker instincts had allowed him to survive. Since Yao Taifeng could so easily orchestrate his demise, why should he not eliminate Yao Taifeng and take the helm himself? Recently, Zhou Yang had awakened his abilities, ascending further in the gang's ranks, which explained why the others had refrained from provoking him. Yet this time, Zhou Yang had anticipated a task that would further solidify Yao Taifeng's trust in him. However, Xiao Chen's unexpected appearance and his connection to Yao Na had altered the dynamics that if he disregarded this situation, years down the line, Xiao Chen might uncover the truth and suffer for the missed opportunity of today. Zhou Yang could tolerate becoming ruthless, but he could never forget the one who had once saved him from the brink of death. "Miss, I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. You're not yet acquainted with my name. I am Zhou Yang." He offered her a smile before departing. Yao Na paid little heed to Zhou Yang's expression. Her mind flitted between the joyful laughter of high school friends and the sorrowful visage of Yao Taifeng. She had always felt grateful to Yao Taifeng, yet within the confines of her class, she had never divulged her lineage. No1 knew that her father was a powerful figure in Jiangqing's underworld. Yao Taifeng had never assumed the role of a father, nor made any demands of her. Consequently, their relationship had never quite resembled that of a father and daughter, remaining shrouded in formality. Nonetheless, Yao Na had harbored gratitude for many years, hoping to one day return the favor when she became strong enough that at that point, surely, this father would be willing to share his true self with her, she thought. Little did she know that their first sincere conversation would come sooner than she anticipated. Yao Taifeng had spoken earnestly, revealing that his identity was not one to be publicly acknowledged. To progress further, he needed to forge connections with the powerful in Jinling, and he saw no other viable means than to establish an appropriate bond. This powerful figure had a son in his 30s, a decent man albeit somewhat foolish. You can still practice there. Life in that family will certainly be more comfortable than in a gang. Had their relationship been a typical father-daughter one, Yao Na might have scolded him for his madness or even outright refused. Yet, the years of distance maintained by Yao Taifeng had left her feeling indebted, preventing her from engaging in heartfelt exchanges. She could not bring herself to refuse a man she had been grateful to for over a decade. "Let it be as it is," she replied. The train rumbled across the fields, producing a deep sound as it entered a tunnel, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Suddenly, the carriage was engulfed in shadow, and the voice of the attendant broke through the commotion. "We are experiencing an electrical malfunction. Please remain calm." Amidst the cacophony of the train and the surrounding crowd, she heard a familiar, aged voice. "Nana, do not make a sound. Follow me." "Uncle Wu." She instantly recognized the voice. He was the kindest person in the entire gang to her, and without hesitation, she rose and followed the shadowy figure out of the sleeper compartment. As the train emerged from the tunnel, light flooded back, revealing the familiar, yet aged and warm face beneath the cap, which alleviated her sorrow considerably. "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Zheng, appearing in his 50s with graying temples and a robust build, looked at the trace of tears in Yao Na's eyes and carefully handed her a tissue to dry them. "Nana, they're all watching you. I cannot speak at length. I have arranged for someone to meet you at the station before Jinling. They will escort you away." "Take me away?" Yao Na was taken aback. "Silly child, do you truly wish to marry?" Focus on your training. Your future lies beyond this place. You have endured much distress these years.